The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we're off on a Friday morning good time edition here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Coming up in the next 3 hours. What happened in the NBA last night? Well, we're going to tell you before we preview the college basketball slate this weekend, and it is absolutely loaded with the SEC headlining the schedule, believe that. Then we recap the first round of the Genesis Invitational at 6:40. Scottie Scheffler back and lurking, just a couple strokes off the lead. At 7 o'clock, futures odds in the NBA before discussing today's Super Bowl parade in Philly to honor the world champion Eagles. Then during the 8 o'clock hour, great guest after great guest. First, we bring in Chris Mack from the BetMGMU College Football Podcast. That's followed by more football as we discuss the NFL offseason. Bruce Murray from SiriusXM NFL Radio will be here to tell us what is next for Aaron Rodgers and more. Then it's the Donkster and our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She's Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Good morning, Chelsea.
Yeah, good morning. I wore my pink for Valentine's Day. Wear your Cupid outfit. I thought you were going to dress as Baby Cupid.
I was so focused on, I'm a big woodworker, and I was really focused on getting my bow ready for today because all I want to do is just shoot people with that arrow and watch love blossom.
Yeah, that or it was probably too cold to wear just a diaper and carry around a bow and arrow.
Well, the diaper's easy. I mean, I'm 51 now. That's just part of getting ready every morning. It's the bow and arrow that's the real struggle. So, yeah, you look very Valentine's-esque today. You look good. I forgot all about it. I mean, I know it's Valentine's Day, but I didn't really dress like it. I figured if I wore something like way out there, I might look too Valentine's-y. So I'm trying to provide the balance for you.
Okay. Taking one for the team. So maybe next year we can count on your Valentine's Day blazer that just has hearts all over it. But I get it. It almost feels like a different day to me. Like when we work in the mornings and then I take a nap and then I start the day. So this feels like some weird in-between day that's like in the middle of the night. Maybe it's just a fever dream. Maybe this is all just a simulation because sometimes it feels like that.
You don't have to tell me. I was talking about that yesterday. We're talking about something and then boom. I walk into the bathroom and an ad. I was talking about taxes. Then I walk into the bathroom and an ad for taxes is playing. And now they're having, this happens too of course, on your phone all the time. But now I'm seeing it on TV. Like you have YouTube TV, right? They absolutely have targeted ads
Don't
now.
get me started on YouTube TV these days.
Oh, yeah. It's a mess right now. Price is going up.
So can I ask you?
Yeah.
Are you going to keep it? Because aren't they dropping CBS? Like March Madness is right around the corner. Are we supposed to go without CBS networks?
Well, I don't know. Honestly, Double D would cancel immediately. Doesn't he watch every CBS sitcom? Isn't that one with Kat Dennings and Tim Allen on CBS? Isn't that a banger? But listen, March Madness, CBS owns March Madness. That's the real word. Yes, and the Masters, they're synonymous with both of those events. So, you know what? This will get worked out. You know how it is. They'll be like, we don't carry these guys any longer. And then they'll come to some sort of agreement. Isn't there an agreement always in place? But I'm not going to wait until the Final Four for them to work it out. If they don't work it out, I'll switch to, I don't know, Hulu or something like that. But I'm with you. I got that email yesterday or 2 days ago. I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I think I need to hold a free agency period for new cable providers. And I think everybody is predicting this, that eventually it'll just go back to regular cable networks because all these streaming services, they're like, well, we don't like this network. And I've noticed even YouTube TV right now and last year, They didn't have MLB Network, so that sucked too. So maybe it's time to make the switch. I'm going to break up with YouTube TV on Valentine's Day.
Do it. Do it. Yeah. That's it. What are they going to say? No. It's like, remember I told you that I signed up for, what was the Dallas Morning News to read this long-form article? It was like an 8-9 page article. It took forever. And I finally read it, but then I was like, I have to call to cancel. And I called, and guess what? It was, we're so sorry to lose you. Can we offer you a deal? No, I'm good. We offer this. I was like, ma'am, I just want to cancel my subscription. That's a pain. But at least with YouTube TV, you can just do it and just cut the cord. But they're going to work something out. They will.
I hope so. But again, they don't even have MLB Network. So maybe it's time to look elsewhere. I know we've been dabbling in the waters of Hulu Plus. I think there's a bundle with like Disney and ESPN and whatever local networks. But I need to look into it because I still want the basic channels. Like, sure. I want the CBS, the ABC, and the NBC in case we have like a tornado or something. And I want to watch the news.
Not me. I don't want to watch the news. Just sports and finance. No, I'm with you. I mean, you want to watch all that stuff? But keep me posted, seriously. Keep me abreast, Chelsea, because I'm also all about that. We have the same subscription plan, or very similar, so I want to know what you find out. I also want to know about your bets from last night, so have at it.
Yeah, I feel like this is my fault for calling Oklahoma City old reliable. The gambling god said, Chelsea, how dare you? There's never any free money in sports betting, because this felt like it last night. Maybe not free money. I think both of us kind of said that we didn't love the slate in the NBA last night. Tons of back-to-backs, but this one looked like it was going to be the Thunder all the way. So I had the Thunder laying 7.5 on the road to the T-Wolves. Even on a back-to-back, the Thunder have been good in this spot, coming into this game 8-2 straight up in this scenario. And the T-Wolves were playing with a bunch of injuries in this one. And in general, they're just not a good team at covering the number at home. But Naz Reid took over. Anthony Edwards had some absolute posters of dunks in this one. And the T-Wolves won it outright by 15, 116-101. I did not see that one coming.
I didn't either, man. Now, my hockey bet was nails. I had the United States on the puck line against Finland. It was not close. Finland actually scored first. It was 1-0 in that game. USA wins 6-1. Then I took the U.S. on the money line with the Thunder on the money line, which I love that play because of the reasons that you were talking about. But the T-Wolves win, so that was a loss. As for the Donkster, a win and a loss as well. Memphis covers the 7 against South Florida, so that is a dub. But he also had Clippers at Jazz under 225. The Clippers win 120-116, 236 points in that game. That's an over. That's a loss for the week. You're 4-3. I'm 3-3. The Donkster 4-3. We're doing just fine. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us. Before we get into basketball, got to remind you about the return of Sunday's Bets from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern this weekend with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4, it's PJ Glasser and Denton Day taking you inside the betting lines and keeping you ahead of the live action as the games unfold. And finally, Bet Nation live from Dallas from 4 to 8 with Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. It's all here on the BetMGM Network. Well, we were just talking about it, Chelsea. Gross. The T-Wolves beat the Thunder last night, and, man, it was not even close. 116-101. T-Wolves getting 9.5. They're plus 335 on the money line. Total set at 229, the under hits. Naz Reid, 27 points, 13 boards, 7 assists. Anthony Edwards, 23 points, 8 boards, 7 assists. On the flip side, SGA, 24 points, 9 assists, 8 boards, but he shoots only 2 for 13 in the first half. So the Thunder and their 7-game winning streak come to an end just before the All-Star break. This game did not go at all like we thought it was going to go.
No, it certainly didn't. But I will say, from a highlights perspective, we had some good ones in this one. Do yourself a favor and search Anthony Edwards poster dunk on Chet Holmgren. I think the best part of this entire game was the fact that Adidas released an ad after this game that was basically like a spoof on Law and Order, and it was Ice-T and this other detective, and they had all these numbers, and it was, saying somebody got like killed here, basically, and they said, you got dunked on, and it was like examining all the evidence, and they're saying, this guy's he's not going to make it after this dunk. Who did it? And they're looking at these shoes, and obviously Adidas is a shoe company, but I thought it was really well done. So, Jenks, I know you love crime. I know you love Law and Order. This had iced tea in it. You need to watch this ad.
I got to do that. I got to look that up. I'm all about iced tea. I saw TikTok the other day where someone was making fun of Ice-T and everything that he says in Law & Order. It's remarkable to me. I've said this before. This is a guy who released a song called Cop Killer in the 80s, and he's made a career out of playing a cop. All right, I got to look that up. But you're right. Great highlights in that game, despite the fact that we happen to take an L as far as our bets. Chet Holmgren, 11 points, 12 boards in the loss. How about the Dallas Mavericks? Handling the Heat last night, 118-113. The Mavs getting 3.5, plus 135 on the money line. Total set at 218.5, the over hits. Dallas gets the win, despite playing without Kyrie Irving and Klay Thompson. So it's Dante Exum leading the way with 27 points. Max Christie, 19 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. The Mavericks sweep a back-to-back. It was the Warriors a couple nights ago, Heat last night. They also win for the 5th time or the 4th time in 5 games and overcome a 40-point effort from Tyler Hero. Dallas just keeps finding a way. I don't know how sustainable it is, but they've been good against the number at least, if not winning outright, since Luka was traded away.
Yeah, I think it's 6 straight covers for the Mavs. This game didn't make a ton of sense. And this is one where we knew there'd be some chaos afoot the day before the All-Star break. There's going to be some guys that take off, and we won't see it coming. So Bam Adebayo was that late game scratch. So we didn't even know this in the morning when we did the show. So I think, again, buyer beware when you're placing bets early in the morning for the NBA, especially, the day before the All-Star break or a day or two for some of these games. So I don't know. It was a tough slate to navigate. I'm glad I only had one bet.
Yeah, the only other bet I really liked, and I'm mad because, of course, you know how it is. You don't make a bet, it wins. You make a bet, it loses. That happens on a regular basis. And it's the game we're talking about next, which is the Warriors on top of the Rockets yesterday in H-Town, 105-98. The Warriors laying 1.5. Warriors minus 125 at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. The total was 225 and a hook. The under hits. Who else? Steph Curry pacing Golden State, 27 points. As the Warriors use an 11-2 run to close things out. Golden State goes up by as many as 24 points, and Ime Udoka was so frustrated with his Rockets starters. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, he benches Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, and Dylan Brooks to make a point. And the reserves actually pulled within 2 points in this game. So Houston just could not get it together. Regardless, Warriors get 19 points, 8 boards from Jimmy Butler, and they continue to look like a much better team. How much better, I feel like, remains to be seen. But certainly, at least the early results or early indications are, Chelsea, that Jimmy Butler has been a fine fit with the Warriors.
Yeah, he's at least a good scorer. Jimmy Bucket's living up to his name for Golden State. Again, this one was a surprise as well, because when we handicapped this game, the line was, 6.5, 7.5? Yeah. I think the books were kind of depending on one of those older guys to sit out, because anytime you have a back-to-back, usually there's a superstar that's going to sit out. So nobody did. And then this line went all the way to 1.5. Golden State actually favored in this game. So, Jenks, if you would have played it, you would have gotten unreal closing line value.
I'm so mad at myself. I like the Thunder, which obviously I played the money line as part of that Four Nations hockey game, money line with the United States. But as far as the points went, I was like, I kind of like the Warriors here, and what happens? God, would have been great closing line value there, Chelsea. Between this and YouTube TV, I got to turn things around on this Friday. Tough road for us thus far. Finally, upset last night, the Pels at home, upsetting the Kings 140-133 in overtime. The Pelicans were getting 8. They were plus 275 on the money line at BetMGM. Total 236.5. The over hits. CJ McCollum absolutely going off. 37 of his 43 points after halftime. Scores 11 in the extra session. Trey Murphy III comes close to a triple-double. 18 points, 11 assists, 9 rebounds. And the Pelicans get it done without Zion Williamson, working his way back from another injury. This time it's a hamstring. And the Pelicans finally, thankfully, end their 10-game losing streak. It's over.
Just their 9th win at home this year. It's been a tough season for New Orleans, but I did feel like maybe this was going to be a storyline. Some of the guys who weren't All-Stars maybe putting on a clinic and saying, hey, this is my last time to go off, especially with some guys missing in the lineup. So that was kind of the case for CJ McCollum. I feel like he's an underrated player. He was a good pickup for the Pelicans. Obviously, nobody's putting the Pelicans in any type of discussions for, the postseason, but it was a nice win. I'm sure it changed the vibes a little bit. Going into the All-Star break, it had to be a nice feeling.
Also, we have to mention Domantas Sabonis, 22 points, 28 rebounds. 28. That ties a career high. Dylan put that in the chat. Like 28 rebounds? Yes, he had 28. Man, in a loss, but still, hell of an effort on the boards by Domantas. Coming up next, it's lining up to be another big weekend in college basketball, and wouldn't you know it, it's the SEC taking center stage. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Oh, yeah. We're back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us. Friday morning, good time edition of Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, you know what I'm tired of? Getting old. Talk about it all the time. Yeah. Yesterday, oh my God, I had to go to the eye doctor. I'll talk about that later. I know everyone's just dying to hear that story. And then before that, I had to go to the dermatologist. And I'm like, hey, my fiance kind of noticed something on my face. I don't think it's a big deal, but I need to get it checked out because we're going on vacation soon, and I want no issues. I want straight vacation time. 2 weeks, we're going to be at the beach. I cannot wait. And so apparently she's like, yeah, that's just some sort of keratosis or something. Comes with age sometimes. We'll just freeze it off. I'm like, awesome. There's nothing better than a dermatologist walking in with like this cryo, whatever this is, this apparatus, this massive spray that they use, and just on your face, like burn something off. That was the worst. When I was a young man, Chelsea, my skin was smooth and supple, and people would compliment me from miles away. Now you go in, and it's like, let's get rid of this age spot. Nah, it's just a growth. That's even worse. I think I'd rather have something seriously wrong than say, you're just getting older. Not great. That's awesome. You have to rage against the dying of the light. I'm tired of going to doctor's offices, and I'll tell you something. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that thing that guy's doing on Netflix. I'm going to reverse the aging process. I'm going to wake up at 5:30. I'm going to stare into the bright light. I'm going to take 55 vitamins a day. I'm going to eat kale. And then more kale. And a kale smoothie. Yeah. God. It's the worst.
Well, Jenks, I hope you're not waking up at 5:30, because then that would be a problem for our show.
Yeah, wake up earlier.
You already wake up very early. Like, that's already checked on the checklist that you're already waking up early. But, like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think it gets better.
It doesn't.
It's like the opposite of a PSA, where they're like, it gets better. Actually, it gets worse. So, hate to be depressing in that area. But I'll say this. I've had to have something frozen off before, and let me one-up you. Have you ever had a wart?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Barf.
I had one on my ring finger in college because I was a college swimmer, and I feel like things just kind of float around the pool deck. Like, I remember we had like an outbreak of pink eye one year just because everything is so contagious. You're swimming in the same water. You know, people aren't wearing shoes around the pool deck. But yeah, having to get a wart burnt off in college, that was embarrassing. Because, like, they're not the prettiest things, especially if you're a girl.
No, that's true. Did you do that thing? This is definitely an old school thing. There's no way they do this now. Well, maybe they do. If you wanted to make money when I was in school in Austin, and there was this place called Pharmaco, and they would try all of these experimental drugs. Like, they would just have human testing. And so you would go, I swear to God, and there were ads everywhere. And so they would give you money like, hey, sometimes it was a weekly trial, or it would last a few weeks and you could go home. Sometimes it would be, hey, come here and stay for the weekend. We're going to give you this cocktail of drugs or different drugs and study you, see how you react over the weekend, and we'll give you money when you're done. I had a lot. Like, are you doing Pharmaco? People would do that on a regular basis. They'd go, they'd stay at this building not far from campus. It was a nice, I never went inside because I tried this with another company. And they'd stay for the weekend in some sort of dorm-esque room or something and then get paid. And it was a good way to make money in college.
A good way to get money in college?
It was a way. I don't know if I'd... It was a way. Not necessarily a good way. It was a way to make money in college.
Let me just say this. Like, I am hoping my daughter never asks me to do this. And I hope she never does it. Because, like, Jenks, what if some of these drugs have, like, these weird side effects down the road that's making you go to the doctor to this day?
Absolutely. The one thing I did do that worked out awesome for me is I didn't have acne, but, you know, I had like whatever blemishes like
the normal amount.
Yeah, normal amount, right? But it's still bothersome, especially when you're self-conscious, you're a kid. And so I went to this, they were offering, hey, if you'll do this 6-week study, we'll give you like $500 or something. And I was like, okay. And I remember going in, and the doctor put a counter up next to my face. And so he would go like click, click. He was counting all of like the pimples on my face to start the study. Then they gave me this medication, like, all right, try this. It was amazing. Like no side effects. And then I went in 6 weeks later and he's like, wow. And then he counted again. He's like, where you started to where you finished is night and day. Now, the question is, did it work that way for everyone? Did it become something now that people are using or not? I don't know, but it worked great for me.
Yeah, until you start growing a tail. And you're like, wow, well, this is a bad trade-off. I don't know if I want a tail, but a clean face. I don't know, maybe you would. Would you rather? Would you rather have an entire pizza face and, not have a tail? Or would you rather have a tail and a completely clear face? Let's sweeten the deal. Say you have the face of Brad Pitt, but you have to have a tail.
I'll take a tail. Yeah, sure. Why not? I look great. Curl that bad boy up, tuck it in the back. I'll be fine. That's what I do. And then next week I'm going to come in and have a baby arm growing out of my forehead.
But you're hot because you look like Brad Pitt.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Also, a better way to make money, maybe you bet on college basketball. Just throwing it out there. Auburn, Alabama this weekend. Now, the lines are not out yet. KenPom says it's Auburn by 1, 88-87, which does not surprise me. This is going to be a coin flip of a game. Chelsea, you are a college basketball expert. I'm just a hockey guy. What's going to happen in this one?
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a fantastic game. I feel like this is actually a historic game. I had to read this a few times because I didn't really believe it. It's apparently the first time that the number 1 and the number 2 in the AP Top 25 poll have faced off during the regular season. Like, that seems wild to me. You would think, like, during the years that there would be, like, Duke, Carolina, 1, 2, but this is what it says on AL.com. So until somebody proves me otherwise, but bottom line, it's going to be a great game because obviously this is a huge rivalry matchup between two bitter rivals, but also two really incredibly balanced teams. Normally, I'd say Alabama doesn't have like a great defense, but they've shored things up this year. They're at least in the top 40 this season. I don't think their defense is quite as good down low as Auburn, of course, led by Janai Broome, one of the favorites to win National Player of the Year. Obviously, I think Cooper Flagg's probably going to get it, but still a standout player who's obviously going to bring his A game to this one. I would say take the over, but the total on this one's going to be really high. So I think this is one of those games that you just get your popcorn, you watch it, and you write down notes for the next matchup because it's wild that it's February 14th and it's going to be February 15th before these two play for the first time this season. Both of their matchups are at the tail end of the season. So this will be a big one in determining some of those main seeds for March Madness.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And you're right, it's historic. And there's certainly never been a number 1 and number 2 team in the SEC meet in college basketball. Great coaching matchup as well. Tigers foul a lot. I think it's their one weakness, but they're such a complete team on both sides of the floor. If you're Bama, I think what you want to do is drive inside and maybe get those guys into foul trouble because Bama is very good at getting to the free throw line. They're 19th in the country free throw rate. So perhaps you get the Tigers into trouble, you kick it out or draw a foul, and you get the dub at home. Regardless, I'm with you. It's just going to be a great game. Man, the slate is just loaded this weekend. Number 6, Houston is also visiting number 13, Arizona in the Big 12. KenPom says Houston will win 71-68. That's the estimate at least. And this is going to be your classic offense versus defense because the Cats average 82.3 points per game. Cougars, obviously known for their defense, they allow 57.3 points per game. These games are going to be tough to call. I kind of like the Cougars here. They're undefeated on the road this season, Chelsea.
Yeah, it's wild. You would think that would be the tougher place to play, but Houston's always been one of those really defensive-minded teams, and usually defense travels, better than offense. If you're really reliant on the three-point shot, it's hard to do that on the road with unfamiliar rims. I think I'm still leaning towards Houston, but I think the tough part against betting on Arizona is it feels like a team that has a really high ceiling. It's almost similar to Kentucky, a team that I don't want to bet against, but it's not going to shock me, if they lose some games, just because it's a varying amount of outcomes when it comes to their offense. So I think I'm going to lean towards Houston, but again, I don't think I'm going to bet on this one. And again, a lot of this depends on the number, because it's really difficult for us to sit here and give out plays when we do not know the price.
No, it's all about the numbers. So this is just sort of throwing out how things might go, or different stats that might eventually help you come to a decision here. I think I really want to see how Caleb Love responds to that Cougars defense, because Caleb Love leads Arizona in scoring, but he's only shooting 37.8% from the field. So, yeah, high volume scorer, but not very efficient, and that's not going to translate well, I don't think, against this Cougars defense, but we shall see with Arizona at home. How about we head to the Big Ten, Chelsea? Number 16, Wisconsin. At number 7, Purdue. Ken Pom predicts Purdue 77-73. I do like this spot for the Boilers, actually. Coming off that disappointing loss to the Wolverines on Tuesday. I was on the wrong side of that game. I like Purdue. That's why I'm always betting on hockey. When it comes to the number, both of these teams 8-2 against the spread in their last 10. But I just think if you're the Boilers, you can really hone in your attention on John Tonje of Wisconsin. I mean, he's fantastic after spending time at Colorado State and Missouri, but they're not as big inside as Michigan is, because Michigan can go double big on the inside with their guys, Danny Wolf and Vladislav Golden. So Wisconsin won't be able to do that like Michigan did. I think that gives the advantage to Purdue, and also at Mackey Arena, which is an incredible place to play basketball. The Boilers are very good, 8-5 against the number at home. So I'm going to be on Purdue.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think if you look at last game, I think we were a little hesitant on Purdue simply because it's hard to win on the road in any big conference when you have a lot of good teams. And that's kind of what the Big Ten presents itself this season. So for Purdue, that's better across the board. Offense, that's kind of their calling card, a top 10 offense when it comes to offensive efficiency over a KenPom. I think they do get the win at home, especially like you said, coming off a loss against Michigan. They only have one loss at home this year. That's to Ohio State. That was kind of surprising. Lost by 3 back on January 21st. But matchup-wise, they have all the advantages, it feels like, over Wisconsin. And this game's at home. Get right spot for Purdue.
I'm in agreement there, Chelsea. Let's go Purdue. Let's go Boilers. Oh, this next game. You want to take this one? I hate Arkansas. I hate
Why do you
Texas
hate
A&M.
Arkansas?
Because they're an old SEC rival, SWC, Southwest Conference.
Yes.
If you go way back, Texas and Arkansas played in the game of the century back in 1969. President Nixon showed up at that game after Texas won. That's how big that game was at the time. There's a long history of hate when it comes to Texas versus Arkansas. I don't like Fayetteville. I don't like Arkansas. They hate Texas. People forget about that, and now it's kind of been renewed a little bit in the SEC. But that goes back. That's just in the bloodlines. So I don't like Arkansas. I don't like Texas A&M. Number 8 in the country. Ken Pom predicts Texas A&M 73-65. You want to take this? Because I'm just getting grossed out talking about this game, these two schools. Bill, does your fiance, she went to Texas A&M. Does she follow college basketball?
She does, yes.
She like the Aggies in this game?
I haven't asked her. We haven't had that conversation this weekend yet. That'll be Saturday before
Yes.
they play.
Okay.
Exact margin, please. Ask her how many points she thinks they're going to win by as well, because we need that information. I know it's a normal topic of conversation between couples. Jenks, I feel like I need a list of all the teams you hate, because I feel like it's a long list. I don't know if it's because you've been alive so long, because I didn't know Arkansas was on the list. What? Well, you said Arkansas was
so many
a long
Is it
time
because of your
rivalry.
age? Yes. Well, there is such a thing as history, but also, yes, I've been alive for a long time. I'll tell you about my ex-girlfriends. I'll go back to 8th grade, the first one that broke my heart. Yes. No, I have been alive for a long time, but also, historically, there are teams that you have natural rivals with that you sort of forget about because of all the changing of conferences that we've seen. Mm-hmm. It's like when you go back to Nebraska, Colorado, for example, and people don't naturally think of them as rivals, but they go back to the Big 8 where they hated each other too. So you heard some of that when they played this year, Colorado, Nebraska, They have a history of really disliking one another. You just forget about it because of the changing landscape. But there is a historical thing that feeds into that. And also, again, I'm old with things on my face, so you're not necessarily wrong.
Well, it's like if NC State had a rival in 1969, I
Nice.
don't know and I don't care. So obviously I wasn't born in North Carolina, so maybe that goes into it as well because you were born in Texas. So I think you were probably ingrained with this, these college programs on your TV screen. But like point being, like, I don't know, you got a lot of rivals, Jenks.
Dylan just asked me what was my favorite part of the Roaring '20s. Probably the silent film, see? Oh, Charlie Chaplin was something back then. Was that the 20s? Maybe later. Coming up next on the show, it's golf season, guys, and what better venue to discuss than Pebble Beach? We're looking at the leaderboard of the Genesis Invitational on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip. It is on the BetMGM Network, see? Maybe you can give the books the business and make yourself some shekels. Dylan says, I was alive in the roaring 20s. It's old day here. Yeah, Friday morning, good time edition. Welcome back. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show. Didn't take long for Scotty Scheffler to make his move in the first round of the Genesis Invitational at Torrey Pines. Chelsea, looks like someone here is in trouble with the law, and it's not me. When are you going to the pokey? What happened yesterday?
Well, the kicker is that I'm not in trouble because I got pulled over on my way to take Blake to school yesterday. This cop did not know what he was in for because it was after the show. You know, I had spent 3 hours debating sports. I was crisp. I was clean. I was ready to argue my case. And I had a good one because we live on top of a hill. Our neighborhood, when you come out of our neighborhood, it's a blind. Like the people coming the other direction, it's really tough to see them. So you kind of have to make a run for it. Like when you pull out of the drive, like you kind of have to go fast. Mm-hmm. And then straight from the road, it goes down a huge hill. So, you know, you go a little faster because I'm cutting in front of cars and then I'm going straight down a hill. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like slam on the brakes as soon as I get over to the other lane? Because I'm making a left-hand turn. Yeah. So this cop pulls me over and is like, you were going 47 in a 35. I said, listen, did you want me to get hit by that Dodge Ram that was barreling towards me with my daughter in the back? Did you want me to slam on my brakes down a hill? It doesn't make any sense. I don't think he was ready for that. I think he thought I was going to like cry or something. So I think he was taken aback and he was like, here's your warning, ma'am. Have a great day.
Oh, well done, Chelsea. Nice. Looks like your debate on this show is paying off in real life. He wasn't ready for that. Yeah.
Well, I told him, I was like,
minus 300, I call my lawyer right now. How about that?
Yeah, I said, if you want to give me a ticket, I'm going to go straight to court and I'm going to get this taken off because it does not make any sense. It is criminal that you're standing or like sitting in your car at the bottom of this hill. Oh, people are going to go down this hill because if you drive down a hill, like you're not going to ride the brake the entire time. Okay, I was going 12 over. Get over it. See you in court. So he didn't want none of this.
Oh, man. I had a buddy of mine. He told me this story that he got out of it was a speeding ticket. Well, actually, it was a drunk driving ticket. And he went to court. I know. And he got out of it. And he went to court. He was like, no, I wasn't. And I'm going to court. And I remember he was telling me the story because he's a very intelligent guy. He's very country, but extreme, one of the smartest people I've ever met. And so he said he testified in court. And so the prosecutor comes up and says, so you're saying, and he was traveling home from a Texas Rangers game. And so the prosecutor said, so you are saying that this happened while an officer of the law, a member of the Dallas police says this happened. Are you calling a member of the police force a liar? He goes, no, I'm just saying there's 3 sides to every story. And she said 3 sides, his, mine, and the fence post. And said that like people were laughing because that's the objective view. And then she tried to catch him and said, so you weren't drinking this night or you weren't drunk, so I suppose you remember the final score of the game that night. He goes, yeah, we lost 8-6 in 12 innings. I was pissed off. And she didn't have any response for that. He said he walked out scot-free. Maybe he was embellishing it. I don't know. It was a long time ago. But he got out of that ticket. So, Chelsea, I'd like to see you in court under cross-examination. Oh, I'd pay to watch that. I'd be there early, 5:30, waiting to get in the courtroom.
Well, that's what I went to school for, is I was going to be a lawyer. But then I saw that you had to go to law school, and I was like, 4 more years of school? I think not. Maybe I'll write for the school newspaper. But, like, it did interest me.
Yeah, I can tell. Well done yesterday. Good to have you on the show instead of behind bars. Chelsea, well, now that you're here, you can continue betting on golf because I know you're You're a big golf household, and the first round of the Genesis Invitational at Torrey Pines has finished. Denny McCarthy leading the way after finishing birdie eagle to card a first round 68. One-stroke lead over Seamus Power and Patrick Rogers. Scotty Scheffler lurking at -2. Scotty had a 4-foot birdie putt on 18, missed it, would have put him one stroke off the lead, but again, he is right there. And, man, the conditions nasty out there in San Diego. Only 10 players able to break par. The most difficult hole in the course is the 6th, a 461-yard par 5. Not a single player yesterday birdied that hole. And Colin Morikawa said afterwards, the wind was so strong, normally you would hit an 8-iron, for example, on your approach. You had to hit 4-iron. Because the wind was just so strong. So the course is playing really tough. But right now, our guy Scotty, right there, Roy McIlroy, even par, Justin Thomas, and Morikawa at +1. So are you willing to place more money on a tournament bet here with Scotty now the favorite to win at +225, or do you like something else?
Yeah, no, if I didn't like Scotty at 4-1, I don't like him at +225. I feel like the price is just too short. I think the first thing that I noticed from the first day is that the leaderboard wasn't really huge names. It was a lot of these guys that, like, I'm not saying they're nobodies. Like, Denny McCarthy, I've seen him on the leaderboard before. He's won on tour. But they were saying that it's almost better for guys who are not the big names because it's less of a mental game. When you are focused so solely on hitting your shot and then getting straight back to the umbrella, that it took some of it out of it. And then it's not shocking that a lot of these guys were in the same group. Seamus Power, Denny McCarthy, I think Patrick Rogers was in that group as well. And so it felt like it was contagious. This guys who told themselves that it wasn't that bad. Like they said this after the round, that Seamus Power, who is from Ireland, I believe, was saying, he was like, hey, it's not that bad. You know, if you hit the fairways and you make a few shots, nobody else is playing well either. So as long as you don't blow up, you know, you're going to be fine. And what do you know? All three of these guys at the top of the leaderboard. But I do think we're going to see some movement today. The better group is going to be in the morning. Looks like some of the rain showers are going to be letting up, and it'll give way to more rain in the afternoon. So I think it's going to be a mental game this weekend. It's not just the guys that have, you know, the best tools and the best skills. It's going to be between the ears.
No, I think that's exactly right. And do you like watching golf when... I guess I know you like watching golf, but do you prefer watching golf when the elements are an issue because it adds like this extra layer of strategy, or would you just rather be perfect and pristine like it is at the Masters? Because sometimes I think the elements, it's a lot tougher to maneuver a course, and strategy becomes a little bit different when you've got wind blowing in your face or rain going sideways.
I think at certain courses, yes. Like when you're watching the Open Championship, you kind of want rain to be in the forecast because that's part of the charm and part of the mystique when you play over there. But I think within reason, when you see guys that are mightily struggling, like I don't want scores that are -20. Like you don't want the John Deere Classic. But again, you want people to be able to hit clean shots and you want to see good golf. So I'm hoping for better weather today because, I don't know, yesterday was kind of tough to watch.
Yeah. Did you see Roy's approach on 5 where... I saw this video making the rounds where on his approach, he took a massive chunk of grass, which you see a lot on the Pro Tour. But I'm talking like this looked like the biggest clump I've seen on a club head in a long time. And so it just stuck there on his club head, and he almost holed it out. He knocked that ball within a couple inches of the cup, and then he was standing there holding his club and just laughing and looking at this clod of dirt and grass just sitting there. For someone like me, if I make that shot, that ball's going 3 feet. But he just sit there and laughed it off while he made an incredible approach.
Well, I think it shows how wet the course is. They said like it's some type of, maybe it's not a record, but it's like a lot of rainfall for that area. So it just feels like all the rain is soaked. The course is just really soggy. And I think that kind of showed it. When you get that big of a piece of grass on your club that sticks around for the entire swing. But a great shot. I'm watching this now. What a shot by Rory. And all you can do is laugh. Like, I think that's the key. When you're playing in really difficult conditions, it's the same for us. Like, when things go wrong, all you can do is laugh and try to keep it light.
No, I agree. I think Roy has the right the right mentality right now? I hope he does, because he retooled his swing, as we know, during the offseason after those disappointments that he had. And a lot of those disappointments last year at major tournaments was on the green. It wasn't with his swing, but I think he's tweaked his swing and his mental approach. He's the one guy that I'm really rooting for, and I kind of feel bad for the fact that, he kind of went through, is he breaking up with his wife or not? But he was also the face of the PGA Tour when the whole Live PGA competition was sort of coming to a head. And then after all that, he kind of had to take a step back. But I feel like he's been a good soldier and been great for the sport. So I'd really like him to get one more major, because he's been stuck on 4 for what, 13 years now? He's been this close, and last year was closer than ever.
Yeah, I feel like most guys on tour are very likable, though. Like, there are very few guys on tour right now that I'm like, man, I hope he loses, because Patrick Reed is not on the PGA Tour anymore. So you can root for any of these guys. All their stories are fantastic. And I think when you look at the leaderboard right now, it just shows the depth of talent that's on the PGA Tour right now. We're in a good spot where even when we don't have like the huge names, which I do think we do see some changes, like Scottie Scheffler, if he's found his game, good luck. Like, if he can soldier through that first day with terrible elements, it appears that Scottie Scheffler may be back, and that's bad news for everybody else.
Well, it's amazing, too, because he's still Scottie. Like, he set the bar so high. Mm-hmm. We played 3 or 4 tournaments this year. It's like, where's Scottie? Because we're so used to him being in the mix every single tournament. And also, we have to remember, he's recovering from that palm injury, which sounds horrific, where he had to have glass removed from his palm. So I would imagine, too, that set back his preparation just a little bit. I'd never heard of that before. Rolling raviola pasta with a wine glass. That sounds like a bad idea. Is that a thing that I don't know about? Is that an Italian thing?
No, I don't make anything from scratch, so I don't know. Have you ever made like one of those things from scratch, either pasta or pizza? I've never made either of those.
Chelsea, look at me. No, absolutely not.
Look at us.
Look at us. Look at us. I have a yearly subscription to DoorDash. I'm not making anything. Coming up next here on the show, it's the All-Star break in the NBA. You can bet on Shaq's OGs, slam dunk contest, maybe take a look at futures bets in the association. That's what we're going to do next on the Daily Tip. It's here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
the BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we will cover it all. We'll start with NBA futures, maybe finding some value and who we think might win it all in the association. At 7:20, it's parade day in Philly for the champs. There's another NFL player who's not on the Eagles who has already put the target on the Eagles' back. He says he wants to play them week 1 of next season. At 7:40, we've got a massive slate in college basketball this weekend, including number 1 Auburn versus number 2 Alabama. You add in a rivalry, it should be a great game. So, Jenks, over the past few days, I've done some digging into Jaylen Brown. I feel like he is such a fascinating guy that nobody wants to talk about. Sports Illustrated just did a long-form article on Inside the Mind of Jaylen Brown. I didn't know all these things. Like, I knew he was a smart guy, but I didn't know that he was like a guest lecturer at Harvard. I didn't know that he could speak like little bits of Arabic. And I feel like because he kind of keeps to himself, and maybe because he plays for the Celtics and nobody wants to talk about the Celtics for some reason, that we just don't hear about him. I feel like he is what like Aaron Rodgers says he is. Like Aaron Rodgers like paints himself as like this intellectual that's so smart. I don't want attention, but Aaron Rodgers does want attention. I feel like this is what Jaylen Brown actually is.
Well, I don't know anything about him. So I think it's a very good point, but I would be curious to hear more about someone like that who is obviously mega talented, who has a world championship, and who doesn't beg for nor need the attention. To me, that makes someone more fascinating, and you never know what you're going to find. Sometimes it's you're enlightened. You know, you've had this experience too, whether it's coaches, athletes, whoever it is. Sometimes you talk to people or athletes, you have an idea how they're going to be, then you meet them, and you're either pleasantly surprised or you're taken aback by how rude they are. That happens as well. But I'm all for, I think probably not the better athletes, that's not the way to put it, but people who are more engaging and actually have something to say aren't the ones who are constantly yearning and asking for your attention. To me, those are the ones who actually have more to say. Like Aaron Rodgers, you know, when the team says initially, that was the report before the Jets parted ways with Aaron Rodgers, we need you to stop doing Pat McAfee. Like, if you have something to say, great, but it's clear that you're dying to get it out there and you're dying for the attention and you're getting paid for it, and that can be a distraction. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have something meaningful to say just because you're constantly going for it.
Yeah, because if you're the smartest person in the room, you don't have to say that you're the smartest person in the room. We will know from the way that you talk. So I feel like he's somebody, Jaylen Brown is somebody maybe you look a little bit further into, but I feel like that's proof that for somebody who just won a ring in the NBA and somebody who is one of the main pieces of that team, you'd think he'd be more popular, you know, because usually the guys who are winning championships and the guys who are, playing with talent of his caliber, they're celebrities. So I think that just goes to show that he's not going out and seeking it. He's kind of a soft-spoken guy. And it even dates back to, I covered him in high school, which, we were talking about being old. That makes me feel old. But back at the City of Palms tournament, which every year in Fort Myers, which is where I was, they have this big high school tournament of all these high schools that are the best basketball schools in the country. It always has talent, but the year that I was there, the big draw was Ben Simmons. And it was, feel like it was a school out of Orlando. And nobody was talking about Jaylen Brown. I was like, this guy's pretty good. From Wheeler High School in Georgia. And it ended up being Jaylen Brown and his team winning the whole thing, despite everybody saying, oh, Ben Simmons is the next big deal. So it feels like it's kind of been that way for Jaylen Brown his entire career. I'm not saying that he was under the radar. Like, people knew he was good, but I feel like the headline on this Sports Illustrated article kind of says it. He says, I don't think basketball is just about being a star player. It's also about responsibility. So, like, he does a lot of charity work. He does a lot of things like that, which, you know, don't get the TMZ headlines because they're not flashy. It's almost like the anti-Charles Barkley. What did he say? I am not a role model.
Yes. Well, Chuck was also throwing people through windows back in his day. Chuck is different. Chuck is a, he's a force all his own. He's one of one. But when you talk about Jaylen Brown, I think part of that has to do with not being overshadowed, but Jason Tatum is much more, I guess, gregarious, or at least tries to be. Like, after they won the title, we did it! It was like, okay, you're trying really hard to recreate that KG moment, where Jaylen Brown is just fine, not necessarily craving that spotlight. It went completely under the radar. Ben Simmons, I know you mentioned him, and not to change the subject, but he signed with the Clippers, I think, a few days ago. Amazing where he was, especially when at one point it's Ben Simmons, Jaylen Brown in high school, both going to be stars, and Ben Simmons was a star and just dropped off the map. So he's trying to resuscitate his career, but it feels like that's going to be something that just doesn't happen. Jaylen Brown is clearly on a path to the Hall of Fame, potentially.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we just need Ben Simmons to play. We just need him to be on the court and actually fulfill his obligation of employment. It's all we need from you, Ben Simmons. Stay healthy. And maybe your career would have gone a little differently, but we'll see. I love a good comeback story. All right, so let's talk about some of these futures bets in the NBA. So latest finals odds are out over at BetMGM. The Celtics are your favorites, but it's a two-way thing. It's the Thunder, who are also at plus 225. You've got the Cavs at 8-1, Knicks 13-1, Nuggets 14-1, as well as the Lakers at that price. Jenks, I think the main conversation for me is the Cavs look so good, but I still question them when they go against the best of the best, because having a great regular season record, it almost feels like they're the Ravens of the NBA. Like the Ravens look dominant in the regular season, but our questions always come in the postseason. Do you have confidence in the Cavs this year in the postseason?
No, I don't. And we'll see what happens in the second half of the year. You have to really believe in what you see. Now, they have 3 All-Stars. The talent is there. I sort of feel like the Cavaliers are where the Thunder were last year, if that makes sense, because I think this year could be the Thunder's year. Like, they've been awesome. I'm not going to be stunned if they go on and win the NBA title. They and the Celtics right there, the favorites at plus 225. But didn't we feel like last year the Thunder are almost there, but they need a little more seasoning? They need another year to kind of put it together and figure things out. Then they can get over the hump. And maybe they need one more, but they're right there. The Cavaliers, I feel like, are where the Thunder were last year, where, okay, now you're getting really good. You're putting it together. You have a great coach, Kenny Atkinson. Can you get over the hump? But I think I got disillusioned by that stretch against the Rockets a few weeks ago, where they had the Rockets twice in, I think, 2.5 weeks, lost both of those games, and the Rockets are very talented. So I just need to see a little bit more that they can win in big-time games in the second half of the season before I'm all in on Cleveland.
Yeah, especially coming out of the East, because you still have to beat the Celtics to come out of the East. So for me, I think the better bet on the Thunder is just bet on them to win the West, because I do think they have a good chance to do just so. I feel like we got to at least mention the Nuggets. Fresh off that game where Jamal Murray scored, 55 points? Yeah. If they can get that from him, and Nikola Jokic is just Nikola Jokic on a normal day at work, you can't look past the Nuggets. So at 14-1, do you think that's a play worth looking at?
Yes, absolutely. And the Nuggets they're not a team like the Warriors necessarily, or the Chiefs, where you've won it before and they kind of glide through the regular season, but they're close because the talent is there and they've won it before, so they know what it takes. And whenever you have a guy like Nikola Jokic, and you mentioned Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr. is healthy, and so having that core group, and also they're not going to stay together. Before the season, those guys were talking about, you could read different previews, and they would say, we kind of know our window is closing. So if we want to win another NBA title, this might be our year to do it. And so Aaron Gordon is back as well. They're right there. Like, they have the talent. They've done it before. From a value perspective, maybe they're not playing as well as, Celtics Thunder. But value-wise, this is a great play for a team that has that world championship pedigree.
Especially when their superstar is so consistent and so dependable. I feel like Nikola Jokic is the picture of consistency. Somebody who plays a lot of games, and when he's playing, you can count on him for at least 20-some points, 10 rebounds, probably 10 assists. The guy is averaging a triple-double, which is absolutely bananas for somebody of his stature. Should we talk about the Lakers? I feel like the Lakers are definitely headed in the right direction, but my qualm with them is the fact that the market is probably too high on the Lakers. Obviously they're getting all the headlines, and it just feels very square to say, hey, they have Luka, they're going to win an NBA Finals. Do you think that's too simplistic? Do you think there is value on the Lakers?
No, I don't. I love the move for Luka. Make no mistake, they stole Luka from Dallas. Rob Pelinka just picked up the phone and was like, what? This is what you want? Yeah, okay. All right, yeah. No. Love you. Appreciate you. Click. I got Luka. Gave up virtually nothing. So for the future, whether it's now, and they could make a run, but for the future, they're set and got their superstar, their next superstar for the next decade. But they need size on the inside because as much as we believe that, I think everyone believes that the Lakers stole Luka, Anthony Davis is one hell of a defender. May not be healthy most of the time. He's out right now. But now they have this hole in the middle of their defense because Luka doesn't play D. Then they had that trade for Mark Williams of the Hornets not go through. That was going to be their answer. Didn't they sign Alex Len to try and fill the void? That's okay. Good luck. The Lakers will be dangerous because of LeBron, because of Luka. But ultimately, I don't think they have the complete basketball team that they need to have to win an NBA title, even though, of course, all the money is on the Lakers because once this trade was made, it was like, oh, L.A. Lakers aren't good enough.
Yeah, but they do have Bronny James, who's coming off a career-high 9 points off the bench. Threw that in there as a little sarcastic barb. But I think for the Lakers, even when they did have Anthony Davis, they got owned by Nikola Jokic. Anthony Davis is really good, but the one player that I feel like he still doesn't defend that well is Nikola Jokic. So now that you don't have Anthony Davis, who is an NBA first teamer, how are you going to stop Jokic in the West if that is your matchup down the road? Maybe if they play the Thunder, who they have big men, but it's not the caliber of Nikola Jokic. Few teams have him. But we'll see how the matchups take place in the West, but I think that's going to be their bugaboo for sure. So, Jenks, let me ask you, have you thought even once about betting on the All-Star game? It's taken some mental gymnastics trying to even figure out the format. I think that's the NBA's first problem. If you're having to write things down and say, okay, this is how it works. You're going to do a round robin. You're going to play this team first first to 40. That's too many things to remember. This is sports. This is new to us because it's one thing if it's, in football, there's a lot of things to remember, but these have been the rules for a long time. Maybe you can add one extra thing, but when you add a completely different format, that's too much math. I don't want to do this, especially on the weekend.
Well, you know what? I'll bet you're gonna bet on college basketball this weekend. Yes, my play of the day is actually in the NBA All-Star game. I didn't want to bet on college basketball. Is it really? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Jinx.
Shaq's OGs, baby. The OGs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the old guys. Everyone was making fun of you. Oh, Jinx, you're so old. You remember the Roaring 20s. You were fighting in the Civil War. You were back alive during the Greek god days. Well, this old guy is going to bet on some other old guys to win this weekend. They're the favorites, plus 155, plus money. The only sabotage factor is those young cats that you were talking about. Whose team is that? Kenny's team? Chuck's team? It's Chuck's team.
Chuck's team, the global superstars.
Oh, the global superstars. SGA, Joker. But remember, Giannis is out. Okay, that's huge. Trae Young took his place. And by the way, the OGs still have guys that are not necessarily old. I don't know. Jason Tatum is on that team. So they're not the... LeBron is there. KD is there. Damian Lillard's on that team. It's not like it's just a bunch of guys who are just kind of – LeBron is still playing at a super high level. I feel like in this game, like the old guys are going to band together and be like, we're not going to let these young bucks beat us just yet. And again, it's plus money. That is going to be – I'll go more into it looking at the lineups. Also, Steph is on the OG team. And I'll mention this later. Where is the All-Star game being played this weekend? San Francisco. You don't think Steph's going to show out? That's a factor as well? Yeah. I'm betting on the All-Star weekend. Am I watching it? Probably not. But yes, I will bet on it.
Jenks, how about this? Team Shaq -5.5 against Team Candace, the Rising Stars. Just take that. You don't have to go against the global superstars.
That's
I
true.
might play that. All right. Look at us. Bet on the All-Star weekend. All right, 7:20. We'll talk about the Eagles and their Super Bowl parade today on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It's a Friday. It's Valentine's Day. So if you're in panic mode, just go to the store and get flowers and maybe some chocolates. It's really not that simple. You just need to do something. And I feel like that goes for the ladies as well. So I don't know what the male equivalent is for like flowers, but like you got to do something. Like get their favorite candy, maybe like a drink. It doesn't have to be crazy, but I do think you need to do something. Jenks, are you in the camp that believes in Valentine's Day, or do you think it is a commercial trap?
I think that I think it's a nuanced answer. Like, it is kind of a commercial trap.
It could be both.
I mean, it is. But I'm for it as long as there's not these grand expectations that come with it. It's kind of like New Year's Eve in that way, right? Like, I want to celebrate it. I'm someone who's very, I love to love. Whether you're my friend, whether you're my fiance, I'm just like dying to like connect with people all the time. And so anytime I can show appreciation for someone or do a kind gesture, then I'm all about that. I think where it sort of crosses over the line is that, okay, it's Valentine's Day. So now your partner or whomever you're with expects A, B, C, and D. Then it sort of strips away the authenticity from it. So I'm for it as long as I don't suddenly get in trouble because I didn't add chocolates to my bouquet, or we didn't go to a dinner that I was supposed to know that we were supposed to go to, that kind of thing. So, and I haven't had that experience much, a little bit, but on the whole, I'm for it as long as you don't set the bar so high and then it becomes more of a chore than something you can enjoy together.
Right, because it's for both people. Like, it's not just for the female, and I feel like that's kind of what the emphasis is put on these days. But I think a lot of it depends on like what your significant other likes, because not everybody's love language is gifts. Like, some people are super materialistic, and that even sounds like it has a negative connotation, but like some people just enjoy getting gifts. But for everybody, it's not the same. Like, I'm somebody who appreciates time spent with. Like, I think we've talked about this on the show before, I think. Where there's like the different types of love that like you enjoy getting. So for some people it's gifts, some people it's words of affirmation, some people it's quality time. What's the one that I'm missing? I feel like there's one more.
Affection? Physical
acts of service.
Oh,
acts
physical
of service.
touch.
Oh, good one. Yeah, touch is one. Acts of service
That's
is another.
not me, for sure.
Yes.
Do not touch me.
Leave Chelsea alone. Let Chelsea be in her bubble. There's automatic restraining order. Respect.
But like for my husband, obviously he can touch me, but like I'm not somebody who needs to be like snuggled with, or like we don't need to be holding hands at all times in public. And some people are like that. It's just not me. So I feel like it's always better if you take a personalized approach instead of just asking Chat GPT, what should I get my girlfriend for Valentine's Day? Don't do that.
No, for sure. And sometimes, there are multiple love languages, where it's not necessarily, one may speak to you more than the other, but there's multiple things as well. I would be in total agreement. Do not ask ChatGPT. That's not, or Gemini or Copilot or anything else. I would stay away from that. Yes, just go with what you know about your partner and then lean into that.
Yeah, my last little bit of Valentine's, fodder is going to be, why don't we have chocolates all year round? Like, I feel like they're not available in stores. I love boxes of chocolates. In fact, I already got Jake like a big, the Russell Stover ones that are in the heart shape. And I already ate like 5 chocolates out of it. And I was like, sweetie, do you mind if I eat some of this? Because I really want some now.
So you bought a box of chocolates for Jake for Valentine's Day, but then before Valentine's Day, you went in and started eating the chocolates.
I told him, though. I was like, listen, it's our holiday, right? This is for us. What's mine is yours, baby.
Hey, I got you something for Christmas, but do you mind if I just take it for myself? It's the 22nd. Close enough. Come on. As long as you asked, it's fine, My ex-wife pulled this on me one time where I got a gift, and I didn't even know I got the gift. I know I said this before on a show, where an old friend of mine got me a cake or a pie, I forget what it was, for like my birthday or something, and it arrived. It was a surprise. And without telling me, I get there, and a couple pieces already eaten. I'm like, so this arrived for me.
Oh, no.
And I didn't even know it. And I haven't even had a chance to look at it. And you've already eaten some of it. I was like, time for me to call my lawyer now. You thought that speeding ticket was bad.
Yeah, she wanted more than just a couple pieces of your pie in the divorce, I bet.
Man, telling you.
But I think birthdays are different. Like, Valentine's is for both people.
Yeah,
Birthdays
for sure.
are for you. Like, I would never do that to Jake on his birthday. And here's the other loving touch. I only eat the pieces that he doesn't want. So I feel like I'm like one of the weird people that likes the strawberry filling, like the chocolates with the strawberry cream. Everybody else is like, gross, Chelsea. I like those. So I ate those pieces because I knew he didn't like them.
Oh, see, now, nice little twist there. You're doing him a favor. My God, that's a good wife right there. You don't want your husband reaching into a box of chocolates and eating a I mean, because you never know, right? You don't want to look in the back like, this. If it's a trapezoid, it's got the strawberry inside. That's too much trouble. You take all those out, and then he knows every time he goes into that box, he's going to get one he enjoys. Oh, chef's kiss, Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm basically selfless. You know, some people compare me to Jesus. Maybe not that selfless.
That's what
but
I
pretty
say.
Close when it comes to chocolates. All right, so it's going to be a great day for the Philadelphia Eagles as well. It's parade day in the city as they celebrate their Super Bowl championship. So my first question is, Jenks, do you think the city of Philadelphia survives this?
I don't know. There's supposed to be 1 million people at this parade. Starts at 11, and then around 2, the team is going to walk up the Rocky Steps and then have a ceremony that lasts, I don't know, like an hour or something like that. I forget exactly. No, I don't. Are they greasing the lamp poles so that nobody will climb up those during this parade? It's going to be wild. Just thank God it starts early. You never want a late parade in Philly. You want to keep it nice and early. In fact, they should probably have it at like 8:30 a.m. Guys are just getting up, a little hungover, a little slow and go in the morning. But it's going to be wild because they love their birds in Philly. There's no question about it.
I think it's going to be one of the better Super Bowl parades, because obviously when there's a long layoff or a drought, like those ones tend to be really good. So in recent history, I think like the one that comes to mind is the one when LeBron won the championship for Cleveland. Like that, I think is one of the more iconic victory parades that I've seen in my lifetime. When the Cubs won it, obviously that was a huge deal for the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
Jenks, am I missing any? You've been to some parades. You've got to cover some championships. How was it?
It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. One of the greatest moments of my career as far as covering something, as far as just fun, like soaking in the moment. The Nats, when they won, was amazing. But when the Capitals won in 2018, that was incredible. I'll never experience, like I just got chills thinking about it because this city had waited so long for a championship of any kind. And then the Caps themselves as an organization, Caps fans had waited so long for a title and had been so close. Like every year, so close. They had the talent. And when they finally broke through and won it, this city just exploded. I remember being downtown and I took a couple pictures and I remember just standing there with my guy Travis and I just watched. I was like, this is amazing. It's amazing. And then there was the parade and I walked from my condo downtown to where the parade was. We had parade coverage and I'm hugging people everywhere, high-fiving, people were yelling. And then we're doing live parade coverage and I kind of broke the seal. People were throwing me like mini bottles of liquor. And I was like, you know what? Let's go. So at one point, fans are chanting my name and I hold a bottle up. I got a video of this. And I just chug it and toss the bottle down. Everybody loses it. And so then the guys I'm working with, they start drinking a little bit. We're doing the parade together. It was just one big party. We didn't overdo it like everyone was a pro, but it was just a one big celebration where everyone who had been a part of it, from the fans to the team to the media, everyone was on board. This entire city was just behind what had finally happened. It was a glorious day.
Well, because everything just seems so happy. And obviously that's the only thing on the docket for the day. Because normally when you're covering sports, there is a level of unpredictability. You don't know if they're going to win. And, half the time when they win games, if it's not the Super Bowl, they say, hey, we're going to celebrate a little bit, but we need to prepare for our next game. But in this case, it's, all bets are off. Like
Right.
the other one that now I'm thinking of was when Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with the Bucks, and he looked like he had never had a sip of alcohol before.
Isn't that the one where he had tequila and he was like hanging off the back of the boat? Like they were like,
Yeah, and
all right, Tom.
didn't he throw the trophy like to the other boat? It could have sunk to the bottom of the ocean.
Well, it's better than what Gronk did. Didn't Gronk take a Super Bowl trophy and hit a baseball at like a Red Sox game and dent the trophy? Yeah. Remember that? Gronk. Good God. But yes, that Lombardi trophy could be somewhere in the Atlantic. But instead, Tommy, once again, perfect throw. Even drunk on tequila.
Okay, so if there's one team in the NFL that you want to see a Super Bowl parade for, it has to be the Lions, right? Like, if we're talking about just strictly for the parade, like, Detroit would go crazy.
I want to see the Commanders. Right here. It's the team I cover. True. They're right here. I'm like, she's going to say Commanders. She goes, I mean, it's got to be the Seahawks, right? You big Seahawks guy. I will say.
Falcons.
It's got to be the Falcons, right? It's got to be the Panthers. Big Panthers guy. No, look, you are right. Motown would go crazy. And I like the city of Detroit. I've been to Detroit a couple times, and I like Detroit, and the Lions would lose. It would be a crazy part. Remember when the draft was in Detroit? Like, they went crazy for the draft. Selfishly, of course, I'd want it to be here in D.C., and I think it would just be incredible. Of course, I want to be a part of that. But outside of my own city, yeah, I think a Lions Super Bowl party would be bonkers. If they celebrate that way for the draft, imagine if they actually won a Super Bowl. I forget when their last world championship was. 50.
It was before you were born, which is a long time ago.
Why are we doing this? Yeah, before you were born. It had to be done. I'd do it myself, so you're not wrong. Yeah, that would be a great party. That'd be a hell of a party. Although the Saints, the Saints had a recent one. New Orleans is a great party. They just had the Super Bowl there. Vegas. What if, but would it be the Vegas fans or just, you know what? Just to see the show that Vegas put on for a Super Bowl win, a Super Bowl parade, I'd love to see just the theatrics involved. Like they'd probably have like Cirque du Soleil doing something in the background while the Raiders celebrated.
They definitely have showgirls, that's for sure. But I feel like, again, like, it would be a great party, but they're going to party regardless. Like, same goes with, like, New Orleans. Like, is Bourbon Street going to stop partying anyway? No. So I kind of want to see the Lions win it. And, of course, the Commanders, that would be a great story, too. But speaking of the Lions, so Amon-Ra St. Brown has already put the target squarely on the Eagles' back for next season. And he's nominating his team to be the opponent for the Eagles in week 1, which is kind of saying, hey, we think we should have a piece of you because it's going to be us next year. You got to hear this.
Eagles have the home opener next year because they won the Super Bowl. Can I read you the list of teams that could potentially be in that first game? Commanders, Cowboys, Giants, Bears, Lions, Raiders, Rams, Broncos. Out of all those teams, if you're the NFL, who are you putting in there?
Lions or Commanders.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you think he's right that it's, the Lions that should be like the next team up? Is that what NFL fans want to see?
I think so. Isn't that the matchup that we all thought we were going to see in the NFL playoffs? Eagles, Lions, we're all gearing up. Eagles, Lions, and the Commanders ruined that, which was great for me. But ultimately, the Lions are right there. They're a team that certainly they have all the talent to win it all. I'm looking at the odds right now, and they are 10-1 to win the Super Bowl next season. Eagles are the favorites at 6-1. Can't believe my vision is still intact because I'm so old. But yeah, that's the matchup we all thought we were going to see in the NFC Championship game. So I think that if the NFL is smart from a marketing perspective, wouldn't you love to see Eagles, Lions, and see how they match up, even though it's early, and just kind of get an early litmus test?
Yeah, it feels like the game that like we were robbed of. But we got the Commanders, so like that was a good matchup too. But who I feel like, not even looking at the players or the numbers, I feel like I would take the Lions. Because wouldn't they be like out to prove something? And I need to look at the numbers, but like Philly just won a Super Bowl. I don't know. We've got plenty of time to handicap that game, I suppose, because it's not until next fall. But I'm interested to see if the Commanders can replicate what they had this year. Because sometimes we see this, even from quarterbacks, where we have not even the sophomore slump, but we saw it with C.J. Stroud this year, where he was good, but he didn't put up those numbers that he did his rookie season. I don't know. I'm not betting against Jaden Daniels.
I am not either. And also, we have a long way to go between now and then. We could see Myles Garrett maybe in D.C. Commanders have a ton of cap money. That roster's going to change significantly between now and then.
Yeah, I think people want Myles Garrett in Philly, too. And I'm like, no, that's not fair. All right, coming up next, time to go to college hoops. The Iron Bowl of basketball should be one of the best ones we've seen in quite some time. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Hour 2 rolls on of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. In a few minutes, we'll get to the stacked college hoop slates over the weekend, including number 1 Auburn on the road at number 2 Alabama. That should be a really good game. We'll tell you maybe how you should be betting on it. So, Jenks, we didn't really talk about this too much yesterday, but the Jets officially parting ways with Aaron Rodgers, moving in, quote, a different direction, which I feel like is one of the old standbys. When you fire somebody, when you break up with somebody. So let me ask you this. Have you ever broken up with somebody? And did you use, I'm going in a different direction?
Did I break up with, normally I'm the one that gets broken up with. I did have but this was actually it was right before the lovely Catherine, but it wasn't I'm being as vague as I can. It wasn't a breakup. It actually ended very beautifully, believe it or not. But I had gotten involved with someone that was kind of happenstance, and it's someone that I had known for a long time, and we're in the same business, and we had always been friends. We kind of found ourselves both single and got involved, and we were just kind of playing it by ear, and then emotions kind of got involved. And so I know I'm not being very specific here, but she was one awesome person, an amazing person, and she was amazing to me, and we had a great time in the time that we spent. And then I met the lovely Catherine, and have you ever met someone and you almost wanted it to work because you could see all of the wonderful traits that they have? You're like, you're so great in so many areas. I want it to work, but there's just something that is not quite there for me. And so that's where I was. And we started off like, we're just having a good time. But, sometimes that doesn't necessarily go that way. So I had to basically put out there, I'm dating someone now and it's starting to get serious. And so I don't think we can do this anymore. But it wasn't an easy conversation to have, but it was really wonderful in that it was 2 adults who were always very honest with each other. And she ended up sending me a card and said, you know what, I'm really happy for you. And you taught me a lot about, she said one thing, it's the only thing I'll say. She goes, a lot of people measure relationships based on how much time you spend together. I base relationships on what you learned or what you experienced in the time you had together. And you taught me about what I deserve and what I want. And I'm so happy for you. You're a great guy. And it was just really amazing. And so that's a very rare way for a relationship to end, even though it wasn't technically a relationship, but it was, that was the most recent time that I kind of had to massage that, but it was a very fulfilling experience, which I think is rare.
Yeah, based on that soliloquy, I feel like you're somebody who does not, break somebody's heart.
I did not want to do that.
When you say all that, you hit all the main ones. It's like, you're a great person. The one that you missed was you deserve better than me. You didn't say that, but maybe you didn't mean that because you're like, hey, I'm a good person. Maybe you don't deserve better than me. But people love throwing that in there. If you're doing a breakup drinking game, usually it's you deserve the world. And you're a great person, just not a great person for me. That's usually one of the heavy hitters.
Yeah. No, that's true. And I know that was a long, but I have such respect for her that I didn't want to be flippant about it. But
for sure.
Nobody knows.
But
who I'm talking
it shows
about anyway.
how nice you would have been during a breakup. Like I said, that would have been a good breakup speech.
Yeah,
it's more than I've gotten.
That's what it was. I'm I feel really bad here. You're really awesome. So yeah, because I was I'm dreading this, and I'm dreading this. Because a lot of people would just be like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm going to ghost you. I'm like, no. And to me, that's the worst.
Yeah, the Jets should have hired you for Aaron Rodgers. Send in Michael Jenkins, breakup expert.
Bring him in here. Bring this old bag back. Call Vinny Testaverde. We need one game. We just need this guy to drive the car. See if he can do it. So, those are never easy. And normally I'm on, 9 times out of 10, I would say I'm always on the opposite side of that for sure. So I know how that feels. That's a terrible feeling. And some people don't. I don't care. It's just all right, it's over, blah. And so I never wanted to reciprocate that. That's a bad feeling for sure.
Yeah, I've definitely not had a good breakup. Like, I've never had one of those where it's like,
Right.
we're both great people and we're both going to continue to live our lives in harmony and we'll be great friends. No. Most of mine were like, they just stopped talking to me. And then you find out that he's dating one of the other cheerleaders. And you're like, wow, well, I guess they're a thing now. And then Facebook official, dagger. So, Jenks, not all men are like you.
Well, I don't want to paint some sort of too rosy of a picture, but, that's important. When you're dealing with people's feelings and people get attached, you got to, I think it's important to, I feel like I'm in a therapy session here. It's just important to take that into account instead of just tossing it to the side because there are two people involved on this Valentine's Day.
There you have it. So if you're breaking up with somebody on this Valentine's Day, Michael Jenkins has just laid it out perfectly for you. But expert tip, maybe wait until the day after Valentine's Day.
Yes,
just saying.
Correct. I would say, yes, don't do it over a holiday, Valentine's Day, take a breath and wait. Don't be that person.
Yeah, get her a bunch of flowers and cards and candy. And then the next day be like, hey, enjoy those chocolates because that's the last you're getting from me. See, Jinx, I'm not how you are. I feel like I would be very bad at breakups. I don't think I ever broke up with anybody, but if I did, it would definitely be very blunt and not nearly as nice as you laid it out. All right, so one thing that we both do well at is at least handicapping games. So maybe you're fresh off a breakup and you need something to watch on Saturday. So we have a stacked slate in college hoops, including a number 1 versus number 2 matchup that also happens to be a rivalry game. Number 1 Auburn on the road at number 2 Alabama. KenPom has this game being decided by a mere 1 point. They have Auburn winning 88-87. Whoo boy! If the total's in that range, that's a lot. But that's what we've come to expect from this Alabama offense. Alabama extremely talented on the offensive side, and they love to push the pace. I do think Auburn is the better overall team. I think their defense is a touch better. Alabama has shored up their defense this year, at least compared to last year. They're at least in the top 40 in defensive efficiency. But when you go against a very tough team like this, I don't know. I feel like all bets are generally off in a rivalry, but especially with both these teams are so close in talent.
They really are. I was trying to handicap this game yesterday, and we don't have the numbers because you know how it works. They're not going to come out until tomorrow, but you can look at KenPom and you can say, okay, this is what KenPom says may or may not happen, but they're so evenly matched. And also, I think this is when a game is this close, Chelsea, then home court advantage, I think will play a big part here. I just can't believe we're talking about these two teams, number 1 and number 2 in college basketball. Like, I just can't believe it. And you have a great coaching matchup as well, Bruce Pearl and Nate Oates. There's so many facets to this game. I don't even know where to go. I guess I'll lean Bama, maybe, because of PJ. Got to support the people in our own family here. And I feel like the one area where maybe Bama has an advantage is that they draw a lot of fouls. They get to the foul line a lot, and Auburn fouls a lot. If I'm Bama, I'm driving inside. I'm trying to draw fouls if I'm not kicking out to the perimeter. But you could convince me of Auburn as well because of Janai Broome and how good they've looked. This is a true coin flip.
I think this is one of those games, like in betting, I think you really want to have an edge. If you're betting on something and feel good about it. I don't feel good about, taking a side in this one. So I won't. I think this is one that you mark down as research for March Madness. Like, you're playing the long game here. If you're just now getting your feet wet in college hoops, this is a great place to start. If you're hoping to handicap some of the best teams in college hoops come tournament time, because I do think this is going to be a big test of both teams. For Auburn, like you said, can they avoid foul trouble against some of these teams that know maybe that's their weakness? And for Alabama, what's their defense going to look like? Because on paper, their defense has looked better than last year, and that was their bugaboo last season. But how do they do against one of the top offenses in the country that can score in multiple ways? Like, even the games where Janai Broome has been out of the lineup, like Auburn has flexed its muscle with its depth. And I think it's going to come down to every last thing in this game. So, if you haven't been watching college hoops, this is your homework for the weekend. Other big games over the weekend. We've got number 6 Houston visiting number 13 Arizona. KenPom has Houston winning it in a close one. 71-68. So, Jenks, what was your initial read on this game?
I like Houston here. I think I'm going to go with Houston. This is your offense versus defense because the Cats average 82 points a game. We know they love to run it up. We know Houston plays lockdown D. They allow 57 points per game. And I just believe that while Arizona is a great offensive team, they're not necessarily efficient from the floor. Caleb Love is a perfect example of that because he's their leading scorer, but he shoots under 38%. And I just don't think that's going to – I don't think that's going to pass very well against this Cougars defense, which can extend and maybe lock him down a little bit. Also, the Cougars have been great on the road this season. They're a perfect 6-0 away from H-Town. So it's like we were saying last year when College of Charleston was doing well. Go Cougs!
Go
Cougs! Yeah, I'm on the Cougs, Chelsea.
Yeah, I feel like we need to write that on like a Stanley Cup. Like, wouldn't that complete like the Southern Mama trifecta? Or I guess you need 3 things. But you need to be like on your way to Starbucks or Target, and you have your Stanley Cup and say, "Go Cougs! Let's run up the score, boys. Let's get some sweet tea." So for me, going back to this game in Houston and Arizona, like defense travels. I think that's the theory that I have here. And the problem with betting against Arizona is that they're kind of a volatile team. Like when they're on, they're really on. And that offense is firing on all cylinders. You look at some of their wins, though. I'm remembering back to that game against Iowa State where they won in overtime. It was a miracle shot from Caleb Love, who was otherwise having kind of a bad game in that one. You mentioned some of his shooting splits for the season. It's not like he's been incredibly efficient, but I think this is a tough matchup for Arizona. So I'll go with Houston here. Probably not going to bet on it, but again, would need to see the line. So Jenks of these other games, we have like 30 seconds. So we've got Wisconsin, Purdue, Arkansas, Texas A&M. No, you hate that one. Vandy, Tennessee. Any of these pique your interest?
Purdue. That's where I'm going. Like Purdue back at home, coming off that loss to the Wolverines. 8-5 against the number at Mackey Arena. I don't think Wisconsin has the size to bother the Boilers. Let's go Purdue.
To bother the Boilers.
Bother the Boilers.
Nice alliteration there. All right. Hour 3 is next on the Daily Tip. Chris Mack stops by. Always a great time. Stick with us here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
There we go. It is a Friday morning good time edition. Coming up in our final hour on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, yeah. Chris Mack is along. We'll ask what he thinks about the weekend in college hoops. He is the host of the BetMGMU College Basketball Podcast in 20 minutes. How about we go to the NFL? Bring in Bruce Murray, host of the Sirius XM Blitz. And in 40 minutes, our best bets of the weekend and a chat with the Donkster. Today is the Eagles Super Bowl parade, as we know. I'll ask Chris about that because you asked a very good question earlier in the show, Chelsea, about what is the biggest celebration or parade you've been a part of. I want to ask him. But another champion was crowned earlier this week that we have not talked about at the Westminster Dog Show.
For Best in Show at the 149th Annual Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, I choose the Giant Schnauzer.
Oh, Monty! He did it! 3 years and he finally wins Best in Show. What an incredible moment for Katie Bernadette.
Monty the Magnificent, your 2025 Best in Show, the Giant Schnauzer.
Yes! Monty has been waiting so long for this moment. Again and again and again, the Giant Schnauzer. So close, winning his class, but not winning Best in Show. What a great moment. And by the way, this dog does cold laser, walks in a water treadmill, and occasionally gets treats that are carne asada. That dog is living the life. Good for Marty, the champion. Oh, sorry, Monty.
Monty,
the Giant Schnauzer. Beautiful dog. Beautiful dog.
Yeah. Did they say he waited 3 years to win this title? Like, what is that in dog years? Like, that's the equivalent of Josh Allen waiting like 21 years to beat Patrick Mahomes.
I was just going to say the same thing, except Monty finally got over the top. Also, he's a sporting dog. Loves a good soccer ball as well. So this is a pooch that can lay on the couch, get a little cold laser, go outside, kick the ball around as well. This dog does everything. I love the Westminster Dog Show. I covered that years ago, and it was a blast.
So is there like a clear, like, obvious thing when like dogs are bad? Because to me, all the dogs look amazing. But like, what can a dog do to like really get out of the running? Like poop?
Yes.
Bite?
That's it.
Or both?
And if you bite and poop at the same time, that's a DQ right there. You can never compete again. Yes, every now and then. It's rare. You can look up the bloopers. I'm sure there are. It's like, a dog will just like lose its mind. Like, you know what? I'm squatting right here. I've had it. I have had it. Enough of this dog show business. Send me back to the water treadmill and the cold laser. I'm not here to put on a show for you. I'm just a schnauzer.
A giant schnauzer.
A giant schnauzer. Sorry. Not one of those miniature guys, one of those little guys.
Ugh.
Hey, let's go from a dog to my dog. How about that? Chris Mack. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Host of the BetMGMU College Basketball Podcast. Host of the Kamoli and Mack Podcast as well. Chris. Well, do you have any? I feel like you have a dog or two, right?
We have one little, like, 10, 12-pound, what do we call it? It's a Shih Tzu. Oh, that was close. Shih Tzu Bichon mix. Her name's Luna, and all she does is bark at other dogs as they walk by the house. It's very exciting. She's no giant schnauzer, I'll tell you that, which sounds like an 80s German metal band. We are giant schnauzer!
And now, John Schnauzer!
We open for Rammstein. We are Giant Schnauzer.
Luna? So she's a Shizon? Is that what they call her?
Shishan, yeah.
A Shishan. Okay.
Look at you, Westminster
Shishan.
Kennel Club, pulling out all the proper terms.
Oh, yeah. Man, that's a show.
That
is a show.
I didn't peg you for a small dog guy. Like, we were talking about this before you came on. I was trying to see. I was like, I bet he has a mixed breed, and I bet it's a big dog. So I was way off.
I'll be honest. I wanted the big dog. Everybody else in the family wanted the little dog. And now I wouldn't have it any other way. Who rescued who? You know, that whole thing. But I get my big dog fill from our neighbors. We have a couple who have like those giant labradoodles that will literally, they'll squash your foot when they step on you with their paw. They're that big, and I like the big dogs. I just need a couple minutes of big dog time, and then I'm okay with my little gal Luna. Sitting on the couch. Well, she just curls up on your lap. You're watching Bama and Auburn. That kind of stuff.
So, Chris, let's go from dogs to birds for just a second, because the Eagles celebrating their Super Bowl. No, it's not gonna be. Was it ornithology or something like that? So we're gonna talk birds, Eagles. What's the biggest celebration you've been a part of? I mean, you right there in Pittsburgh. There's been celebrations before. What was one where you just really took it all in and really enjoyed it?
I wasn't there for the 2009, I guess it would have been February 2010 by then, Super Bowl 43 parade. But some of the pictures from that one were fantastic. You had Troy Polamalu crowd surfing down the Boulevard of the Allies in downtown Pittsburgh. My favorite one, though, was because the kids were still young enough to really enjoy it after the Penguins won the Stanley Cup in 2016, I believe it was, when they beat the Sharks. We went to that parade, and it was just incredible. The town hadn't had a championship in 7 or 8 years, and everybody, you had Justin Schultz, Penguins defenseman at the time, just chugging beers as he's walking down the street. You had Oli Mata just sort of falling asleep on his apartment balcony after the parade. I mean, it was just classic. It's June, too, when you have a Stanley Cup parade. So the weather's beautiful. Everybody's outside in shorts, having a blast, playing hooky from work. That was the best. The 2016, I believe it was, Penguins Stanley Cup parade. People are chucking beers towards the guys as they ride by on the floats. It's awesome.
I feel like Charles Barkley right now, because both you guys are talking about like the championship runs. And like, on inside the NBA, and everybody's talking about the rings, and Charles is just over in the corner like, yeah, must be nice.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Charles Barkley, he's probably going to be betting on this game. Alabama and Auburn squaring off this weekend in college hoops, number 1 versus number 2. So Jenks and I were talking about this game, and it kind of feels like a coin flip to me, especially when there's a rivalry kind of mixed in there. Do you think there's an angle here, though?
I think the angle, to be honest, is the under on what is being projected as a very high total, probably somewhere around 170, low 170s, which is a massive number. Which, look, given the way Bama can shoot, especially the three, we saw them do it, Tuesday night against Texas, right? Where they shot, I think they were 17 to 29 from three. It was ridiculous. They can get hot. And Nate Oates has no problem encouraging them to simply stand out there and chuck and duck, and they can hit triple digits without a problem. I think the thing is if you want to make a bet on Auburn, which I think I want to do in this case, but you look at it and the spread doesn't, there's like a 10-cent difference between the money line and the spread. There's really no point in taking the points. So I look at it and say, well, let's look at the angle on the total here. And I think if Auburn's going to beat Alabama, which I think they're very capable, obviously, number 1 team in the country, of going into Tuscaloosa and doing tomorrow night, I think they do it slowing the game down, playing more sound defensively, forcing Alabama to grind out some possessions here and there, especially in the second half. And so I like the under a lot in this game, because there is a path as well to where, okay, maybe Bama wins, but it's not by scoring 90 or 95. Maybe they are able to hang with Auburn in a lower scoring game, something that sits more, all it has to do is sit in the high 70s, low 80s, and you're still getting under that 170 number if that's where it ends up hitting the board at. So I love the under in this game because it's an angle on Auburn, but you can get it with a Bama win as well.
We're talking with Chris Mack. He is host of the BetMGMU College Basketball Podcast, co-host of the Kaboli and Mack Podcast as well. Also a big fan of Giant Schnauzer. So, more big matchups on the card this weekend. We get Houston, Arizona, Wisconsin at Purdue. Either one of those games stand out to you?
Yeah, Houston, Arizona. Look, I haven't had one hit in 2 weeks after I think I came on here and on BetMGMU and talked about how the Houston Cougars are an under machine. So they're due. I want to say it's 5 straight overs in Houston Cougar games, but even with a low total of 138, I am still going to play the Houston under because Houston unders, it's just the way they grind out games, right? And I think they'll do it to Arizona. Arizona lost to Kansas State on Tuesday night. Maybe they bounce back from that, and it's at home. So maybe they do pull off the upset against conference foe now, Houston. These two teams have met 13 times, or a dozen times. This will be the 13th matchup, I think, between the two of them, but they've never met as conference, Big 12 conference foes. So I like Houston, but another game where I think the angle is to play the under because it leans toward the team that I like, but don't necessarily want to play the line, the spread or the money line on. And so I'll go under and hope that that gives me a Houston win. And, you know, for the first time in 2 weeks, I actually get the Cougars game hitting an under.
All right, so let me ask you about some of the things that Rick Pitino has been saying. And it's not something super specific. It's more of like a narrative that we're seeing in college basketball these days. But people were kind of, I'm not going to say mad at him, but they were rubbed the wrong way because he is talking openly about what they're playing some of their players. They're saying, hey, we're paying Kadary Richmond a lot of money. He needs to produce. Some people say that's like weird. It gives them the ick. But it feels like this is the state of college hoops now. That if we're going to pay these players and they're going to be professionals, I feel like we're going to see more and more of this where the coaches are going to start talking about, hey, this guy is, owed a lot of money. We have to see the numbers.
Yeah, I don't think it's uniquely a Pitino thing, but it certainly is. In the Pitino realm, right? Where this is something he would say about play. He would, way back in the day, I'm sure he would have said this about players had it been legal, right? He would have gladly told you we're paying this player X amount and therefore put the pressure on that player to produce and perform. I think that is a Pitino tactic, certainly. And there's some coaches out there that might use it as such. I think it's also a way for the coach to kind of say, listen, We've invested in this team. We want you people to understand who are paying into our collective, those alumni that are donating. We know what we're doing with this. We're using this money to bring in some of the best players, and some of those players aren't performing up to what they're being compensated right now. So is it a little weird because we still think of them as college kids? I'm doing the air quotes for those of you that are just listening, not watching. So is it college kids still a term that we use? Yeah, but again, to your point, Chelsea, they're being paid, and in some cases very handsomely. So I don't blame a coach who wants to say, hey, I'd almost like it if he'd use that euphemism of investment. We use that in sports betting sometimes. We've invested a lot in this player. We'd like to see him perform up to the level of investment we made in him. That would work better for me, but I don't blame him for doing it one iota.
Chris, we got about a couple minutes here. How hot is that seat in North Carolina for Hubert Davis?
It's got to be red hot, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't, especially in a year where, look, every single year, Duke and North Carolina like to go into the season imagining themselves on some sort of level playing field, even if they are not. I think when you have a year like Duke is having, and right down the road in Chapel Hill, they are having the exact opposite kind of year. It exacerbates the whole problem. So if this team does not make the tournament, I don't see how he survives. I just don't. I don't see, that's not – there's no excuses for that in Chapel Hill. You've got to, at the very least, be a tournament team every year, especially in a year where the sting is extra because – Duke is just rubbing that salt into the wound with all of their success.
He is Chris Mack, host of the BetMGMU College Basketball Podcast, co-host of the Kaboli and Mack Podcast, and father to Luna, who is not a giant schnauzer. It is Chris Mack. Chris, and good luck to Luna. It's not, still a chance.
Still, yeah. And I'll see you Saturday night at the Giant Schnauzer Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will rock. Rock out, Jank.
I had nothing
rock
to say,
out.
so I'm just make sounds. Yeah.
German. Yeah, we make German noises now. We
yeah, Chris. Schnauzer. All right.
Oh, no. Are you guys done?
Have a good weekend, guys. Maybe. Only one way to find out, Chelsea. Jump in and throw the break, and maybe we'll stop. I don't know.
Chelsea! Yeah!
No.
That's it. That's all I can think. 3 words that I know. Coming up next on the show, we'll continue to delve into the NFL offseason, including why Josh Allen won MVP instead of Lamar Jackson. We're going to bring in Bruce Murray from the Sirius XM Blitz next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Friday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network, the Friday morning good time edition. Great to have you with us. You knew I wanted it, Double D. Is this Giant Schnauzer? Sounds like an instrumental break from the great Austrian-German band Giant Schnauzer. Coming up on the show. Giant Schnauzer. Coming up on the show. More NFL and Super Bowl reaction and what to expect in the offseason when we bring in Bruce Murray, host of the Sirius XM Blitz. Yesterday, I told you I was all over the place, doctor's appointments. I went to the doctor, the eye doctor, just to make sure my eye was okay. And he's like, I think you're going to be fine. Just take care of that thing. It'll be okay. But I go to pay because they kind of slipped me in. They wanted to schedule me like 2 weeks out. And I was like, I need in earlier. So I know the guy well enough. They let me come in. It was very nice. But as I'm paying, I hand the guy my credit card or my debit card, which says Texas X's, since I'm a Longhorn. And he immediately was like, oh, Texas, huh? I was like, yeah. He goes, you guys had a great year. I was like, we did have a great year. It's been nice. He goes, yeah. I mean, you struggled for a while, but now Texas is really back. You guys are good. I was like, yeah. And I was like, this guy's I was like, yeah, okay, yeah. I could tell that this guy is a college football fan. And so he's like, that's a great season. I was like, yeah. I go, where are you? He goes, oh, I love college football. I love college football. I was like, who's your team? Oh, Iowa. Iowa Hawkeyes. I love the Iowa Hawkeyes. I was like, oh, yeah. I used to date a girl who was a big Hawks fan. We used to go to games, watch parties. Iowa, that was the cheer. And so we started laughing. So we went back and forth. And just talking to someone about football, even though I know it's college, even though I know college has been over for a little bit now, just got me excited for football season again. And it just ended, Chelsea. Am I a psycho here? Or is this just why football is popular year-round because people can't get enough?
No, I feel like football is the ultimate small talk, is it not? You don't have to reveal any personal information about yourself other than like where you went to school or like where your allegiances lie. But I feel like this is what men want to do because they don't want to hear about like your day. They don't want to hear about like, the drama. They want to hear about football. So I feel like it's men's, small talk is, hey, who do you root for? Let's talk about football, as opposed to women sometimes who are like, hey, do you have any good gossip? Let's say some things about people we don't like.
Well, you know what I've tried to do with the lovely Catherine is, and I think she's kind of come around a little bit, is that, and you know this, Chelsea, because you've said this before, is that, reality TV is very popular, I think, with women more than men, but sports is reality TV as well, right? There's a game involved, but there's absolutely storylines and players that don't like each other, and then even the game within the game, all sorts of things. And so once you're sort of attuned to those storylines, then the game becomes a little more interesting. Like I got a TikTok. Oh, God. Catherine was up late last night. I have like 7 TikToks I haven't looked at yet.
That's couples homework. That's what couples do. And Jake does this to me as well, to where I get off of here and I have homework on my phone. You need to watch these 3 videos before you talk to Jake again. So you're like, all right, we'll click on him, see what he's up to.
I've never heard Jake talk. I would love if he actually talked that way. You need to watch these 3 videos. Sounds like the Dongster.
Yes, that's why I fell in love with him for his voice.
I love you, Chelsea. I love you too, Jake. Look at these TikTok videos. That'd be amazing.
It's funny how much a voice can change somebody. And I feel like, the obvious one to point to is Patrick Mahomes. Yes. Do you think his legacy would be better if his voice didn't sound like Kermit the Frog?
It's not great. It's not great. I feel, I kind of feel bad, though. Who was the runner from the Netherlands? And she was so awesome in the Olympics where she had that incredible run where she overtook. It was my favorite moment of the Olympics. I forget her name. And she had that, I can't even remember the event now. But it was one of those long-distance races where it may have been like the 4x400 meter relay or the 1600 meter relay where she's coming around and ends up winning for the Dutch. It was an incredible run. And then people listen to her voice, and she has a really high, sort of squeaky voice. And I was like, she just won the gold medal and came all the way back to win it. And all anyone wants to talk about is her voice. And it was such a bummer. I'm like, oh, my God. And she was awesome. So that was kind of a bummer. But, it does affect people's perception, unfortunately. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes, but it's not.
Yeah.
He's not the greatest. Listen, let me.
So here's a question I have for you.
Yeah.
Who has the worst voice, Patrick Mahomes or Mike Tyson?
I think it's Patrick Mahomes because Mike's just funny. Like, he doesn't have a great voice, but I think it's easier on the ears. They're both kind of ridiculous, but I think Mike is funny. Oh, Femke Bol is the Netherlands long distance runner. Yeah, she was awesome. So credit to Femke. But also, I would say Mike Tyson. They're both sort of interesting in their own ways, but I would go with Iron Mike as opposed to Mahomes. What about you?
I do think it's funny that, like, Iron Mike Tyson, known as one of the most feared fighters in his prime, has this, like, squeaky voice and has a lisp, and it's kind of disarming because, like, that's not the voice that you would expect to come out of Mike Tyson if you've only seen him. I think I'm going to go Mike Tyson, though, because Patrick Mahomes can at least speak somewhat normal, and he can say a sentence without, like, you, like, cutting up and giggling. Like, anything that Mike Tyson says, I can't take him seriously. I just can't.
Fair enough. Well, when you talk about, we got on this because we're talking about storylines and voices and things that you pay attention to if you follow the world of sports. And I got this TikTok from the lovely Catherine because she's kind of interested in the Super Bowl and the players now. And it was, I don't know if you saw this, it's Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley on the Tonight Show. And they're talking about the tush push. And Jalen Hurts was just sort of like, yeah, we don't call it the tush push. We don't call it the brotherly shove. And so the question is, well, what do you guys call it? He wouldn't answer it. And so then they turned to Saquon, and Saquon's like, yeah, I got there and I called it the tush push. And then I arrive and I realized, oh, you guys that's not what you call it. And so Jimmy Fallon asks Saquon, well, what is your role in this play? And Saquon, I love that he went for it. And he goes, well, I push his tush. And so Jalen is just like, why did you have to say that? But it was very funny. But that's just when you learn personalities and when you learn storylines, then for someone who is not maybe a big sports fan, it helps you it brings you in a little bit and says, oh, there's more to this than just X's and O's.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So, Jenks, I saw this TikTok or, like, the video. I think I saw it on Twitter or X, whatever. My first question, and I wanted to ask you this as somebody who is a big J journalist with 9 Emmys to your name, do you think Jimmy Fallon should have pushed harder to, unearth maybe what the name is? Because obviously I don't think Jalen Hurts was going to tell us. Yeah. But, like, my first question was, are you not telling us because it's something you can't say on network TV, or is it just because this is something you want to keep between you and your teammates?
Well, I think that's an exceptional question, which was my question as well. Well, what do you call it? Then what do you call it?
Keep pushing.
Okay.
What are you doing, Jimmy?
And this is not the first time he's been criticized for ask the question. Jimmy Fallon, I mean, God love him, but he's just so, you know how Jimmy is. He's going to laugh at everything.
Well, he's not a journalist.
He's not.
A host.
Right, he's a host. He's a comedian, right? So he's more interested in making sure that he gets the laugh or laughing along with whatever is said. So, sometimes in those moments, which is why, if you look at Johnny Carson or if you look at David Letterman going back, they were actually exceptional interviewers, really.
Yeah.
And Letterman in particular has a real gift. Even now, you see this on Netflix where he'll just sit down and talk with someone because as funny as they were, if they heard something, they'd say, oh, I gotta ask about this, or this leads me to my next question, whereas Jimmy is more of, here is my set of questions. If there's something I hear that might prod another question, whatever, I'm not paying attention to that. I'm too busy laughing. But that's what I wanted to know, too. I'm like, well, what do you guys call it then? It sounded like something that you couldn't say on TV, or maybe you could and they didn't want to say, but I would have liked to have known.
Yeah, I think he was kind of reading the expressions of Jalen Hurts. And I'll say this. It's very easy for us to sit here and say, I would have asked that question.
Right.
But, like, Jalen Hurts was giving nothing. Like, have you ever had somebody like that where you can tell they're just not going to tell you anything? And I think that's why he pivoted to Saquon, because it felt like Saquon was giving more than Jalen Hurts that was just stone-faced. He was like, that's not what we call it.
I know.
And that
yeah,
was it.
And the thing is, though, and you're right, it's just that it's not a hard question to ask. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it's, well, then what do you call it? This is not asking someone about nuclear armaments. It's
yeah.
Hey, what do you
Shane
call the
Gillis
tush
up there.
push? Right. Like,
He'll
what do you
go
call
at
the
him.
tush push? Yeah. Like, come on, what are we doing? Oh, what did Shane Gillis call Nick Saban with the hat? Oh, my God. It was so
Alabama
funny.
Jones.
Alabama Jones. That's what it was. Oh, my God. That was amazing.
So you guys cheating or what?
Yeah. And guess what? It led to, which asking Jalen Hurts about that wouldn't be nearly as harsh, and it led to a really hilarious moment. So I don't know why I didn't ask, but sports can draw you in that way. It looks like we're not going to get Bruce Murray from the Sirius XM Blitz, but you know what? I don't know. Maybe he's tied up. Maybe he's working a story right now. Maybe he's working on Aaron Rodgers and where he ends up. And look, personally, I am over Aaron Rodgers, as we know. As you guys know. Yeah, I know. I'm old. Take me back. Take me back to different players, a different time. You just stayed with one team. But now here we are. It's interesting how the tables have turned. Aaron Rodgers has controlled the narrative, controlled everything in his career, essentially up to this point, at least until he took over for Brett Favre. But then it's like, okay, now it's your time. But this is the first time where a team has turned the tables and said, you know what? We're going to go elsewhere. What do you think he is going to do? As much as I'm tired of it, it is a big question. It will be one of the biggest questions during the offseason. If he plays again, where does he go? And maybe he ends up in your backyard.
Let's hope not. I'm really interested to see what the market says about Aaron Rodgers, because a lot of that will dictate it. Because usually Aaron Rodgers has held all the cards. He can go where he wants. He can choose the team. Hell, he can even choose his teammates. So I'm wondering, number one, I think he does probably go somewhere. Like, there is some team that's bad enough to take a chance on Aaron Rodgers, but maybe he doesn't command the money or, the power that he once did.
Yeah.
But I do think, as much as like Aaron Rodgers kind of rubs me the wrong way sometimes, I do think if he can have some self-awareness and say, hey, I can be I almost said role model. I can be a great tool for these young quarterbacks to learn with. I do have a lot of knowledge, because if you listen to Aaron Rodgers talk about football, like, he knows about football.
Yes.
Obviously, he can read a defense. He can even play the referees. Remember the Aaron Rodgers special where it was the dead play? And of course, he would use that to his advantage. Touchdown, Green Bay. So I feel like there is a lot that some of these young quarterbacks could certainly learn from Aaron Rodgers. It's just, is he self-aware enough to let some of these young guys learn from him and be an open book from some of these quarterbacks who could really learn something?
And is he willing to let go of putting himself out there on a regular basis? If you are at some point, especially if you're on the downside of your career like he is, he's still Aaron Rodgers, I get that. But if he comes to a team that could use him, if I'm that team, I say, look, we want you. We need you. You would be a great mentor for our younger quarterbacks on this roster, but we don't want you on Pat McAfee. And if we have a mini camp, you can't just take off to Egypt or Brazil or wherever you go. Like, you need to be here, because here's the thing, Chelsea, that's part of setting an example as well. It's not just, okay, the X's and O's and how you read defenses. It's also how to conduct yourself as a pro. And so that's part of setting an example as well, which is, let's not air out our laundry every week or give out every single personal opinion I have publicly on a national show. And let's not just take off whenever I feel like it, because that comes across as selfish, and you want to be selfless. You have to be the most selfless person on the field as a quarterback and take the blame and, spread out the plaudits when they come your way. That's part of being a leader as well. So you got to make sure that's going to be the case, as opposed to the Aaron Rodgers that we saw in New York.
Well, now it's just Aaron Rodgers doesn't have the bargaining power. He used to say, you have to put up with this because I'm a really good quarterback. And let's face it, you guys need a good quarterback. You look at the Jets, when's the last time they had a great quarterback? But now that he has the film that he has from last year, where the wins weren't there, some of the throws weren't there, it looks like he's lost a step. Like, he no longer has the power. So these teams can kind of do whatever they want, or at least that's how I feel. Yeah. And he can't be like, well, other quarterbacks did, because, other quarterbacks have gone on shows. It's not been a problem. Tom Brady had his own show on Sirius XM, I think the last year that he played, and it was fine because he was still winning. So that's the ultimate thing. If you're winning, nobody cares. But if you're putting out the product that Aaron Rodgers put out last year, people are going to care, and you got to cut it out.
Yeah, exactly. When you have Devontae Adams, Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, he had plenty of tools on that offense and still did not get it done. So we'll see how it goes. It won't be long before he goes somewhere if he decides he still wants to play in the NFL. Coming up next, it is money-making time on this Friday with our final bets of the week. And the Donkster is up to something. I'm not sure what it is. That's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is right here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Friday. Great to have you with us. Friday morning good time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. And hello to our audience on Stadium as well. Best bets coming up in just a moment. Chelsea, what are you going to do on this Valentine's Day? You're dressed in pink. Our little Cupid. What's going on today?
Well, I feel like I've said this many times on the show. I'm not a super romantic person. For me, as opposed to like a bunch of big gestures, I would rather have more practical things. So for me, I'm like, Jake, hey, I want a nap today. So can you watch our child while I take a nap? Like, I would rather have that over like, whatever jewelry or whatever, because I'm just not a jewelry gal either. So I'm going to take a nap. Jake has to work later, and maybe we'll do something after he gets home. But again, we're going on vacation next week, so we'll have plenty of time to go out to eat and do all the romantic stuff next week. As for now, it's nose to the grind until vacation.
Yeah, nothing but work, handicapping, numbers.
Football guys.
Football.
Lunch pail to work. High motor.
That's right. Never take a play off. Oh, you're in love? Guess what I'm in love with? Studying, working, looking at the numbers, looking at the movement. Where's the money headed? Sharp money, public money.
Married to the game.
Married to the game, bro. If you're not married to the game like me, guess what? Get a new partner. Because that's what this household does. Round 2, Genesis Invitational, Torrey Pines. That's what we do on the show.
Are you going to say that to Catherine?
Yes.
Since you're newly engaged?
Yes.
You're just going to let that breathe?
Guess who's in town? Your new fiance. All right? Rules are going to change. It's the off season now. All right? Now, we're going to the Hard Rock Cafe tonight. It's going to be a blast. I can't wait. And then it's trouble. The trouble is not going to be at Hard Rock. We tried to do something a little bit bougie, and then, as I said, we're like, we got in too late. I've never been to the Hard Rock Cafe. It's going to be a tourist trap, but who cares? Whatever, it's downtown D.C. And then after that, we're going to be downtown, and that's when the trouble begins, because it'll be like, all right, we got a long weekend. It's just you and me. It's like 9 o'clock. The night is young. Where are we going to go? So that's when we'll pop into somewhere and figure something out. But it'll be fun. We'll just kind of see where the night takes us.
Are you going to be one of those people that lets themselves go as soon as you get married?
No. I don't. Well, I've been married before, so, so I've already been down that road. No, I mean, I definitely am more, I would say stay in more, but that's kind of not in our DNA. We always say that, but we never really do. Like Catherine, I mean, we'll stay in, don't get me wrong. We have nights we're like, let's just chill, of course, like everyone else. But both of us are kind of like, let's, we kind of get ants in our pants, like, you want to go do something? Let's go do something. So I think that kind of prevents you sometimes from getting too settled. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's just different strokes,
Yeah, I said that jokingly. Like, I don't think that you're going to gain 300 pounds and become a house husband. It's an option for sure. Yeah. But it's funny to me how, like, some people say that. Like, I know, like, growing up, like, in college, there were girls that, like, used it as a point of pride. They're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get married and let myself go. I'm going to be huge. I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to spend his money.
Terrible.
I'm like, well, you shouldn't be doing, like, things for your health and your appearance for other people anyway. Like, you should be doing this for yourself anyway. So, I don't know. I need to check in on them. I need to see what they're doing on Facebook.
Yeah, or maybe you look up, you're like, well, I'll be damned. My 1,000-pound life. I went to high school with her. Who knew? She was right. She wasn't kidding when she said let herself go. Look at her now. Unbelievable. Coming up next on Bad Sweats. Well, if I come back 300 pounds, I will be sweating. Like, bad sweats. I could use a salad. Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel will get you set for All-Star Weekend out by the Bay. If you missed our chat with good buddy Chris Mack and what he thinks will happen between Auburn and Alabama this weekend, always great to talk to Chris. And no need to worry, we got your back. You can download and subscribe to the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. Chelsea, it is that time when we hand out some winners, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
I knew it. College basketball. Honestly, there's not a whole lot on the card because the NHL is in their tournament stage right now for their All-Star Week with the 4 nations, and then NBA All-Star Weekend is not what it used to be. It's different. No games tonight, so it's college basketball, eh?
Eh? What am I, Canadian now? Yeah, don't rope me into that. I am squarely American, damn it. Dodge Ram, America, beer. All right, so we're going to go with college hoops tonight. It is a smallish slate, but I'm going to go with Loyola Chicago at home tonight on the money line for -150. It's a little juicy, but maybe this game gets close. When in doubt, I think you take the home team. And when you look at St. Louis, they have some good numbers that jump off the page, especially when it comes to their offense. Number 3 in 2-point percentage in the country. But the problem is most of those good shooting splits come at home. This year, they have been a completely different team on the road. 1-6 as underdogs and 3-6 when away from home. Meanwhile, Loyola Chicago has been an absolute wagon when playing the friendly confines of their home court. 12-1 this year, playing at home, and 12-4 as favorites. So if you look at all the trends, they point to Loyola here. And the kicker, guess what their coach's name? Their coach's name is Drew Valentine. So it's Valentine's Day. Let's go Loyola Chicago.
I love it, Chelsea. You tied it all in. I wish I could do that with my bet. Oh, look. Oh, that needs to be your new avatar right there. Perfect. Nailed it. But cut me out. You don't want me in it. Just you. That's all we need. Guess what I'm doing? Shaq's OGs to win the NBA All-Star Game. It's +155. The only other real threat here is Chuck's Global Stars. Okay, fine. SGA, the Joker, Donovan Mitchell, Alperen Şengün, Pascal Siakam, Kat, Wemby, Trae Young, filling in for Giannis. Okay, great group, incredible group of young players. Well, we've been making fun of me all show long for being old. So I'm going with the old guys, the OGs. I'm an OG. I'm OG. Shaq's crew, Jaylen Brown, Steph Curry, the Slim Reaper, LBJ, Damian Lillard, Jason Tatum. And it's not like all those guys are past their primes. Tatum and Brown right there in their primes. Steph still playing at a high level. So is LBJ. KD can score. Damian Lillard going to knock some shots down from long range. And many of these players, you know that pride is going to take place. They're not going to let these young guys beat them on this stage. No way. This is going to be a moment for the OGs. And where is this mini tournament being played? That's right, San Francisco. Steph puts on a show. Are they going to name an MVP because it's a tournament? I'm sure they will. Steph's going to win MVP, and Shaq's OGs will come home at plus money, +155 to win the NBA All-Star Game.
Okay, I feel like I need to specify here. OG, are they saying it stands for old guys, or isn't it like the original definition of OG is like original gangsta, right?
Yes, that's what it is. It's not old guys. I would say it's Shaq's old guys. It's actually original gangsters, yes. That would be great. Shaq's old guys. The old guys. Well, not wrong.
Not that far off, right?
But no, it is OGs, which I like, which, all these guys are old Gs. Old Gs.
Old Gs.
All of these gents are old Gs. Old gentlemen. Well, here's a young, spry fella. Of course, I'm talking about the Donkster. He's been waiting to get in here. I don't know what's going on. All right, Donkster, come on in.
Is he watching the dog show?
Donkster, you apparently have a promo to read?
I do. Here is a new offer from BetMGM, the sports book that helps you put hay in the barn. Refer a friend who knows Lucy and can set me up on a date and receive $100 in IOUs. It's easy. Just refer a friend who can set me up with Lucy at the Comfort Inn, and the IOUs are yours. Must be 21 years of age to play. Offer valid everywhere in partnership with Kansas Quasit Casino and Hotel.
Oh man.
I don't know if that's an official offer, Dockster.
It is for me.
Okay. Well, okay.
BetMGM's going to love that one.
I think we might have to check with corporate on that one. I wouldn't say that's official. All right, we got to hear your bet.
One bet on the card. College hoops. Ohio at Kent State. Under 145 and a hook.
Okay. Good luck, Dockster. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? Sweat your bets. Bet Sweats. Oh, look at this.
Sweat.
My God. It's Valentine's Day. You're wearing... Kate Constable is wearing red. I love this. Kate Constable, come on in here. Good morning, Kate.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I mean, red is not my color by any means. The skin, the blush of my makeup, you know, my lips, the color, it gets all thrown off when I wear red, but I thought I had to be festive today, right? Like, you can't show up on Valentine's Day, Jenks, wearing a beige sweater. Just doesn't work.
Yeah, I really blew it. I thought it was Arbor Day today. I was way off. I was trying to do something organic.
You've been getting a lot of slack today, Jenks, haven't you?
Yeah, everyone's coming at me.
Fired your way.
And I'm an OG.
He's so
That's
old,
what I
he
don't
forgot.
understand.
He needs to take his Prevagen.
Yeah.
I'm trying to grab this microphone, but I can't because of my arthritis. So I just kind of have to like guide it with my arm.
A hand brace, a wrist brace for all that stuff. On the show today, we're going to talk to Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider. We'll get his thoughts on All-Star break. We've got All-Star bets. We've got a loaded college basketball slate tomorrow, so we'll talk plenty of that, and we'll have a little Valentine's Day fun.
So what are you expecting for Valentine's Day? Are you a chocolates gal or flowers?
Both, right?
Hell yeah. Why not both?
Why not? My husband and I had
All
our
that and
Valentine's
more.
Day dinner last night because he's going out of town today. So we went to a nice steakhouse, had a nice bottle of wine. It was phenomenal. That's all I need.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Valentine's to you, Chelsea. Happy Valentine's to everyone. The air is filled with love. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, Bill, Double D, the Dogster, and Dylan, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great weekend.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
a hot take show. This is a gambling show.
With Joe Ostrowski.
It was so red when I was looking at the stat because they're 364th.
And Sam Panayotovich.
Screaming at the ref, a tirade with F-bombs does not help your team.
Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome into this Friday edition of Bet Sweats. Nick Ashew, Kate Constable here with you, filling in for Sam and Joe, who are off for a little while, taking a much-needed vacation after a long football season. But Nick and I have you covered today. Plenty of NBA All-Star talk. We're at the break. It's not actually like the midway point, Nick. We're far beyond the midway point. Yeah. It's like 3/4 way through the season, but we have all-star bets coming your way. We have a loaded college basketball slate tomorrow. Tons of top 10 matchups. That's going to be phenomenal. And it's Valentine's Day. So we're going to have a little bit of fun, show some love for our favorite teams, all that good stuff, Nick. But excited to get things going. How you doing this morning?
You know, I got a bit of a cold, I'm gonna be honest with you, but I'm gonna power through this, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Did BetMGM tonight, went to my old stomping grounds, and now I'm here, and we're good to go though. And it's funny that you say, like, when you talk about like the midway point, the NBA and Major League Baseball both do the same thing, where we use that as like a crutch word, where we're like, oh yeah, we're at the halfway point. It's not the halfway point. What I do love when we're talking NBA and NBA All-Star break, and then moving forward and looking at like the rest of the season post All-Star break, guys care a little bit more. You and I were talking a little before the show. I had a good start to the NBA season. I have gotten absolutely whooped over the last couple of weeks. I mean, even last night, I love the Thunder. The Thunder, Timberwolves, like what? What I mean, like the Timberwolves beat the hell out of them. You can't even get the over on points for SGA. And I just look around and go, you know what? I think I need an all-star break just like everybody else in the NBA.
Yeah, it's a good time to reset, recalibrate on what you think about different teams, kind of regather your thoughts, because like to your point, players are going to start playing harder, jockeying for position going into the playoffs, seeding, all that stuff, less players sitting, resting, all that good stuff. So I think it's never easy to handicap the NBA or any sport, but I think it'll be, you can predict things a little bit easier. Last night's slate, some surprises. The Warriors were 6.5 point underdogs at the open. It closed, I believe they were only 1.5 point favorites because a ton of players for the Rockets sat. I had the Rockets minus 6.5, Nick, before all those names came out that they were sitting. So I was screwed there. I should have waited till earlier or later, right before tip, to bet that. But Warriors win 105-98. The upset I did bet, and we talked about it on the show yesterday, because last game before the All-Star break, we were trying to figure out which teams would maybe have fun out at night prior. And of all the cities, the home cities that hosted yesterday, New Orleans was the most opportunity for shenanigans to happen for the Kings if they wanted to, go out before the game, have a little fun. They just beat the Pelicans the night before, so how serious were they going to take it? So I had the Pelicans on the money line last night. That game went into overtime, quite the sweat. And then unfortunately, I was on the other side of you. I took the Wolves because I watch a lot of Timberwolves basketball growing up in Minnesota, and this team is unpredictable, kind of like the Chicago Bulls, both of my teams. And so when you think something's going to happen it makes sense that the Thunder should have won that game. They were heavily favored. The Wolves haven't been playing well. They were without Julius Randle. They were without Conley. They were without DiVincenzo. And what do you know? The Timberwolves pull off the upset at home, 116-101. It's just madness right now.
Yeah, and listen, it's that everybody has that feeling, right? It's the last day before you go on vacation. NBA players feel the same way. I think a lot of times, not everybody feels this way.
Paul feels the same way today.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like you look at this and go, okay, I'm counting down the hours, so at noon Eastern, I'll be done here. Yeah, like, listen, we get to a point where, like, whether you're playing in the NBA or whatever, like, there's a human nature that's involved in this. And you look around and go, this is our last game. This is our last night of work before, we take a few days off or take a week off. And, the NBA pushed, extended the break after the All-Star game where they give some guys some extra time. LeBron pushed for that it was a couple of years ago. I want to say something along those lines where that was the case. But like the point is, like, yeah, you get to that spot where you don't know what games are going to look like with that last night before you actually get into all of the breaks that are happening right there. Look, I'm glad for you. You seem to have a much better take on everything that was going on in the NBA over me, because I'm still very mad at the Thunder for letting me down the way that it was. But yeah, like you just once we get past all of this, there's a little bit of a reset. There's a little bit of I guess everybody kind of, if you're not actually involved in the All-Star festivities, you get a time to kind of check out, disconnect a little bit, get back out there and finish for the last stretch that, the NBA's got, which is like, a third of a season or whatever it is.
Yeah, like 30 some games left. It's not much at all. The playoffs are going to be coming fast, and that's a very fun time of the year for everyone who loves to not only just watch NBA basketball, but to bet on it as well. In college basketball last night, Gonzaga was a heavy favorite, and I saw a lot of people betting that. I did not bet any college basketball last night. The Zags did win. However, I don't believe they covered. They won by 11, and the spread was 13-14 or so. So did not cover that one, but still a solid win there. Maryland went to Nebraska and won 83-75. Nebraska was favored in that one, which was the odd spot, Nick, where you have a unranked home favorite going up against a ranked road team. Oftentimes it's the unranked home favorite that wins. That's a trend that a ton of people love to play, but it did not happen that way this time. Maryland gets the win despite being a tiny dog, 83-75, and Memphis, the only other ranked team to play last night, 80-65 over South Florida. So kind of just a boring, I think we can say, night in college basketball last night.
Yeah, I was doing the show with PJ Glasser last night. We were doing BetMGM tonight, and it's like he had Nebraska in this, and it was like we were at that college basketball is people are starting to jump into college basketball now, right? You're coming out of it's like there was a commercial years ago, and I can't even think of what it was, but it was like everybody was coming out for spring, right? And they're getting the grills going, and the sun's out, and they're like, oh, yeah, where you been? Oh, yeah, I've been hibernating for 3 or 4 months. I feel like that's a lot of people when it comes to betting on college basketball or the NBA, where you get out of the NFL season and then you take a week or two where you just kind of just clear your head for a second, and maybe you're dabbling a little bit, but it's not the same as what it was during the NFL season. And then you jump into college basketball as we get ready for March Madness in a few weeks and go, oh, yeah. Here we go. So like some people have to kind of really like get themselves back into that spot a little bit. But, college basketball is a very like once the NFL is done, it's like what avenue in terms of basketball do a lot of people go? Now, some people obviously bet the NHL. Not going to be for me at all. NBA is where I'm going to stick with first. But this is that avenue where people start to go, okay, like what's the new road that I'm going to take now that the NFL is done?
Yeah, everyone's jumping on the college basketball bandwagon. I will raise my hand. I'm doing that right now because you got to get some knowledge before the tournament starts. You have to be able to impress your friends with your bracket. Us working in the betting and gambling space, like how many times do you get a question, who's going to win? Who do you have in your bracket? Blah, blah, blah. You have to have some knowledge to at least not make yourself look like a fool when that time comes. So I am just starting to dabble a little bit in college basketball. We have a loaded slate tomorrow, and so we will talk through plenty of those games as the show goes on. We're also going to talk to Nick Friedel, who is the Odyssey NBA insider. We'll get his takes on the All-Star game that's coming up later this afternoon. But Nick, a very exciting day in Philly for Philly fans. You're not too far from there. I know you're not an Eagles fan, being a Commanders fan, so maybe this is a sore subject. But the Eagles parade is today. I just hope for safety for the city. Eagles fans are nuts. I hope those light poles are greased, ready to go, because it's about to get wild in the streets of Philly today.
Yeah, look, it's tough for me because this was one of the big things that I was kind of trying to figure out as we had the Super Bowl set up for the last, couple of weeks before it happened. I was like, okay, a lot of people hate the Chiefs. A lot of people hate the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. But for me, being in Commanders territory and being a Commanders fan, and we'll even put the fandom aside, just being in the area that I'm in NFC East territory. And like, how do people feel about that matchup? And what team do they hate less? And what I really started to find out was that people hated the Chiefs less because of the division rival, because of the Eagles, because of the history that's there. Now, granted, Washington has been a nobody for a long, long time. Granted, there's been a few years that have been sprinkled in there with Kirk Cousins or maybe RG3 in 2012. There hasn't been much. So to watch the Eagles celebrate, I'll be totally honest with you, Kate. Like, I would much rather have watched the Chiefs had a three-peat than watch the Eagles win another Super Bowl. I really would. But like, to me, that's just based on the rivalry and the history that's there versus why I'd rather watch the Chiefs actually celebrate history. But I understand why so much of the country looks around and goes, I am so tired of the Chiefs. I don't want to see them anymore. But at the same time, we had record ratings for the Super Bowl. And we had a ton of people watching because they're polarizing teams. There's polarizing storylines that were involved with them. So we can say whatever we want about boycott the Super Bowl. Nobody boycotts the Super Bowl. We had like 132 million people watching at one point in that game. So in the end, it's like one villain versus the other villain. It's just the villain in the Chiefs that's been around longer than the villain in the Eagles that's like kind of starting to ascend at this point.
Yeah, I was shocked. Shocked maybe isn't the right word, but going into the Super Bowl, heard more people than ever say, we're not watching the Super Bowl. We hate these two teams. It's not going to be fun. And then we get record numbers. So it's, yes.
Yeah.
Of course, people are going to watch it. It's the Chiefs. And I think a lot of people liked watching the downfall of the Chiefs in this particular game. Not only it being the Super Bowl, but just that they couldn't get anything going. They couldn't find success at all. And people rooting against the Chiefs, that was probably a welcomed sight. I was not in that boat. I thought the Chiefs were going to win. I had them, a ticket on them. Philly fans are nuts. Like Philly fans of all fans across all sports, probably. Like Philly football Eagles fans particularly are just ruthless. So if I have to jump on any fandom, I would go for the Chiefs over, and they win quite a bit despite this outcome. But Philly fans are just nuts to me, and they just grind my gears. They drive me nuts. So I hope they have fun today. But outside of that, I'm not a Philly fan whatsoever. Nick, also a couple other bits and pieces in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers, he's gone. Broke up with the Jets the day before Valentine's Day. Just absolutely brutal. I don't know if you've ever gotten broken up with before Valentine's Day. I can't say I have because I didn't have any boyfriends back in the day probably. But it's not fun. And I feel for the Jets versus Aaron Rodgers in this scenario.
You know, we knew it was coming. And if you're going to talk about a relationship that was on the verge of tipping over the cliff, this felt like one of those relationships. Like everybody's got that couple or that, somebody they know where they're like, oh yeah, this thing ain't gonna last. Eventually it's like, it's right on the edge of the cliff, and we just got to figure out when it's actually gonna tip over the edge. There was no way that Aaron Rodgers and that, ownership and the front office and everything with the Jets could coexist anymore. And I look at this now and go, well, okay, what's the future for Aaron Rodgers? There's still teams that if they needed a quarterback, Aaron Rodgers makes sense, right? And I understand, like, there's a lot of baggage with him. There's the documentary that people are like, he's kind of weird. I actually find Aaron Rodgers insanely, like, entertaining and interesting. I think there's a lot there that, we don't see much from quarterbacks because they try to stay in, like, the Tom Brady realm mostly. Aaron Rodgers is like, this is who I am. I don't care. You may agree or disagree with some of the things that he says or believes or whatever the case is, but, like, he's still somebody that I personally am like, I wouldn't necessarily want to be the quarterback of my team because he's a distraction. But at this point, I love seeing what he's at least got to say week after week. The Jets apparently said, no, we don't want you to do Pat McAfee anymore. No, we don't want any of this. So, of course, this was going to be something that ends up becoming a breakup. When the owner wants you benched and he's got his kid and using, Madden ratings, and he says, no, we're not actually using our kid either. My son's not actually involved in any decisions. It's just, the Jets are such a dysfunctional mess. And as somebody that's seen it for so long in Washington, like, I can look at the Jets as a whole and say, cool, you hired a new head coach. Cool, new general manager. Cool, you're going to go try and revamp some things on your roster. Doesn't matter because ownership is still the same thing. So if you're Aaron Rodgers getting out, I think the best place for him would actually be the Steelers because he needs to go to a place, Kate, where he's kind of on their level in terms of mindset, right? Where the Steelers have a winning culture. Say what you want about the playoffs, but let's at least look at the regular season. And Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers are on a very similar level in terms of mindset. And I think that's a spot that works for him because it's probably only going to be a season. And if you're looking at the Steelers, like, what is their long-term? Nobody knows what their long-term future is at quarterback. So Aaron Rodgers becomes the bridge quarterback for now, and then they figure things out after that.
I can't imagine, and I know it'll happen. Like Aaron Rodgers will find another landing spot, but what team wants to deal with all that baggage? It is entertaining baggage. I mean, seeing him on McAfee every week, the thought of him running for, a political office, like it's insane. The guy is an absolute nut job, and it's kind of one of those train wrecks that you can't look away from. He's still, I mean, talent wise, yeah, he's been declining. He's still going to find a spot. If I were any of these teams that needed quarterbacks, I would just be worried that he'd come in and ruin the culture with the Steelers, because not that the Jets had any culture to begin with. So ruining that didn't really do a whole lot. Like they kind of needed to figure out their culture. They figured out what not to do, I think, with Aaron Rodgers. The guy is just such a, mess. I don't know what the right word is, but so I would not want him on my team. I will say that. He will find another landing spot. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. But coming up next here on Bet Sweats, the All-Star game is right around the corner. How should we be betting that? We have some takes on the slam dunk contest, three-point shooting, all that good stuff coming your way next here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Couple score updates that we didn't get to in the opening segment. The Four Nations NHL games going on right now. The USA beat Finland last night 6-1. So they will play Canada on Saturday. Finland and Sweden will face off on Saturday as well. So for hockey fans, fun little Four Nations tournament. I think that's what you call it, right? I'm not a huge hockey bettor at all, but some more so exciting stuff, rearranging kind of like the All-Star game for the NBA, just adding new things in to try and gain interest. Also, some interest, Nick. I don't know if you follow any women's college basketball, but USC last night, you got to shout out Juju Watkins. 38 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and the Trojans beat UCLA 71-60, giving UCLA their first loss of the entire season. They had a phenomenal season so far, led by their star, Lauren Betts, who is I think she's 6'3". I mean, she's just a powerhouse. Nope, 6'7", Nick, 6'7". That's a tall girl right there. She finished with 18 points. But yeah, first loss for the Bruins last night.
Yeah, I mean, this is a chance for some of these other sports to really kind of gain some of that momentum and some of the spotlight that's there, right? And we've obviously seen women's college basketball in the WNBA, and the growth that it's had over the last year. Caitlin Clark is a big reason, but let's be honest with ourselves. It's about star power, and star power helps any sport. The NFL, football, it is what it is, right? But when you look at any other sport, stars, storylines, maybe a little bit of drama, that always helps any other sport that's there. And it's funny that you mentioned the Four Nations. PJ and I were talking about this last night on BetMGM tonight, and I was like, we're kind of actually, they're missing the boat a little bit if you're the NHL, because I feel like this is a time for the NHL to kind of step up with the actual NHL and the games going on versus a Four Nations tournament that doesn't really have a lot of appeal to a lot of people. But we're kind of in that spot right now where every sport is kind of trying to find their footing as we get through February. But yeah, I'm with you. I do not bet hockey. I covered hockey for a year. I did a Caps pre and post game show for a year during the pandemic. The previous network I was at, where they said, we're doing post game shows and pre-game shows, and that's it. So we want to put you on hockey so you can bring some fun to it. And I said, okay, guys, I got no hockey background. I've covered the NBA and the NFL for years. So it's just very different when you try to talk about betting hockey when there's very few avenues and spots that you're maybe comfortable in. But there are some people out there that is their thing. And right, everybody's got their niche. You got to have at least one niche in sports betting. A lot of it, everybody's like big NFL, and then what else do you do besides that? So it's hockey is a very, very tough sport to bet on.
And that's why if I ever bet hockey, and I do later in the season, the playoff hockey is awesome, but I just tail the smart people who follow hockey all season long. I'm not going to try and be cute and think I know all that much about hockey and bet how to bet it. So you just tail smart people then that followed the league all season long and hopefully win a couple bets that way. The NBA, though, Nick, I mean, really trying hard to figure out something that makes the All-Star weekend and the All-Star game more exciting, because let's be honest, it's just been a joke the past couple of years. Players do not try. They just mess around, and the league's getting tired of it. So implementing a new format this year, you have 4 teams, kind of a little bit of a bracket style. You win, you move on. First team to 40 in each of these games is who the winner is. I still think it's going to be the guys mess around for the first, 25, 30 points scored in each of these games. And then they lock in on defense for the final 10 points to get to 40. It's still going to be the same thing where we don't get high level competition right away. The last time we had a high level competition, guys actually trying in the All-Star game, was, I believe, 2020, which was right after Kobe died. And so that was the reason everyone wanted to play hard for Kobe that year. Yeah. We haven't had that. And we do not want anything like that to happen again in terms of a tragedy to force us to play hard in the All-Star game. But the league's trying things this year to make it happen. I'm not sure it's the solution for it, but they do have to at least try. I applaud them for that.
I'll give the NBA credit because they always are trying new things, like you said, right? And I think that's important. And when you're talking about an all-star weekend and some of the things that go on, okay, if throw it at the wall, right? And throw a piece of bologna at the wall. And if it doesn't stick, all right, fine. You move on and you try something different. We've lost the luster, I think, in a lot of NBA All-Star Weekend events that are there. Baseball's All-Star Game and the Home Run Derby still have something left. Like, there's still something there.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the Home Run Derby, simple. Swing a bat, hit a home run. Like, there's not really much to it in terms of creativity. The All-Star Game has had, they've tried some things in terms of it mattering for home field advantage for, the World Series or whatever. But for the most part, like, it stayed relatively the same in where it is. NBA All-Star Weekend has gone through so many different types of, ideas and trying things that are different, or getting rid of the slam dunk contest and bringing it back for Vince Carter and two ball. Remember two ball? Right? It was two ball. I think it was called two ball. Like, these different types of just like stuff that, like, let's give it a shot. So I don't blame any of these leagues, especially the NBA, for trying those things. The issue is, if you're trying to bet on it, what do you like? How do you do that? Like, realistically, when you talk about, all right, guys trying to feel it out at the beginning, this tournament style for, let's look at the All-Star Game format of this. Nobody knows what it looks like. Nobody knows what it's going to be, right? Like, we're in this point where a lot of players are going to sit there and probably go, all right, we'll figure this out. There's going to be, let's take it easy. Because no matter what, this is one thing I can promise you. These guys will not play as hard as they will in the playoffs. Like, it's impossible for us to expect that. So you still have to kind of factor that into anything that's going on with this, which makes just betting on anything NBA All-Star Weekend very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I am going to bet on the dunk contest, maybe bet on the three-point contest, skills competition. Like, that's where I will be more interested in putting my money versus the actual All-Star games on Sunday, because to your point, like, we don't know how those are going to go. We don't know, I mean, how hard these players are going to try. They're probably not. So let's focus a little bit more on the dunk contest here, because I know both of us do have some takes there. Matt McClung, he is the heavy favorite, two-time champion back-to-back. So he's going for a three-peat this year. And he is the heavy favorite, like I mentioned, over at BetMGM, minus 200. Then you have Matas Buzelis, plus 450. You can actually get him at 550. I've seen him at a couple different places. So do your shopping. Andre Jackson Jr. and Stephon Castle, Nick, we were joking in the break, like, I don't know who those guys play for. I had to look it up, to be honest. I know nothing about their athleticism. I mean, they're athletic if they're in the NBA, duh. But what their dunking skills are like, I only know Buzelis because he plays for the Bulls, and so I watched a lot of the Bulls. But who are you taking in the dunk contest, and can Matt McClung bring home the three-peat?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of value at minus 200 for Mac McClung, but he's the guy that I like. He's won it twice already for a reason. I remember that was really one of the few bets that I had a couple of years ago in the All-Star Weekend when he was in the dunk contest, and he was not nearly the favorite. But I remember Mac McClung at Georgetown, because I'm in the D.C. area, before he transferred. So, like, I saw what he could do. I saw what he did in high school, but he wasn't somebody that was a regular NBA player. So credit the NBA for putting somebody like Mac McClung in there just so he can be in the dunk contest. But, like, when you look at this, I guess maybe if you're just looking for some value, maybe put a little sprinkle on a Stephon Castle just for the hell of it, because maybe something goes wrong. It's the problem with the dunk contest over the years is we've lost a lot of the creativity, and we've lost a lot of the luster. And, it used to be the premier event. And when I talked about the home run derby, right? And it's like home run derby still has that feel a little bit where big guys with big bats or just still want to be out there, and it matters. The NBA's dunk contest used to be that. Vince Carter brought it back, and we know what Kobe did when he was in the dunk contest, and we've seen some other great, we're talking post-Jordan, obviously, here, right? Like, Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine, those back-to-back years, two of the best and most competitive dunk contests we've ever seen. And we've got great memories of really the competitive feeling that was there in the dunk contest. You just don't have that anymore, where I'm getting alerts on my phone and I'm looking there going, who? Andre Jackson what? Like, he's in the dunk contest? There's so many of these players just don't want to be involved with it anymore. I don't know if the NBA needs to just get rid of it. I don't know if they need to offer up $5 million to the winner. To these guys, $5 million is still $5 million, even with all the money they have. But, like, you got to think about it, right? If you're somebody like LeBron that's teased for years that he was going to be in it, people wanted Zion to be in it, people wanted, some of these other bigger names to be in it. Like, I'd love to see Anthony Edwards in it, especially with the dunk that he had last night on Chet. I mean, my God, it's like you see that almost on a nightly basis with him. But there's a difference between players willing to do that and have these big dunks in a game versus the spotlight is all on them. There's odds on them. Everybody's watching. Everybody's paying attention. And then you don't perform on this really, really big stage. I think for a lot of these players, these stars, they've looked at it and said, it doesn't help me. It would only hurt me if I don't perform well. And that's why we're losing all of the star power in the dunk contest.
Yeah, there's no the cons outweigh the pros in that. If you don't complete your dunk, if your dunk isn't good, if you so much has been done already. Like, what else is there in terms of creativity, right? Like, you have to be getting really creative these days. And Matt McClung has done that the past couple of years, but it's Matt McClung. It's a G League player. You want to see, like you mentioned, Zion get creative. I would love to see Anthony Edwards. And I feel like he would actually have fun with it and take it seriously and want to show some cool stuff just because his personality is so fun. But I don't see us getting there anytime soon. So I'm going to take Buzelis in this one, Nick. I'm going to just try for a little plus money. It is kind of like in all of these categories, whether it's the 3-point contest, the skills, all that, you're throwing darts a little bit. But Buzelis has a ton of bounce. He can get up there. Super athletic kid. And he was in a dunk contest for the McDonald's All-American game a couple of years ago. Finished second, so finished runner-up, but his first dunk had a perfect 10. Bounced it, went between the legs, behind the back, up and over. Like, it was intricate. And he's been teasing that he's got plenty of stuff up his sleeve. He's got some exciting stuff that he's bringing out. So this is a complete homer play because I'm a Bulls fan and he plays for the Bulls. And so I have a bias of just watching him versus haven't watched a whole lot of Andre Jackson Jr. this season. Not going to lie. So that's where I'm going in the dunk contest.
But here's what I will say. I don't think that that's a bad thing that you feel that way and you approach it that way too, because that's a fresh face with a fresh mind, right? Like trying to do something new in a dunk contest when Mac McClung has done it the last couple of years. And you've obviously seen what Buzelis looks like out there watching the Bulls more consistently than, well, let's be honest, most of the country, because, well, the Bulls have been a tough watch for the last few seasons. But like, you want to have somebody that's going to at least show up and bring something different to the table and take it seriously. And if you're Mac McClung, it does matter to him because like he gets called up to NBA teams just to be in the dunk contest. But like for the most part, I get, but like he's done it 2 years already. You know, the question for me is like, is anybody watching some of these? Like, let me tell you something. I would love to see a YouTube dunker in the dunk contest. Some of these guys that do stuff in these gyms out of nowhere you've never heard of, they're just dudes that played basketball in high school and they're super athletic. I see things that are so much more creative than what we've had in the dunk contest, where it could take one guy, whoever it is in the dunk contest, that's an NBA player, to see that, copy it, figure it out, get it done, and then actually do it in the actual competition. And that's where things are going to completely change. So, yeah, I mean, there's no value on Mac McClung at minus 200. So, like, you're better off trying to just throw a dart at a wall, honestly. That's kind of what this is all about, and closing your eyes and saying, okay, I think this is going to work. And I'm with you where, like, somebody that says, I've got ideas, I want to do something differently, and I take it seriously, that really matters.
Okay, so if we're throwing darts here, let's go over to the 3-point contests. Dame is also going for the three-peat here. He's the favorite, plus 350. Then you go Darius Garland, Buddy Hield, both at 5-1. Tyler Hero, 6-1. Brunson, interesting look, 750. Where are you going? Where are you throwing your darts here, Nick?
You know, one of the guys I do really actually like is Buddy Hield. I look at players that don't have like a very extensive, this is going to sound like really intricate, but like extensive form. It's quick and it's simple. Quick release, get the ball off, not a big jump that's involved in terms of the way they actually shoot, because that matters. You're going through all these rounds, you're moving around. If you can get the ball off quickly, get all those out, get through every rack and move forward. Buddy Hield's somebody that has been, one of the better 3-point shooters in the NBA for quite some time. I think Damian Lillard would be the only other one. And listen, obviously he's been there before, so it's not like that's going out on I think those are the two that I would look at in terms of Buddy Hield and Damian Lillard that I would like in this competition, just based on their form, based on, the consistency that we've seen over the years for them. It's just got to be guys that get the ball off quick. That really makes a huge difference in this competition.
I mean, you still get 350 plus 350 on Dame. That's not terrible, right? Compared to minus 200 on Mac McClung in the dunk contest. So 3-point contest with so many more participants, a little bit trickier to win that one. I'm going to go Cam Johnson down the board. Just got a name that I don't think too many people are going to be thinking about. Like, of all the names in this one, he's probably the least popular, at least well-known. Maybe Norman Powell a little, but he's having a phenomenal season. But again, it's just kind of taking a flyer down the board. And to your point, quick release. Cam Johnson does have a very quick release.
It's true.
We see it on the Nets. He leads that team. I mean, he is one of the only scorers, one of the main scorers for the Brooklyn Nets. So I'm going to take him. Coming up next, NBA at the break. How are we betting the association coming out of the All-Star break in terms of who's winning divisions, conference, titles? That's all coming up next here on Bet Sweats with Nick Ashew and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
This is Bet Sweats with Nick Ashew and Kate Constable filling in for Sammy and Joe today. The show is called Bet Sweats, so we need something to sweat out over the next hour or two as we go about the show. And there's only a couple things going on at 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and that is a little college baseball. So, Jake Hassan, why don't you come in here and give us a couple plays that we can be sweating over the next hour?
Hello, we made it. It's here. It's here. We finally did it. This game starts in like 18 minutes. The Puerto Rico Classic, of course, the tournament you tell your children about. We all know it. Throw out the history books when we talk about this tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. UConn, Penn State, Stetson, they're all in this tournament. Missouri as well as the fourth team. I'm excited. It's going to be awesome. But you're getting minus 140.
The only one this excited right now.
Oh, I'm stoked. That was the first thing. Valentine's Day, keep it. Friday, keep it. It's baseball opening day. The Puerto Rico Classic starts in 17 minutes. Let's go. Everybody lock in, okay? We need to be ready for this. And you're getting UConn minus 140, minus 145 against Stetson in like 16 and a half minutes. I think that's a short price. I think that should be I think UConn should be much more favored. I think they should be closer to minus 200, minus 180. And if you want to pair them with something, if you don't want to lay the minus 140, minus 145, pair them with a Florida State who's minus 500 with Jamie Arnold on the mound. Pair them with a Clemson, another minus 140. Get it just a two-legger, get into the plus money. I'm doing that a lot today. I'm doing a lot of money line parlays, 2-team, 3 teams today, which we'll get to in lightning bets, not to spoil anything. But UConn, if you're comfortable laying the minus 140, minus 145, Gabe Van Emmen, their fifth-year senior, is starting on the mound. He's going to be their opening day guy. Stetson, fine, plucky team. They were in the tournament last year. But UConn, for all intents and purposes, looks like a team that a lot of people expect to make a run, be a Big East contender, maybe win the Big East if things break right for them. So I'm laying the minus 145. I'm also pairing them with a couple other teams, some Florida States, some Dukes, some Clemsons, which we can get into in lightning bets. But for right now, UConn, first leg of any parlays if you want to pair them with any heavy favorites or play them straight up.
Okay, I'm going to pair. I want a little action this morning. Need a little morning sweat. I'm going to pair UConn with Clemson. What do you think? Is that a good duo, Jake?
Yeah, I love it. Clemson is I really like Clemson today as well. I'll be laying the minus 140 with them as well, and shop around because these lines are all over the place. I like them a ton. If you really want to get in the weeds, I will be laying it with Nebraska against UC Irvine today because UC Irvine last night ruled out their all-conference first baseman who's like their best player in the lineup, and that's about a pick. You get Nebraska minus 110, so that should not be what that is with UC Irvine missing one of their best players. So even if you want to pair it with that as well with the Cornhuskers, another team that is on the upswing and made the tournament last year and has a lot of potential, that's also fine with me. But yeah, Clemson works too. They have one of the best players in college baseball. Shout out Cam Camarella.
The passion in his voice for college baseball. I want to love something as much as you love college baseball right there. I mean, seriously, I'm going to tail you on like all of those just because of how excited you are for that. That's it. I need something today. There's not much going on, Jake. I think I'm going to just because you love it that much. I just want to support you and tail you, and I'm in. You sold me on everything there with all that.
Hey, happy to help. That's what I'm here for.
For those of you listening and not watching, which you can do so on, I believe, Twitch and YouTube on the BetMGM network. Jake's smile coming in to talk about college baseball, ear to ear. The guy's just cheesing right now.
Oh, yeah.
So we got a UConn money line bet to sweat. I mean, it starts in 14 minutes. Jake, countdown is on. We'll keep an eye on that game throughout the next couple hours as we go about the show. And Jake will have plenty more baseball bets, college baseball bets coming your way in our final hour and our lightning bets. But for now, Nick, let's talk a little NBA and how to bet it on the other side of the All-Star break. Right now, the favorites are kind of set in each conference, right? You have the Thunder coming out of the West. You have the Celtics, heavy favorites coming out of the East. Divisions, maybe that's something you can jump in on and find a little bit more value, but it's looking like it's a Thunder Celtics matchup if things were to end today.
The only thing that gives me pause with the Thunder is not their level of talent. It's just the playoff experience that's there. And we've seen this, right? Where you have teams that are really good in the regular season. They're young and they're kind of taking that next step. But it's what do they do once they get to the playoffs where it's different? It's officiated different. The pressure's different. The spotlight's brighter. And, you watch these teams where a few years ago, the Grizzlies were in that spot where you thought, oh, man, look at Ja Morant and the Grizzlies. And this is obviously before everything off the court and injuries and all those things. And you just kind of felt like, okay, they've got to kind of bust through that wall just a little bit. That's the only way where if I'm looking at, because I'm with you, the Thunder Celtics make sense in terms of two of the most talented teams, Eastern Conference, Western Conference. The odds certainly favor that as a matchup as well. But I think if I were to take the Thunder out of the mix because I want to see another year of playoff experience and see what they do in that situation, this might be the year where the Nuggets get back into the conversation. And I know last year they were a complete letdown, but I'm looking at them right now at BetMGM, and I mean they're 14-1 to win the NBA title. That's a lot of value on a team that's got the best player in the NBA, in Nikola Jokic. Now he may not win MVP. It's SGA's the heavy favorite, Nikola Jokic after that, and then it doesn't matter, it feels like, at this point. But the Nuggets just won a title a couple of seasons ago. They do have that experience from coaching to the players on the court, all of those things. They're not the same team that they were when they won the title. They don't have the same depth that they did have, but they've had some younger guys step up and kind of fill some of those voids. So I think if you're looking for a level of value when you're talking NBA and title, there's more value looking at a more wide open Western Conference than an Eastern Conference where it kind of feels like Celtics and everybody else. The Cavs and the Knicks are in like their own tier kind of with the Celtics at the top, and then it's everybody else in the East. But in the West, you do kind of feel like there's a level of wide openness that's there, whether it's lack of experience or it's just somebody like the Nuggets that could get back to where they were a couple of seasons ago.
And you have some teams that haven't been fully healthy all season. Like the Clippers are a talented team. They just can't stay healthy. I would never bet on the Clippers to win the
Clippers
the
curse. Watch out.
of-
The Clippers have let us down so many times. Even when we thought they were at their peak, they always find a way to let us down.
Kawhi Leonard just, April, May rolls around and he just doesn't want to play.
Yeah.
I know injuries. Yeah, he would be out there if he could, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, you can't bet on the Clippers. Grizzlies are interesting, 11-1 talent with Ja Morant. But out of all the other teams, you're right. Like the Nuggets, they do have that experience. Jamal Murray just dropped 55 the other night. If he goes off like that at any given time, they can win some games. And they've been there before. The Thunder, I do think it helped that they were in the playoffs last year. I know they got bounced early. It wasn't a great showing when they had a lot of hype going in. They had a lot of expectations, but they were still that young team. I would hope that they've learned some experience, but maybe they do need another year. With the way Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been playing this year, and they haven't even had Chet Holmgren for the majority of the season. I mean, he just came back. The talent-wise on that team, if they can figure out the pressure of the playoffs, I still think that they're my favorite to come out of the West right now. And you're right, the Celtics on the other side, it feels like the Celtics are in a tier of their own, even though they haven't been playing their best. Like we haven't seen Celtics basketball like it was last year, but it almost feels like they've kind of been just coasting through this portion of the season, coming out of the All-Star break. Maybe they turn it on a little bit and gather a ton of momentum going into the playoffs. I want to say I have confidence in the Knicks and their roster. I mean, they went all in, bringing over Karl Anthony Towns. They think they have a roster that can compete for a title. I can't do it. Can't do it with the Knicks. And the Cavs, for some reason, like those are just two teams that I feel like are going to let me down. But crazier things have happened. Like how non-wide open the East is wild, because you have the Knicks at 425-ish, and then it goes to the Bucks and Sixers at 40-1 is the next. Like the Sixers have been god awful this year, Nick. The Sixers should not have the 5th shortest odds in the conference.
I would rather light my hard-earned money on fire than bet the Sixers to win the Eastern Conference. That I can promise you without question. It's interesting. So you say, you look at the Cavs and Knicks and say you're not like you're afraid they would let you down, which I don't disagree with. Look, I grew up a Knicks fan. I covered the Wizards for years, so like that's like my kind of secondary team, but like from a fan perspective, like I'm a Knicks fan. I'm very open about that, and I've suffered for a long time, and I've watched, well, all of the suffering that involves being with the Knicks. When you look at the Cavs and Knicks, is it based more on the roster that's there for you, or do you look at them and say it's because they're the Knicks and Cavs and they haven't really shown us that they could get to that point yet? Because the one thing I do know is that it does take a little bit of time for, like, chemistry has to settle in. It doesn't happen instantly in just the game of basketball in general, right? So when we have these teams that have these big, off seasons and they do all this stuff like the Knicks did, it takes a little bit of time. So for the Knicks to even be in the spot that they're in right now, I do see it, but playoffs are different. I kind of feel like if I were to choose one of those two teams, like let's take the Celtics out of it, Knicks or Cavs, I'd almost lean Cavs only because this core group has been together longer, and Kenny Atkinson has really kind of taken them to the next level. But I am with you that, like, I trust the Celtics over everybody else by far in the Eastern Conference. But out of the Knicks and Cavs, I at least look at them and say, this Cavs group has been together a little bit longer. I think that does benefit them a little bit.
And the Cavs last year in the playoffs, like, that's just one of the reasons that I don't trust them, is they went 7 games with the Magic. That should have been, and the Magic are a team that's on the up and up, but that should have been a series that they could have wrapped a little bit earlier than 7 games. But again, experience. They learned a lot from that. They even said, like, they weren't quite ready to play in the postseason. So hopefully that would change this year. And I do think Kenny Atkinson coming in and just giving them a fresh perspective, keeping that core together, but a fresh coaching perspective in terms of how they're playing, their tempo, their pace is up this year. Still great on both sides of the ball. The DeAndre Hunter move coming over too, that's a sign that the Cavs are kind of also trying to go all in. They know their window's closing over the next 2-3 years with salaries and, having to pay different players. Can they keep Jared Allen, all that stuff? So this season, next season, kind of the Cavs window if they want to try and get anything done in the Eastern Conference and making the playoffs, or the finals, I should say. We have a loaded college basketball slate tomorrow. Plenty of top 10 matchups, 1 and 2 on the floor. We're going to talk about that next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. Technical difficulties over here in my household. Mike just came.
I was like, is it me or you? What's going on here, Kate?
I was trying to sign language to you that I needed to refresh my screen. I don't know sign language, so you didn't get
Neither
what
do
I was saying. Yeah, no.
We would not have communicated well with that because neither one of us can speak it. So
it's just a straight panic for me, right? Whenever something happens like that, big deal. A couple seconds went by. We're coming back from break, but it's still, as the host, a sheer panic when your mic is not working correctly or you're having technical difficulties. It's never fun.
Do you ever have, I need to know this because, you and I haven't done a lot of shows together, so I need to know where your mind is on this. Do you ever have those nightmare dreams about something going wrong in professionally like this? I've had those where I show up late to a show or I can't actually speak words or something. I hear that a lot of people have dreams about those nightmare situations where something goes wrong and that's your nightmare because it's what you do for a living.
It's a legit nightmare. I panic that I'm not going to wake up to my alarm, and I wake up to my alarm every morning, right? It doesn't feel, but when I know I have a show that I have to be on, especially when it's the early show, if I ever fill in for the Daily Tip, because that's so early. I check that I have my alarms set 14 times. I check that my volume is up. That I have AM selected versus PM. When have I ever set a PM alarm for 3 PM? No, 3 so it is that it is a panic of and then my body just wakes up every hour leading up to it, and I turn over and look at my phone, and is it time to get up yet? How many hours do I have left to sleep? So that's my panic, is that nights I know I'm getting up to host, you can't miss it. You can't sleep through your alarm on those days. So
it's so good to know that I'm not the only one that feels that way, because especially when it's an early morning, I will naturally wake up hours before an alarm, try to fall back asleep. I'm already a light sleeper to begin with anyway, but to be in that position where you're okay, I know the alarm's going to go off at 4:30 and I need to get this amount of sleep, and you wake up and it's 2:30. You're I got 2 hours left. It's can I fall back asleep? Oh yeah. And I will tell you this, this was very early in my career, so we're going back over a decade or so. And I remember I was doing morning drive, was filling in on morning drive that day in DC. And somehow something with the schedule got flipped, and I was supposed to be in there, and then there was somebody else was on there, and then I got a call that woke me up at 6:30 in the morning, hey, you're supposed to be in here. And I was wait, what? So it wasn't, I didn't change. It wasn't on me in terms of didn't have the information to know that I was supposed to be in there. But you're talking, you're 25 years old, whatever it was.
Oh, it's the worst.
Going oh my God, I screwed up. It's everything. I've ruined everything. This is the absolute worst. So I did have the nightmare technically come true once in my life, but there was communication issues that were there. But so I know what that's like. And you're running in and you're it's just the worst. Luckily though, it wasn't TV. It was just radio. So I could look like a complete slob. There was no on camera for that specific show. So it was, you
could roll out of bed and do that one.
Oh yeah, let me tell you something. I absolutely rolled out of bed for that one and ran in as fast as I could.
See, even though we are radio, we are streaming and stuff, so I can't roll out of bed, Nick, because if you saw my roll out of bed face, I don't think people would listen to the show. It's bad. I'm a stomach sleeper, and so all the blood rushes to my face all night. My nose is swollen when I wake up in the morning. It's just not pretty. You got to have some time to be draining all of that, which is disgusting. No one needed to know that, but it's not pretty.
Do you get the wrinkles too?
No, Kate, you're right. Justice for stomach sleepers. It's about time somebody stood up for this faction of humanity.
Yeah, my face just wakes up swollen every morning because I literally sleep face down. I don't know how I breathe all night. But it's not good. And so that's why I always have to wake up an hour and a half or so before any show to have a half hour to drink my coffee and de-swell my face. Like, it's not good. Not good.
It's,
but no,
well, listen, everybody's got that. Like, there's different ways. Like, my wife can just like sleep on her back like a vampire. I always joke. She just lays down and it's just,
that always creeps me out when my sister does that.
I
and
wish
it looks
I
like
could
you're
do
dead.
it. I hate it so much. And she's just so easily can do it. If I sleep on my back, I snore. Like, that's the one side that I snore. It's not going to work. I can't do it. I'm a side sleeper, not a stomach sleeper. I can do that. But I'm with you. Like, I know if I've slept well when I've got the wrinkles all over the place, right?
Yes.
You know, it's like that, that look, there's drool on the side of your face and there's, it's the best. Because that's when you know, like, okay, the sheets dug right into me at this point. But yeah, I have to sleep a certain way. It's got to be the side. It's good for, it's better from like my back. It's better if I don't snore. My wife will wake me up if I snore and then wants to kill me and makes me go in the other room. So like, yeah, if it works for you, both of you, Jake jumped into, like, applaud to you guys if you can sleep on your stomach and it's good. It kills my back if I do it though. I can't do it.
Well, it's terrible to sleep on your stomach. Like, that's the worst position to sleep in.
Yeah.
So it's I'm not sure Jake and I should be applauded. Maybe we should
No, applaud me. I want the applause. Applaud
if it
me,
works,
always.
it works. I'm not going to blame. Listen,
I said this in the chat. Of all of the things I do to my body on a weekly basis, specifically from Friday through Sunday, the sleeping on my stomach is the least of my concerns for my health.
I have a question.
Right? Yeah.
How does it work with the weighted blanket, Jake? Like, do you have to wear it like a cape? Like, how do you?
Like a dream, Paul. That's how it works. Like a dream. Just anchoring myself to the center of the bed. It rocks.
Then you're really not moving at all with the weighted blanket.
You would think.
I've done the weighted blanket before. Yeah, it definitely adds something to it, but there is kind of a level of like, if you're sleeping on your stomach, I feel like it's just gonna like push you down more. But I don't know. Maybe if it works for you, it works for you. But the weighted blanket is a whole other level. Let me tell you something. At this point, like, it's all anybody talks about is like sleep, right? Like, there's so many things on Instagram and everything, and this way helps you sleep. No, this way helps you sleep. Have you guys ever seen these like bed jet things where you can get the cold air blown into your sheets because sleeping cold is better? And I like sleeping cold, but like I don't know if I could ever do like a fan connected to my bed. Like, oh yeah, no, it's legit. It blows cold air into your bed. Ooh.
I almost bought one of those because my husband is like, just is the hottest sleeper, like just radiates heat. And so we have these like cooling sheets, and I don't know if they actually do anything, but like that's the promotion, is like the nice cooling, Pre-Kale is the kind. That's the brand. I don't know if it's a brand or the term that means cold sheets. I don't know. So I almost bought one of those one time. But I don't want a draft all night. Like, then I would freeze. So I got to look out for myself in some capacity. Also, are any of you mouth tapers? Can we just talk about that for a second? Because Jake, if you were a mouth taper, like, Jake, we would both die sleeping on our stomachs.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Mouth tape?
I've never even heard that term in my life.
Yeah.
Do I need to
hostage tape? Yeah, hostage tape for sleep.
I'm not gonna do that, Nick. I'm at work on the work Wi-Fi. I'm not gonna Google hostage tape.
Jake,
it's supposed to be good for you to breathe out of your nose and not your mouth. So everyone's now taping their mouth shut. So you only breathe out of your nose at night, and you're supposed to get a much better sleep. Paul, are you under a rock? This has been like a staple for the last couple months, years.
I don't want to like treat myself like a hostage, I guess. Like, no, this is the
very
most
brave of you
thing I've ever heard. Thank you. Why? Like, just like take an Ambien or like NyQuil. Like, we don't have to go. Like,
abuse substances. Go nuts. Who cares?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, a couple
like
bourbon and you're fine. You know, a couple of shots and you're good to go. No, I've never done it. I know people that have done it, Kate, and they swear by it. They swear by it. It's supposed to help with snoring too. So I just feel like I've already got the whole like nasal strip thing going on. This is how you know you're in your 30s. People talk about when you get your 30s, everything. I'm like, yeah, I got nasal strip. My wife's got a mouth guard because she grinds her teeth. I'm like, what happened to us? We used to be cool, and now I'm a big nerd that sleeps with all these weird devices. But then you start talking about like taping your mouth on top of it. I guess it's supposed to help you eventually slow your breathing and force it out of your nose versus your mouth. But like, you're technically supposed to breathe in your nose and out your mouth. So if I'm sleeping and only breathing through my nose and I'm congested, which let me tell you, this time of year, that's all I am is congested from here on up until like, yeah. So like apparently it still opens it up. I just don't think that I could do it. I think I'd feel trapped if I had tape over my mouth, but it is a legit thing that people seem to love. Like that, do it. They say it does work. So maybe we should all try it, and then we'll do a little
Paul's
research
going to try. I can see it in his eyes. Paul is going to try.
He's like, no way.
Dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die.
Facts.
This is at the top of the list. Like, I am looking at this hostage tape right now. You imagine someone just walking in and being like, well, he's dead. He hostage taped himself. Like,
well, it's
really
like I said,
cold.
like
come on.
My wife sleeps on her back. Can you imagine seeing somebody that's sleeping in a bed like this with tape on their mouth? I mean, that screams hostage. Like, yes, it's creepy. There's too much for me. I don't need to see that.
As a single man in his 20s, the last thing I need is my roommate finding me like face down, hostage shape. Like we just don't need it. It's just the last thing that we need. The optics are just not good. Weighted blanket on top of all that. Can't have it. Can't have it.
I mean, Jake,
I'm
imagine you get a little like Tinder date or something. You bring her home. You put on your mouth tape before you get in bed.
Can't do
How
it.
creepy would that be? That's a
Can't
hard
have it.
pass. I hope she would run away immediately.
Yeah, it's already bad in these streets. We can't have it.
Nightstand. Like,
yeah.
What?
Hey, girl, come over. I got a full roll of hostage tape. Just went to Menards. Let's go. Absolutely.
I had a lovely night. It's time to go to sleep. And he tapes his mouth and just lays down. It's like, that's a great way to kick her out real quick.
Yeah. Hey, can I interest you in some hostage tape? It works great.
Yeah.
Tested it myself. Yeah. That's probably going to be a no for me.
Yeah.
Oh, what do I title this segment? All right.
Right? I know. Do we even get into
returned off the board?
Get into college basketball. Nick, if you are a nose strip person, I've got a device for you, a nose strip device. Okay. It magnetizes on both sides of your nostrils and it opens up your nose. And it actually works. It's phenomenal. I'll send you the link in our next break.
Okay.
My husband uses it. I got it for him for Christmas. It was his favorite gift.
Is your husband a snorer?
Not terribly. He just like can't breathe out of one side of his nose. Like I think he has a deviated septum or something and refuses to get it fixed. So just can never breathe. And
hell yeah, that's a guy that I need to hang out with. Either get it fixed or die with it. Never talk about it. I love it.
I told him, I was like, you could probably get a free nose job, and he has a fine nose. It's not like he needs one. But I'm like, deviated septums, you can do the insurance through that. You don't have to pay for a nose job. It's not cosmetic surgery. Then he's like, why would I ever do that? Why would I go through that? I'm just like, so you can breathe out of both nostrils. I don't know.
Overrated.
Yeah. I've seen those, like the little magnet things. Send me the link. I'll try it because I'm down. Let's put it this way. I'm always down for new things. And Jake, you're laughing now because you're in your 20s and it's all easy. I remember my 20s. It was so easy. Oh, I could fall asleep anywhere on a futon somewhere. Crap. No, just wait, buddy. It ain't going to be this easy forever. So enjoy it while you can. You're going to be wearing nasal strips and mouth guards and eye masks before you know it.
Buddy, the asteroid's coming in 7 years. Not going to need it.
Yeah, well, okay. All right, that's fine. Fair enough.
Does Jake die from hostage tape first or the asteroid?
Well, it's not going to be hostage tape. I'll tell you that right now.
Or do the White Sox win the division? Bringing it back to yesterday.
Right. Asteroid.
Yeah. That was our conversation
asteroid.
yesterday, Nick. Yeah. Not good. Okay. We're not even going to get into college basketball right now because we have like 2 minutes left, but we will go through the whole slate in our next segment coming up here. But do have to mention real quick that YouTube TV yesterday, they had canceled all channels with Paramount Plus, or their deal with Paramount Plus was in cahoots. And so CBS was one of the channels you were not going to be getting on YouTube TV, Nick, which was a disaster right before March Madness. But apparently Sam and I complained about it enough on the show yesterday that YouTube TV has come into an agreement. So thankfully, March Madness will go on for those YouTube TV subscribers, and everyone has Sam and I to thank for it.
That would be me as a YouTube TV subscriber. So I needed that. But we've seen this so many times where a network and a provider are in some sort of argument about how much it's going to cost and carrier price, and it all ends up working out. It's just deadlines create results. Deadlines would create results with this too. So it's time and time again I've seen this. I don't get too worried about these types of situations anymore because I feel like most of the time, not always, but most of the time, everybody figures it out. But yes, I would be furious if I obviously couldn't watch March Madness.
That would be a nightmare to not have March Madness, or at least the CBS games on that. Okay, we did not get to college basketball in this segment like planned, but we will get to that coming up in just a couple minutes. Lots of bets for the slate tomorrow. That's coming your way next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We only talk about the most hard-hitting betting analysis here on Bet Sweats, especially on a Friday. But every once in a while, we do get into mouth tape, sleeping habits. So if you want to check out our sleeping habits and the newest influencer stuff for sleep, go back and listen to our previous segment. You can catch all of our segments here. If you've missed anything throughout the show, we talked about NBA All-Star earlier in the show, some bets for that. You can go back and search Bet Sweats wherever you get your podcasts or listen back on the free Odyssey app. Nick Ash, UK Constable, in today for Sammy and Joe. Nick, I'm just going to dive right into it because we wasted a whole segment talking about sleep. And
whoa. Wasted is a strong word.
Probably.
We learned quite a few things about everybody here and their sleep habits, okay?
That's true. Time not wasted, time well spent. I should have said.
There you go.
Yeah. But we do have a ton of really good college basketball games tomorrow. And we got to give the people some bets or some angles to look at in there. The biggest one of the day tomorrow. Number 1 versus number 2, the Iron Bowl. Auburn, top team in the country, going on the road to Alabama. Bama, 1.5-point favorite here. I want to say yesterday this opened, and this was the only game on the board yesterday, but it opened as Auburn 1.5. So unless I have that completely backwards, this line has flipped, Nick.
Yeah, I'm looking across. We're looking at 1.5s pretty much everywhere right now. And yeah, it's so funny to look at, a situation in college basketball where we're seeing a lot of college football programs becoming college basketball powerhouses too, right? Like there's this shift in college basketball here now where you're looking at Alabama, who's really been a consistent winner for years now. This program has really become something that's not just about football anymore. Alabama is also a basketball school. But now obviously Auburn kind of jumps into the mix here too. I mean, I lean Alabama, but again, this is practically a pick 'em at this point if we're looking at Alabama minus 1.5. I look at the landscape of college basketball as a whole, and I think this game right here, Auburn, Alabama, number 1 versus number 2, is just kind of encompasses what the landscape looks like in college basketball as a whole. And there's a lot of different things, obviously, that we could credit, right, in terms of NIL and, transfer portal and stuff like that, which has affected football more than basketball. But you look at this as a matchup. I mean, this is 5 years ago. If I said to you, hey, we're going to have number 1 Auburn versus number 2 Alabama in college basketball, would you kind of scratch your head and be like, wait, really? Like that's going to be the number 1 and number 2 team in college basketball? So it's very, very much like we're seeing a big, big shift now. And really some of it is it's adding to a lot of parity that we didn't have in the past.
Yeah, I never would have pegged these two programs basketball-wise to be the top 2 in the country. I mean, forever they've been football schools. They're more basketball schools right now than they are football schools. And we are getting the first ever number 1 versus number 2 in SEC history in college hoops. So it's been, well, I was going to say it's been a while. It's never happened before that these two teams have been the top 2 teams and facing each other in college hoops. Interesting that, I mean, they're going to play twice over the next 7 games to close out the season. So maybe they split, right? Maybe you take Alabama at home. When Auburn's at home in a couple of weeks, you back the Tigers. KenPom has this as Auburn winning by a point. So it's going to be extremely tight. I would almost look towards the over in this because both of these offenses are very good. As good as they are on defense, it's the offenses that can explode. I mean, Alabama's coming off of that win over Texas, Nick. They hit 17 threes in that game. I don't think that's going to happen again for college basketball. I mean, even for the NBA, like 17 threes maybe average in the NBA per game, but like for college basketball, that is a lot. But they've shown the ability to knock down those shots, and they do have a great 3-point shooting percentage on the season. So points is where I'm going in this one, I think, versus taking a side.
I think that's probably the better move, just given the fact that it's a conference game too. On top of that, and you talk about the first time we've had number 1, number 2 versus each other in the SEC. But like just knowing Alabama's offense, and it hasn't been just this year. We've seen that in the past. Obviously, there is a very potent offensive. That's a very potent offensive team that's there with Alabama. You always wonder though, like, do we get a situation where it's a little bit more physical and it's a little bit more slowed down because it's an in-conference game, right? You see that you see that in football. Yeah, so like, do you get that vibe at all there? I think that'd be the only thing that would take me away from it. I'm with you. I think the lean would be the over. I think the lean would be a higher scoring game, but you still have to then factor in like these are two programs now that are, I mean, essentially, look, they're competing for a national title here, and it's weird to say that about Auburn and Alabama in basketball, but that's where we are right now. So that would be the only thing I think that would make me a little hesitant on the over. But I'm with you in terms of I would lean that over in a higher scoring game.
Auburn's offense, better three-point shooting team. They take care of the ball very well as well, where Alabama's defense does not force a ton of turnovers. So if you're forcing me to take a side at all in this one, I would probably lean towards Auburn just with their ability to knock down the three. They're not going to turn the ball over. So Alabama's not going to be getting too many extra possessions or points off of turnovers, things like that. The only hesitation I have is going on the road in the SEC right now is really tough. Auburn just lost to Florida a couple games ago. So they are a beatable team despite being the number one team. Still, I think I lean towards the Tigers in this one.
I'm looking at it right now here. So yeah, the rest of this slate too is, I mean, there's nothing that's like this
catch your eye.
Right. Like but it's crazy to me. Like, look at this slate in college basketball we've got coming up this weekend is like, this is now the time for college basketball to kind of step into that in the spotlight, right? We talked earlier about other sports kind of stepping up and getting into that area, but it's such a weird spot to be in, to be looking at Auburn and Alabama as the 1 and number 2. Like, really, a lot of the blue bloods in college basketball. I mean, Duke's number 3 in the country, but for the most part, some of the traditional powerhouses we've had, it's not there, and I think it does in some ways make it a little bit harder to bet on a game like an Auburn Alabama, only because like we haven't seen them in this position that long. Like, how does Auburn respond to being the number 1 team in the country with playing number 2, right? Like, so a lot of these things really kind of put you in that spot where, so I'm a big believer in like the and again, it's hard to do this obviously, but the mindset of the human side of a game. And like people forget sometimes, like, these are, especially in college basketball, these are kids. And like, does that pressure, does that big spotlight in that situation factor in at all to this game? And this is just something, this is a game, this is a matchup between these two schools that we've never seen before. So it does kind of add an extra layer of just something to keep in mind, I'd say, when you're betting on Auburn, Alabama on Saturday.
I mean, I think that's for sure something that you have to keep in mind is maybe 1 or 2 of these players on these teams, with Janai Broome being phenomenal and a Wooden Award sitting right behind Cooper Flagg in the odds. And then you have Mark Sears, who was one of the favorites going into the season for the Wooden Award. Like, 2 star players, maybe those 2 handle the pressure, but how do the people down the end of the bench, the 6-7 guys that are coming off, what does that look like? I mean, that's a factor in college with the age of these players. That's certainly something you have to keep in mind. Nick, another SEC matchup, top 25, you have Mississippi State and number 19 Ole Miss going at it. Like, Ole Miss is not a team in college basketball that I've had my eye on over the past couple seasons, to our point of like SEC basketball kind of ruling over SEC football right now. I like the Rebels to win this one. Mississippi's just won in overtime on their home floor last time. They out rebounded Ole Miss when these two teams met. I'm not sure that's going to be the case this time. So I think the Tigers, they have significantly better defensive numbers, 4th best in the SEC, the best turnover percentage in the country, meaning they are not turning the ball over at all. The only problem with Ole Miss is that they're a terrible offensive rebounding team. So maybe not getting any second chance opportunities, extra possessions, things like that. But the fact that they don't give the ball up a whole lot means that Mississippi State probably is not getting too many extra opportunities either. So with Mississippi State winning the first matchup in Mississippi or at Mississippi State in overtime, I'm going to take the Rebels to take this one at home. And we don't have a line for this quite yet. Ken Pom has this as Ole Miss winning by 5 and a total of 147. But again, odds aren't quite up yet, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And I think the lack of, offensive rebounding could make you lean towards the under, maybe even a team total under there as well. But you're right. I mean, it's tough. We don't have, all these lines up just yet. We are now at the point where, as you bring up, we've gone from SEC matchup to SEC matchup. The SEC is the best college basketball conference. And I mean, it's weird to say because we think of it for so long as obviously a football conference, and, the ACC, and, there were different variations, obviously, of like the Big East and the Big Ten, even, that maybe would kind of be in that category. But now it's gotten to this point where we're watching SEC college basketball matchups, and those are the most competitive, most, I guess, sought after games to watch or to bet on, just given the fact that you're looking at a conference now that's kind of taken over the rest of college basketball. And yeah, I mean, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, 2 ranked teams. That's not something, like, again, I'm looking at this and it still just blows my mind. Like, I know we've followed college basketball, but let's be honest with ourselves. Like, we're just coming out of the NFL now. This is what it is, where there's a lot of catching up with some of these matchups. And like Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Auburn, Alabama, you're looking around going, wait, is this a college football slate for the weekend, or is this college it's the evolution of where college basketball has gone is, I mean, it's just so evident now from where we were a couple of years ago.
It is crazy. Joe Lunardi puts out his bracketology and updates it leading up to the tournament. The SEC right now, he's projecting 13 teams to get in. Like, talk about pure dominance in college basketball right now. 13 teams. I believe there are only 16 teams in the SEC. And one of the teams that he has is Arkansas being a first 4 out team. That's crazy. He has 3 number 1 seeds in the SEC right now if things were to end today. Auburn, Alabama, and Tennessee taking 3 of the top 4 number 1 seeds going into the tournament. That's crazy. The SEC is the best conference in college basketball right now, and there's no question behind it.
And we're looking too. I mean, we've got Kentucky, Texas. There's no line out for that yet either on Saturday. But like,
that's be a great game.
Kentucky's the 15th ranked team in the country, but Texas is unranked. Like, Texas in the past has been more of a basketball. Like, Texas is a football school, but Texas has obviously been in that spot where you go back to obviously Kevin Durant. It's not just been Kevin Durant, DJ Augustine, whatever. Like, Texas has also been one of those SEC schools that kind of balances. Like, they're a little more football, but they're a lot basketball. Like, they're a sports school in general. But we're talking about the SEC being as successful as it is this year, and that's not including a Texas team that's really having it. Texas is 4-8 in the SEC this year, and they're 15-10 overall. So it's not like they've even had a great season on top of that. So that just shows the level of competition and success that you've had in the SEC this season in college basketball.
I kind of like Texas over Kentucky tomorrow. I know we don't have any lines out, but Kentucky is so banged up right now. They are missing so many players and so many of their top guys that I wonder if Kentucky is going to drop a few over the next week or so heading into the tournament. And this is a spot for Texas. If they want to improve their seed right now, Lunardi has them as a 10 seed. They got to get some of these wins. So I may, depending on what the line is at when it comes out, I may lean towards Texas tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see there. The Big Ten, Nick, I mean, can we agree? Big Ten, Big 12, number 2 conference in college basketball? Like, the Big Ten was so good a couple of years ago, and it feels like it's just so top heavy now.
I think let's look at it like this. Like, the Eastern Conference of the NBA feels very top heavy, like we talked about before, with the Celtics and then Cavs slightly below. I know the Cavs are right now the best record in the East, but we're putting the Celtics above them. I certainly am. You've got that tier, and then the East is like a whole separate row of teams that just don't feel like they're competing with the Knicks, the Cavs, and the Celtics. The Western Conference of the NBA feels very wide open, where you can go all the way down and find reasons why whatever team it is, fill in the blank, could make a run in the playoffs. I think you're looking at some of these conferences like that, like you said, where you're looking at a top heavy. That's kind of where that you're looking at more of the Eastern Conference with that, right? Where it's it's top heavy. You've got some very good teams, and then after that, it's kind of, well, none of those do anything. It's like you're looking at the Pacers and the Magic and whoever that case is, if you're looking at those conferences. So that's kind of, I think, the best way that I would look at it at this point, where the SEC is kind of the Western Conference, where, man, there's a ton of competition there.
Yeah. We have a Big Ten matchup, top 25 tomorrow, with Michigan State and Illinois. Michigan State coming off of a loss to Indiana at home, a brutal loss. Indiana is not a good basketball team, should not have beat Michigan State, but the Spartans sometimes struggle from deep. That's been kind of their Achilles heel over the last couple of years. And that was the case on whenever this game was a couple days ago. Going into Illinois, that's going to be tough. Illinois, though, 9-6 in conference play. They've had their fair share of struggles. I don't have any specific plays in this one quite yet. But that's just going to be a fun one to watch, too, if you're a Big Ten fan. And I live in Big Ten country, being in the Midwest. I always keep an eye on those teams. Purdue, Wisconsin, also going to be a big-time matchup tomorrow. So as soon as these lines come out, if they do it all during the show, we will keep you posted on that. If not, just keep an eye on those. All right, coming up next here on Bet Sweats, we got to talk a little NFL news. I know the attention is shifting over to basketball, but there's still plenty happening in the National Football League, and we will tell you about that next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Maybe the off season in the NFL, but still plenty of action going on and plenty of storylines to follow. One of the storylines here on the BetMGM network is the return of our Sunday lineup now that the NFL is over. Sunday Bets is returning from 9 to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. And then from noon to 4 p.m., you have PJ Glasser, Denton Day. They take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of the action as games unfold. They watch those live. And then it's Bet Nation live from Dallas from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern with Eric Schiaffalo and Zach Wolchek. So a new lineup for you on the BetMGM network. Still fantastic shows with plenty of information and help you win some bets on the weekends. Also, news and notes around the NFL, Nick. The Super Bowl could be going back to Vegas. It was there last year, and it's looking like back in 2029. I mean, why not, right? A city like Vegas, it's electric, phenomenal. It can house that many people, all of that. So yeah, Super Bowl potentially heading back to Vegas. I don't hate it.
Vegas is an event city, and we know that. That's what they do. And I'll tell you what, they hosted a damn good Super Bowl last year. I'll say this, nobody should be in Vegas for a week, though. There's a reason why there's a 3-night rule. So that's the one thing I think everybody's going to have to take into account here is like, do you really want to go the whole week? Because nobody should be in Vegas for an entire week. But yeah, listen, so I understand that there is an incentive for teams to build new stadiums because they can get a Super Bowl. Not every city in the NFL deserves a Super Bowl. Like, honestly, if you just said Vegas hosted the Super Bowl every year, I'd be fine with that. And I think a lot of people would be fine with it. But it should be warm weather cities, although I say it and it was like cold and dreary for a majority of the time in Vegas last year for the Super Bowl. But, you look around and go, okay, we don't need it in Minneapolis again. No disrespect to anybody in Minneapolis. It's just really cold. And most of us are not tough enough. We're just not tough enough to handle. Like, I'm complaining about the weather outside here on the DC area, and it's cold enough. Minneapolis is next level cold. Like, we don't need that. We didn't need it when the Giants got their new stadium, or Jets and Giants, whatever, and hosted a Super Bowl. The Super Bowl needs to be held in cities that, one, can handle these big events, two, have decent enough weather where you can, stand outside and take a deep breath and not feel freezing, and just be able to host all of the people that are going to be there. I mean, listen, there was a lot of talk about, hotel prices going through the roof in New Orleans. There were, issues in terms of having enough hotel rooms for everybody. New Orleans the Super Bowl is starting to outgrow a city like New Orleans. So if they want to keep doing it, they need to figure that out a little bit too. Mm-hmm. But Vegas is prepared for that. So Vegas should be a city that has it on a very much a regular rotating basis.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you just said. And Vegas is a place that there's so much other stuff to do there outside of the Super Bowl. So if you were to go for a couple days, like, you go see some shows, go to a concert or two, go out to some good restaurants. There's more to do than, I know New Orleans is fun and everyone loves New Orleans. You have Bourbon Street. Like, you're still going to have a good time. But for anyone who wants maybe to make it, and again, 3 nights in Vegas is probably too long. But if you're someone that's not going to stay out till 4 a.m., 5 a.m. every morning and be drinking, but you want to do other things around the Super Bowl, Vegas gives you that opportunity with plenty going on. So next couple Super Bowls, we have Santa Clara, 49ers will host. Then you go to Los Angeles, back to SoFi Stadium, Atlanta, and then 2029 potentially going back to Las Vegas. And maybe a rotating every 5 years or so, have it in Las Vegas. Great city for all of that. Speaking of Vegas and the Raiders, Nick, one of the potential landing spots for Aaron Rodgers now that he's no longer with the Jets. I know you said earlier that Pittsburgh might be where you think he fits in the most, but what if Rodgers and Brady team up in Las Vegas? They seem to have somewhat similar personalities or outlook on the game. Like, would that be a spot that you think Rodgers would actually be able to find some success to end his career? Because right now, if his career ends, he's going out on a very sour note.
See, that's the key here, right? Is like, what does he want the end of his career and his legacy to be? Now, he could say, I don't care. Players say they don't care. They care. Like, it matters how it wraps up. Now, whatever Aaron Rodgers does at this point, it's not going to affect his Hall of Fame status or anything so we don't have to worry about that. But the Raiders are a team that certainly does make sense because it's all short term. Like, that's what it really comes down to with Aaron Rodgers is, where are we going to be and where is he going to play for? Let's say a year. It might literally just be a year. Maybe it's 2. Maybe he wants to try to play till he's 44, 45 like Tom Brady did. But Pittsburgh makes sense because of the culture that's there, and I think they can at least be on a similar level. If I'm looking at the Raiders, he's going to come in, though, and it's going to be, I'm Aaron Rodgers, and this is how we do things. Now, it helps a little bit having Tom Brady in the organization, but how involved is he really going to be? It could be a lot. It could be a little. I don't know enough to be able to tell you like what the inner workings of his minority stake in the team and his day-to-day and what he's doing really are there, especially when he's, working for Fox and calling games during the football season anyway. So is Aaron Rodgers going to go to the Raiders and look at them and say, I'm Aaron Rodgers, we're going to do things my way, and try to run things like he did with the Jets? Now, you won't have Nathaniel Hackett, who we know is his vacation buddy. So you're like, that's going to be a little bit of a different situation there. But, you've got Pete Carroll as a head coach now that certainly brings a little bit more clout and success and a resume that will help kind of alleviate some of that tension I think that could be there. But it really just has to, I think, for anywhere Aaron Rodgers is going to go, the situation has to also involve like a level of mutual respect. It's going to be a short-term relationship, but they've got to figure out some level of a mutual respect that's there. So it's not Aaron Rodgers just going in trying to run the damn show like he did with the Jets, because come on, like he looked down at them and was like, "You're the Jets. I'm Aaron Rodgers. Give me a break." And I think there could be a risk of that if they're not careful with the Raiders too.
My only concern, and this is probably not going to matter all that much to teams, but like Aaron Rodgers was a disaster from the start for the Jets. Like if you look at the timeline of everything that happened within his time in New York, like starting with the darkness retreat, he didn't even know if he was going to be playing football. He had to go into the dark to figure it out. Comes out and all of a sudden, I'm meant to be a Jet. That's what's going forward. His introductory press conference, he said that the Jets' lone Super Bowl win looked a little lonely, like he was going to be the savior coming in. And then, he brings in all his guys, Nathaniel Hackett, Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb, all that good stuff. Like, is all of that baggage, extra baggage, and maybe these other teams will just not allow any of that. And that's how they get around working with Aaron Rodgers. But do teams really want to take that on? I wouldn't, especially if a team is parting ways with you right now. Like clearly the Jets still need a quarterback. It's not like they have anyone in the chamber to back him up right now. That it's just, if one team's willing to throw you away, why do any other teams want you? I know he's still Aaron Rodgers, but there's just so much that goes into bringing him into your organization.
Yeah, I think what benefits him at least is it's going to be short term no matter what. So if you're going to be a team that needs a bridge quarterback, you'd rather have Aaron Rodgers, if this is their mindset, than Jacoby Brissett or somebody like that, right? Like, Aaron Rodgers is like, it's a higher level of like Ryan Fitzpatrick, when Ryan Fitzpatrick was the bridge quarterback for everybody across the board. I mean, listen, as I go down list of teams in the NFL right now, you got to think of like how many really need a quarterback and need a quarterback in his situation. The Steelers would be one, right? I'd put them there. I would put, we obviously take the Jets out because he's already there. The Raiders are another. You could argue the Browns for a season. Deshaun Watson's not going to play this year. He was a disaster when he played anyway. So are the Browns somebody that's in the mix? Is that something that works? And I've seen this, and I think it's crazy, but like if you're the 49ers, do you say we want Aaron Rodgers for a year and then Brock Purdy? Well, that doesn't really make any sense, but like that name has been thrown around. I think there's one other team that I would at least look at and say, this could work. And that would be the New York Giants. What if the Giants decide to keep Aaron Rodgers in the same building for one season, knowing that and maybe they draft a quarterback, maybe they don't this year, but they look at that and say, it's Aaron Rodgers. Maybe there's going to be a chip on his shoulder. You're still in the same city. He's accustomed a little bit to like what goes on in New York. That's another team that I would at least throw out. I don't think any of these are great situations because of everything that we saw. But maybe he looks at that and you see Malik Neighbors and go, yeah, I could throw him the football for a season. And the Jets become a team that Aaron Rodgers kind of wraps things up with.
So we talked yesterday on the show, Nick, that I mean, you make all very valid points, and he certainly could end up in that spot. 16-1 right now out there for that to be Rodgers' next landing spot. But have you been hearing some of the rumors about Matthew Stafford potentially going to the Giants and Cooper Kupp? Like, do you think that's something that is actually viable?
See, I honestly though, like if you're Sean McVay and you're the Rams at this point, if Matt Stafford's gone, then what are you doing? Like Sean McVay they were talking about him leaving and going to TV like a year ago. So if Matt Stafford goes to the Giants, okay, what are you getting in return if you're the Rams? Like, how does that benefit the organization unless you're ready to rebuild and gut that thing and get a bunch of picks back and essentially say like we're bailing on the next maybe couple of seasons there? Yeah, if you're the Giants, maybe you want to offer enough where say we get Matt Stafford. Like to me, the Matt Stafford of Giants doesn't make a lot of sense because they're in different situations. Matt Stafford's at the end of his career. The Giants are kind of rebuilding. The Rams still have enough there where I think they can at least compete in the NFC. We certainly saw that this year if they can stay healthy. So I think Aaron Rodgers to the Giants would make more sense than Matt Stafford, especially because we're talking, free agency versus some sort of trade. I don't know why Sean McVay would want to move off Matt Stafford. I kind of feel like once Matt Stafford's gone, Sean McVay says like, all right, I'm done. I did my time here. And then he goes into TV for a while and gets a ton of money to go coach again down the road after a couple of seasons taking it off.
I would kind of be shocked if he does go to New York as well. And I mean, the Rams are going to be in full rebuild mode more than likely once he is gone. Cooper Kupp's gone. Yeah, you have Nakua and Kyron Williams and decent young defense, but offensively no quarterback. If Matthew Stafford's gone, that's going to be a problem. Could be a problem for Derek Carr also this upcoming season because Kellen Moore, new head coach for the Saints, came out yesterday and said that I don't know if Derek Carr is going to be our starter this year. The backups for New Orleans, Nick, Spencer Rattler, and Jake Haener, Ben DiNucci. I think Derek Carr is going to be starting for the New Orleans Saints next year.
Listen, unless there's a Jameis Winston return, you never know. He's out there. He's going around New Orleans. He's dancing on bars. He's doing all kinds of stuff. Yeah, listen, Derek Carr still gives the Saints the best chance to win. It's just not really a long-term situation. I'm not really one of those people that's like super low on Derek Carr. I just think that the floor can be very low, but the ceiling can be very high with him too.
I'm not a Derek Carr backer. I don't know what it is. I can't get there. Nick Friedel is going to join us next, our NBA Odyssey Sports Insider. We'll talk All-Star Game, get his thoughts on the second half of the season as well. That's next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
It's NBA All-Star Weekend. Beyond the halfway point of the season, festivities going on out in the Bay Area. Nick, I don't know if you saw yesterday, the Jordan 1s, the originals, they did like a bunch of drones, put that together over the Golden Gate Bridge. It was actually really cool.
We've gotten to the point now where drones are doing just about anything. And yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a big Jordan. So I like Jordans, but I'm only a Jordan 1s. Like that's it. Once. That's it. I don't get any other kind. Like that's the only kind that I will wear. I think it's just the only kind that I can probably pull off if we're being honest. But yeah, I saw that. Like we're getting more. It's just crazy because I'm seeing more and more commercials for them again. And it's like everybody already loves them, but now they've just become this, the rebirth of Jordans again is just sneaker culture as a whole. It just keeps on taking over a life of its own.
Well, they brought them back, the original, and they dropped this morning for people to get like no changes to the actual original, which apparently I'm not a sneakerhead. I learn all of this through the men in my life that are sneakerheads, but apparently it's a very big deal that they're bringing back the originals with nothing changed, all that. It's been years for all that. So, I mean, if you're a Jordan fan, sneakerhead, probably can't get them anymore. I think they're already sold out. But that was pretty cool that the All-Star game kind of showing a little nod towards that. So to continue our discussion on the All-Star game and kind of things to look for in the second half of the NBA season, NBA Odyssey insider Nick Friedel joins us now. Nick, we are getting ready for the All-Star break. I mean, I say that like not very enthusiastic whatsoever because the product has not been very good as of late. So how much do you think this product, the new format of the All-Star game is going to change what we've been seeing over the past couple of years?
Sadly, I don't. I think this is kind of what it is at this point for the league and for All-Star Weekend. And the saddest part to me, having covered so many of these through the years, is people didn't dislike East versus West. It worked for so long. They just wanted the players to try. And in these games, for whatever reason, they cannot get the stars of stars to consistently play hard all the time. It has really, really hurt the league itself because this was such a showcase game with so many people always tuning in to see how often guys were going at each other and how much fun it could be. So the hype that used to be there for this 3 or 4 day stretch in whatever city it may be, it's just not there anymore. And the league is much worse off because of it.
Now, for the longest time, there was a lot of hype around the dunk contest, too. And that's kind of been the one that's taken the criticism for years, even before the All-Star game really has. I mean, listen, Mac McClung's the favorite. We've seen him win a couple of slam dunk contests. We know what he can do. Is that an event? Is that something that you could ever see becoming just something that stars are interested again, because like that's always what made it back in the day. We talk about Jordan and we talk about Kobe and we talk about Vince Carter when they brought it back. It just feels like now players realize, at least from what I see, it's a lot more of, it doesn't benefit them to be in it as much as it benefits them more to not be a part of it and then like not fail on a national stage doing it.
I think that's the key part of it. Guys don't want to seem to get into it because they're like, well, if I mess up, then it's going to get replayed 32,000 times over the years. When that happens, well, you're not going to get the highest quality of star available, which is why if you asked people walking down the street if they could tell you about the four guys in the dunk contest right now, they would just look at you like, what the hell are you talking about? I mean, Mac McClung has had some really nice dunks, but you've got to be a real hoop head to have not only watched these dunk contests the last few years, but to have followed the progress there. So as far as All-Star Weekend goes, the three-point contest has absolutely surpassed where the dunk contest used to be. And sadly, it's a theme for the conversation about the weekend itself. I think so many people are always so hyped about the dunk contest. Then they see who's actually in it, and everything kind of disappears. And certainly going into Saturday now, that's not going to change because, again, most people don't know who the hell these guys are.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. If you're a fan of the NBA, make sure to check out the variety of NBA Odyssey podcasts wherever you get your content. Nick, speaking of the three-point contest, we have Damian Lillard trying to go for the three-peat. In your time covering the league, I mean, you get to know these players on a different level in terms of their competitive nature, and no one is more competitive than Damian Lillard. If you could look into a crystal ball and tell us who's winning the three-point contest, do you think Dame is the viable choice to win and three-peat this year?
Absolutely, because especially not only because of his past success, but he's going to be doing it in the Bay. He's got roots out there. He's got a lot of people that are going to be showing up just to see him. He can always seem to raise the level of his game when his team needs him at times through the years. We've seen it in the postseason before. We haven't seen it as much in Milwaukee yet, but I think this is made for Dame in kind of a homecoming. He knows what's on the line. The other guy I'd look towards is Jalen Brunson. I think he wants to show everybody, hey, I'm out here. I represent the Knicks. We're still pretty good. He's competitive as hell, so I like those two guys, but if you had to put your money somewhere at the window with the way Dame can shoot it and with the motivation I think he'll have being where it is, that would be my pick.
Nick, I'm looking at right now the Eastern Conference, and it does kind of feel, at least to me, that it's kind of, you got a tier of the Celtics, Cavs, and Knicks kind of in the same one, but the Celtics are at the top of that. And then everybody else in the Eastern Conference, it feels relatively top-heavy. The Celtics are minus 115 to win the East. They're no shock that they're the favorites to win the East. Does it kind of feel like it's the Celtics conference to lose, or do you put a team like the Knicks and the Cavs as like legit competitors to knock off Boston before they could get to the finals?
For me, it's just Boston. Again, if it's me, I'm sitting there going, the Celtics know how to do this. They just won the title last year. If they stay healthy with that roster, they're just better than everybody else. So I've learned through time that, especially in the playoffs, injuries happen. You're never sure exactly how it's all going to play out. But I think it's Boston and everyone else. I know everybody got hopped up on Cleveland early in the season. They looked good. Maybe they can find their way through. But they've never done it in the postseason. And Donovan Mitchell is a hell of a player, but you've never seen him lead a team all the way through. So to me, it's the Celtics. There's a pretty big gap. Then it's Cavs, Knicks. I like the Knicks on the whole. Again, I just don't know, and I've covered Tibbs for a long, long time, if that team is going to have enough gas in the tank to win round after round after round in the playoffs. I think it's Boston's to lose, and I think it's Boston's to lose by a pretty wide margin.
So covering Tibbs and hearing you say that the gas might not be there towards the end of the playoffs. Why doesn't he adjust his coaching philosophy then and maybe not run his guys into the ground during the regular season? Because you're right. The Knicks are up there in terms of the odds, the third shortest odds to win the East, but no one, myself included, wants to take that because you kind of know the story for the Knicks. So why won't he change that?
He's never going to change. Tim is never, ever, ever going to change. He plays his best guys the most minutes. That has been the story on Tom forever, as long as he's been in the league, but certainly dating back to the beginning of his time in Chicago. When you look at the roster now, I think they have the talent to potentially get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't think they're better than Boston, but I think they have what they need to a point. My issue isn't even so much that they run out of gas, which has, again, always been the case, to your point. It's that when I look at the Knicks, who are they going to turn to when a Boston or a Cleveland or whomever puts all their focus on Jalen Brunson? Who's going to step up out of the Bridges, the Towns? Who is that guy? I don't see that guy that's going to be able to elevate them offensively the way they're going to need. So I think the Knicks have two factors working against them. One, those minutes always seem to catch up in the playoffs. And two, that second guy that you're going to need to create and get to the rim and score the points when they get all over Brunson. I just don't think he's still there on the roster right now.
On the Western Conference side of things, I mean, the Thunder sitting at 44-10. They got an 8-game lead over Memphis for that 1 seed in the West. And we know the talent that's there, but you've also seen in the past that it takes young teams, it takes a little bit of time to kind of break through and have that success in the postseason versus the regular season. Do you look at the Thunder as kind of a runaway team in the West like you do the Celtics, or is it a little bit more wide open in your eyes?
To me, there's a little bit more wiggle room in the West for some other team to appear. The Thunder have been awesome. By rights, they should be in the finals. They should win the West. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I know that the country hasn't kind of locked into his game yet the way they should, a player of his caliber, but he is unbelievable. And that team plays defense. They play hard. They're well coached. They know what to do. So I say all that to say, they just haven't done it in the biggest of games yet. And you mentioned the key, every young team has to go through those moments where, all right, this is a little tougher. What happens in a series? What is the back and forth that teams need to have in play? The Thunder just don't have that experience. It's not that they can't go get to the finals this year because they have the talent to do so. But the team that I still would at least give a real puncher's chance to get back is the Nuggets. And that is because of Jokic. I mean, people just, they kind of sleep on him because he's still so awesome. He doesn't say much. He just goes out and plays. But the dude can absolutely carry that team when he needs to. Jamal Murray seems like he's finally found his rhythm again after a really slow start at times. And when you have that type of promise from a group that has won and has been through it, then it seems like I don't think it'd be the best thing to just say, well, the Thunder are just going to ride through the West and find their way against Boston, at least to me. I would think that Denver really has a shot, and they have that shot because of the guy who's won the MVP over and over again.
Speaking of the MVP and Jokic, he's 3-1 to win it, where SGA is -500. But if you look at Jokic's numbers this season, they are MVP type numbers. I mean, the guy's been absolutely unbelievable. Are we just getting tired of giving Jokic the MVP every year? Shai certainly deserves it as well. I mean, phenomenal case for him. But to see that big of a gap between the two, does that surprise you at all?
It does, but the key is the MVP, for as long as I can remember covering the league, is about narrative. It's about who gets that push, especially towards the second half and into the end of the regular season. And people are sick of giving it to Jokic. I mean, let's be real. You're always looking for somebody else to kind of find their way through. And SGA has been unbelievable. Again, I don't think people who don't follow the game day to day understand just how good this dude is. But Jokic's numbers have been absolutely incredible. Again, it's just that he's won it so often now. And people are kind of like, the Nuggets are just kind of there. It ties into who should get that push going into the Western Conference playoffs. There's a reason why the odds are where they are right now. There's a reason why I think SGA finally breaks through and gets it this year. But to the point about Jokic, I don't think that he is ever going to get the respect that he really deserves, because he is so consistent and he goes out and he just plays unbelievably well night after night after night. And I think the comparison here between these two guys is it doesn't seem like either one of them is looking for the attention. If Jokic came out like Embiid did a couple years ago and kept saying, hey, I'm the man, look at what I'm doing, maybe that would sway things a little bit. But I do think people are just tired of putting that name in and checking the box year after year after year.
I also think Jokic doesn't care about MVPs, right? He clocks in when he goes to play basketball. Like, that's him clocking into his 9 to 5. He just wants to be back home betting on horse races. That's what makes that guy so phenomenal. Nick, we appreciate your time coming on with us today. Always great talking to you, and enjoy, hopefully some All-Star festivities this weekend.
Yeah, let's hope so. Great to see y'all. I'll talk to you later.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Remember to check out the variety of NBA Odyssey podcasts wherever you get your content. I mean, talking about MVP and SGA, 3 50-point performances in a week, that screams MVP to me. So it makes sense that he's the heavy favorite right now. Coming up on the other side, we have some more leftovers within the All-Star weekend that we need to touch on. Haven't talked about the skills competition and MVP market. We will do that next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
20 minutes from now, we have our lightning bets. We'll give out our favorite plays of the day. We teased a little earlier in the show, Jake Hassan. Plenty of college baseball bets for all you degenerates out there that want to be betting on baseball. And speaking of, we had a game start at 10 Eastern that I bet on, early. And I have not been keeping an eye on it. Jake, who's winning that game?
It's not great news. Things aren't great right now. I
don't like the sound
we are
of that.
losing. Stetson is winning 5-0. We had UConn money line. However, it is still in the top of the fifth. There are no outs. UConn has 2 guys on already. So there's still some wiggle room here. If things start to go our way here, we could see the tides. And here's the thing with college baseball. Like, once you get into the bullpens, just about everybody in every bullpen stinks, especially when it's not like an SEC school, an ACC school, like one of the powerhouses. So this could still get very weird. It's not ideal, but we are not dead. I don't feel great, but we're not dead.
Keep going.
I feel pretty dead right now.
The explanation was just it just felt so like, what happened was, and he just hold on, okay, give it time, guys. Right?
See what happened is Stetson scored, and then they scored again, and then they scored 3 more times, and UConn has not scored at all. But here's how sports work: UConn could still score and get us back in this game. We'll see.
Baseball famously no clock. What's the live number on UConn?
That is a great question. They don't oftentimes. Usually with live games, like college baseball games, get ripped down right away. You can't usually bet it live, and that appears to be the case here as well. Unlucky.
All right, I may have placed my one and only college baseball bet of the season.
Yeah,
you can't just end at 0-1, Kate. Also, we got time. It's fine. We got so much time, guys. Just trust me. You've got to trust me.
I don't know anything about college baseball. Whatever I know, I get from Jake.
Listen, we got bases loaded right now. Okay, 1 out.
How many outs?
1 out.
Okay.
Top of the 5th, bases loaded for UConn. This. I'm just saying.
Stetson's in Florida, famously warm year round. Good for baseball. UConn is not. The University of Connecticut is not. We all know what it's like in the East Coast. I don't know.
Mapson
I would give
back
the
out.
edge to Stetson there. I think Florida school greater than sign.
Yeah, but
school.
Listen, Paul. This is in Puerto Rico. It doesn't. They've been there for like 3 days already. It doesn't matter. I mean, it matters.
What's
for
the
sure,
party scene like? Like college party scene? I mean, are these guys ripping it up? Are we worried about is this an undisciplined UConn team?
You know what? Let me make some phone calls from Paul, and I'll get back to you in like 5 minutes.
I said in the chat, we need you on the ground for the Puerto Rico Classic. I guess we can't do it this year, but next year.
I mean, I got nothing to do tonight. We can get direct flights to Puerto Rico out of Chicago. We can make this happen.
I feel like
you
could do so much content in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the walking bets I could do. Come on.
Oh, so many walking bets. We'd see so much Jake chest hair. It would be amazing.
Stetson walks in a run. Stetson walks in a run on 4 pitches. We're on the board. See? Let's go.
Jake, you want to book me a live UConn line? I might dabble.
Not particularly. What do I look like, a mathematician?
That's the side you're on. No, I was just saying I'll bet it with you. Like 3-1? It's probably not 3-1 anymore. Maybe plus.
It's probably going down.
Yeah, bases
probably
loaded
going
1
down.
out. I don't know. Yeah.
Listen, it's good. It's good to see Jake at least on this emotional roller coaster, right? Like he was so excited before the game, and then it's what happened was sort of like, officer, here's what happened here. That was kind of the explanation I think we got from him. But they walk in a run. Now he's back up a little bit. So listen,
right, we're on the board. The gate's open.
I applaud
you just got to see one go in sometimes.
That's it. Just open the floodgates, right?
Exactly.
Where's Danny Harley?
What was UConn? What were their projections going into the season? Like, are they an actual legit good team? Or was this just a big school versus small school play for you?
What kind of scrubs are you having us bet on, Jake? The question.
I want to know how bad it is.
It's not like I'm getting you to bet Pepperdine tonight, okay? No, we're just it's UConn. They were a tournament team the last couple of years. They're a team that could theoretically win the Big East. They're good. They're a good, solid, aggressively mediocre team, like you read about.
Good, solid, aggressive, mediocre team.
You know, something that might have been important to mention earlier before Kate went and bet on this team. Yeah. Aggressively mediocre might have been relevant.
Listen, this is why I always say, whenever I leave a room of my loved ones, I say goodbye, see you later, don't do anything I wouldn't do, and definitely don't do anything I would do. Okay? Listen.
I will, words to live by going forward. Not betting any more baseball.
Everyone remember this in 15 minutes when we start lighting bets.
It was a great price. Minus 140.
It was. What? Minus 145? Really got a lot of value.
Yeah. Listen, it's the 5th inning. Stetson's going to the bullpen. There's still a lot of game left. It's not the bottom of the 9th, guys. Come on.
Now, listen, in Jake's defense here, how often have we all been really excited about the start of a new season and maybe a new sport? And we found ways to justify things, and then we've gotten smacked in the face very, very quickly. So I know what it feels like to be in that spot, but watching you just kind of talk your way through this emotional roller coaster, like I'd love to just let's just spend the next 5 minutes just letting you roll through this together, because it's been up and down since the start of the show with this.
Well, it is a commercial break right now. Also, great point. Listen, Paul, do we have to circle back to your first golf bet of the year? Not to throw you under the bus, but I'm going to do that right now. Listen, sometimes you just start dead.
Not to throw you under the bus, but I'm going to throw you under the bus.
I'm just going to put you right in front of it. No, I literally, Jake, I was about to be like, well, welcome to my golf bets. It's 100% what I was going to say. Yeah.
Listen, for those who weren't here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jake. Go ahead, finish the murdering.
For those who weren't here, first golf bet of the year, Paul gets on here. He's like, all right, here we go. This is what we're doing. Me, Sammy, Joe, we're all in. I think Joe actually stayed away. He was the only one with a working brain that day. But me and Sammy go, Paul, we trust you. Let's go. Golf bet of the year, first one. Let's rock. Guy came in last. It was just not
tied
great.
For 121st, I think. I don't know if he was dead last. He was second.
Yeah, my bad.
It was bad. It was bad, from day one, the first round. But we don't want to get excited about golf too early. A Wyndham Clark ticket at 72-1. He's 2 strokes off the lead after a round. People are bogeying their faces off over at Torrey Pines. So it's going to –
it's bad.
I don't know how many crooked numbers there's going to be out there. But was it Davis Thompson in the lead right now? So golf will be – I'll be able to sweat some golf again this weekend. I'm not dead after day one. It's an improvement.
Wild
and tell me we got a grand
another
slam.
run for UConn. 1 out, 2 runs on the board.
Now
We're chipping away.
Are we still in
live?
Are we watching the score here? Because I can't find a live score update.
I'm on ESPN.com and it says 9 a.m. start. And no score.
That would be ESPN Plus exclusively.
Oh. But they can't connect the wire to the scoreboard from ESPN Plus so that they could update.
Oh, if you're trying to follow college baseball scores live, just through the scoreboards, you're gonna have. I've learned over the last couple of years, you're gonna have a real bad time. Another wild pitch, another one. Let's go 5-3. We're live, baby. We are so.
Oh my! How many are we still in the fifth? And how many outs?
1 out still. It is now man on third, 1 out.
Game.
See what Paul's like, Jake, thank you for this. Paul's so happy that I came up with this. Just what a segment killer for a couple of segments today.
Amazing.
I mean, you can only talk about the NBA All-Star game for so long.
Well, that's the thing. It's there's not a lot going on. So somebody that has enthusiasm about college baseball this early, especially, I feel like you have to give them the floor. You got to let that enthusiasm out, because there's really nobody else that I can think of that probably would be this excited about college baseball other than you, Jake. That's the only one.
How about Quinnipiac? What are they doing at the top of the hour?
Bless you.
Riding with the what?
I said, bless you. Listen, I'm not gonna. We have 7-8 games that start at the top of the hour, so we'll get to it in lightning bets, Paul. We got parlays, we got straight plays, we got run lines. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have a great time.
Good for you.
Yeah, because I parlayed with Clemson. I'm not laying minus 145, so I need UConn to win first, clearly. But then Clemson, I think I know what I'm doing the rest of the afternoon. How do I watch these games live, Jake?
They should all. Most of them are on ESPN Plus. Like if you have an ESPN Plus account, you should be able to just see most of these games. Like this lovely UConn Stetson game coming to you live from Puerto Rico. But yeah, there are a couple games that are on the move. By the way, I mentioned when we were talking about this UConn game that Nebraska is playing UC Irvine, and Irvine ruled out their starting first baseman, who's all conference. That game was pick. Nebraska, I think, is now out to minus 125, and that's going to keep moving. Yep. So bet that earlier. That is going to keep moving. I would jump that now if you haven't already. A couple other ones, like Arizona's on the move, too, against Ole Miss. They're going out to a heavier favorite. That was about a pick earlier as well. So we got some stuff moving around, but right now we're locked in on UConn. And this guy for Stetson cannot find the strike zone. So we are... Not to jinx ourselves, but this guy, I think it'd be better if I was out there. Probably a really nice guy, though.
So you know what? Let me go with my warm weather school theory versus cold weather school theory. Is there any value on Jacksonville against West Virginia plus 200? I guess West Virginia's not that far north. South Florida as a dog against Iowa. UNLV. I guess Indiana's pretty good, right? UNLV as a dog.
I like Indiana a lot.
Okay. What's up? I don't know if you guys heard that motorcycle just buzzed my tower.
Wondering what that was. Yeah.
Yeah. Texas is minus 175. I don't know. All right, we'll get to rest. I don't want to spoil all of Jake's picks for the next segment.
I mean, he could just do it the rest of the show, right? Just get them all out the rest of the show. You're good. The cold weather thing though is interesting. Although you put West Virginia, like you almost kind of downplayed how cold it can be there. It's West Virginia gets pretty damn cold, and those mountains, whew.
And that was
Jake,
talking mountains. That was talking directions. The 2 years of high school baseball that I played, I played first base and right field.
Okay, so we were not a collegiate player.
No, God, no. I was cut from varsity tryouts my junior year, and then we just pivoted straight to golf. It's actually going pretty well. Going to try and play every weekend this summer.
Golf ringer. Jake's a golf ringer.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I mean, I don't know about golf ringer, but we break 80 on occasion. Going to try and break 80 consistently this summer.
I mean, that's pretty damn good.
I would not
Thank
have pegged you as a golfer, Jake.
Listen, Kate, I'm full of surprises.
Water this
okay,
segment.
Listen. You got to keep the people on their toes. Always, never let them know your next move.
That's right. Ooh. I mean, we're learning a lot about each other in this entire show today. This has just been a full learning experience.
Hostage tape and golf bets. Or golf game.
We've gone from hostage tape to Jake's golf game, so I think we've done a wide variety of the things today.
Yeah, listen, I mean, just add it to the Rolodex of things I could put on my Hinge profile. Just not a fan of hostage tape. Broke 80 a couple times. That should work, right? How does it lose?
Paul, do you want to give us a little update on the Genesis, like what happened yesterday? Any players playing specifically well?
Paul's got a real golf fit going on right now, by the way. Just the white hat, like the hoodie that's not a hoodie.
Yeah.
Nike,
Yeah. Walking right out to the course after this. So, I lied. Davis Thompson's not in the lead. He's at 2 under. Denny Mack is your leader after day one. 4 under, 68. Seamus Power, 1 stroke behind, along with Patrick Rogers. Our guy, Wyndham Clark, of course, Scotty Scheffler, Davis Thompson, Nick Dunn. Those 3 guys are at 2 under, and then a bunch of people at 1 under. As far as like other guys I mentioned, Victor Hovland, he's T20 at 1 over, kind of an up and down day for him. And we had Phil Hellmuth on the show last week going into the Super Bowl. He kind of talked about how Hovland's messing with his swing a little bit. So we knew going in it could be risk reward, like it could go bad. It seems like at least this first round is choppy. He's not dead yet, so he's 5 strokes back. If he can find it a little bit, Any notables that like really? It's what's interesting. Oh, and Ludwig is 2 over, so not the best first round for him either. But you look at some of these guys that have popped in other events, like the Sepp Strakas, Rasmus Hogard, Pavan. Not so much this year, but in the past, like they are like on these U.S. Open type courses. Detry, who just won last week, 4 under. Straka's 6 over. Sorry, 4 over for Detry. Straka's 6 over. Hogard is 10 over. Like they are struggling on this track. So just like these guys that pop in, maybe I don't want to say lesser events, but lesser events. Careful about a lot of those guys had shorter numbers compared to probably what they should be for this. So just careful about kind of in events like this, like looking at those guys. Kind of stayed away from all of them.
There was also a ton of weather yesterday. Wasn't it rainy, windy, just kind of gross? I don't know if the weather's going to be like that again today out there. But
5 to 4.
Round 2 teeing off here fairly soon. 11 a.m. Central first grouping goes off. All right, if you didn't get a little taste of or enough baseball bets, we have more coming your way on the other side. Our lightning bets as we wrap up the show here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
We got our first lead of the game. We've been sweating out this UConn-Stetson college baseball game, the first of the season. Stetson took a 5-0 lead. I had UConn on the money line, and UConn's battled back. They're up by 1 now. We're feeling good, Nick. Never a doubt in that one that UConn wasn't going to be able to come back.
The emotional roller coaster that has gone through that game. I had never expected getting on this show today that we would have something like that in a college baseball game this early in the season. But here we are. Here we are.
Here we are. Yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to get on these shows. Whether it's during the weekend, our new return of our Sunday Bets weekend slate is happening this weekend. So Sunday Bets from 9 to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m., you get PJ Glasser, you get Denton Day. They take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of all the live action that's unfolding for the day. And then it is Bet Nation live from Dallas to wrap things up 4 to 8 p.m. with Eric Schiaffalo and Zach Wolchuk. The return of the Sunday lineup post-football season is back here on the BetMGM network. Nick, it is Valentine's Day today. I know you're a little under the weather, but you got any Valentine's Day plans for tonight?
My wife and I usually at this point, we've boycotted the going out to dinner on Valentine's Day because all restaurants do is just upcharge you. So we're like, let's go on the 15th. So we're actually going away for the weekend, going to do some snowboarding, which is great because I'm going to go to cold weather and do physical activity when I'm under the weather. So that'll be fun. But no, she's actually flying back from San Francisco for work. And I just got a text from her during the break that her flight got delayed 2 hours. So I'd say this Valentine's Day probably won't be as romantic as some have been in the past, but you know how it gets. Life gets in the way and you kind of have to deal with it. So there's going to be some level of improvising, and she won't probably be home till late now. And it was supposed to be a lot earlier, but you can't get flight delays. They come out of nowhere, right? You literally board a plane and they go, actually, we're delaying you 2 hours, and then everybody gets off. So it's not let's put it this way. It's not going to be a rom-com probably for us, given all the circumstances right now.
Yeah, I did my Valentine's dinner last night. My husband left this morning for a trip, and so we went out, got a nice steak last night, had a good bottle of wine.
There you go.
And that's about it. That's the extent of Valentine's Day nowadays. We don't even do gifts, nothing like that. It's just dinner out and a little celebration. Yeah.
I applaud that, honestly. I think there's a certain point in life where you got to go, we know this holiday was made up to begin with. We know that it's all about selling cards and things. You know what? We should be appreciating each other every day if we're going to start there. And then secondly, you're just getting upcharged and you go to a restaurant anyway. Let's go out to Valentine's Day. And they're like, here's our Valentine's Day package. And it's 60% more. And you're like, I'm paying for it's the same food. It's the same steak I would have gotten yesterday. So yeah, it's better. I love keeping it simple. And I'm glad that my wife and I are on the same page where we just go, yeah, we don't need all of that. I see you there. All of a sudden, here, I had a little system crash.
Okay. Yeah. That was another one of those panic moments when you're on air, and it's like, is this on my end, or is this a system deal all around?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, I saw everybody logged out and logged in, and I said I should probably do the same thing. So there we go. Don't know where the story finished or what the situation is, but we'll roll with it. Hey, gone almost 3 hours, and we can make it work. So
we can. Okay, so Paul and Jake, any Valentine's Day plans on your end? Paul, I know you're married, so you have a Valentine. Jake, are we hitting the apps hard tonight?
I want to live vicariously through Jake. No, we're kind of similar to you guys. Not really a thing for us. So definitely don't want to deal with the reservations and that kind of craziness and all that.
That's Jake? Part of it in Chicago is I'm a last minute reservation. I don't plan ahead very well. and you have to plan months ahead if you want a good restaurant in Chicago. So that's, I mean, we were able to get a reservation last night, but on Valentine's Day, you can't do that.
I will be doing nothing. I got as the token single friend in my friend group. Literally, all of my friends are in relationships. My roommate, my best friend, just about everybody on the famous kickball team is all in a relationship. I'm on my own. I'm on Jake Hassan Island here. But listen, tonight will be just whiskey and divorced dad rock by myself. It's going to be awesome. I will be making myself a lovely dinner. Can't wait. We're going to get the cast iron out. I'm going to have a great time. I'm looking forward to it. And then tomorrow in the aftermath, that's when you open the apps back up. That's when you bring the A game. That's when you bring out the new refreshed bits, the new refreshed lines. You try different stuff, throw it at the wall, see what sticks. Tomorrow's the day. After I finish hosting Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker, noon to 4 Eastern, right here.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, I mean, anyone who's single and maybe having a rough time on Valentine's Day, being single, they're sad. They hop on the apps the next day.
Well, I never said I was sad, Kate. Okay.
Well,
listen.
I'm saying these other people on the apps.
Right.
Jake. No, I meant the girls that you're going to be courting on the apps. Girls get in their feelings more than men who have cast iron skillets and drink whiskey.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I'm also a therapy goer. Okay. Listen. I'm not just shoving all the feelings inside and waiting for it to explode and kill me at an early age. The asteroid's going to take care of that. I'm emotionally intelligent. Put that on the Hinge profile. We got it's.
I'm actually surprised though, Jake, because I remember when I was in your shoes back in the day, and going out on Valentine's Day to like bars and stuff was always the thing, because all the single people got together.
Yeah.
So that's not it's not the plan, especially on a Friday like this.
I don't want to be like trying to throw haymakers with all the other schmucks in the finance world in River North. I don't want Brad and Chad trying to talk to me about their spreadsheets while I'm over here just trying to have a nice Chris Miller high life and watch college baseball. I don't need that. All the schmucks can get their licks in and they can make their attempts. And then tomorrow, again in the aftermath, when everybody's sick of the same old lines, that's when you come through and be like, "Hey, how's it going?"
That's a well-thought strategy.
Is it
a well-thought strategy?
Mm-hmm. If someone hits you with the Kylie Kelsey opening line on Hinge, have you heard of that one?
No.
If this was her, because she and Jason Kelsey met on Hinge, and her opening line was, I'm going to get this wrong, but along the lines of, if I were a UPS driver, would you let me handle your package?
That's a great line.
It's a good line.
He said, absolutely. And the rest is history, Jake. I think, well, you can't really try that. Never mind.
No, it probably wouldn't go super great. Would probably get banned from the app pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Listen, maybe I just need to move to Philly. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I do. Famously, the East Coast has just been rats.
I think you need to upgrade cities, Jake. Yeah, like enough New York. Take it down on 95 and go to the birthplace of America.
New York adjacent. Oh, please stay in the yard.
We got to get you to Puerto Rico. Hinge in Puerto Rico might be off the charts.
Yeah, that is a great point. That I have not thought of it. Anyway, UConn just made an inning-ending catch in center field that would have saved a couple runs. So we're still alive. 6-5, UConn. Not to just completely tank my candidacy as a single man here and talk about UConn baseball, but...
Well, we do have to get to some bets because we only have a couple minutes left. Nick, do you want to start us off with your lightning bets for the weekend?
Yeah, look, I got a couple. I'm going to go Buddy Hield to win the 3-point contest at 5-1. Like I said before earlier in the show, I just think in terms of like his, it's very minutia, but like his shooting form works well for this contest. But again, we're talking about these All-Star weekend things and anything can happen. But I like Buddy Hield. I'll take the over in the Alabama-Auburn game tomorrow as well. Those would be my only two. No college baseball for me. A little too early to start dabbling in that nonsense like Jake is right now. So give me those.
Coward.
All right, I'm going to go
Yes, I
3-point contest. I'm going to take a little Dame and a little Cam Johnson as a long shot. Those are my two guys.
Okay.
And then in the dunk contest, I'm going to go Matas Buzelis. He's been my guy all week long. My Bulls guy, I'm going to back him in the dunk contest. I'm also going to take Auburn, getting +1.5 now. They are on the road at Alabama tomorrow, but I think Auburn is the better team in some categories that will limit possessions for Alabama and maybe add a couple for Auburn in what should be a very, very close game. Paul, what you got for us?
I'm good. I'm just going to be sweating golf. I'm going to be sweating my golf guys all weekend. So that is what I have, and I will yield the rest of my time to Jake's 85 college baseball bets.
Yeah. All right, Jake, let's go.
It's not 85. It's all right. Well, let's just start with it. We obviously have UConn and Clemson paired up together. I also like Clemson. That actually has moved. Clemson's now down to -135, I think, down from -140, -145. I'm going to fact check that. Okay, they're back to -140. Regardless, I like Clemson. If you want to lay the run line, it's laying a 1.5 at +110. Like that as well. I think they should be. Oklahoma State is a team everybody likes. I don't really believe in them as much. I think they're kind of flawed. They have exactly one good player and Brandon Schraubert, and that's kind of it. So I like Clemson as a whole, as a better team overall. But otherwise, I also have a moneyline favorite parlay. Let's go out west. Stanford and freshman of the year Rintaro Sasaki, who was a menace in the Japanese high school league just last year. He's a freshman this year for Stanford. Really like them. Like them today. I'm going to pair them with Arizona State, a team that everybody knows that I like. Ben Jacobs is on the mound. He is probably maybe one of the best pitchers in all of America, in all of college baseball. So I'll pair them together. You get good plus money. Even money-ish on Stanford and Arizona State moneyline parlay. I'm also going to parlay Duke, Nebraska, and Florida State together. You get about 2-1 on that. All pretty heavy moneyline favorites. Florida State's like -500 with Jamie Arnold on the mound, but like them a lot. They should smack James Madison. Duke, I'm a big fan of them. And then Nebraska, even with the -125 move from the pick'em, still think they're just a better team, especially with Irvine missing their best player. So that'll be another one that I'm on. And then I'll bet Arizona as a pick, basically, against Ole Miss. Arizona, really, really good team. Made a run in the championship, not in the championship, but Pac-12 championship, RIP, and they made a run in the tournament a little bit. Really like their team, and I'm just not a huge fan of Ole Miss.
Japanese high school league, the fact that you follow that, Jake.
Rintaro Sasaki's a menace. He's a menace.
That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Enjoy your weekend. Hope you win some bets, and we will see you back here next week.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with your college basketball weekend is here.
Rise and fire. Count it. Instant classic. The slipper still fits. When they need baskets, they go to it. 2 to tie, a 3 will win it.
From Cinderella runs to covering at the buzzer, we've got your winning playbook covered. This is BetMGM U with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network.
And just like that, we're down to the final 3 weeks of the regular season. Where the hell did it go? College basketball season is racing by. We are jumping on the moving train, getting you going every single weekend here, Friday nights and Saturday mornings, live coast to coast on the BetQL network, and always here for you in podcast form. Simply download us, search BetMGMU inside your free Odyssey app, AUDACY. It is BetMGMU, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas, alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack, and there is a lot to talk about, boys. As I mentioned, 3 weeks of the regular season left. 4 weekends from now, we'll be watching the brackets get revealed. And before you know it, 6-7 weeks from now, we'll be talking about crowning a new champ. We'll get into some of those title odds and what makes sense. We'll talk about which bets we like for this weekend specifically as well. It's all on the way, so hang in there, strap in, where you can watch the show as well on YouTube on the Odyssey Sports channel. But let's start with what happened last weekend. We had number 1 and number 2 both falling. We had Duke losing to Clemson as 6.5-point favorites. We had Auburn losing to Florida, not just losing to Florida by 9, nearly double digits, but losing to Florida without Walter Clayton. So, make of those what you will. We said it last week, John. Every team is going to hit a speed bump or two at this point in the season, as conference play is, you're in the teeth of it. I don't want to call it the dog days, because conference play is 2 or 3 months long, and then you look up and you're talking about who's on the bubble and who's on the bracket lines and who's where. But it feels like everybody is meeting those opportunities to stumble a bit and give us reason to raise questions at this point of the year.
Yeah, and I think, listen, when you sort of
look underneath the hood a little bit at those two losses in particular that you're talking about. We've talked about Florida here on the show. I mean, they're a title contender, right? They're in that mix. And it's at home, and yeah, the way it happened obviously was a bit weird. It may be concerning if you even wanted to take it there for Auburn. But, listen, Auburn's, done a million good things this year. They've kind of proven, that they belong at the top. And then, as far as Duke and Clemson goes, I think Clemson's one of those teams that can make another Elite Eight run. I mean, don't forget they did that a year ago. I mean, and they brought mostly everybody back. Shefflin's back, Hunter's back. I mean, Locken they added, he's out there making threes. I mean, that's a tough guard, especially there. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much shame in those two teams going down. Obviously, it does show they are vulnerable in some ways. Like there's certain ways that, if you're going to beat them, it has to look a certain type of way. But no, listen, I think all four of those teams involved in that discussion can make second weekend type runs.
There's no shame in any of them going down right now. Like, I mean, it is such a gauntlet out there. If you're Auburn, I mean, you just happen to run into the number 6 team in the nation, and like they can beat you on any given night. I mean, just go look at the net, go look at the Ken Palm, and you find all these teams are all right there. And I mean, a road game, road environment. Dickie V's back. I mean, everything's crazy. It's just, yeah. I mean, you can't really say anything. I mean, and the pollsters showed you the same. I mean, they didn't move Auburn. Auburn's resume is so amazing. They're like, nah, we're good. I don't even. But they lose a handful of first place votes. That's it. It didn't really change anything. So yeah, I think that this is just, it's the nature of the sport. Auburn's earned the right to lose to the number 6 team in the nation, and they could probably lose to the number 2 team in the nation this weekend, and they'll be like, oh, I mean, they're still fine. It's a speed bump. Everyone's going through it.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up next, Choppy. I'm glad you mentioned it. Is, how much movement do we see even in, look, we got the first SEC 1 versus 2 game in the history of the conference, right? Iron Bowl, Bama, Auburn this weekend. We'll get into that game specifically in a couple minutes here on the show. But when you're looking at the 1 and 2 lines in anybody's bracket right now, I think you're legitimately looking at just about any team that can knock off any other team. This isn't one of those years where it feels like as great as Auburn has been, as good as they are, as good as Duke has been at times, as dominant as they've been. Bama, who, again, we just mentioned and will be right there throughout the conversation down to the very bitter end, we think. I don't feel like necessarily any 1, 2, or even 3 teams is head and shoulders out ahead of anybody else, John. It feels like there really, truly is a pack of maybe half a dozen that you can look at as legit title contenders, at least that many.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could probably, if we all sat down together, we could probably come up with 10, maybe more. Because I personally think, you got your teams at the top, right? I mean, let's go through them. I mean, I think we could do this exercise live here. Auburn, Duke, Houston, Florida, Bama, Iowa State. I think that you start with those, and then we can argue about Tennessee, we can argue about Texas Tech, we could argue about Gonzaga, we could argue about St. John's. So yeah, I mean, listen, I do. I think there are some teams out here. Like even in Kentucky, right? Kentucky sweeps Tennessee. Great job for them. But, they lose Lamont Butler for how long we'll see. And defensively, they certainly do have questions, although they've picked it up. So the question is, who are they? Are they what we've seen defensively the last 3 games from them? Are they more the team we saw in the first 2 to 3 months? But they could be a team, right? If that defensive improvement is real, they could be in the mix. So, yeah, you have a lot of different teams and a lot of teams that do a lot of good, like Illinois, streaky, it's those kinds of teams you could see making real runs. So I think there's a longer list than maybe we're accustomed to in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, the issue that Kentucky runs into is like they play tremendous against good teams. Like they top 10, top 5 teams. They have 5 top 10 wins this year. It's insane. But then they'll fall asleep against Ohio State, or they'll fall asleep against Georgia. And it would not surprise me. Kentucky is the one team. If you told me they were in the Final Four, all right, I buy it. And if you told me they lost on the first day, they lost on that Thursday to Colgate or whoever, I could see that. I could totally see that happening. And that's Kentucky right now. And they play a brand of basketball. Like if they're hitting their shots and they're motivated defensively, they are impossible to beat.
So since we have what feels like a deeper field,
at least for Tennessee, they're at least impossible to beat.
Yeah, that's true.
Just twist the knife just a little bit more on Choppy.
I got to get one in on him. I got to get one.
How are we a favorite in that game? They saw what happened 2 weeks prior in Knoxville. How are we a favorite in that game?
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, you had a chance, though. What were you up 3 there with like 3 minutes left? I mean, you did kind of take the lead back. They made outrageous shots.
Yeah. Mark, how about Mark Pope? Never won a tourney game. Zach just threw that up in our chat.
I mean, that was why when he got the job, I'm like, yo, like, you guys ran off John Calipari for a dude that has never even won a tournament game. Like, and you know what? I mean, right. I look pretty stupid. He looks great.
And now here comes Cal and the Hogs.
Don't look now.
Here they come.
I mean, seriously, they're a different team since Boogie Flan went down.
Well, and there's a lot to be said for if you're going to suck out loud, do it in December and January when nobody's paying attention. Look at Kansas State right now. You suck out loud early conference slate, first half of the conference slate even, and then all of a sudden you wake up right around Super Bowl, Valentine's Day time, and you decide to hit the gas then. People are going to take notice of those wins a whole lot more than they are the losses you had in late December, January, early February, John.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Kansas State, man, specifically. Like Kansas State spent more than anybody in the portal. I mean, Coleman Hawkins is making $2 million a year, and if you adjust and modify it, since January 20th, Kansas State is the best team in America, according to Bart Torvik. It's not like that. It's crazy. Like who would know that? Who would know that? But they are. They beat Kansas. They beat Iowa State. They beat Arizona State. I mean, they are absolutely rolling right now. And it would not shock me if they get to the tournament and win a game or two at all. Honestly,
I don't know if you guys have sleepers when we start to talk about title odds. Because that's where I was going to go before we got sidetracked a bit there by the Mark Pope thing and Cal and the Hogs and Kansas State. But, you've got Auburn and Duke right around 4-1. You got Houston and Bama right around 9-1. Florida 12-1 at BetMGM. Tennessee 16. Iowa State 18. Then you start to get out a little bit longer, right? Kansas is there at 30, as well as UConn, Kentucky, Michigan State, Arizona, or thereabouts. You mentioned Texas Tech earlier, John. That is an interesting one for me. If we're looking at 35-1 or better, depending on where you shop it, we just talked about them last week and how they are able to grind you into dust and win a 54-49 game. They also showed us in the last week that they are willing to throw up triple digits if they have to, granted in double overtime, but they are willing to throw up 95 or 100 if they have to win a game. They have really impressed me over the last 3 to 4 weeks with how they are showing everybody they can win in different ways now.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say is I'd like to see their defensive numbers be a tick better, but I mean, I'm nitpicking at this point. I mean, Grant McCaskey's done a great job there, and JT Toppin against Arizona State in that double overtime win just put together one of the best games that we've seen in the last 30 years. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. Like 41-15, bunch of steals, get the win. I mean, you're right. At 35-1, that team is absolutely live. I mean, again, you got good coaching. You've got the ability to defend, when you want to, and you can score. I mean, you're ninth in the country in KenPom in scoring, second in the Big 12. So, yeah, man, I mean, Texas Tech certainly would be one of those teams you get down the board, I think you'd have a fun time, putting that slip in.
Nobody wants to play them. Like if you see them as like a 3 seed in your region, like that, whatever number one gets them as the 3 in their region, is like, I don't want to see that, man. Like they can do some damage to you. They're well coached. They play a brand of basketball. They can, if they want to slow it down, like who wants to play that style of ball? Like they're a team that I do not think a 1 seed wants to see anywhere near. Fortunately, would have seen him to the Elite Eight, but that's a tough draw.
Who else you guys like when we start to scan down the board a little bit farther besides Texas Tech? Maybe I look at. I thought Purdue was starting to look like one of those teams. They lose to Michigan. Granted, it's on the road in the Big Ten. Make of that what you will. There are a couple other teams in that 30 to 50 range, 30-1 to 51 range, John, that feels like I don't like any of them as much as I like Texas Tech, but there are a couple more out there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think St. John's at 35-1 is interesting. They obviously lost to Villanova earlier in the week, but that was a tough spot. They'd won 10 in a row. They'd beat UConn at UConn. I mean, I think Gonzaga at 50-1 is insane. I really do. I mean, they're 18th at KenPom, and you look at their offensive and defensive numbers from an efficiency standpoint. They're 7th in the country in offensive rating. 42 in defensive rating, which leaves a lot to be desired, but basically the same profile as the Texas Tech we were just talking about. And you're getting them at 50-1. I mean, I know they've underwhelmed. I know they've disappointed in conference play, but I've always liked their 3 big looks that they can kind of throw you. I mean, I don't know if they can win a title, right? I mean, that's always the problem, that they have to go win the title, but I just think that's one of those bet slips that you'll have, working for you, in the Sweet 16. It'll be a good time.
I think A&M at 40-1. Guard play plays in this tournament, and they've got pretty good guard play. They're not a. I don't think that I would consider them a title contender, but if they show up on this, on the Elite Eight Saturday or Sunday, I mean, that would not surprise me at all. I don't think that I'd want to see A&M around.
Yeah, the Big 12 and SEC teams are the ones that I'm keeping an eye on right now. You mentioned Gonzaga. I think we've all had kind of a side eye towards them since really the beginning of the season, just because they put themselves to the test in non-conference play and then just kind of, I don't want to say coast, but that's kind of what we're seeing. They coast, lose focus at times in West Coast Conference play, and then all of a sudden look up, it's tournament time, and they refine that edge that they seemingly have early in the year under Mark Few. All right, we got a number 1, number 2 matchup to talk about. The first time it's ever happened in the SEC, and it's the Iron Bowl on the court. I mentioned the Big 12, a big one there, as that Houston Cougars team that we have talked about a lot lately has a big one against Arizona. And we mentioned the Big Ten. Nobody wants to go on the road in the Big Ten, especially to Champaign. We'll talk Michigan State, Illinois as well. Get you our best bets. It's all on the way as we are live coast to coast on the BetMGM network here alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U.
You've been listening to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM network. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the Odyssey app. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network every Friday night and Saturday morning alongside my guys RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. We got you covered. Getting you ready for a busy weekend of college hoops. Mentioned it at the top of the show. We're just 3 weeks from the end of the regular season. 4 weeks now and some change from Selection Sunday. And 5 weeks from setting the Sweet 16. It's wild to me that we have looked up and all of a sudden the college basketball season is right here. The meat of it has arrived, and we're going to talk about 3 massive games this weekend. A big one in the Big 12. I mentioned Houston and Zona. We'll get into that in a moment. Michigan State visiting the Illini in Champaign. But let's start with what is the biggest game. I don't know, John, biggest game in SEC conference regular season history, maybe? The 45th 1v2 matchup in college basketball history. The number one team, only 2 games better than 500 if you want to grade out all those matchups, 23-21. Last time was 3 years ago. We had Gonzaga, number 1 in the country, against number 2 UCLA. This time it is Auburn at Bama. Bama's won 7 in a row, fresh off their best offensive performance of the season. 103 they hung on Texas, who is quickly plummeting. Bruce Pearl, for what it's worth, 4-6 against Nate Oates all time, or at least in this rivalry, John. Bama Auburn. We talked about the fact that no one's going to walk away from this one with their resume severely harmed, but this is an opportunity, especially for Auburn, I think, on the road at Tuscaloosa to really put a stamp, plant a flag in the ground on that number one spot, and maybe not come off of it for the rest of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, it's an obviously amazing game, and it's a rivalry game, and we're used to this game mattering in football, not as much in basketball, but obviously it does. And you're right. Alabama against Texas looked like juggernauts. I mean, I watched the whole game, and I was just blown away. I was blown away by their shot making, blown away by how good their shots are, like just the looks they get, and the looks they generate. Bruce Pearl is really good in these spots, I will say. I remember going all the way back to 2008 in another 1-versus-2 matchup that he was involved in. He was the number 2 team. So it's a little different. Now he's the number 1 team. But I remember him coming into Memphis, and he had everybody going, man. He got up there on the table at Rendezvous to all his fans that were there, and he said, "Nobody thinks we're going to win this game." Now, never mind, it was like a pick 'em, basically, right? But he's like, "Nobody thinks we're going to win this game. We're going to go in here. We're going to show them." He's taking off his shirt. He's going crazy. And that is where Bruce Pearl is absolutely at his best, right? And they did. They went into Memphis and they knocked off number 1 Memphis Tigers. That is where he's at his best. He's done it before. So I when we start talking about, I like Bama, and I do like Bama in the game. But if I was going to talk about something that gives me pause, is that Bruce Pearl's been the road team in these games before, and he's found ways to come out of that building with wins. And, that experience could probably be very helpful in a game like this one.
Man, I'm still trying to figure out what bizarro world we're in that Alabama and Auburn is number 1 and number 2 in basketball. Like that. I went to school this conference. This was not a thing. It was Kentucky and a little bit of Arkansas, and and a little bit of Florida, and that's about it. And what bizarro world we're in here, but man, John hit it on the head. I mean, Bruce Pearl, he relishes these kind of moments. I mean, he is going to have whatever 3 Auburn fans find a way to get tickets for this game. I mean, he is going to have them, the loudest 3 fans in the country, and he's going to have his team believe it, and they should believe. I mean, they've been the best team all year by a wide margin, and Alabama might be the hottest team in the country, but yeah, it's tough for me to go against the best, the best team, and Auburn has been the best team all year. But this is it's great for both of these programs to be in this position. I am stunned this is the first time it's happened in the history of the SEC. I would have figured, back somewhere in 1995 that Kentucky and Arkansas would have been in this matchup. Surprised it hasn't happened. But this is a great moment for the conference. It really is. Like to put these 2 teams this late in the season on the docket like this is big.
Yeah, it's really a highlight for and of the SEC's dominance this year and its depth, but dominance over depth, I think, as the teams at the top are more impressive even than the fact that they go 9, 10, 11 teams deep in this conference. Real quick, what are your thoughts on the total, John? If this thing's sitting around mid-170s, look, you just mentioned it. Alabama shot better than 50% from 3 against Texas the other night. They can absolutely blow the lights off the scoreboard. But I do agree, too, that if Auburn's going to go into Tuscaloosa and win this thing, I don't think they can let it become a shootout. So I look at this total, and I lean under because of my belief that that's a bet on Auburn.
Yeah, so if I was going to play the total, it would be the under for sure. I mean, if you're telling me that it is going to be in the mid-170s, low 170s, I mean, I don't think anybody is going to be betting over at that number. I like if it opens 173, for example, right, 173 and a half. I don't think you see that go to 174 and a half, right? I think you see it move down. And also just because it's a rivalry game, right? I mean, just anecdotally, like those games tend to be a little bit more intense, right? And we don't know how it'll be called, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, if I was gonna have a play on the total, it would definitely be on the under, just because I'm thinking it'll be a physical game where the shot making isn't as fluid as we've seen.
Under, man. Unders play anyway, and if it's that high, like they would have to give me such amazing juice to get to bet the over. Like it would have to be like a plus 120, plus 130 for me to even consider the over in that one. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the unders play anyway. Who scores in the 90s and unless you're worried about overtime. You're worried about overtime, that changes things. But I mean, who scores who scores 90 points in a college basketball game against a top flight team? You just don't do it.
Yeah, I think, again, if Auburn's going to win this, and I'm not saying Bama can't, especially at home, but if Auburn's going to win this, I do think under is the play. And you can, if you're not comfortable on a side, you can go under, and I think still, in effect, be betting on Auburn, because I think if Bama is going to pull off the upset, they'll have to hit 85, maybe 90, as we've seen Bama do. They're capable of. Saturday afternoon, Houston, Arizona, a matchup of two top 15 teams in the Big 12. Current odds to win the Big 12, Houston with that one-game lead in the conference standings now, the minus 200 favorite at BetMGM. 13th time this will be these two teams have met, but the first time as Big 12 conference opponents. Houston beat Zona by a dozen in the Sweet 16 3 years ago, John, and we've talked about them for a few weeks now. They are looking like legitimate national title contenders. We didn't really bring them up a couple minutes ago when we were talking title contenders. Almost, I don't want to say it's an oversight, but it almost feels like they're just a part of the conversation and we don't dwell on them week after week now. They're just there because that's where they belong. Arizona, though, perfect 6-0, at home in conference play this year. Houston, conversely, 6-0 on the road in the conference. So this is a tough one. I think based on Houston's ability to play both ends of the floor, I like them in this one, even if they're laying 2.5, 3, whatever it ends up being. Arizona has cooled off a bit as of late, in my opinion, but I don't know. What's your read on this situation atop the Big 12?
Yeah, I'll be interested to see, what the market does with this one because, like you said, it's 2 at KenPom, Houston by 2 at KenPom, but I wonder if there will be a little bit of a discount given that Arizona just lost, right? Arizona just lost to Kansas State, so I'm hoping we get a little bit of a discount where we can get Houston at a pick because I would love to bet them at a pick. Conversely, sometimes you'll see this like spots will get taxed or whatever the case may be. And if this gets to 3 or 3.5, I'm like, this is getting tempting, for Arizona at home. So it's all just going to depend on what the number is. Sometimes like we'll do this show and like we'll say KenPom is XYZ and like the number actually ends up being kind of different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it can matter. I mean, it's February college basketball. It gets pretty damn tight. So it all is just going to depend on the number for me. Like, I don't want to lay a big number with Houston on the road here. But if it's a pick or even a +1, maybe, I would definitely look to get involved with them.
Yeah, man. Like, there's only a handful of teams that are better on their adjusted offense and defensive ratings at home than Arizona. I mean, you're looking at Duke, Auburn, Houston, Florida, that are better at home than Arizona is in those metrics. This is a tough spot for Houston to be in. I agree with John. Like if it gets above, I don't see it getting above 3, but if it does, I mean, really kind of hammer Arizona. But at 2, I mean, Houston's a solid team. Like they're one of the handful of title contenders that there is out there. So if it's under 2.5, you could probably be on Houston. But other than that, I wouldn't touch Houston with a bigger number just because Arizona plays so well at home.
Yeah, total on this one. The complete opposite end of the spectrum of what we talked about with Bama and Auburn. This one down in the mid to upper 130s. And like I mentioned multiple times this year, I have no problem betting an under in a game involving the Houston Cougars. Whether it ends up working out or not is always a question. Overtime, thank you very much. But I never hate putting money on a Houston Cougars under. Saturday night in the Big Ten, Michigan State visiting the Illini in Champaign. Second meeting of the season between these two teams. Sparty won by a bucket back on January 19th. Michigan State has lost 3 of their last 4. Illinois was hitting a similar skid at one point as well. They had lost 4 of 7 before beating UCLA and maybe righting the ship a little bit, John. Illinois, look, they should be in the conversation, I think, as title contenders, but after what they showed us in late January, I think there's a lot of question marks there. Still, at home, as long as they're not laying more than 4, I think I'm okay with the Illini here. Going on the road in the Big Ten is never a spot I want to bet.
Yeah, I really don't enjoy watching this Illinois team at this point. I've bet them quite a bit. But they're just, and I say this like with love, I do. I mean, I know this is not something to like make light, but like they're a schizophrenic basketball team. You know what I mean? And they do hear voices, and that voice tells them to shoot the 3 every single time. And they never make them, which is the weird thing. It's like, why do you keep doing it? But you do. You keep doing it. So that's like what the definition of insanity in Champaign. Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. They actually came back against Ohio State. A couple of weeks ago by stopping shooting the 3. I mean, they have that ability to where they can grind it out. If they do that, I mean, because to me against Michigan State, that's what you're going to have to do. They could, but again, am I laying 5? Am I laying 6? Like, I don't really enjoy that idea. So, depending on what that number is, it could be a spot for Michigan State.
Yeah, I would be on Michigan State if it's 5 or 6. Who are the voters? How is Illinois not ranked? Who's voting on
because
this?
they hit a skid. They hit a little bit of a skid here.
But does nobody pay attention to like the metrics at all? Like none of these voters do. Like they just don't even pay attention. Like they're easily a top 15 team according to all the metrics. I'll tell you this: I got to hand it to Tom Izzo. Like I thought he was. If his name wasn't Izzo, I thought he'd been fired a year ago. Like this, they've had 4 straight seasons where they've had 13 losses, and here they are. They're not going to lose 10 games this year. Like, and you don't see coaches of his age adapt to the current landscape of college sports the way he has. I mean, big credit to him. But if this thing is Illinois by 5, I'm going to take Michigan State. I think they're a really, really solid team. I would not surprise me at all to see them on the second weekend. I love what Izzo's done this year, so I'll take Michigan State if it's plus 5.
Yeah, I do think it's an interesting point you bring up, Choppy, about why the hell is this team not ranked. I think you lose to Maryland the way they did, and that was an ugly loss. And then you lose to Nebraska, you lose to Rutgers. And I think what got lost in the sauce a little bit there with those 2 losses is, again, you're on the road in the Big Ten. And I don't want to say road games in other conferences don't matter the same way. That's not what I'm saying at all. On the road in the Big Ten over the last 4 to 5 years has just proven itself to be more of a grind than any. You see a team loses to someone and you go, okay, well, it was on the road. Like it's much more excusable, in my opinion, to lose a Big Ten road game than to necessarily say, no, that's got to be a big black mark on their resume. As you point out, people questioning Illinois right now and where they're at. We can get you our best bets before we wrap up. Talk a little bubble watch as well. Thanks for joining us. We're live coast to coast on the BetMGM network for BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM network. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the Odyssey app. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
We got you covered every Friday night and Saturday morning. We are live coast to coast with BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack. We will get you our best bets of the weekend in just a moment. Take a look at the bubble as well. Which teams do we believe in and not believe in? Who still has to do some work and who should work their way off that bubble sooner rather than later and onto one of those lines of the bracket. But I mentioned having you covered all weekend long, not just here inside the Odyssey app, free to download at AUDACY, but the BetMGM Network also has you covered every single Sunday, breaking it all down. Everything that happened on Saturday, whether it's college hoops, NBA, anything going on in the NFL offseason as well. Spring training right around the corner. Every single weekend, We've got Sunday's bets from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with Pat Boyle and Sean Marash in New York. Then from noon to 4, PJ Glasser and Denton Day take you to the nation's capital for Inside the Betting Lines. And we wrap it up live from Dallas with Bet Nation, Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk from 4 to 8 Eastern, 3 to 7 Central. Every single Sunday as you're running around trying to get things done, you take the BetMGM network with you. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. John, before we get to our best bets, let's talk about the bubble that I mentioned. Right now, according to Bracket Matrix, which averages in everybody's bracketology, the last 4 in are Georgia, Wake Forest, San Diego State, and I mentioned them earlier, here comes Cal and them Hogs, Arkansas, with wins against Michigan and on the road at Kentucky and Texas, although that Longhorns win probably not looking as good now as it did when it happened. They don't have any quad 3 or quad 4 losses. And in that conference, maybe that's the excuse, right? Well, you're not going to have a quad 3 or quad 4 loss once you get to conference play. But I think there is something to be said, like I mentioned earlier, for getting hot at the right time of the year.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of why you don't have one, you still don't have one, right? I mean, you know, it's still a fact. You know, and let's not forget that this Arkansas team was picked 4th in the SEC to start the season. I mean, there was a reason for that. Boogie Flan goes down, and it feels like other guys have kind of stepped up into, you know, more natural roles. Like you're seeing Janelle Davis look like the Janelle Davis from 2 years ago at FAU. You know, guys are just kind of coming along. Big Z, right, had a big night against LSU. I think Wake Forest is going to find itself on the wrong side of the bubble when those brackets update, just because they lost at home on Wednesday night to Florida State. They were up 14 with 7 minutes to go. Choppy had Wake Forest money line to close out a parlay. And
I don't know about that.
They just couldn't hold on. They just couldn't hold on. They blow it there late. Florida State now 2-0 since Leonard Hamilton announced he was retiring. So take that for what it's worth. But yes, I think Arkansas is definitely on the right track here. You know, they've stamped that Kentucky win. That wasn't just a, hey, we're emotional, we're going to go in here and do it. I mean, they, like you said, they've beaten Texas. they competed with Alabama and beat LSU. So, you know, they keep it up. They keep winning 3 or 4. They're going to find themselves in.
Man, only in 2025 SEC could you lose 7 of your last 11 and improve your standing in the tournament bracket. I mean, that's the kind of world that we are living in. You know, this is an interesting predicament for the committee. Like, let's just say you get down to Arkansas and San Diego State. Like, Arkansas has played this gauntlet of a schedule, SEC. San Diego State, they've played 3 ranked teams, and they've beaten 2 of them. So, in the limited opportunity they've had, they've performed really, really well. Like, how do you break down those teams? You know, like, is a certain conference, is the SEC going to get the benefit of the doubt? Versus, like, the wins do matter. How many times do we hear that in college football this year? You know, at some point the wins have to matter. And if you're a team like San Diego State, where you've done nothing but basically win your games, and it's you versus Arkansas, how do you pick?
I honestly think, and we're all guilty of this, I think, at times, but the committee is just like the rest of us when they get together, pick these things out. I mentioned it earlier. There's something, recency bias is a real thing. That term exists because it actually happens. And they're going to look at San Diego State's wins on neutral courts early in the year. And then they're going to look at the strength of their conference. And they're going to go, well, but, and, you know, in this example, they're going to look at Arkansas and the SEC schedule and being hot down the stretch. And I think that probably answers your question, Choppy. It's why Arkansas, if you can still catch them at plus 120, plus 125 to make the field, I put that down, and I count on Cal getting them right, John, before SEC tournament time, and then obviously by Selection Sunday.
Yeah, Choppy texted me earlier the week, told me he put a big bet on Arkansas to win the national championship. Said he's just been inspired by their. I'm just lying about RJ completely. It's my second time I've lied about RJ's bets. I don't know why it brings me such entertainment.
It's not a lie if you believe it. It's the Costanza principle.
That's right. No, but I had Arkansas in the top 10 to start the year. I mean, I was a big believer in, this idea that Cal would, go to Fayetteville and, be rejuvenated for the first time, kind of have a little bit of fire in his belly, right? Because we tend to get complacent. We tend to get comfortable in our jobs. When we've been there for so long, we're not going to get fired. What are they going to do? Fire me? Who are they going to hire after me?
Mark
so you
Pope?
get a little comfortable. Huh. Yeah, that's right. And it goes to show you, nobody's indispensable, right? But I do. I think they are. It's not too late. You still have a month left in the season. You have your conference tournament. Arkansas has a lot of runway here to straighten this out and get back into the field.
Let's talk about the teams that are listed first four out on Bracket Matrix right now, and which ones have a legitimate chance of working their way back into the conversation. You've got Cincinnati. I mean, not a lot of big wins, I don't think, on their resume. They're just kind of there. Pitt, they did win in Columbus earlier this year. I just had my big impassioned plea about winning on the road in the Big Ten earlier. I guess it still counts, even if it's a non-conference game. But some ugly losses as well. SMU, we'll keep it in the ACC for just a second. 0-4 in Quad 1. And then BYU, they've got some nice wins on the road at West Virginia is one in particular I think that still counts for something. No big losses outside in the lower three quadrants. So how much work has to be done by any of these four teams to still sneak their way in, John?
A lot. I mean, I will say Cincinnati, you mentioned them. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I like them. I'm trying to figure out whether or not they're good because they looked really, really bad about a month ago, 2-3 weeks ago in the season. And, they've actually won, 3 in a row? They got a nice one over BYU the other day. So I'm trying to figure out Cincinnati. Could that be a team that, is actually, peaking here? But look, you're on the bubble. You're on the bubble for a reason. You got work to do.
Yeah.
BYU feels like one of those teams that always just seems to, if they get in, they can do a little damage. That nobody really wants to play them. And then, I've seen a little bit of SMU this year. Look, they're a solid team. They're going to be one of those teams that we're going to talk about come Selection Sunday. Did they get hosed? Did they not? I don't see them as a team that is going to go out there and win a couple of games in this tournament. I'm going to put my stamp on SMU as not one of those teams.
Yeah. I mentioned Kansas State earlier. This is that sort of soft, gooey middle of the Big 12 where you're trying to figure out, like John, you just said about Cincinnati. Are they good? Are they not? They're capable occasionally of rising up and winning a big one on the road because everybody gets to go to Morgantown at some point or, go to Waco. And then every single one of them is also capable of just flopping at home sometimes. So, you look at BYU, you look at Kansas State, you look at Cincy, you look at WVU and you go, yeah, but there's a lot of buts with this soft middle of the Big 12, as it were, once you push past the top 5 teams in that conference who are all ranked. All right, time to get them our best bets for the weekend here on BetMGM. Choppy, I'll let you get us started. What do you got?
I'm going to go with Michigan State +5. If that's the number, I'm going to go Michigan State +5 against Illinois. I think they're the better team. Illinois is tough at home, but I'll take the +5.
John?
I'm going to assume we get Alabama at a pick'em. That's what I'm going to assume. Right. And I'm going to bet Alabama at a pick'em. That's what I'm going to do because I'm just so intoxicated by the way they play offensively, and it just sticks out so much in college basketball, right? That I think they're going to be able to generate enough good looks, and they have guys that can make them. So in this home tilt, I think they'll even it up, right, when it gets back to Auburn. But I think in this one, Alabama gets it done at home.
So I got a couple here. Bama Auburn, the total we talked about earlier. I really like the under if that number stays as high as it's being projected. then absolutely I'm going to take the under on Bama Auburn. I mentioned it earlier. Every week, I bet a Houston Cougars under at some point, and those always feel pretty safe. Like I said, unless that thing's going to overtime, give me an under on almost any Houston game. I'll do that this weekend as well against Arizona. And then I'm going to throw a couple futures, and you boys can tell me if I'm crazy. We talked about them earlier. Texas Tech national title at 40-1. Gonzaga national title is out there at 50-1. Why not at this point? As like I said, we're down to the final 3 weeks of the regular season. 5-6 weeks from now, all of these things will have paid off or be balled up and at the bottom of a garbage can here in my office. So it's futures at this point with just 5-6 weeks to go. I'm okay laying a few bucks, maybe even a little bit more on each of them, John. Texas Tech 40-1, Gonzaga 50-1. Let's start to dive in to the deep end.
Yeah, I think that, listen, you're kind of buying really low on Gonzaga here at 50-1. They were definitely not that at the start of the season. I think they were 16-1, 20-1, something along those lines. We see it all the time. I mean, you have peaks and valleys throughout a season, and the goal, right, is to capture those teams when they're at the valley if you think they're going to peak again. And I think Gonzaga definitely fits that criteria.
Nobody want UConn at 30-1?
No. Dan Hurley's losing his mind. They're going to implode.
Like
I don't think it's a good losing his mind, Choppy. That sounds like a good conversation to table for next weekend's show, UConn and everything else going on in the world of college hoops. We'll do it again, always inside your Odyssey app in podcast form, just waiting for you, AUDACY. For RJ Choppy, for John Martin, for our producer, Zach Kroll, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the Odyssey app. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Another great show for you guys today as we're closing out the week strong. We got an epic college basketball slate tomorrow, including number 1 Auburn and against number 2 Alabama. We're going to get into that later on in the show. We're going to continue our MLB previews as we go from the NL West to the NL Central. Today we look at the Cincinnati Reds. Also, we got NBA All-Star Weekend kicking off tonight. We got the All-Star Game on Sunday. We're going to talk about that. Shane Jackson going to join us here in a moment. Going to get his thoughts on that as well as Major League Baseball. We're going to have Matt Horner join us later on in the show as well. A lot to get to today. As always, any questions, any comments, bets that you guys have for us, make sure you follow us at the BetMGM Network. You can check us out on Twitch, on YouTube, on X as well. Send in your questions to us over the next 30 minutes. And if you miss any part of the show today, you also can check out the Send It In podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get this thing rolling on a Friday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Shane Jackson, who joins us, web content writer for BetMGM. Make sure you guys give Shane a follow on X at SJacksonMGM. Shane, great having you back on the show, man. I want to talk some NBA futures with you, some MLB as well. But let's talk about NBA All-Star Weekend. We got things kicking off tonight out in the Bay Area. Any bets for you in the All-Star Game? Any of these fun skills competitions that we have? Anything that you're doing there?
Yeah, I actually like two different bets from a betting perspective. The first being the dunk contest. I'm interested in fading Mac McClung as a minus 210 favorite. If he does win this weekend, he joins Nate Robinson as the only 3-time winner in the dunk contest history, something I'm not sure the NBA wants considering he's a G League player. McClung said the other night that he's done with the dunk contest, win or lose, because he's running out of ideas. And I think that opens the door for new blood, and I like both rookies in this event. Matas Buzelis for the Chicago Bulls, he competed in a dunk contest in the McDonald's All-American game, and he posted a perfect score in his first round of the dunk contest of that game. And then there's Stephon Castle with the San Antonio Spurs. He gets the benefit of maybe doing a dunk with Victor Wembanyama, which will be a real crowd pleaser. So I could go either way of those two. I went with Buzelis, but I think you could just take the longest odds of both as a fade McClung kind of parlay, taking the field against McClung. As for the All-Star Game, I really like the MVP market. I'm targeting a player on the team Shaq since they have a more favorable first-round opponent. And I'm taking Jason Tatum at 18-1. Tatum won the MVP in 2023, scoring 55 points. And he's kind of been just disrespected in the past year. Not getting the Eastern Conference Finals MVP, not getting the NBA Finals MVP. His Olympic role was reduced. So I wouldn't be surprised if on an older team, the 26-year-old Jason Tatum is more equipped to deal with multiple games, and he's motivated to win this award.
All right, very good. A lot of good stuff there. Again, NBA All-Star Weekend kicks off tonight. Shane, we had you on the show last Monday, and we were reacting to the Luka and Anthony Davis trade. We've seen Luka in a couple games with the Lakers so far. Now that you've kind of seen Luka play with LeBron, obviously the landscape of the Western Conference, do you feel like the Lakers are a legit contender in the West?
Yes and no. I think the first two games with Luka dealing with his minutes restriction against the Utah Jazz showed both the upside and the downside of the Los Angeles Lakers. Upside-wise, they're one of the best offenses in the league. I think you're going to be one of the best passing teams we've ever seen with Luka and LeBron. And those are two of the best playoff performers, so you do have to give them the benefit of the doubt. However, I think that second game against the Jazz showed the downside, especially on the defensive end. Not having DFS, Gabe Vincent, Jackson Hayes dealing with an early injury. There's just a lot of things that show how vulnerable this team can be on the defensive side of the ball that I think a lot of things had to break right for them to make a deep run. So I would view them more as a second-tier contender, kind of similar to the New York Knicks in the sense that, yes, they're a very good team. They're going to be a lot of fun. I'm just not sure if I would put them on the Celtics or the Cavaliers or the Thunder inner circle of contenders.
Yeah, the Thunder's still the heavy favorite in the Western Conference. The Boston Celtics, who you bring up, Shane, they are the heavy favorites in the Eastern Conference. Still Boston for you? I know they've gone through a little bit of a rough slide here in the last month or so, but you still see them as the team to beat in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I think them having minus 115 odds to make the playoffs at BetMGM tells us something. The Thunder don't even have minus odds to win the West, and they're the better team. So, I do think the Celtics are still the team to beat. I do think they will have to sweat a little bit more than they did last year because the Cavaliers are a real challenger. But other than that, I'm not sure. So I'm probably not interested in betting anyone other than the Boston Celtics out of the East. If you could do some more NBA Finals parlays, that's something I'd be interested in.
What about any NBA award markets that you like, right? It looks like SGA is going to win MVP. Kenny Atkinson probably going to win Coach of the Year. Rookie of the Year, Most Improved, some more competitive markets. Anything maybe you think where there's good value?
Yeah, the market I'm really interested in coming out of the All-Star break is the Sixth Man of the Year award. This is mostly biased because I did bet Peyton Pritchard 100-1 in the summer, and now I'm looking more for a potential hedge opportunity. Pritchard right now averaging around 14 points per game off the bench for the Boston Celtics, but that scoring has dropped to 11 points per game over the last 20 games. DeAndre Hunter now is with the Cleveland Cavaliers after being traded from the Atlanta Hawks, and he's averaging closer to 19 points per game off the bench, and he scored 18 in his second game for the Cavaliers as a reserve. And why that's all important is because this is really an award that goes to a bucket getter on a really good team. Over the last 15 seasons, the Sixth Man of the Year award has gone to a player who's averaged 17.5 points per game on a team that's averaged 52 wins that season. So essentially you're looking for a bucket getter on one of the best teams in the league. Hunter checks both boxes now that he's a member of the best team in the East, and I think it's only a matter of time before he becomes the favorite. And the only real downside to him is that there's an injury risk. He has to stay healthy. He can't afford to miss many more games down the stretch. But I think it's going to be Hunter's award to lose before it's too late.
I like it, man. 100-1 ticket on Pritchard, Shane. That's pretty awesome, man. Hopefully that comes through for you. Great insight on the NBA. Definitely want to get some of your thoughts on Major League Baseball as well. We had pitchers and catchers report this week. Shane, we've been doing our MLB previews here on the show. We looked at a bunch of teams in the NL West. It's going to be a really good division yet again. Obviously, the Dodgers, heavy favorites to win the World Series. Padres are going to be good. I'm really high on the Arizona Diamondbacks this year. What are your thoughts on the NL West, and how many teams do you see making the playoffs out of that division this year?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed your NL West previews this week, and like you, I'm high on the Arizona Diamondbacks, and obviously you have to give the Los Angeles Dodgers the division there. So I think those two teams make it out of the NL West in the playoffs. This is more of a fade on the Padres than anything else. When I started my own MLB team previews, under 89.5 wins was the first bet I made for the Padres win total. This team really was, put it all together in the second half of the season. They were one of the best teams in baseball, maybe a World Series contender if they hadn't lost to the Dodgers in the LDS. But they did a lot of their success after the break. When they put together that elite bullpen at the trade deadline, people forget that this team was more of a 500 team that first half of the season, and now they've lost more than they've added this offseason. So I'm probably out on the Padres this year and would be looking to fade them even at their current win total. And then you just look around and do the math around the National League. I mean, 3 NL East teams, they got all better. And if you get another NL Central team, I mean, just the math for the playoff spots becomes a lot more difficult in that sense. But I'm high on the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks coming out of the NL West.
I'm with you. Yeah, man, the National League. I mean, again, the East, right, with now the Mets having Soto, the Phillies, the Braves. I expect the Nationals to kind of be maybe knocking in on the playoffs a little bit. It's going to be a really good NL this upcoming year. Looking at the American League, obviously the big news, Shane, that we had a couple days ago, Alex Bregman going to the Boston Red Sox. They made some big moves this offseason. Obviously, the trade of Garrett Crochet. Their lineup looks really good now. What do you make of Boston, and how do you think Bregman's going to fit into that lineup?
Yeah, that Bregman signing really capped what I think was a brilliant offseason for the Boston Red Sox. Their win total moved up 1 game. Nothing else really moved at BetMGM. But that's because most of their upside was already baked in. On the first day of the offseason, I bet 40-1 on the Red Sox to win the World Series because I expected this team to be aggressive in the offseason with a young team that was on the rise. And so they're even at 25-1. I don't hate their upside in a wide open American League. But now I still think this is a playoff team. But rather than bet the minus 125 odds on them to make the postseason, I'd rather bet Alex Cora to win AL Manager of the Year at 7-1. And the math is pretty simple on this one. Since 2012, the last 26 Manager of the Year winners have made the postseason. So making the playoffs is requirement number 1. Of those 26, 22 didn't make the playoffs the previous year. So really you have to come almost out of nowhere or unexpectedly. And the Red Sox fit the bill. You could also say the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Twins. Of all those 4 teams, Boston has the best playoff odds of the bunch. So I think Cora, 7-1 to win Manager of the Year, is the best way to bet on the Red Sox at this point.
I like it. Good angle there on the Boston Red Sox, who, they're certainly going to be an intriguing team in that American League. He's Shane Jackson. Make sure you guys give him a follow on X at SJacksonMGM. He's a web content writer for BetMGM. A lot of great stuff from Shane. Shane, appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you again next Friday. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's continue with our MLB previews here on Send It In as we're going to start looking at the NL Central. And today we start with the Cincinnati Reds, who I'm going to be honest with you guys, doing research on the Reds. Terry Francona coming back out of retirement to manage the Reds, which is a big deal because Tito, one of the best managers in all of baseball, was awesome, obviously, for the Red Sox, helped them break the curse in Boston, was great for the Guardians, helped get them to a World Series. Reds are a team with a lot of young talent, and having a guy like Terry Francona in that clubhouse should be really, really good for that team, especially for a division that's going to be wide open yet again this season. I look at the Reds, and they have a superstar starting pitcher and a potential superstar everyday player. That's Hunter Green, and that's Elly De La Cruz. And those are going to be the 2 guys that need to lead the way this year for Cincinnati if they want to win this division or if they want to make the playoffs in the National League. And that's really how I would attack this Reds team. They're relying on, again, a lot of their up-and-coming players, a lot of players that probably the casual person hasn't heard of. They're going to need to have good seasons, but really, Ellie's going to need to stay healthy. Hunter Green's going to need to stay healthy. And I really like the upside of both of these guys in the future markets. You look at Hunter Green, you're talking about a guy that was in NL Cy Young conversation last year. He's a guy that usually goes on the injury, the disabled list, the injury stint during the season. So hopefully we can avoid that because if we do, he's got nasty strikeout stuff and he's going to be among the league leaders in the National League in strikeouts, in ERA as well, especially playing in one of the best hitters ballparks in all of baseball. So I like Hunter Green, his price, NL Cy Young at 20-1. And then I love the upside of Elly De La Cruz as well at 20-1. If Elly can become more consistent as a hitter, batting average and home runs, I mean, the speed is ridiculous, right? With the new rules that we have in Major League Baseball now, and with guys being able to steal 60, 70 stolen bases, Ellie's one of the fastest players in baseball. So if he can have a higher batting average and he can get himself on base more, and he can stay healthy, he's looking easy at a 60 stolen base season. And that's the kind of guy that I'm looking at to win MVP, right? Like, certainly it could be guys like Judge or Ohtani that just hit like 50, 55, 60 bombs. But I want to target it on the guys that I think can have 30 home runs and the guys that could have like 60 stolen bases and just do a little bit of everything. That's the potential of Elly De La Cruz. So I like him at 20-1 as well. And then I was just mentioning Terry Francona. I love Shane's angle. If you like the Red Sox, maybe look at Alex Cora to win Manager of the Year. I think it applies with the Reds too. If you like Cincinnati, I would bet Terry Francona to win Manager of the Year at plus 400. He's one of the best managers in baseball. This was a Reds team that when Elly got called up 2 years ago, they took off and nearly won the division and made the playoffs. Last year had a lot of expectations. A lot of people liked them. They were kind of the trendy pick in the NL Central. Didn't end up making the playoffs, had a disappointing season. You see this all the time in baseball. Team kind of comes out of nowhere, then they're hyped up and everybody loves them coming into the next season. They don't do anything. And then it's that next year when everybody kind of gets off that team. That's when they tend to play pretty well. So I kind of am in on the upside of the Reds this year. I don't love any of their prices like to win the division, or I wouldn't go over the win total. I would just go big with Cincinnati. Like, if you like the Reds, look at Hunter Green, Cy Young. Look at Elly De La Cruz, MVP, and look at Terry Francona to win Manager of the Year as well at plus 400. So I think those three guys, if you're a believer in Cincinnati, if you think the Reds are going to look like the team that we saw in the second half of the season 2 years ago when Elly De La Cruz got called up, those are the guys that I would look at. Hunter Green for Cy Young, Elly De La Cruz MVP, both at 20-1, and then Terry Francona Manager of the Year at plus 400 as well. All right, let's talk some NBA, you guys. We got All-Star Weekend kicking things off tonight out in the Bay Area, and a lot of different ways to bet all of these different markets. We'll start with the All-Star Game itself coming up on Sunday. And this year they're doing the All-Star Game a little different. They've broken it up into 4 teams. Team Shaq, Team Chuck, Team Kenny, Team Candace. As Shane was mentioning, he likes Team Shaq. Or he likes Jason Tatum to win All-Star MVP because Team Shaq has the easier matchup. The team that I like personally is I like Team Kenny, and I like their value at plus 450. They don't have as many top-end stars as Team Shaq or Team Chuck does, but what I like about their team is I feel like they have either a lot of guys that just try hard, like can't turn the motor off, don't know when it's time to just like, oh, it's an exhibition, so I'm going to take it easy all of a sudden. They don't really have a lot of those players, and I also like that they have a lot of either first or second time All-Stars as well that won't just be happy to be there, but will also be trying to put on a show and make a name for themselves and show that, you know what, they weren't just a charity pick, or that this isn't just like a one-off, that they're going to be back for multiple years. They have Anthony Edwards leading the way, who, again, like you talk about a try-hard, that's all Ant-Man is. Jalen Brunson, I think he's going to play well. Jaren Jackson Jr., one of the better defenders in the NBA. Jalen Williams out of OKC. Then you got a couple of the Cleveland guys, Darius Garland and Evan Mobley, and Cade Cunningham right now, who's the favorite to win Most Improved out of Detroit. He's having a great season. The Pistons are having a great season too. So, you know, like Team Shaq has LeBron and Steph and Kevin Durant. And Team Chuck, he took all the big man. He's got Jokic and he's got Wemby. Like, those other teams have some big high-profile names. They got MVP winners, NBA champions, all these guys. I like Team Kenny because I don't feel like a lot of people are going to bet them because they don't have the star power of some of these other teams. But I think they're going to try, and I think they're going to play really well together. So I like them at plus 450. And my All-Star Game MVP is going to be Anthony Edwards, leading the way at 11-1. As for the three-point contest, we got some good names in this thing. Damian Lillard, Darius Garland, Buddy Hield, Tyler Hero, Norman Powell, Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, some pretty good shooters. I'm looking at Buddy Hield at plus 500. I feel like Buddy's shot is tailor-made for the three-point contest because he really doesn't have too much energy. He doesn't get like crazy high off the ground. It's just pretty effortless. And obviously that's a big part of the three-point contest is you're getting up so many shots in a minute. And if you make it far enough, you're going to do it about 3 times. So you want guys that are going to have enough stamina towards the end, enough guys that aren't going to just run out of gas towards the end of the three-point shootout. I think Buddy Hield's a good fit for the three-point contest, so I like his number at plus 500. And then for the Rising Stars competition, I'm going to go with Team Chris Mullen at plus 220, Stephon Castle, Zach Edey, Dalton Connect, We got Jalen Wells out of Memphis as well. I like their team. I like this mix that they got of rookies, and I think they're going to win it. I honestly think they should be the favorite. I'm surprised that Team Mitch is, so I'm going with Team Chris Mullen at plus 220 for the Rising Stars competition. All right, let's talk some college basketball. We got an awesome slate tomorrow, including number 1 Auburn against number 2 Alabama. We'll get into that game a little bit. But talking Friday night hoops, B Mills, I see your question in the chat. Hey, PJ, happy Friday. How about the under 138.5 in the UCLA-Indiana game tonight? Think it's going to be a slugfest. Didn't touch the total tonight, B Mills. If I had to make a play, I would tend to agree with you. I would think this would more so be a lower scoring game, would go under than we would see a higher scoring game. So I think that would probably be the side if I had to pick the total. But I just like UCLA in the game. I like the Bruins minus 1.5 against Indiana. I like backing these teams that are playing that second game of their road trip in the Big Ten. So UCLA played Illinois on Wednesday. They've been hanging around or on Tuesday. They've been hanging around the Midwest, and now they get to play Indiana on Friday. You got the Hoosiers coming off a big road win against Michigan State, maybe a little bit higher in the market, overrated than what they should be. I just think UCLA, honestly, is the better team. I think they're playing really well right now, so I'll take the Bruins minus 1.5 on the road tonight against the Hoosiers. Then starting on Saturday, we got Arkansas and Texas A&M kicking things off in SEC play. I'm starting to see the total in this game drop at about 138.5. I like the under in this game. You're talking about two of the worst three-point shooting teams in the SEC in Texas A&M and Arkansas. So I expect this game to be quite the slugfest. Both of these teams are defensive-minded. That's what they rely on. I think we're going to see a lot of two-point makes in this game as opposed to a lot of three-point shots. So I'll go under 138.5 between Arkansas and Texas A&M. Really good game out of the Big Ten tomorrow between number 16 Wisconsin and number 7 Purdue. Boilermakers about a 5.5-point favorite in this game. That line feels about right. It feels like a line that's going to come down to the wire with free throws and maybe a backdoor cover three-pointer at the end. I just like Purdue as a parlay piece, money line parlay. I think you can throw them in minus 230 with some other play on Saturday's slate, but Purdue's so tough to beat at Mackey Arena, as we know. Wisconsin's having a really good year. They've been a good road team on the Big Ten, in the Big Ten this season. I just can't bet against Purdue at home. Again, 5.5, that feels about like the right number. So I'll just take Purdue on the money line, throw them in a parlay with another game that we got coming up on this Saturday slate. One of the games of tomorrow is going to be number 6 Houston taking on number 13 Arizona. This is going to be a good one. Houston, it's looking like, is going to be about a 1.5-point favorite on the road tomorrow in Tucson. And I'm going to roll with Houston to pull out a tough road win. Both of these teams, the two best teams in the Big 12 right now, both are playing awesome. But this is what Houston is built for. They're built to go on the road in tough environments because of their defense. We all know that defense travels. Arizona has also been a good defensive team this year. Their offense has not been what we usually see out of a Tommy Lloyd Arizona team. And Arizona relies so much on Caleb Love. And Caleb Love is either awesome or he's either terrible. And I feel like going up against this Houston defense, we're going to get more so the downside of Caleb Love. So I like Houston to escape a close one in Tucson tomorrow against Arizona. Then we got the game of the year so far in college hoops. Number 1 Auburn at number 2 Alabama. Right now, Bama a small favorite, minus 1.5 with a total of 172.5. Really high total and a tight point spread. So honestly, guys, the best way to bet this game, because a lot of us are just going to be on the couch or we're going to be at a bar watching this game with a phone in our hands, is to live bet the game. When you got a total that's this high and a spread that's this small, you're going to get a lot of runs in this game. You're going to get 9-0, 11-1, 13-2. There's going to be a lot of spurts from both sides. So you're probably going to get like a 6.5 with one of these teams or an 8.5 with one of these teams. And I think that is the way to bet the game. If you had to have me pick a winner, though, I would take Auburn. I think they're the best team in the SEC. I think they're the best team in the country. And I get it. Alabama looks great, and they're on a big winning streak, but they shot the ball 60% against Texas. They haven't shot the ball like that all year. They're usually like a 35% three-point shooting team against Auburn. I think if they shoot their normal game, it's probably not going to be good enough against the Tigers. Auburn's the better defensive team, and they're the better offensive team as well, even though we're getting the two best offenses in college basketball. So I like Auburn in a close one, but live betting the game, probably the way that I would go in that one tomorrow. Then we got the Egg Bowl as well between number 22, Mississippi State, and number 19, Ole Miss. Probably looking like Ole Miss is going to be about a 6.5 point favorite. I think if that's the case, I would look at Mississippi State in the game. I think Ole Miss probably wins, but I think it's too many points. I think Mississippi State keeps it close. These games between these two teams usually always come down to the wire. Their first meeting in Starkville a couple weeks ago went to overtime, so I wouldn't be surprised if this game is close as well. Maybe look at an over as well in this game, as long as it's anything that's like not over 150, which I don't think it will be. It's probably going to be in like the 142, 144 kind of range. I would look over. These games tend to be higher scoring when these two teams match up. Then we got number 11, Michigan State on the road taking on Illinois. Illini 5.5 point favorite in this game. I was talking about parlaying Purdue. I think parlaying Purdue and Illinois tomorrow is the way to go. Get that plus money. Both teams minus 5.5, minus 230 on the money line. I think a Purdue, Illinois money line parlay is a great bet. I think this Michigan State team is vastly overrated. They haven't really played anybody yet in Big Ten play. Now their schedule's starting to catch up with them, and we're starting to see them suffer some losses. Illinois is starting to get healthy. They're playing a lot better, and I think they take care of business tomorrow. So I like Illinois to cover the spread, but if you just want to play it safer, parlay them with Purdue, I think that's a good bet as well. And then number 15, Kentucky taking on Texas tomorrow. I would expect Texas to be a small favorite in the game. I would wait to see the injury report in this game because there's a good chance that Kentucky is without both of their point guards. Lamont Butler got injured in the second half against Tennessee. Jackson Robinson didn't play against Tennessee. So just make sure that one of those guys at least are playing against Texas. If they do, I probably like Kentucky in the game because my fear with Texas when they go up against these high-powered offensive teams is they're just not going to be able to hang with them. We saw that when they played Bama, and I worry about that when they go up against Kentucky. Even though Kentucky's defense isn't good, they can really score, and I just don't know if Texas is going to have the firepower to hang with Kentucky. So as long as either Butler or Jackson Robinson plays, I like Kentucky tomorrow against Texas. All right, let's check in with Matt Horner. Join us in the Lions Den. Give Matt a follow on X at @sharp_side_BetMGM network writer. And Matt, I know it's a quiet sports slate tonight. Anything that you like?
Yeah, you actually talked about one of them there. UCLA -1.5, or if you want to take them on the money line tonight against Indiana. Classic bounce back spot here for UCLA off of that loss to Illinois, and a classic fade spot for Indiana off of that huge upset win they had against Michigan State. I remember last time I was on here, I gave Indiana plus 11.5, and I said maybe they could win outright, but I wasn't too sure about it. Well, they won the game outright, shockingly. But this is a classic fade spot for them after that huge win. Then another game that's kind of off the radar tonight in college basketball, Siena -2 tonight against Marist. Marist is 16-5 this season, and they're an underdog against Siena, who is 11-13. I think a lot of people will be wanting to back the team that's 16-5, getting the points against the team that's 11-13. I think there's a reason they're favorites. So give me Siena here at -2 against Marist. And other than that, really not much going for me.
There you go. Yeah, I like the UCLA pick as well against India. Great call with the Hoosiers against Michigan State earlier in the week. Matt, what about NBA All-Star Weekend? Anything that you're betting there?
I don't put much into the All-Star game, honestly. Like, do we really know how much these guys are really going to be trying? I don't know. Just any of these All-Star games for any of these sports, I don't love putting tons of money on it, honestly. I can tell you some stats here. 75% of the bets are on Team Shaq against Team Candace, so everybody think it's going to be a total blowout. And then if you look at these totals right now, 73.5 is the total for that game. 86% of the bets are on the over. This year, you just get to 40 points and the game's over. Whoever gets to 40 points is the winner of the game. Yet everybody seems to love the over, yet it's -120 to the under. I think there's a reason for that. So maybe taking the under there in an all-star game. People are so used to taking overs because there's just never any defense played and it's just constant dunks and 3 points and everything like that. Maybe look at an under there. I did sprinkle Norman Powell plus 600 in the 3-point contest. I 3-point contest, I like taking guys who have a hot hand. So last game, Norman Powell, 41 points to close out the season, shot 50% from three, and I think he can continue that. So I sprinkled him a little bit at 6-1. And then my guy, Matas Buzelis from the Bulls, it's pretty much just a homer play. Team Mitch in the Rising Stars game for Matas.
All right, very good. Matt, in about 30 seconds, great college hoop slate tomorrow. Any plays that you like? Give us a couple that you're eyeing tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'll be real quick here. Texas on the money line. I know you were just talking about that. I like Texas. All I got to do is look at this number and see a team that's lost 3 straight games is a favorite against number 15 in the country. Give me Texas all day. I'll take number 2, Alabama, because they are a favorite against the number 1 team in the nation. Everybody's going to want to bet number 1. No thanks. I'll take Alabama. Georgia plus 1.5. Bulldogs have lost 3 straight games as well, going up against number 21 Missouri. Give me Georgia all day. And Illinois on the money line. Combine that with Texas. Love that parlay.
All right, there you go. A lot of good stuff. Matt Horner, as always, joining us. Make sure you guys follow Matt on X at @sharp_side_BetMGM Network writer. Appreciate you, Matt.
Sure, same thing.
All right, guys. Promo from our friends at BetMGM. This weekend, return to Sunday's bets, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m. Eastern, myself and Denton Day take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of live action as games unfold. And then Bet Nation live from Dallas, 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. All right, guys, I got about 15 seconds. We'll go rapid fire on our best plays of the day. We've pretty much gone over all of these. Anthony Edwards to win All-Star Game MVP, 11-1 is going to be our prop lock. Team Chris to win Rising Star Challenge plus 220 is going to be our dog of the day. Give me UCLA tonight, minus 1.5 against Indiana. Those are going to be our favorite plays of the day. Thanks again to Shane Jackson, Matt Horner for joining us. Hope you guys have a great week, and I'll see you for some more Send It In on Monday. Happy Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Another great show for you guys today as we're closing out the week strong. We got an epic college basketball slate tomorrow, including number 1 Auburn and against number 2 Alabama. We're going to get into that later on in the show. We're going to continue our MLB previews as we go from the NL West to the NL Central. Today we look at the Cincinnati Reds. Also, we got NBA All-Star Weekend kicking off tonight. We got the All-Star Game on Sunday. We're going to talk about that. Shane Jackson going to join us here in a moment. Going to get his thoughts on that as well as Major League Baseball. We're going to have Matt Horner join us later on in the show as well. A lot to get to today. As always, any questions, any comments, bets that you guys have for us, make sure you follow us at the BetMGM Network. You can check us out on Twitch, on YouTube, on X as well. Send in your questions to us over the next 30 minutes. And if you miss any part of the show today, you also can check out the Send It In podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get this thing rolling on a Friday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Shane Jackson, who joins us, web content writer for BetMGM. Make sure you guys give Shane a follow on X at SJacksonMGM. Shane, great having you back on the show, man. Want to talk some NBA futures with you, some MLB as well. But let's talk about NBA All-Star Weekend. We got things kicking off tonight out in the Bay Area. Any bets for you in the All-Star Game? Any of these fun skills competitions that we have? Anything that you're doing there?
Yeah, I actually like 2 different bets from a betting perspective. The first being the dunk contest. I'm interested in fading Mac McClung as a minus 210 favorite. If he does win this weekend, he joins Nate Robinson as the only 3-time winner in the dunk contest history, something I'm not sure the NBA wants considering he's a G League player. McClung said the other night that he's done with the dunk contest, win or lose, because he's running out of ideas. And I think that opens the door for new blood, and I like both rookies in this event. Matas Buzelis for the Chicago Bulls, he competed in a dunk contest in the McDonald's All-American game, and he posted a perfect score in his first round of the dunk contest of that game. And then there's Stephon Castle with the San Antonio Spurs. He gets the benefit of maybe doing a dunk with Victor Wembanyama, which will be a real crowd pleaser. So I could go either way of those two. I went with Buzelis, but I think you could just take the longest odds of both as a fade McClung kind of parlay, taking the field against McClung. As for the All-Star game, I really like the MVP market. I'm targeting a player on the team Shaq since they have a more favorable first-round opponent. And I'm taking Jason Tatum at 18-1. Tatum won the MVP in 2023, scoring 55 points. And he's kind of been just disrespected in the past year. Not getting the Eastern Conference Finals MVP, not getting the NBA Finals MVP. His Olympic role was reduced. So I wouldn't be surprised if on an older team, the 26-year-old Jason Tatum is more equipped to deal with multiple games, and he's motivated to win this award.
All right, very good. A lot of good stuff there. Again, NBA All-Star Weekend kicks off tonight. Shane, we had you on the show last Monday, and we were reacting to the Luka and Anthony Davis trade. We've seen Luka in a couple games with the Lakers so far. Now that you've kind of seen Luka play with LeBron, obviously the landscape of the Western Conference, do you feel like the Lakers are a legit contender in the West?
Yes and no. I think the first two games with Luka dealing with his minutes restriction against the Utah Jazz showed both the upside and the downside of the Los Angeles Lakers. Upside-wise, they're one of the best offenses in the league. And I think you're going to be one of the best passing teams we've ever seen with Luka and LeBron. And those are two of the best playoff performers, so you do have to give them the benefit of the doubt. However, I think that second game against the Jazz showed the downside, especially on the defensive end. Not having DFS, Gabe Vincent, Jackson Hayes dealing with an early injury. There's just a lot of things that show how vulnerable this team can be on the defensive side of the ball that I think a lot of things had to break right for them to make a deep run. So I would view them more as a second-tier contender, kind of similar to the New York Knicks in the sense that, yes, they're a very good team. They're going to be a lot of fun. I'm just not sure if I would put them on the Celtics or the Cavaliers or the Thunder inner circle of contenders.
Yeah, the Thunder's still the heavy favorite in the Western Conference. The Boston Celtics, who you bring up, Shane, they are the heavy favorites in the Eastern Conference. Still Boston for you? I know they've gone through a little bit of a rough slide here in the last month or so, but you still see them as the team to beat in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I think them having minus 115 odds to make the playoffs at BetMGM tells us something. The Thunder don't even have minus odds to win the West, and they're the better team. So, I do think the Celtics are still the team to beat. I do think they will have to sweat a little bit more than they did last year because the Cavaliers are a real challenger. But other than that, I'm not sure. So I'm probably not interested in betting anyone other than the Boston Celtics out of the East. If you could do some more NBA Finals parlays, that's something I'd be interested in.
What about any NBA award markets that you like, right? It looks like SGA is going to win MVP. Kenny Atkinson probably going to win Coach of the Year. Rookie of the Year, Most Improved, some more competitive markets. Anything maybe you think where there's good value?
Yeah, the market I'm really interested in coming out of the All-Star break is the Sixth Man of the Year award. This is mostly biased because I did bet Peyton Pritchard 100-1 in the summer, and now I'm looking more for a potential hedge opportunity. Pritchard right now averaging around 14 points per game off the bench for the Boston Celtics, but that scoring has dropped to 11 points per game over the last 20 games. DeAndre Hunter now is with the Cleveland Cavaliers after being traded from the Atlanta Hawks, and he's averaging closer to 19 points per game off the bench, and he scored 18 in his second game for the Cavaliers as a reserve. And why that's all important is because this is really an award that goes to a bucket getter on a really good team. Over the last 15 seasons, the Sixth Man of the Year award has gone to a player who's averaged 17.5 points per game on a team that's averaged 52 wins that season. So essentially you're looking for a bucket getter on one of the best teams in the league. Hunter checks both boxes now that he's a member of the best team in the East, and I think it's only a matter of time before he becomes the favorite. And the only real downside to him is that there's an injury risk. He has to stay healthy. He can't afford to miss many more games down the stretch. But I think it's going to be Hunter's award to lose before it's too late.
I like it, man. 100-1 ticket on Pritchard, Shane. That's pretty awesome, man. Hopefully that comes through for you. Great insight on the NBA. Definitely want to get some of your thoughts on Major League Baseball as well. We had pitchers and catchers report this week. Shane, we've been doing our MLB previews here on the show. We looked at a bunch of teams in the NL West. It's going to be a really good division yet again. Obviously, the Dodgers, heavy favorites to win the World Series. Padres are going to be good. I'm really high on the Arizona Diamondbacks this year. What are your thoughts on the NL West, and how many teams do you see making the playoffs out of that division this year?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed your NL West previews this week. And like you, I'm high on the Arizona Diamondbacks. And obviously, you have to give the Los Angeles Dodgers the division there. So I think those two teams make it out of the NL West in the playoffs. This is more of a fade on the Padres than anything else. When I started my own MLB team previews, under 89.5 wins was the first bet I made for the Padres win total. This team really was, put it all together in the second half of the season. They were one of the best teams in baseball, maybe a World Series contender if they hadn't lost to the Dodgers in the LDS. But they did a lot of their success after the break. When they put together that elite bullpen at the trade deadline, people forget that this team was more of a 500 team that first half of the season, and now they've lost more than they've added this offseason. So I'm probably out on the Padres this year and would be looking to fade them even at their current win total. And then you just look around and do the math around the National League. I mean, 3 NL East teams, they got all better. And if you get another NL Central team, I mean, just the math for the playoff spots becomes a lot more difficult in that sense. But I'm high on the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks coming out of the NL West.
I'm with you. Yeah, man, the National League. I mean, again, the East, right, with now the Mets having Soto, the Phillies, the Braves. I expect the Nationals to kind of be maybe knocking in on the playoffs a little bit. It's going to be a really good NL this upcoming year. Looking at the American League, obviously the big news, Shane, that we had a couple days ago, Alex Bregman going to the Boston Red Sox. They made some big moves this offseason. Obviously, the trade of Garrett Crochet. Their lineup looks really good now. What do you make of Boston, and how do you think Bregman's going to fit into that lineup?
Yeah, that Bregman signing really capped what I think was a brilliant offseason for the Boston Red Sox. Their win total moved up one game. Nothing else really moved at BetMGM. But that's because most of their upside was already baked in. On the first day of the offseason, I bet 40-1 on the Red Sox to win the World Series because I expected this team to be aggressive in the offseason with a young team that was on the rise. And so they're even at 25-1. I don't hate their upside in a wide open American League. But now I still think this is a playoff team. But rather than bet the minus 125 odds on them to make the postseason, I'd rather bet Alex Cora to win AL Manager of the Year at 7-1. And the math is pretty simple on this one. Since 2012, the last 26 Manager of the Year winners have made the postseason. So making the playoffs is requirement number one. Of those 26, 22 didn't make the playoffs the previous year. So really you have to come almost out of nowhere or unexpectedly. And the Red Sox fit the bill. You could also say the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Twins. Of all those 4 teams, Boston has the best playoff odds of the bunch. So I think Cora, 7-1 to win Manager of the Year, is the best way to bet on the Red Sox at this point.
I like it. Good angle there on the Boston Red Sox, who, they're certainly going to be an intriguing team in that American League. He's Shane Jackson. Make sure you guys give him a follow on X at SJacksonMGM. He's a web content writer for BetMGM. A lot of great stuff from Shane. Shane, appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you again next Friday. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's continue with our MLB previews here on Send It In as we're going to start looking at the NL Central. And today we start with the Cincinnati Reds, who I'm going to be honest with you guys, doing research on the Reds. Terry Francona coming back out of retirement to manage the Reds, which is a big deal because Tito, one of the best managers in all of baseball, was awesome, obviously, for the Red Sox, helped them break the curse in Boston, was great for the Guardians, helped get them to a World Series. Reds are a team with a lot of young talent, and having a guy like Terry Francona in that clubhouse should be really, really good for that team, especially for a division that's going to be wide open yet again this season. I look at the Reds, and they have a superstar starting pitcher and a potential superstar everyday player. That's Hunter Green, and that's Elly De La Cruz. And those are going to be the 2 guys that need to lead the way this year for Cincinnati if they want to win this division or if they want to make the playoffs in the National League. And that's really how I would attack this Reds team. They're relying on, again, a lot of their up-and-coming players, a lot of players that probably the casual person hasn't heard of. They're going to need to have good seasons, but really, Ellie's going to need to stay healthy. Hunter Green's going to need to stay healthy. And I really like the upside of both of these guys in the future markets. You look at Hunter Green, you're talking about a guy that was in NL Cy Young conversation last year. He's a guy that usually goes on the injury, the disabled list, the injury stint during the season. So hopefully we can avoid that because if we do, he's got nasty strikeout stuff and he's going to be among the league leaders in the National League in strikeouts, in ERA as well, especially playing in one of the best hitters ballparks in all of baseball. So I like Hunter Green, his price, NL Cy Young at 20-1. And then I love the upside of Elly De La Cruz as well at 20-1. If Elly can become more consistent as a hitter, batting average, and home runs. I mean, the speed is ridiculous, right? With the new rules that we have in Major League Baseball now, and with guys being able to steal 60, 70 stolen bases, Ellie's one of the fastest players in baseball. So if he can have a higher batting average and he can get himself on base more, and he can stay healthy, he's looking easy at a 60 stolen base season. And that's the kind of guy that I'm looking at to win MVP, right? Like, certainly it could be guys like Judge or Ohtani that just hit like 50, 55, 60 bombs. But I want to target it on the guys that I think can have 30 home runs and the guys that could have like 60 stolen bases and just do a little bit of everything. That's the potential of Elly De La Cruz. So I like him at 20-1 as well. And then I was just mentioning Terry Francona. I love Shane's angle. If you like the Red Sox, maybe look at Alex Cora to win Manager of the Year. I think it applies with the Reds too. If you like Cincinnati, I would bet Terry Francona to win Manager of the Year at plus 400. He's one of the best managers in baseball. This was a Reds team that when Elly got called up 2 years ago, they took off and nearly won the division and made the playoffs. Last year had a lot of expectations. A lot of people liked them. They were kind of the trendy pick in the NL Central. Didn't end up making the playoffs, had a disappointing season. You see this all the time in baseball. Team kind of comes out of nowhere, then they're hyped up and everybody loves them coming into the next season. They don't do anything. And then it's that next year when everybody kind of gets off that team. That's when they tend to play pretty well. So I kind of am in on the upside of the Reds this year. I don't love any of their prices like to win the division, or I wouldn't go over the win total. I would just go big with Cincinnati. Like, if you like the Reds, look at Hunter Green, Cy Young. Look at Elly De La Cruz, MVP, and look at Terry Francona to win Manager of the Year as well at plus 400. So I think those three guys, if you're a believer in Cincinnati, if you think the Reds are going to look like the team that we saw in the second half of the season 2 years ago when Elly De La Cruz got called up, those are the guys that I would look at. Hunter Green for Cy Young, Elly De La Cruz MVP, both at 20-1, and then Terry Francona Manager of the Year at plus 400 as well. All right, let's talk some NBA, you guys. We got All-Star Weekend kicking things off tonight out in the Bay Area, and a lot of different ways to bet all of these different markets. We'll start with the All-Star Game itself coming up on Sunday. And this year they're doing the All-Star Game a little different. They've broken it up into 4 teams. Team Shaq, Team Chuck, Team Kenny, Team Candace. As Shane was mentioning, he likes Team Shaq, or he likes Jason Tatum to win All-Star MVP because Team Shaq has the easier matchup. The team that I like personally is I like Team Kenny, and I like their value at plus 450. They don't have as many top-end stars as Team Shaq or Team Chuck does. But what I like about their team is I feel like they have either a lot of guys that just try hard, like can't turn the motor off, don't know when it's time to just like, oh, it's an exhibition, so I'm going to take it easy all of a sudden. They don't really have a lot of those players. And I also like that they have a lot of either first or second time All-Stars as well that won't just be happy to be there, but will also be trying to put on a show and make a name for themselves and show that, you know what, they weren't just a charity pick, or that this isn't just like a one-off, that they're going to be back for multiple years. They have Anthony Edwards leading the way, who, again, like you talk about a try-hard, that's all Ant-Man is. Jalen Brunson, I think he's going to play well. Jaren Jackson Jr., one of the better defenders in the NBA. Jalen Williams out of OKC. Then you got a couple of the Cleveland guys, Darius Garland and Evan Mobley, and Cade Cunningham right now, who's the favorite to win Most Improved out of Detroit. He's having a great season. The Pistons are having a great season too. So, you know, like Team Shaq has LeBron and Steph and Kevin Durant. And Team Chuck, he took all the big man. He's got Jokic and he's got Wemby. Like, those other teams have some big high-profile names. They got MVP winners, NBA champions, all these guys. I like Team Kenny because I don't feel like a lot of people are going to bet them because they don't have the star power of some of these other teams. But I think they're going to try, and I think they're going to play really well together. So I like them at plus 450. And my All-Star Game MVP is going to be Anthony Edwards, leading the way at 11-1. As for the three-point contest, we got some good names in this thing. Damian Lillard, Darius Garland, Buddy Hield, Tyler Hero, Norman Powell, Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, some pretty good shooters. I'm looking at Buddy Hield at plus 500. I feel like Buddy's shot is tailor-made for the three-point contest because he really doesn't have too much energy. He doesn't get like crazy high off the ground. It's just pretty effortless. And obviously that's a big part of the three-point contest is you're getting up so many shots in a minute. And if you make it far enough, you're going to do it about 3 times. So you want guys that are going to have enough stamina towards the end, enough guys that aren't going to just run out of gas towards the end of the three-point shootout. I think Buddy Hield's a good fit for the three-point contest, so I like his number at plus 500. And then for the Rising Stars competition, I'm going to go with Team Chris Mullen at plus 220, Stephon Castle, Zach Edey, Dalton Connect. We got Jalen Wells out of Memphis as well. I like their team. I like this mix that they got of rookies, and I think they're going to win it. I honestly think they should be the favorite. I'm surprised that Team Mitch is, so I'm going with Team Chris Mullen at plus 220 for the Rising Stars competition. All right, let's talk some college basketball. We got an awesome slate tomorrow, including number 1 Auburn against number 2 Alabama. We'll get into that game a little bit. But talking Friday night hoops, B Mills, I see your question in the chat. Hey, PJ, happy Friday. How about the under 138.5 in the UCLA-Indiana game tonight? Think it's going to be a slugfest. Didn't touch the total tonight, B Mills. If I had to make a play, I would tend to agree with you. I would think this would more so be a lower scoring game, would go under than we would see a higher scoring game. So I think that would probably be the side if I had to pick the total. But I just like UCLA in the game. I like the Bruins minus 1.5 against Indiana. I like backing these teams that are playing that second game of their road trip in the Big Ten. So UCLA played Illinois on Wednesday. They've been hanging around or on Tuesday. They've been hanging around the Midwest, and now they get to play Indiana on Friday. You got the Hoosiers coming off a big road win against Michigan State, maybe a little bit higher in the market, overrated than what they should be. I just think UCLA, honestly, is the better team. I think they're playing really well right now, so I'll take the Bruins minus 1.5 on the road tonight against the Hoosiers. Then starting on Saturday, we got Arkansas and Texas A&M kicking things off in SEC play. I'm starting to see the total in this game drop at about 138.5. I like the under in this game. You're talking about two of the worst three-point shooting teams in the SEC in Texas A&M and Arkansas. So I expect this game to be quite the slugfest. Both of these teams are defensive-minded. That's what they rely on. I think we're going to see a lot of two-point makes in this game as opposed to a lot of three-point shots. So I'll go under 138.5 between Arkansas and Texas A&M. Really good game out of the Big Ten tomorrow between number 16 Wisconsin and number 7 Purdue. Boilermakers about a 5.5-point favorite in this game. That line feels about right. It feels like a line that's going to come down to the wire with free throws and maybe a backdoor cover three-pointer at the end. I just like Purdue as a parlay piece, money line parlay. I think you can throw them in minus 230 with some other play on Saturday's slate, but Purdue's so tough to beat at Mackey Arena, as we know. Wisconsin's having a really good year. They've been a good road team on the Big Ten, in the Big Ten this season. I just can't bet against Purdue at home. Again, 5.5, that feels about like the right number. So I'll just take Purdue on the money line, throw them in a parlay with another game that we got coming up on this Saturday slate. One of the games of tomorrow is going to be number 6 Houston taking on number 13 Arizona. This is going to be a good one. Houston, it's looking like, is going to be about a 1.5-point favorite on the road tomorrow in Tucson. And I'm going to roll with Houston to pull out a tough road win. Both of these teams, the two best teams in the Big 12 right now, both are playing awesome. But this is what Houston is built for. They're built to go on the road in tough environments because of their defense. We all know that defense travels. Arizona has also been a good defensive team this year. Their offense has not been what we usually see out of a Tommy Lloyd Arizona team. And Arizona relies so much on Caleb Love. And Caleb Love is either awesome or he's either terrible. And I feel like going up against this Houston defense, we're going to get more so the downside of Caleb Love. So I like Houston to escape a close one in Tucson tomorrow against Arizona. Then we got the game of the year so far in college hoops. Number 1, Auburn at number 2, Alabama. Right now, Bama, a small favorite, minus 1.5 with a total of 172.5. Really high total and a tight point spread. So honestly, guys, the best way to bet this game, because a lot of us are just going to be on the couch or we're going to be at a bar watching this game with a phone in our hands, is to live bet the game. When you got a total that's this high and a spread that's this small, you're going to get a lot of runs in this game. You're going to get 9-0, 11-1, 13-2. There's going to be a lot of spurts from both sides. So you're probably going to get like a 6.5 with one of these teams or an 8.5 with one of these teams. And I think that is the way to bet the game. If you had to have me pick a winner, though, I would take Auburn. I think they're the best team in the SEC. I think they're the best team in the country. And I get it. Alabama looks great, and they're on a big winning streak, but they shot the ball 60% against Texas. They haven't shot the ball like that all year. They're usually like a 35% three-point shooting team against Auburn. I think if they shoot their normal game, it's probably not going to be good enough against the Tigers. Auburn's the better defensive team, and they're the better offensive team as well, even though we're getting the two best offenses in college basketball. So I like Auburn in a close one, but live betting the game, probably the way that I would go in that one tomorrow. Then we got the Egg Bowl as well between number 22, Mississippi State, and number 19, Ole Miss. Probably looking like Ole Miss is going to be about a 6.5 point favorite. I think if that's the case, I would look at Mississippi State in the game. I think Ole Miss probably wins, but I think it's too many points. I think Mississippi State keeps it close. These games between these two teams usually always come down to the wire. Their first meeting in Starkville a couple weeks ago went to overtime, so I wouldn't be surprised if this game is close as well. Maybe look at an over as well in this game, as long as it's anything that's like not over 150, which I don't think it will be. It's probably going to be in like the 142, 144 kind of range. I would look over. These games tend to be higher scoring when these two teams match up. Then we got number 11, Michigan State on the road taking on Illinois. Illini 5.5 point favorite in this game. I was talking about parlaying Purdue. I think parlaying Purdue and Illinois tomorrow is the way to go. Get that plus money. Both teams minus 5.5, minus 230 on the money line. I think a Purdue, Illinois money line parlay is a great bet. I think this Michigan State team is vastly overrated. They haven't really played anybody yet in Big Ten play. Now their schedule's starting to catch up with them, and we're starting to see them suffer some losses. Illinois is starting to get healthy. They're playing a lot better, and I think they take care of business tomorrow. So I like Illinois to cover the spread, but if you just want to play it safer, parlay them with Purdue, I think that's a good bet as well. And then number 15, Kentucky taking on Texas tomorrow. I would expect Texas to be a small favorite in the game. I would wait to see the injury report in this game because there's a good chance that Kentucky is without both of their point guards. Lamont Butler got injured in the second half against Tennessee. Jackson Robinson didn't play against Tennessee. So just make sure that one of those guys at least are playing against Texas. If they do, I probably like Kentucky in the game because my fear with Texas when they go up against these high-powered offensive teams is they're just not going to be able to hang with them. We saw that when they played Bama, and I worry about that when they go up against Kentucky. Even though Kentucky's defense isn't good, they can really score, and I just don't know if Texas is going to have the firepower to hang with Kentucky. So as long as either Butler or Jackson Robinson plays, I like Kentucky tomorrow against Texas. All right, let's check in with Matt Horner. Join us in the Lions Den. Give Matt a follow on X at @sharp_side_BetMGM network writer. And Matt, I know it's a quiet sports slate tonight. Anything that you like?
Yeah, you actually talked about one of them there. UCLA minus 1.5, or if you want to take them on the money line tonight against Indiana. Classic bounce back spot here for UCLA off of that loss to Illinois, and a classic fade spot for Indiana off of that huge upset win they had against Michigan State. I remember last time I was on here, I gave Indiana plus 11.5, and I said maybe they could win outright, but I wasn't too sure about it. Well, they won the game outright, shockingly. But this is a classic fade spot for them after that huge win. And then another game that's kind of off the radar tonight in college basketball, Siena -2 tonight against Marist. Marist is 16-5 this season, and they're an underdog against Siena, who is 11-13. I think a lot of people will be wanting to back the team that's 16-5, getting the points against the team that's 11-13. I think there's a reason they're favorites. So give me Siena here at -2 against Marist. And other than that, really not much going for me.
There you go. Yeah, I like the UCLA pick as well against India. Great call with the Hoosiers against Michigan State earlier in the week. Matt, what about NBA All-Star Weekend? Anything that you're betting there?
I don't put much into the All-Star game, honestly. Like, do we really know how much these guys are really going to be trying? I don't know. Just any of these All-Star games for any of these sports, I don't love putting tons of money on it, honestly. I can tell you some stats here. 75% of the bets are on Team Shaq against Team Candace, so everybody think it's going to be a total blowout. And then if you look at these totals right now, 73.5 is the total for that game. 86% of the bets are on the over. This year, you just get to 40 points and the game's over. Whoever gets to 40 points is the winner of the game. Yet everybody seems to love the over, yet it's -120 to the under. I think there's a reason for that. So maybe taking the under there in an all-star game. People are so used to taking overs because there's just never any defense played and it's just constant dunks and 3 points and everything like that. Maybe look at an under there. I did sprinkle Norman Powell plus 600 in the 3-point contest. You got I 3-point contest. I like taking guys who have a hot hand. So last game, Norman Powell, 41 points to close out the season, shot 50% from 3, and I think he can continue that. So I sprinkled him a little bit at 6-1. And then my guy, Matas Buzelis from the Bulls, it's pretty much just a homer play. Team Mitch in the Rising Stars game for Matas.
All right, very good. Matt, in about 30 seconds, great college hoop slate tomorrow. Any plays that you like? Give us a couple that you're eyeing tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'll be real quick here. Texas on the money line. I know you were just talking about that. I like Texas. All I got to do is look at this number and see a team that's lost 3 straight games as a favorite against number 15 in the country. Give me Texas all day. I'll take number 2, Alabama, because they are a favorite against the number 1 team in the nation. Everybody's going to want to bet number 1. No thanks. I'll take Alabama. Georgia plus 1.5. Bulldogs have lost 3 straight games as well, going up against number 21, Missouri. Give me Georgia all day. And Illinois on the money line. Combine that with Texas. Love that parlay.
All right, there you go. A lot of good stuff. Matt Horner, as always, joining us. Make sure you guys follow Matt on X at @sharp_side_BetMGM Network writer. Appreciate you, Matt.
Sure, same thing.
All right, guys. Promo from our friends at BetMGM. This weekend, return to Sunday's bets, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m. Eastern, myself and Denton Day take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of live action as games unfold. And then Bet Nation Live from Dallas, 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. All right, guys, I got about 15 seconds. We'll go rapid fire on our best plays of the day. We've pretty much gone over all of these. Anthony Edwards to win All-Star Game MVP, 11-1 is going to be our prop lock. Team Chris to win Rising Star Challenge, plus 220 is going to be our dog of the day. Give me UCLA tonight, minus 1.5 against Indiana. Those are going to be our favorite plays of the day. Thanks again to Shane Jackson, Matt Horner for joining us. Hope you guys have a great week, and I'll see you for some more Send It In on Monday.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It's NBA All-Star Weekend. Beyond the halfway point of the season, festivities going on out in the Bay Area. Nick, I don't know if you saw yesterday, the Jordan 1s, the originals, they did like a bunch of drones, put that together over the Golden Gate Bridge. It was actually really cool.
We've gotten to the point now where drones are doing just about anything. And yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a big Jordan. So I like Jordans, but I'm only a Jordan 1s. Like that's it. Once. That's it. I don't get any other kind. Like that's the only kind that I will wear. I think it's just the only kind that I can probably pull off if we're being honest. But yeah, I saw that. Like we're getting more. It's just crazy because I'm seeing more and more commercials for them again, and it's like everybody already loves them, but now they've just become this. The rebirth of Jordans again is just sneaker culture as a whole. It just keeps on taking over a life of its own.
Well, they brought them back, the original, and they dropped this morning for people to get like no changes to the actual original, which apparently I'm not a sneakerhead. I learn all of this through the men in my life that are sneakerheads, but apparently it's a very big deal that they're bringing back the originals with nothing changed, all that. It's been years for all that. So, I mean, if you're a Jordan fan, sneakerhead, probably can't get them anymore. I think they're already sold out. But it was pretty cool that the All-Star game kind of showing a little nod towards that. So to continue our discussion on the All-Star game and kind of things to look for in the second half of the NBA season, NBA Odyssey insider Nick Friedel joins us now. Nick, we are getting ready for the All-Star break. I mean, I say that like not very enthusiastic whatsoever because the product has not been very good as of late. So how much do you think this product, the new format of the All-Star game, is going to change what we've been seeing over the past couple of years?
Sadly, I don't. I think this is kind of what it is at this point for the league and for All-Star Weekend. And the saddest part to me, having covered so many of these through the years, is people didn't dislike East versus West. It worked for so long. They just wanted the players to try. And in these games, for whatever reason, they cannot get the stars of stars to consistently play hard all the time. It has really, really hurt the league itself, because this was such a showcase game with so many people always tuning in to see how often guys were going at each other and how much fun it could be. So the hype that used to be there for this 3 or 4 day stretch in whatever city it may be, it's just not there anymore, and the league is much worse off because of it.
Now, for the longest time, there was a lot of hype around the dunk contest, too. And that's kind of been the one that's taken the criticism for years, even before the All-Star game really has. I mean, listen, Mac McClung's the favorite. We've seen him win a couple of slam dunk contests. We know what he can do. Is that an event? Is that something that you could ever see becoming just something that stars are interested again? Because that's always what made it back in the day. We talk about Jordan and we talk about Kobe and we talk about Vince Carter when they brought it back. It just feels like now players realize, at least from what I see, it's a lot more of, it doesn't benefit them to be in it as much as it benefits them more to not be a part of it and then not fail on a national stage doing it.
I think that's the key part of it. Guys don't want to seem to get into it because they're like, well, if I mess up, then it's going to get replayed 32,000 times over the years. When that happens, well, you're not going to get the highest quality of star available, which is why if you asked people walking down the street if they could tell you about the 4 guys in the dunk contest right now, they would just look at you like, what the hell are you talking about? I mean, Mac McClung has had some really nice dunks, but you've got to be a real hoop head to have not only watched these dunk contests the last few years, but to have followed the progress there. So as far as All-Star Weekend goes, the three-point contest has absolutely surpassed where the dunk contest used to be. And sadly, it's a theme for the conversation about the weekend itself. I think so many people are always so hyped about the dunk contest, then they see who's actually in it, and everything kind of disappears. And certainly going into Saturday now, that's not going to change because, again, most people don't know who the hell these guys are.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. If you're a fan of the NBA, make sure to check out the variety of NBA Odyssey podcasts wherever you get your content. Nick, speaking of the three-point contest, we have Damian Lillard trying to go for the three-peat. In your time covering the league, I mean, you get to know these players on a different level in terms of their competitive nature, and no one is more competitive than Damian Lillard. If you could look into a crystal ball and tell us who's winning the three-point contest, do you think Dame is the viable choice to win and three-peat this year?
Absolutely, because especially not only because of his past success, but he's going to be doing it in the Bay. He's got roots out there. He's got a lot of people that are going to be showing up just to see him. He can always seem to raise the level of his game when his team needs him at times through the years. We've seen it in the postseason before. We haven't seen it as much in Milwaukee yet, but I think this is made for Dame in kind of a homecoming. He knows what's on the line. The other guy I'd look towards is Jalen Brunson. I think he wants to show everybody, hey, I'm out here. I represent the Knicks. We're still pretty good. He's competitive as hell, so I like those two guys, but if you had to put your money somewhere at the window with the way Dame can shoot it and with the motivation I think he'll have being where it is, that would be my pick.
Nick, I'm looking at right now the Eastern Conference, and it does kind of feel, at least to me, that it's kind of, you got a tier of the Celtics, Cavs, and Knicks kind of in the same one, but the Celtics are at the top of that. And then everybody else in the Eastern Conference, it feels relatively top-heavy. The Celtics are minus 115 to win the East. They're no shock that they're the favorites to win the East. Does it kind of feel like it's the Celtics conference to lose, or do you put a team like the Knicks and the Cavs as legit competitors to knock off Boston before they could get to the finals?
For me, it's just Boston. Again, if it's me, I'm sitting there going, the Celtics know how to do this. They just won the title last year. If they stay healthy with that roster, they're just better than everybody else. So I've learned through time that, especially in the playoffs, injuries happen. You're never sure exactly how it's all going to play out. But I think it's Boston and everyone else. I know everybody got hopped up on Cleveland early in the season. They looked good. Maybe they can find their way through, but they've never done it in the postseason. And Donovan Mitchell is a hell of a player, but you've never seen him lead a team all the way through. So to me, it's the Celtics. There's a pretty big gap. Then it's Cavs, Knicks. I like the Knicks on the whole. Again, I just don't know, and I've covered Tibbs for a long, long time, if that team is going to have enough gas in the tank to win round after round after round in the playoffs. I think it's Boston's to lose, and I think it's Boston's to lose by a pretty wide margin.
So covering Tibbs and hearing you say that the gas might not be there towards the end of the playoffs, why doesn't he adjust his coaching philosophy then and maybe not run his guys into the ground during the regular season? Because you're right. The Knicks are up there in terms of the odds, the third shortest odds to win the East, but no one, myself included, wants to take that because you kind of know the story for the Knicks. So why won't he change that?
He's never going to change. Tibbs is never, ever, ever going to change. He plays his best guys the most minutes. That has been the story on Tom forever, as long as he's been in the league, but certainly dating back to the beginning of his time in Chicago. When you look at the roster now, I think they have the talent to potentially get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't think they're better than Boston, but I think they have what they need to a point. My issue isn't even so much that they run out of gas, which has, again, always been the case, to your point. It's that when I look at the Knicks, who are they going to turn to when a Boston or a Cleveland or whomever puts all their focus on Jalen Brunson? Who's going to step up out of the Bridges, the Towns? Who is that guy? I don't see that guy that's going to be able to elevate them offensively the way they're going to need. So I think the Knicks have two factors working against them. One, those minutes always seem to catch up in the playoffs. And two, that second guy that you're going to need to create and get to the rim and score the points when they get all over Brunson. I just don't think he's still there on the roster right now.
On the Western Conference side of things, I mean, the Thunder sitting at 44-10. They got an 8-game lead over Memphis for that 1 seed in the West. And we know the talent that's there, but you've also seen in the past, it takes young teams, it takes a little bit of time to kind of break through and have that success in the postseason versus the regular season. Do you look at the Thunder as kind of a runaway team in the West like you do the Celtics, or is it a little bit more wide open in your eyes?
To me, there's a little bit more wiggle room in the West for some other team to appear. The Thunder have been awesome. By rights, they should be in the finals. They should win the West. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I know the country hasn't kind of locked into his game yet the way they should, a player of his caliber, but he is unbelievable. And that team plays defense. They play hard. They're well coached. They know what to do. So I say all that to say, they just haven't done it in the biggest of games yet. And you mentioned the key, every young team has to go through those moments where, all right, this is a little tougher. What happens in a series? What is the back and forth that teams need to have in play? The Thunder just don't have that experience. It's not that they can't go get to the finals this year because they have the talent to do so. But the team that I still would at least give a real puncher's chance to get back is the Nuggets. And that is because of Jokic. I mean, people they kind of sleep on him because he's still so awesome. He doesn't say much. He just goes out and plays. But the dude can absolutely carry that team when he needs to. Jamal Murray seems like he's finally found his rhythm again after a really slow start at times. And when you have that type of promise from a group that has won and has been through it, then it seems like I don't think it'd be the best thing to just say, well, the Thunder are just going to ride through the West and find their way against Boston, at least to me. I would think that Denver really has a shot, and they have that shot because of the guy who's won the MVP over and over again.
Speaking of the MVP and Jokic, he's 3-1 to win it, where SGA is -500. But if you look at Jokic's numbers this season, they are MVP type numbers. I mean, the guy's been absolutely unbelievable. Are we just getting tired of giving Jokic the MVP every year? Shea certainly deserves it as well. I mean, phenomenal case for him. But to see that big of a gap between the two, does that surprise you at all?
It does, but the key is the MVP, for as long as I can remember covering the league, is about narrative. It's about who gets that push, especially towards the second half and into the end of the regular season. And people are sick of giving it to Jokic. I mean, let's be real. You're always looking for somebody else to kind of find their way through. And SGA has been unbelievable. Again, I don't think people who don't follow the game day to day understand just how good this dude is. But Jokic's numbers have been absolutely incredible. Again, it's just that he's won it so often now. And people are kind of like, the Nuggets are just kind of there. It ties into who should get that push going into the Western Conference playoffs. There's a reason why the odds are where they are right now. There's a reason why I think SGA finally breaks through and gets it this year. But to the point about Jokic, I don't think that he is ever going to get the respect that he really deserves, because he is so consistent and he goes out and he just plays unbelievably well night after night after night. And I think the comparison here between these two guys is it doesn't seem like either one of them is looking for the attention. If Jokic came out like Embiid did a couple years ago and kept saying, hey, I'm the man, look at what I'm doing, maybe that would sway things a little bit. But I do think people are just tired of putting that name in and checking the box year after year after year.
I also think Jokic doesn't care about MVPs, right? He clocks in when he goes to play basketball. Like, that's him clocking into his 9 to 5. He just wants to be back home betting on horse races. That's what makes that guy so phenomenal. Nick, we appreciate your time coming on with us today. Always great talking to you, and enjoy, hopefully some All-Star festivities this weekend.
Yeah, let's hope so. Great to see y'all. I'll talk to you later.
That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Remember to check out the variety of NBA Odyssey podcasts wherever you get your content. I mean, talking about MVP and SGA, 3 50-point performances in a week, that screams MVP to me. So it makes sense that he's the heavy favorite right now. Coming up on the other side, we have some more leftovers within the All-Star weekend that we need to touch on. Haven't talked about the skills competition and MVP market. We will do that next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
20 minutes from now, we have our lightning bets. We'll give out our favorite plays of the day. We teased a little earlier into in the show, Jake Hassan. Plenty of college baseball bets for all you degenerates out there that want to be betting on baseball. And speaking of, we had a game start at 10 Eastern that I bet on, and I have not been keeping an eye on it. Jake, who's winning that game?
It's not great news. Things aren't great right now. I
don't like the sound
we are
of that.
losing. Stetson is winning 5-0. We had UConn money line. However, it is still in the top of the fifth. There are no outs. UConn has 2 guys on already. So there's still some wiggle room here. If things start to go our way here, we could see the tides. And here's the thing with college baseball. Like, once you get into the bullpens, just about everybody in every bullpen stinks, especially when it's not like an SEC school, an ACC school, like one of the powerhouses. So this could still get very weird. It's not ideal, but we are not dead. I don't feel great, but we're not dead.
Keep going.
I feel pretty dead right now.
The explanation was just it just felt so like, see, what happened was, and he just hold on, okay, give it time, guys. Right?
See, what happened is Stetson scored,
yeah.
and then they scored again, and then they scored 3 more times, and UConn has not scored at all. But here's how sports work: UConn could still score and get us back in this game. We'll see.
Baseball famously no clock. What's the live number on UConn?
That is a great question. They don't oftentimes. Usually with live games, like college baseball games, get ripped down right away. You can't usually bet it live, and that appears to be the case here as well. Unlucky.
All right, I may have placed my one and only college baseball bet of the season.
Yeah, you can't
just end it 0-1, Kate. Also, we got time. It's fine. We got so much time, guys. Just trust me. You've got to trust me.
I don't know anything about college baseball. Whatever I know, I get from Jake.
Listen, we got bases loaded right now. Okay, 1 out.
How many outs?
One out.
Okay.
Top of the fifth, bases loaded for UConn. This. I'm just saying.
Stetson's in Florida, famously warm year round. Good for baseball. UConn is not. The University of Connecticut is not. We all know what it's like in the East Coast. I don't know.
Mapson
I would
back
give the
out.
edge to Stetson there. I think Florida school greater than sign.
Yeah, but listen, Paul, this is in Puerto Rico. It doesn't. They've been there for like 3 days already. It doesn't matter. I mean, it matters.
What's
for
the
sure,
party scene like college party scene? I mean, are these guys ripping it up? Are we worried about is this an undisciplined UConn team?
You know what? Let me make some phone calls, Paul, and I'll get back to you in like 5 minutes.
I said in the chat, we need you on the ground for the Puerto Rico Classic. I guess we can't do it this year, but next year.
I mean, I got nothing to do tonight. We can get direct flights to Puerto Rico out of Chicago. We can make this happen.
I feel like
two more games.
You could do so much content in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine the walking bets I could do. Come on.
Oh, so many walking bets. We'd see so much Jake chest hair.
And Stetson walks in a run. Stetson walks in a run on 4 pitches. We're on the board. See? Let's go.
Jake, you want to book me a live UConn line? I might dabble.
Not particularly. What do I look like, a mathematician?
That's the side you're on. No, I was just saying I'll bet it with you. Like 3-1? Oh, it's probably not 3-1 anymore. Maybe plus.
Probably going down.
Yeah, bases
probably
loaded
going
1
down.
I don't know. Yeah.
Listen, it's good. It's good to see Jake at least on this emotional roller coaster, right? Like he was so excited before the game, and then it's what happened was sort of like, see, officer, here's what happened here. That was kind of the explanation I think we got from him. But they walk in a run. Now he's back up a little bit. So listen,
right, we're on the board. The gate's open.
I applaud
you just got to see one go in sometimes.
That's it. Just open the floodgates, right?
Exactly.
Where's Danny Hurley?
What was UConn? What were their projections going into the season? Like, are they an actual legit good team? Or was this just a big school versus small school play for you?
What kind of scrubs are you having us bet on, Jake? That's the question.
I want to know how bad it
is. It's not like I'm getting you to bet Pepperdine tonight, okay? No, we're just it's UConn. They were a tournament team the last couple of years. They're a team that could theoretically win the Big East. They're good. They're a good, solid, aggressively mediocre team, like you read about.
Good, solid, aggressive, mediocre team.
You know, something that might have been important to mention earlier before Kate went and bet on this team.
Yeah.
Aggressively mediocre might have been relevant.
Listen, this is why I always say, whenever I leave a room of my loved ones, I say goodbye, see you later. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and definitely don't do anything I would do. Okay? Listen.
I will words to live by going forward. Not betting any more baseball.
Everyone remember this in 15 minutes when we start lightning
it
bets.
It was a great price. Minus 140.
It was. Minus 145? Really got a lot of value there.
Yeah. Listen, it's the 5th inning. Stetson's going to the bullpen. There's still a lot of game left. It's not the bottom of the 9th, guys. Come on.
Now, listen, in Jake's defense here, how often have we all been really excited about the start of a new season and maybe a new sport? And we found ways to justify things, and then we've gotten smacked in the face very, very quickly. So I know what it feels like to be in that spot, but watching you just kind of talk your way through this emotional roller coaster, like I'd love to just let's just spend the next 5 minutes just letting you roll through this together, because it's been up and down since the start of the show with this.
Well, it is a commercial break right now. Also, great point. Listen, Paul, do we have to circle back to your first golf bet of the year? Not to throw you under the bus, but I'm going to do that right now. Listen, sometimes you just start dead.
Not to throw you under the bus,
start
but
dead.
I'm going to throw you under the bus.
I'm just going to put you right in front of it. No, I literally, Jake, I was about to be like, well, welcome to my golf bets. It's 100% what I was going to say. Yeah.
Listen, hey, for those who weren't here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jake. Go ahead. Finish the murdering.
For those who weren't here, first golf bet of the year, Paul gets on here. He's like, all right, here we go. This is what we're doing. Me, Sammy, Joe, we're all in. I think Joe actually stayed away. He was the only one with a working brain that day. But me and Sammy go, Paul, we trust you. Let's go. Golf bet of the year. First one. Let's rock. Guy came in last. It was just not
tied
great.
for 121st, I think. I don't know if he was dead last. He was second.
Yeah, my bad.
It was bad. It was bad, from day one, the first round. But we don't want to get excited about golf too early. A Wyndham Clark ticket at 72-1. He's 2 strokes off the lead after a round. People are bogeying their faces off over at Torrey Pines. So it's going to –
it's bad.
I don't know how many crooked numbers there's going to be out there. But was it Davis Thompson in the lead right now? So golf I'll be able to sweat some golf again this weekend. I'm not dead after day one. It's an improvement.
Wild
and tell
pitch,
me we got a grand
another
slam.
run for UConn. 1 out, 2 runs on the board.
Now
We're
this is a sweat.
We're chipping away.
Are we still in?
Like
How are you
live?
watching the score here? Because I can't find a live score update.
I'm on ESPN.com and it says 9 a.m. start. And
Yes,
no
that's
score.
what I'm saying.
That would be ESPN Plus exclusively.
Oh. But they can't connect the wire to the scoreboard from ESPN
Yeah.
Plus so that they could update.
Oh,
that.
if you're
I don't
trying
know.
to if you're trying to follow college baseball scores live, just through the scoreboards, you're gonna have. I've learned over the last couple of years, you're gonna have a real bad time. Another wild pitch, another one. Let's go 5-3. We're live, baby. We are so.
Oh my
How many are we still in the
Kate.
5th, and how many outs?
1 out still. It is now
Kate, I'm
man
so
on
glad you
third,
brought up
1
this
out.
game.
See what Paul's like, Jake, thank you for this.
I needed this morning.
Paul's so happy that I came up with this. Just what a segment killer
Right.
for a couple of segments today.
Amazing.
I mean, you can only talk about
listen-
the NBA All-Star Game for so long.
Well, that's the thing.
gotta
Is
be on
there's not a
Kansas
lot
State.
going on. So somebody that has enthusiasm about college baseball this early, especially, I feel like you have to give them the floor. You gotta let that enthusiasm out, because there's really nobody else that I can think of that probably would be this excited about college baseball, other than you, Jake. That's the only one.
How about
Thank you.
Quinnipiac? What are they doing at the top of the hour?
Bless you.
You riding with the what?
I said, bless you. Listen, I'm not gonna. We have 7-8 games that start at the top of the hour, so we'll get to it in lightning bets, Paul. We got parlays, we got straight plays, we got run lines. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have a great time.
You. Good for you.
Yeah, because I parlayed with Clemson. I'm not laying minus 145, so I need UConn to win first, clearly. But then Clemson, I think I know what I'm doing the rest of the afternoon. How do I watch these games live, Jake?
They should all. Most of them are on ESPN Plus. Like if you have an ESPN Plus account, you should be able to just see most of these games. Like this lovely UConn Stetson game coming to you live from Puerto Rico. But yeah, there are a couple games that are on the move. By the way, I mentioned when we were talking about this UConn game that Nebraska is playing UC Irvine, and Irvine ruled out their starting first baseman, who's all conference. That game was pick. Nebraska, I think, is now out to minus 125, and that's going to keep moving. Yep. So bet that earlier. That is going to keep moving. I would jump that now if you haven't already. A couple other ones, like Arizona's on the move, too, against Ole Miss. They're going out to a heavier favorite. That was about a pick earlier as well. So we got some stuff moving around, but right now we're locked in on UConn. And this guy for Stetson cannot find the strike zone. So we are... Not to jinx ourselves, but this guy, I think it'd be better if I was out there. Probably a really nice guy, though.
So let me go with my warm weather school theory versus cold weather school theory. Is there any value on Jacksonville against West Virginia at plus 200? I guess West Virginia's not that far north. South Florida as a dog against Iowa. UNLV. I guess Indiana's pretty good, right? UNLV is a dog.
I like Indiana a lot.
Okay. What's up? I don't know if you guys heard that motorcycle just buzzed my tower.
Wondering what that was. Yeah.
Yeah. Texas is minus 175. I don't know. All right, we'll get to rest. I don't want to spoil all of Jake's picks for the next segment.
I mean, he could just do it the rest of the show, right? Just give them all out the rest of the show. You're good. The cold weather thing though is interesting. Although you put West Virginia and like you almost kind of downplayed how cold it can be there. It's West Virginia gets pretty damn cold, and those mountains, whew.
And that was talking mountains. That was talking directions. The 2 years of high school baseball that I played, I played first base and right field.
Okay, so we were not a collegiate player.
No, God, no. I was cut from varsity tryouts my junior year, and then we just pivoted straight to golf. It's actually going pretty well. Going to try and play every weekend this summer.
Golf ringer. Jake's a golf ringer.
Yeah,
I'm trying to. I mean, I don't know about golf ringer, but we break 80 on occasion. Going to try and break 80 consistently this summer.
I mean, that's pretty damn good.
I would not
Thank
expect you as a golfer, Jake.
Listen, Kate, I'm full of
Jake's
surprises.
Water this
okay,
segment.
Listen. You got to keep the people on their toes. Always, never let them know your next move.
That's right. Ooh, I mean, we're learning a lot about each other in this entire show today. This has just been a full learning experience.
Hostage tape and golf bets. Or golf game.
We've gone from hostage tape to Jake's golf game, so I think we've done a wide variety of the things today.
Yeah, listen, I mean, just add it to the Rolodex of things I could put on my Hinge profile. Just not a fan of hostage tape. Broke 80 a couple times. That should work, right? How does it lose?
Paul, do you want to give us a little update on the Genesis, like what happened yesterday? Any players playing specifically well?
Paul's got a real golf fit going on right now, by the way. Just the white hat, like the hoodie that's not a hoodie.
Yeah.
Nike,
Yeah. Walking right out to the course after this. So, I lied. Davis Thompson's not in the lead. He's at 2 under. Denny Mack is your leader after day one. 4 under, 68. Seamus Power, 1 stroke behind, along with Patrick Rogers. Our guy, Wyndham Clark, of course, Scotty Scheffler, Davis Thompson, Nick Dunn. Those 3 guys are at 2 under, and then a bunch of people at 1 under. As far as like other guys I mentioned, Victor Hovland, he's T20 at 1 over, kind of an up and down day for him. And we had Phil Hellmuth on the show last week going into the Super Bowl. He kind of talked about how Hovland's messing with his swing a little bit. So we knew going in it could be risk reward, like it could go bad. It seems like at least this first round is choppy. He's not dead yet, so he's 5 strokes back. If he can find it a little bit, Any notables that like really? It's what's interesting. Oh, and Ludwig is 2 over, so not the best first round for him either. But you look at some of these guys that have popped in other events, like the Sepp Strakas, Rasmus Hogard, Pavan. Not so much this year, but in the past, like they are like on these U.S. Open type courses. Detry, who just won last week, 4 under. Straka's 6 over. Sorry, 4 over for Detry. Straka's 6 over. Hogard is 10 over. Like they are struggling on this track. So just like these guys that pop in, maybe I don't know why I say lesser events, but lesser events. Careful about a lot of those guys had shorter numbers compared to probably what they should be for this. So just careful about kind of in events like this, like looking at those guys. Kind of stayed away from all of them.
There was also a ton of weather yesterday. Wasn't it rainy, windy, just kind of gross? I don't know if the weather's going to be like that again today out there. But
5-4.
Round 2 teeing off here fairly soon. 11 a.m. Central first grouping goes off. All right, if you didn't get a little taste of or enough baseball bets, we have more coming your way on the other side. Our lightning bets as we wrap up the show here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
We got our first lead of the game. We've been sweating out this UConn-Stetson college baseball game, the first of the season. Stetson took a 5-0 lead. I had UConn on the money line, and UConn's battled back. They're up by 1 now. We're feeling good, Nick. Never a doubt in that one that UConn wasn't going to be able to come back.
The emotional roller coaster that has gone through that game. I had never expected getting on this show today that we would have something like that in a college baseball game this early in the season. But here we are. Here we are.
Here we are. Yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to get on these shows, whether it's during the weekend, our new return of our Sunday Bets weekend slate is happening this weekend. So Sunday Bets from 9 to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m., you get PJ Glasser, you get Denton Day. They take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of all the live action that's unfolding for the day. And then it is Bet Nation live from Dallas to wrap things up 4 to 8 p.m. with Eric Schiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. The return of the Sunday lineup post-football season is back here on the BetMGM network. Nick, it is Valentine's Day today. I know you're a little under the weather, but you got any Valentine's Day plans for tonight?
My wife and I usually at this point, we've boycotted the going out to dinner on Valentine's Day because all restaurants do is just upcharge you. So we're like, let's go on the 15th. So we're actually going away for the weekend, going to do some snowboarding, which is great because I'm going to go to cold weather and do physical activity when I'm under the weather. So that'll be fun. But no, she's actually flying back from San Francisco for work. And I just got a text from her during the break that her flight got delayed 2 hours. So I'd say this Valentine's Day probably won't be as romantic as some have been in the past, but you know how it gets. Life gets in the way and you kind of have to deal with it. So there's going to be some level of improvising, and she won't probably be home till late now. And it was supposed to be a lot earlier, but you can't get flight delays. They come out of nowhere, right? You literally board a plane and they go, actually, we're delaying you 2 hours, and then everybody gets off. So it's not let's put it this way. It's not going to be a rom-com probably for us, given all the circumstances right now.
Yeah, I did my Valentine's dinner last night. My husband left this morning for a trip, and so we went out, got a nice steak last night, had a good bottle of wine.
There you go.
And that's about it. That's the extent of Valentine's Day nowadays. We don't even do gifts, nothing like that. It's just dinner out and a little celebration. Yeah.
I applaud that, honestly. I think there's a certain point in life where you got to go, we know this holiday was made up to begin with. We know that it's all about selling cards and things. You know what? We should be appreciating each other every day if we're going to start there. And then secondly, you're just getting upcharged and you go to a restaurant anyway. Let's go out to Valentine's Day. And they're like, here's our Valentine's Day package. And it's 60% more. And you're like, I'm paying for it's the same food. It's the same steak I would have gotten yesterday. So yeah, it's better. I love keeping it simple. And I'm glad that my wife and I are on the same page where we just go, yeah, we don't need all of that. I see you there. All of a sudden, here, I had a little system crash.
Okay. Yeah. That was another one of those panic moments when you're on air and it's like, is this on my end or is this a system deal all around?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, I saw everybody logged out and logged in, and I said I should probably do the same thing. So there we go. Don't know where the story finished or what the situation is, but we'll roll with it. Hey, gone almost 3 hours, and we can make it work. So
we can. Okay, so Paul and Jake, any Valentine's Day plans on your end? Paul, I know you're married, so you have a Valentine. Jake, are we hitting the apps hard tonight?
I want to live vicariously through Jake. No, we're kind of similar to you guys. Not really a thing for us. So definitely don't want to deal with the reservations and that kind of craziness and all that.
That's Jake? Part of it in Chicago is I'm a last minute reservation. I don't plan ahead very well. And you have to plan months ahead if you want a good restaurant in Chicago. So that's, I mean, we were able to get a reservation last night, but on Valentine's Day, you can't do that.
I will be doing nothing. I got as the token single friend in my friend group. Literally, all of my friends are in relationships. My roommate, my best friend, just about everybody on the famous kickball team is all in a relationship. I'm on my own. I'm on Jake Hassan Island here. But listen, tonight will be just whiskey and divorced dad rock by myself. It's going to be awesome. I will be making myself a lovely dinner. Can't wait. We're going to get the cast iron out. I'm going to have a great time. I'm looking forward to it. And then tomorrow in the aftermath, that's when you open the apps back up. That's when you bring the A game. That's when you bring out the new refreshed bits, the new refreshed lines. You try different stuff, throw it at the wall, see what sticks. Tomorrow's the day. After I finish hosting Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker, noon to 4 Eastern, right here.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, anyone who's single and maybe having a rough time on Valentine's Day, being single, they're sad. They hop on the apps the next day.
I never said I was sad, Kate. Okay.
Well,
listen.
I'm saying these other people on the apps. Jake. No, I meant the girls that you're going to be courting on the apps. Girls get in their feelings more than men who have cast iron skillets and drink whiskey.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm also a therapy goer. Okay, listen, I'm not just shoving all the feelings inside and waiting for it to explode and kill me at an early age. The asteroid's going to take care of that. I'm emotionally intelligent. Put that on the Hinge profile. We got it.
I'm actually surprised though, Jake, because I remember when I was in your shoes back in the day, and going out on Valentine's Day to like bars and stuff was always the thing, because all the single people got together.
Yeah.
So that's not it's not the plan, especially on a Friday like this.
I don't want to be like trying to throw haymakers with all the other schmucks in the finance world in River North. I don't want Brad and Chad trying to talk to me about their spreadsheets while I'm over here just trying to have a nice Chris Miller high life and watch college baseball. I don't need that. All the schmucks can get their licks in and they can make their attempts. And then tomorrow, again in the aftermath, when everybody's sick of the same old lines, that's when you come through and be like, "Hey, how's it going?"
That's a well-thought strategy.
Is it
a well-thought strategy?
Mm-hmm. If someone hits you with the Kylie Kelsey opening line on Hinge, have you heard of that one?
No.
If this was her, because she and Jason Kelsey met on Hinge, and her opening line was, I'm going to get this wrong, but along the lines of, if I were a UPS driver, would you let me handle your package?
That's a great line.
It's a good line.
He said, absolutely. And the rest is history, Jake. I think, well, you can't really try that.
No, it probably wouldn't go super great. Would probably get banned from the app pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Listen, maybe I just need to move to Philly. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I do. Famously, the East Coast has just been rats.
I think you need to upgrade cities, Jake. Yeah, like enough New York. Take it down I-95 and go to the birthplace of America.
New York adjacent. Oh, please stay in the yard.
We got to get you to Puerto Rico. Hinge in Puerto Rico might be off the charts.
Yeah, that is a great point. That I have not thought of it. Anyway, UConn just made an inning-ending catch in center field that would have saved a couple runs. So we're still alive. 6-5, UConn. Not to just completely tank my candidacy as a single man here and talk about UConn baseball, but...
Well, we do have to get to some bets because we only have a couple minutes left. Nick, do you want to start us off with your lightning bets for the weekend?
Yeah, look, I got a couple. I'm going to go Buddy Hield to win the 3-point contest at 5-1. Like I said before earlier in the show, I just think in terms of like his, it's very minutia, but like his shooting form works well for this contest. But again, we're talking about these All-Star weekend things and anything can happen. But I like Buddy Hield. I'll take the over in the Alabama-Auburn game tomorrow as well. Those would be my only two. No college baseball for me. A little too early to start dabbling in that nonsense like Jake is right now. So give me those.
Coward.
All right, I'm going to go
Yes, I
3-point contest. I'm going to take a little Dame and a little Cam Johnson as a long shot. Those are my two guys.
Okay.
And then in the dunk contest, I'm going to go Matas Buzelis. He's been my guy all week long. My Bulls guy, I'm going to back him in the dunk contest. I'm also going to take Auburn, getting +1.5 now. They are on the road at Alabama tomorrow, but I think Auburn is the better team in some categories that will limit possessions for Alabama and maybe add a couple for Auburn in what should be a very, very close game. Paul, what you got for us?
I'm good. I'm just going to be sweating golf. I'm going to be sweating my golf guys all weekend. So that is what I have, and I will yield the rest of my time to Jake's 85 college baseball bets.
Yeah. All right, Jake, let's go.
It's not 85. It's all right. Well, let's just start with it. We obviously have UConn and Clemson paired up together. I also like Clemson. That actually has moved. Clemson's now down to -135, I think, down from -140, -145. I'm going to fact check that. Okay, they're back to -140. Regardless, I like Clemson. If you want to lay the run line, it's laying a run and a half at +110. Like that as well. I think they should be. Oklahoma State is a team everybody likes. I don't really believe in them as much. I think they're kind of flawed. They have exactly one good player and Brandon Schraubert, and that's kind of it. So I like Clemson as a whole, as a better team overall. But otherwise, I also have a moneyline favorite parlay. Let's go out west. Stanford and freshman of the year Rintaro Sasaki, who was a menace in the Japanese high school league just last year. He's a freshman this year for Stanford. Really like them. Like them today. I'm going to pair them with Arizona State, a team that everybody knows that I like. Ben Jacobs is on the mound. He is probably maybe one of the best pitchers in all of America, in all of college baseball. So I'll pair them together. You get good plus money. Even money-ish on Stanford and Arizona State moneyline parlay. I'm also going to parlay Duke, Nebraska, and Florida State together. You get about 2-1 on that. All pretty heavy moneyline favorites. Florida State's like -500 with Jamie Arnold on the mound, but like them a lot. They should smack James Madison. Duke, I'm a big fan of them. And then Nebraska, even with the -125 move from the pick'em, still think they're just a better team, especially with Irvine missing their best player. So that'll be another one that I'm on. And then I'll bet Arizona as a pick, basically, against Ole Miss. Arizona, really, really good team. Made a run in the championship, not in the championship, but Pac-12 championship, RIP. And they made a run in the tournament a little bit. Really like their team. And I'm just not a huge fan of Ole Miss.
Japanese high school league. The fact that you follow that, Jake.
Rintaro Sasaki's a menace. He's a menace.
That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Enjoy your weekend. Hope you win some bets, and we will see you back here next week.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats. Win and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment.
Unbelievable!
This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise of the rowdy edition of You Better You Bet. Yes, Brad Evans in the house. They also call me the big noise. Jared Smith also alongside for the ride as we're filling in for Costos and Femi. Enjoy your vacation, boys. But we got a lot to cover here in the next 4 hours. Wall-to-wall college basketball. NBA is already on its midseason siesta. We may work a little bit of betting action there in the NBA All-Star Weekend. The NHL, only thing that is really going on is the Four Nations. I don't know jack about that sport anyway. So it's all college hoops all the time because the madness is right around the corner. I can sense it. I can feel it in the air. The greatest month of the year is about to commence, and we got to get you prepared for filling out your brackets and, of course, firing off on all of those bets. We have a lighter slate, as we normally do, on a Friday night, but we're going to reveal some of our top plays on our cards this evening in the world of college basketball. Parlay P's going to drop on by. We're going to say hello to our little friend and wield our sledgehammer special. Get seduced by the juice, and I may work in a bonus bet or two as well. Mike LaTulip is going to be dropping in a premier X's and O's voice in the world of college basketball. He's doing terrific work right now for the Field of 68. He played at a certain institution right down the road for me in Champaign, Illinois. So naturally, I'm probably going to ask him about my ILL as they're welcoming Michigan State on Saturday night to the State Farm Center. Get his thoughts on that game. Of course, the big Iron Bowl showdown as well going down at Coleman Coliseum in Tuscaloosa between Alabama and the Auburn Tigers, number 1 versus number 2, only the 23rd time in the regular season it has occurred in college basketball history. So we're all going to be on pins and needles with the level of excitement tied to that game. We'll get the Latube's thoughts on all of that. We're also going to discuss a couple of the slates on Saturday. So Saturday slate 1, we will have a conversation what our leans are in Alabama and Auburn. We're also going to do a bracket big board snapshot today. We're going to dive in on the projected number 5 seeds. How are they shaping up to make maybe a deep run in the NCAA tournament, or will they be snake bitten in that classic 12-5 round 1 upset? Jared and I will have that discussion. Hoops Scoops with an eye toward the future. It could be the NBA, or it could be in college basketball. We'll discuss more of the Saturday slate because it's a monster schedule to say the least. We'll do another bracket board snapshot of the number 6 seeds in this year's projected NCAA tournament field. Pat Bradley will drop on in from the SEC network. Absolute joy to talk to him, breaking out, of course, Alabama, Auburn, and some of the other key matchups in that conference, including Kentucky and Texas. A very bubblicious game going down in Austin over the weekend. And if we have some time, hopefully we're going to be able to sneak him in. I know he's traveling. Josh Pastner from Peacock also does some excellent work for ESPN, former coach at Memphis and Georgia Tech. Hopefully we're going to squeeze him in a little bit later on to the broadcast as well, get his thoughts on this mammoth slate of weekend action in college basketball. Again, if you love the Dipsy-Doo Dunkaroo, so we're going to have you covered from beginning to end over the next 4 hours here on You Better You Bet. And hey, if you want to talk to us, 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast, there's an easy way to get a hold of us. All you got to do is pick up the phone and you dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money, and that's the key phrase here, plus money, is the best bet to earn a number 1 seed in this year's NCAA tournament? It's pulled from BetMGM. Is it Florida plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or you really want to get crazy with the Cheese Whiz, Purdue at 20-1. We got over 100 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. You want to fire off a comment? Drop one in at You Better You Bet, or on my personal Twitter handle at Noisy Huevos. Are going to be reading some of those comments a little bit later on in the show. But right now, let me bring in Jared Smith, who is going to be with me over the next 4 hours. Jared, the big NFL news today. Thankfully, we're done talking about Aaron Rodgers, at least for 24 hours. I saw that Raheem Mostert is going to be kicked to the curb by the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Wright now elevates in that second RB position in Miami, but it's still all about Devon Achane. What do you think of the Dolphins overall? Really disappointing year that transpired in 2024 and, of course, into 2025. Do you think they can turn things around quickly? And how you liking Jalen Wright? I think he's an impressive RB2.
Yeah, I think anytime with McDaniel, you expect the run game to be solid. They're just so creative. They use that orbit motion, and I'm sure they'll scheme up some stuff, not only for Achane, but also for Wright in the offseason. They draft in the 13th spot, so you don't think they're going to, obviously, it's going to be Tua next year. They're not going to go after one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. They're probably, I would solidify the lines. Anytime you're in that kind of in-between zone, and you're a team that relies on your running game, you're a team that needs to keep Tua upright. I always err on the side of offensive line, defensive line. So we'll see what they do in the draft. But that's a tough division, right? Buffalo's bringing back pretty much everyone you would expect. Josh Allen, didn't win the MVP, or did win the MVP, but we'll see what that situation comes back next year. I think the Jets are going to be terrible again next year. So I think it's a 2-team race in the AFC East between Miami and Buffalo. And maybe New England's got a stone's throw with Drake May. But I still would say Miami's the second team in that division right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that as long as all the key components stay healthy. And I'm looking at you to take a low. I will say this, too, for fantasy football devices. Jalen Wright, somebody you want to highlight on your cheat sheet. Probably going to go the double-digit rounds of drafts next year. If you're one of those participants in a salary cap / auction like I am, go the extra buck. It may only be like $3 or $4, but somebody that has enormous upside because that kid's got a lot of juice in the legs, and he showed it on the few and limited opportunities he earned this season in the NFL with the Miami Dolphins. All right, we got to get after it right now with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays tonight. I know we don't have a whole lot of action to choose from, not really a whole lot going on in the NBA or the NHL, and it's a light slate of games in college basketball, but there's still a few bets that have our undivided attention. So, Jared, I'll have you bat lead off. What is numero uno on your card?
Yeah, I'll go with this under, and I know it is not the sexiest card tonight, but I'll go with an under in the Jaspers taking on Merrimack tonight. I do like this MAC conference, the Metro Atlantic. It's a fun conference to handicap. It's pretty much all teams in the same region, so there's not a ton of travel. And this is a matchup that we saw the first game, right? This is usually now February, late February, early March. You get the return matchups between these teams. These teams played about a month ago, 69-62, relatively low-scoring game, stayed under the total. Jaspers, despite shooting 44% from deep, only got to 62. They only attempted 8 free throws in the game. Now, Merrimack's got the best defense in the league. Manhattan, as I mentioned, doesn't get to the line a ton. That always scares me anytime I'm betting an under. You're going to get a lot of free throws with the clock stopped. Merrimack also doesn't give up a ton of free throws. Again, the best defense in the conference. Both teams play very slow. The tempo very favorable for an under. Merrimack plays even slower, one of the slowest tempos in college basketball, and they've held their last 7 opponents to 66 or less. This feels like first to 65 wins. That gets us to 130 if it's 65 also. I would say under 136.5, a safe bet tonight with Merrimack and Manhattan. Don't love betting unders because crazy things happen in college hoops, but this feels like a pretty slow-paced game.
Yeah, overtime, stay far, far away. I like that call there in that Merrimack under mi amigo. Numero uno on my card. Let's go on a late night tip. This one doesn't actually tip off until 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern. And we've seen some live movement. It opened at plus 5.5. They're now catching an additional 2 points. It's plus 7.5 for the other Spartans, that being of San Jose State fame, taking on Nevada. There in the Bay Area. I think Tim Miles' club is going to score the cover. Hell, I would have probably played it plus 5.5, quite frankly. I think it's way too many points now at 7.5 and a minus 110 juice. Here is the reason why. You look at San Jose State, they've been covering machines this year. Numero uno record against the spread of any team in college basketball. Generally like to play a slower grind. Cue the Key Sweat there in the background. Number 213 adjusted tempo. Nevada even slower. And number 322 adjusted tempo in games played over last month. But San Jose State, 114 at Bar Torvik the last 30 days. Nevada significantly lower overall in Torvik at 141. Why? Well, you look at the Wolfpack. They're not exactly howling at the moon defensively. Number 303. Jared, in EFGD over the last 30 days, they're giving up 51.7% from 2 and 39.7% from 3. And make sure you circle and highlight that 39.7% they've allowed from 3, because that's a calling card of San Jose State, is nailing outside shots. Over 45% of their jacks come from distance, and over the last 30 days, they're burning the nets to tune at 37.8% from 3. So put all together, plus 7.5. It feels like a gift from the gambling gods. So the home team, I'm going to San Jose State plus the 7.5 against the Nevada Wolfpack. Numero dos undercard. What else you got?
Well, I'll give you two for tomorrow. Actually, again, I think tomorrow is really you want to get the chips aligned on the Saturday card, because I'll be honest, I think this is one of the sexiest Saturday cards I've seen in a long time in college hoops. 1 versus 2. I do think Alabama's going to get a little bit of line movement in their favor. Right now, I'm seeing a 1.5. I think that does move a little bit towards the Crimson Tide. Again, this is the first time we've seen 1 versus 2 in the SEC history. Alabama and Auburn never even played 1 versus 2 in football. And now I know the stars have to align for that to happen, but this is the high-profile game. We're going to talk about it a lot today. We will preview it a lot today. The key for Bama is to limit turnovers. They're going to throw a lot of bodies at Broome. I think that's going to give the Auburn shooters a chance to make some shots, but they're on the road in SEC play. And I think if there's one conference where the home environment matters more than any other environment, I would say Big Ten and SEC, especially when it's an atmosphere like this and what's going to be a completely frenzied situation. So can the Auburn shot makers, they're going to get a lot of open shots, right? The defense is going to collapse on Broome in the paint, kick out a lot of open threes, but on the road, can the role players make those threes? I'm going to lean to the no. And I think this Alabama game, right, we'll get a return matchup coming up in a few weeks. It's the last game of the year in the regular season at Auburn. So Auburn knows they've got that game in their back pocket if they lose this one. And this is a huge game for Bama. They have the toughest strength of schedule in the country down the stretch. They need this game, and I think they need it a little bit more than Auburn. So I do think we're going to see some handle come in on the Crimson Tide over the next 24 hours. So I think Bama minus 1.5, you can find it. Should be a pretty decent bet come tomorrow night.
All right, numero dos. I'll go quickly here on my card. I'm going to stick with this evening. I'm going to work in the same game parlay. Give me out the Smarty Pants League and Yale minus 13.5 against Penn. And I'm going to take the total up to 156.5 and dunk on the under. Plus 107 on that same game parlay built there at BetMGM. Yale's number 11 in EFG offense, number 16 EFG defense over the last 30 days. Penn is rubbish defensively. Number 311 in EFGD over the last 30 days. I think Yale blows them out and somewhat suppresses their offensive output. That's why that under hit. So to recap, SGP, Bulldogs at Yale, minus 13.5 and the under 156.5. A cool plus 107. Numero Trace in your card. What do you got?
The over in Wisconsin-Purdue tomorrow. I am really jacked up for this game. I think Purdue is maybe on the cusp of becoming that next team that, hey, they're going to start to make that ascent. They're a very experienced team. I love Smith in the backcourt as a guard. You're going to see a ton of high pick and roll here with Smith and Trey Kaufman-Renn. That's something Wisconsin doesn't defend well. And I'll be honest, this Wisconsin team, very underrated offensively. I love Tanjay, the transfer from Mizzou. He is a rock star. I think both of these teams can fill it up. Wisconsin's a much better offensive team than you give them credit for. I think anything in the 140 range, this thing's getting into the 150s. I think someone's hitting 80 in this one tomorrow night at Mackey. I would say over Wisconsin-Purdue should be a really exciting game in the Big Ten.
Yeah, terrific call on that one, I'll tell you on that. I'm going to go numero trace with Loyola Chicago, the Fighting Sister Jeans. I'm going to lay the 2.5 against St. Louis and a minus 110 juice. It's Loyola Chicago, a better team overall. They are top 70 EFG offense and EFG defense and 40 spots higher in Torvik over last month compared to the Billikens. All right, we got to exit stage left. When we come back here on You Better You Bet, Mike LaTulip, awesome host and a guy that knows a little bit about the X's and O's of college basketball. The field is 68. We're going to talk to him about that mammoth slate upcoming. Stick around. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Jared Smith in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the program. Hey, you want to call and talk to us? You want to talk some college basketball? Oh, it's the greatest time of the year. Easy way to get a hold of us here on the program. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number one seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds poll from BetMGM is at Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450. You're going to go deep in the bag with Purdue at plus 2,000. We have well over 100 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Fire off any comments and keep the votes coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we're going to talk to our buddy Mike Latula from the Field of 68, where he's absolutely killing it there with all his analysis, and of course doing some analysis with my buddy Jeremy Werner at 247 Sports. He's an X's and O's genius. That's what I like to call him, and a former Illini player as well. He knows the ins and he knows the outs of all of college basketball. Latulip, welcome, my friend, to You Better You Bet. We appreciate the time straight out of the gate. Let's go ahead and just bleed orange and blue. Why not? Our beloved Fighting Illini welcome Michigan State to Champaign under the primetime lights on Fox on Saturday. Right now, Ken Palm has Illinois as a 4-point favorite, and some of the lines are just now trickling out, so I'm going to actually look and see if there's a line posted on that while you give your answer. But assuming the Ken Palm line, and with the Spartans riding really on the struggle bus post the Indiana failure, what's your prediction in this one? Has Illinois officially emerged from its midseason fog?
I think they have. I think when you look at the injuries, the illness, and then coupling that with the fact that it's a young team, and it's a team that was going to have to take its lumps throughout the course of the season. And we saw that in late January and kind of into early February. But they should have no shortage of motivation for this game. After what took place in East Lansing, and Kasper Giakashonis sit on the bench for most of that game. And in the minutes that he played, I think they were +7 in his 9 minutes. I mean, they had a really tough time guarding him in high ball screens. They're going to do some of that still. But the, putting Tomislav Ivicic in that kind of top slot, top of the key, and being able to play off him and get some paint pressure off of cutting and off of movement is kind of what's really opened things up. And then obviously the emergence of Will Riley, who also had a fantastic game against Michigan State. I mean, these freshmen are clicking here at the right time, and you just hope that the inexperience doesn't creep up on them here in March. But I think their talent kind of outweighs that, in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks like 6.5 a number I'm seeing. Wow. Illinois, so a bigger favorite than the Ken Palm number indicates. So that's pretty favorable, I think, for the Illini. Mike, let's zoom out, because I think at this time of year we're all trying to identify a Cinderella or maybe a team in a high major conference that has underachieved for a big part of the season. We've seen this with UConn. We saw a couple years ago UConn was terrible in the Big East, and all of a sudden they just turned it on in March, and two national titles later, going for the three-peat. Now, is there a team that is maybe under the radar that we're not talking about, maybe on a 4, 5, 6 seed line that has that chance to ascend to a Final Four caliber team come March?
Yeah, it's funny you asked the question, because I thought about this before we hopped on, and I won't go right back to Illinois. Illinois could be in that conversation, but one team, and I'll stick in the Big Ten, that has kind of just been hanging around and hiding in plain sight is Maryland. And they have so much talent. They've fortified their front court. Derek Queen's been incredible for them. And when you look at them, their metrics are way better on both ends this year. I mean, they're The defense is a little bit, I mean, they were top 6 in the country defensively last year, but they've sacrificed some of that to be really, really potent offensively. They're a top 20 offense efficiency team. And when you look at just the 6 losses that they have, none of them are by more than 6 points. I mean, they've been in all these games, and they've figured out a way to win. There's real home court advantage there in College Park again. And I love Jacoby Gillespie. I think he gives them another gear. They're outside shooting. I mean, they're top for a team that could not throw the ball in the ocean last year. This is a team that's top 20 in the country in 3-point percentage. I mean, they're shooting almost 38% from 3 to go along with the talent that we see in this front court. Julian Reese has been awesome. I mean, they really have it in every area. And there's definitely other teams you would put above them to go to a Final Four, but it would not shock me at all if we saw Maryland make a run.
Yeah, nice win last night, too. I think, obviously, the SEC light years ahead of the rest of the conferences in America this year, Mike. But are they too good? Meaning when we get to March, the battles, the gauntlet schedules that these teams are fighting through. We mentioned Alabama. It's got the toughest schedule in the entire country down the stretch. Is that going to catch up with them in March? Or on the flip side, are they battle tested because of what has just been a brutal year for a very high end SEC?
Yeah, my piece of advice would be to don't let the finish to SEC play sway your opinions too much one way or the other when you come to March. And I mean, I just look at Bama. You touched on it, right? I mean, they finished out with Auburn, Mizzou, Kentucky, Mississippi State, Tennessee, Florida, Auburn again, and then you got Auburn that still has Bama, still has Kentucky, A&M, Bama again, Ole Miss as well. The team that probably could end up backdooring their way into an SEC regular season title is Florida. I mean, they're just 2 games back right now. Alabama and Auburn still got to play each other twice. In Florida, their next 4 games: South Carolina, Oklahoma, LSU, and Georgia. I mean, you're going to look at a photo finish here in the SEC, and you're going to have what's going to help the SEC come March. I mean, there's going to be a ton of carnage for the rest of the regular season here, but they're going to be so well positioned with their seeding that they're going to have the best chance out of any conference to advance the most teams to the Sweet 16, to advance the most teams to the Elite Eight, and ultimately the Final Four. So again, don't let the finish to conference play throw you too off course with how you're viewing some of these top teams, because I think we have a matchup between 2 of them this weekend that are the top 2 and top 2 in the nation right now.
Yeah, Florida, by the way, plus 2,000, 20-1 to win the SEC right now at BetMGM. Wow. If you want to get a little sprinkle on that. So outstanding price and great info from Mike LaTulip. Of course, he does tremendous work with the Field of 68, former Illini player. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at LaTulip_Mike. At LaTulip_Mike on X. Mike, let's go to that teeny tiny matchup you alluded to in the SEC going down at Coleman Coliseum. Number 1 versus number 2 for the 23rd time since 1951 that has occurred. Honestly, it's the real Iron Bowl, because the Iron Bowl on the gridiron sucked. This one is going to be epic. It's going to be a thriller from beginning to end. Alabama's laying 1.5 right now. Sky high total of 171.5 at BetMGM. Break it down for me. More importantly, who covers, Mike?
Yeah, no, this weekend's going to be incredible. We got a battle of revenge. You got some revenge games. You got a battle of some bubble teams trying to fight their way to the right side of that line. But this is the battle of the best here with Bama and Auburn, and I think Bama, they're the number 2 team in the country, but to me, they're the best team in college basketball. Since Chris Youngblood's come back from injury 9 games into the season, I think they're 13-1 at this point. Their optionality with their lineups, that's what I look at, because when you look at where Auburn has struggled this year, particularly in that Florida game, it's when teams have enough size in their front court and versatility in their front court to play him single coverage in the post. Because you don't have to send 2, you don't have to trap them, you don't get these other guys going, Miles Kelly, Denver Jones with catch and shoot opportunities on the perimeter. So you got Cliff Amore, right? If you want to, probably not Grant Nelson, but you got Diabate you can throw in there. Sherelle you can throw in there as well. Like, they have so many bodies that they can throw at Janai Broome. We'll see with Darian Reed what his health status is. But then we haven't even talked about the backcourt. with Bama. And LeBaron Philon is going to be a first-round draft pick. Mark Sears is an All-American candidate, has been an All-American candidate. Youngblood's been tremendous. I mean, this is truly like they are the deepest, most talented team in college basketball, and you got them playing on their home floor. So I like Alabama in this game.
Ooh, I love what you were selling because I've already wagered on Roll Tide. I laid the 1.5. I think it's going to be an epic game, and I do believe they're going to hold home court, so I'm in agreement with you there. Mike, we'll get you out of here on this. I'm going to pivot. I was going to ask you about a sleeper team. You already revealed one. I just kind of want to get your general thoughts about Duke. They're right now very heavy favorite to land a 1 seed. I think they're going to have their name called early on Selection Sunday. A lot of people are going to be backing up the truck for them in the futures market. Think they're going to cut down the nets because they have a guy named Cooper Flagg, who right now is the front runner for the Wooden Award. But man, they have not really been challenged in the ACC. And when they have been challenged, see the Clemson game, they call it an L. So what do you think the fate of this year's Duke team is? What is the downside? What's the upside? Can they win it all? Or is the range of outcomes, maybe they're not even going to survive the first weekend in the NCAA tournament?
They can absolutely win it all. I mean, I think I talk about Alabama and Auburn. Duke's in that tier with them. And, you can look at ACC play and say, maybe they're not challenged. But I will say, there's something about heading into March, feeling good about your team, having all around like good vibes in the locker room, understanding how to win. They've been tested. Clemson certainly tested them. I thought exploit some things. But here's the thing with Duke. I mean, I talked about it on the field of 68 last weekend, but their 3 losses this season came to Kansas, the most experienced team in college basketball, Kentucky, who was 4th, and Clemson, who was 9th. So that they've had to learn through all these scenarios of playing older, more experienced teams that are going to be physical with you. It's always draw. That's what it comes down to in the NCAA tournament. But their positional size, their ability to shoot it, the way that they can shut your water off defensively, and it's not just in ACC play. I mean, we saw them do this in non-conference play as well. Like I'm still super bullish on Duke and what they can do, and you got a guy like Cooper Flagg who late game and in some of those losses has certainly taken his lumps, but you got to think come March he's going to be pretty battle tested himself to have some pretty remarkable performances. And we've just seen with Tyrese Proctor and Con Knipple and seeing James, like all these guys are willing to step up in big moments, and I think they complement each other well. I didn't even mention Malawach, who's probably going to be a top 10 pick and is really an anchor back there defensively. So when you talk about complete teams, I mentioned Alabama. Duke is right there with everything. And I didn't talk about John Shire either, who I think is one of the best X's and O's guys and motivators probably in the sport. So I'm still high on Duke. They're in that top tier for me for sure.
Yeah, you sound quite bullish, to say the least, on the Blue Devils for this year's NCAA tournament. Outstanding stuff from the one, the only, Mike Latula. Make sure to check out all his excellent content on the field of 68 with my buddy Rob Dawser and Jeff Goodman, former Illinois player. A guy knows his X's and O's, and make sure you give him a follow as well on the X at @Latulip_Mike. Again, on X at @Latulip_Mike. Mike, I'll see you at the national title game because Illinois is winning it.
Hey, ILL, man.
That's right. I. That's how we roll, baby. We appreciate the time.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Thanks, he goes, Mike Latulip. He's not wrong. Illinois' got a really good team. They could threaten. I don't know if they're going to be able to put together a consistent 5 games to get to the national title game, but the talent, the groundwork is certainly there. Can they fire on all cylinders? What were your thoughts on Duke? He is very bullish on the Blue Devils. I've been a little bit more skittish when it comes to Duke because I feel the ACC is not preparing them for March. I think it could lead to a letdown.
I agree. We'll know a lot more next week, right? Don't they play Illinois next week on a neutral at MSG? And that'll be a real interesting game. And then the schedule down the stretch. I mean, it's Stanford, it's Virginia, it's Miami, it's FSU, it's Wake, and then you get the game against UNC on the road. That'll always be a litmus test game, but UNC is not a very talented team. That's more of an emotional litmus test to finish the season for Duke against their rival. I think they check all the boxes. And I was bullish on the Duke team last year because I thought 2 years ago they got bullied by Tennessee in the round of 32. And I thought that was a kind of a growing up moment for John Shire as a head coach. And I thought last year they handled themselves very well in the tournament, right? They beat Houston. It was a weird game. I think Jamal Shead got hurt in that game, but Houston was a number 1 seed. They were primed to go to the Final Four. They won that game. And then they just ran into the hottest team on the planet the next round in the Elite Eight, NC State. So I think you're seeing baby steps with Duke, right? You go to the round of 32, then you go to the Sweet 16. Maybe the next step is the Final Four this year. They certainly have the talent to make it there.
Yeah, there's no question about that. All right, we got exit stage left here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, we're going to pry Parlay Pete away from the bar. We're going to say hello to our little friend, roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. Bets, and more bets. Why? This is You Better You Bet after all. Stick around, fools. We're just getting warmed up here on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Jared Smith in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the show. If you want to talk to us, we'd love to hear your opinions, especially in college basketball. Easy way to get a hold of us here on the program. You just pick up the phone and you dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number one seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds, of course, pulled from our sponsors at BetMGM. Is it Florida at plus 150? Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or you're going to go really deep into the bag with Purdue at plus 2,000. Over 125 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Got an opinion you want to share? Fire off one to us and keep the votes a-coming. At You Better You Bet on X. At You Better You Bet on X. All right, we're going to work in some more bets here momentarily. Awesome interview that we had with our buddy Mike LaTupa in the last segment. If you miss any of that, make sure you subscribe, download the You Better You Bet podcast version. We're going to be posting that right after the show. Go back and listen to everything that Mike had to say about some of the games and the key matchups tomorrow, including the Iron Bowl on the hardwood between Alabama and Auburn. Thoughts about our University of Illinois Fighting Illini. Of course, Latula played there, and some sleeper thoughts as well. So make sure you check that out. Pardon me for a second. I got to yell at this gentleman at the bar. He's getting a little sloshed. Hey, you! Dead drunk guy! Get over here! Yeah! Shiver me timbers! I'm here to make some booty. That's right. Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's looking to get his parlay of the day locked and loaded. Slim pickings, to say the least, that is out there. But Parlay Pete ain't at all scared, and he's still going to earn some more cash because his barbell, it's racking up right now. So he's going to go with a little two-leg money line parlay in the world of college basketball. Leg numero uno. He's going to go with Milwaukee, the good land. That's right, Alice Cooper. Milwaukee on the money line. And leg numero dos, the Kent State Golden Flashes. Also on the money line, I'll reserve the juice. Let me give you the reasoning. I have it in my hand straight from Parlay Pete. Leg numero uno with Milwaukee. Taking on a Wright State, a team they won by 16 over earlier this season, 95-79. Milwaukee playing a much higher level than their opponent. You look at Wright State, only number 194 in Puerto Rico the last 30 days. Milwaukee, number 149 in that category. And look at Milwaukee, a team that really gets after it with second chance opportunities. They're getting an offensive rebound on the second highest clip of any team in college basketball the last 30 days at 41.9%. Also shooting a quite respectable 34.8% from way downtown. And look at Wright State. That's an area weakness, getting out and challenging shots along the perimeter. They're number 297 and 3-point percentage in their last 8 games, giving up 37.2%. Parlay Pete believes Milwaukee scores the win. Meanwhile, leg numero dos and his parlay is going to roll with Kent State going against the OHIO, that being the Bobcats. A little maybe revenge game on the mind because Kent State lost earlier this season in Athens, 61-59. A much better team, according to the advanced metrics that are out there. Kent State 140 in Torvik the last 30 days. Ohio just number 222 in Torvik over that same stretch. Kent State an excellent rebounding team, one of the best. And then make it, Mac, daddy. And you look at the OHIO, 304 and 3-point percentage defense. In their last 8 games, giving up 37.7%. Over 40% of Kent State shots come from along the perimeter. And again, if they're not being challenged, they're not being contested, really good looks, and hopefully they're going to be able to drill them to score the victory. So, yeah, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete's two-legger on the money line tonight. Milwaukee and Kent State. That pays just plus 105, but Parlay Pete wants to score a winner ahead of the monster slate on Saturday. All right, it's time to pivot and say hello to our little friend, Jared. I hope you remember what, my man, is a phrase that pays.
Oh, daddy want, a daddy need, a daddy, I gotta have it. I am sledgehammering a very familiar team here on the network. It is the Green Bay Phoenix, and we're going to take the team total under 67.5. Brad, I know you're going to be talking about this team a little bit later. I don't think there's anything more I can say about the Green Bay Phoenix coached by Doug Gottlieb that hasn't already been said. So I'll just give you the stats. Their team total tonight is 67.5. They are facing Northern Kentucky. It is a home game for Green Bay, but Northern Kentucky loves to play zone. This is actually a Norse team that I'm very familiar with. Fun fact about me, one of my favorite, if not my favorite, mid-major conferences to handicap during this time of year is the Horizon League, and I love this Northern Kentucky team. Underachieving a little bit this year under Darren Horn. They're usually one of the higher achieving teams in this conference, but they're having a little bit of a down year offensively. Their defense, though, again, they play this amoeba zone very effective. They held Green Bay to just 60 points in the last matchup, despite the fact that the Phoenix made 13 threes. However, they only made 8 baskets from inside the arc. You heard that correctly. In an entire 40-minute game against that zone for Northern Kentucky, Green Bay made just 8 two-point shots. They don't run any offense. They're just kind of a stop and pop kind of team from deep. If they get hot from 3, they're at home. Obviously, this one could go over, but I think Northern Kentucky, again, that is not having a great offensive season, still knows how to lock you down defensively. So we'll go under the team total on Green Bay tonight at 67.5.
All right, of course, we're going to stay with the college basketball theme for my Sledgehammer special. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go to a game in which people actually know the schools, and is it going to be the future employer? Is it going to be the future employer from Brad Stevens? No! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. Hoosier Nation ain't going to happen, despite some of the rumors that are milling about right now. Of course, tied to the Indiana Hoosiers. They're at home tonight, taking on UCLA. And I'm going to lay the road chalk with the Bruins at a -1.5, at a -115, just a little bit higher there at BetMGM. Here's why I like UCLA. They're playing great ball last 30 days. Number 5 overall, according to Bart Torvik, during that span. Played a slower tempo, 349 in the nation during that stretch in adjusted tempo, but 37 EFG offense. Defense been a little bit leaky, a little bit suspect at 218 EFGD, but you look at Indiana, just 67 at Bart Torvik in their last 30 days, 240 in EFG offense, and 210 and EFG defense. On top of that, turnovers have been a problem for IU this year. Number 179 turnover percentage offense. Why is that important? Well, UCLA is one of the best thieves of a team in all of college basketball. They're forcing a turnover on 21.7% of opponent possessions. And on top of that, Indiana number 203 in three-point percentage D. So Tyler Bilodeau, he can absolutely light it up from way downtown. Morrow and his size is 7'3" in the post. It's just going to be too much for Indiana to handle. So I know Indiana shocked the world and beat the Spartans in East Lansing the last time out. I was on the wrong end of that one, but I think UCLA is going to prove they're craptastic at best. So I'm going to lay the 1.5 with the UCLA Bruins, and I'm also going to bet on the over F-bombs drop by Mick Cronin live on air. I think the number's at a sky-high 9.5. He's going to double that. I mean, it's over. A ton of fun watching him. He's fiery. He's angry. He was not happy with the performance against Illinois. They are not going to lay an egg in back-to-back games. So give me UCLA as my Sledgehammer special. Again, -1.5. Time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. What else you got?
Yeah, I'll go back to that game, UCLA, Indiana. I do think it's going to be a slow-paced game. I think Indiana, especially coming off a game where they shot it pretty well, at least made a lot of baskets against Michigan State. I think that UCLA defense, which has been fantastic this year, kind of got pushed around a little bit against Illinois. I think they take another step forward tonight. UCLA is coming off a good shooting game, but still lost the game to Illinois. So I think some of that shooting will regress just a little bit. We'll take an alternate under here, under 137.5 is plus 110. You want to take it a step further, under 136.5 is plus 125. I'm fine with either of those bets. We saw this one open at 140 and get bet down just a little bit. I'm seeing a little buyback to the over as this one gets a little bit closer to tip, a later tip in Bloomington tonight. But I do think this is going to be a slower paced game. It's going to be a half court game. I would be surprised if both teams got into the 70s. Maybe UCLA touches 70. But this feels like a comeback to earth spot for Indiana and UCLA's defense, which again didn't have their best game against the Illini. I think they take a step forward against Mike Woodson's bunch tonight. So we'll go with an alternate under between the Bruins and the Hoosiers tonight.
All right, quickly for seduced by the juice for me, I'm going to take the money line with K-State. This one just opened plus 198 at BYU. Kansas State is balling right now. Number 11 in Bartowick over the last 30 days, playing themselves onto the bubble, and this is a bubble-licious matchup, really, for both teams. K-State, 108 in EFG offense over the last 30 days, 86 in EFG defense. BYU, excellent offensively, number 13 in the country EFG offense in the last 30 days, but 235 in EFG defense. A former Illini, Coleman Hawkins and Doug McDaniel, I think, steal a victory and continue to ride that wave. Maybe they may say tournament. Give me Kansas State on the money line, plus 198. Bonus time. Jared, you got anything else?
No, you take it away, my man. Bonus me up.
All right. We got to fade Doug Gottlieb. Doug, I love you, but you're not doing it in terms of coaching stuff, ranks all that well. They were Green Bay. Give me Northern Kentucky minus 6.5 on the road against Wisconsin, Green Bay. Northern Kentucky, only 294 in Torvik, but you look at Green Bay, 347 in Torvik the last 30 days. Why? Because they're 308 in effective field goal percentage defense, giving up 53.7% for 2, 37.6% from 3. Green Bay may keep this close until like the last 5 minutes. Then they will lay down and die. I'm going to lay this 6.5 with Northern Kentucky. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on not a BetMGM tonight. You better bet. I'm filling in right now. We're going to talk the first slate of Saturday games. Auburn, Alabama, Houston, Arizona, Kentucky, Texas, our initial lean. Stick around. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Jared Smith in the house. So we're going to be breaking down our first slate of Saturday games. It's probably the most loaded Saturday schedule of the entire college basketball season. So it demands bets, and we are going to give you some bets. My card's going to run deep. You can always track my always free, always public, always transparent spreadsheet. Every bet I add to it at thegamingjuice.com is something I actually bet on. The good, the bad, the ugly, it's all tracked on there. I've had a whale of a year in college basketball, so I'm afraid the gambling guys are going to be throwing lightning bolts at my arse, and I'm going to be donating units back. But we keep on gambling. We keep on living, and we keep on firing. That's the name of thy game when it comes to betting, especially in college basketball. Hey, you want to talk some college hoops with us? Easy way to get a hold of Jared and I here on You Better You Bet. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our poll question of the day posted there right now. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number one seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds pulled from BetMGM is at Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or Purdue at a long plus 2,000. Over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop in a comment. We'll read them a little bit later on in the show at You Better You Bet on X. Again, at You Better You Bet on X. All right, Jared, let's go in and get after it. We got a 5-pack of games. We're going to break down some of the marquee matchups in college basketball, and there are none bigger tomorrow than what is going to go down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, as a Roll Tide is laying 1.5 with a total of 171.5 against the Auburn Tigers. So a battle for Dixie supremacy. I can't wait to watch this mid-afternoon, Illini time. I already got a little action on Alabama minus the 1.5, but what is your scattering report and what is your initial lean here? Side, total, maybe to work a little same game parlay. How are you approaching the 23rd matchup ever between number 1 and number 2?
Love this matchup. Obviously, total's high for a reason. 2 out of the 3 best offenses in the country per shot quality. Shot quality, again, at this time of the year, it is a regression algorithm. So once you have 15, 20, 25 games of data, you can kind of see, oh, hey, this team is getting good shots, but they're just not going in. Those are the teams you want to bet the over on. Teams that are getting bad shots and they are going in, those are the teams you want to bet the under on. These teams are the over variety teams. If you compiled all of their shot quality metrics together, these two combined would be 35 and 13 to the over this year. Again, the shot quality regression numbers do tell a very interesting story. Bama loves to get to the rim. They love to shoot the three. They're top 10 in the rim and three metric this year, which again is something I rely on very heavily when I'm trying to find out if your offense is efficient, because the most efficient shot is by the rim. And the next most efficient shot, of course, is the three-point shot. If you're good at both of those things, you're probably a pretty good offense. Auburn is not an elite shooting team. Outside the top 250, when they get open threes, they're not good at making them, and they're about 100th in shot selection. So I think the Auburn offense on the road, trying to sustain open shots and make open shots, might be an issue for the Tigers. The edge for Bama could be the free throw line. They're a top 20 free throw rate team this year. Auburn outside the top 250 in allowing teams to get to the line. I think the defensive game plan is very simple for Alabama. You throw bodies at Broome. The Auburn shooters will have open opportunities. The question is, can they knock them down? You've got a couple of options for Auburn: Jones, Chaney Johnson, Miles Kelly. Those are the guys that if they're hot from the outside, Brad, that is where the recipe for an Auburn victory will come in. I think with Bama, it's the Abate, it's Yomiuri, the Rutgers transfer. Those are the bodies that are going to be thrown at Broome throughout the course of this game. If those guys can stay out of foul trouble, I think Alabama is the side here. I think the number is maybe a hair light. Maybe we get a 2 or 2.5. I think 3, that's where you'd see a ton of money come back in on Auburn. But my initial lean in the game is Alabama at home. I think the home atmosphere in the SEC matters a lot, especially because KenPom's got this actually a slight Auburn victory. And that's where the Alabama home court advantage, I think, is pushing this towards the Crimson Tide. But this is an Auburn team that's very experienced, right? I think the average age is like 24 years old on this Auburn team. They are a really experienced group, and it's going to be tough to get them rattled on the road. But I still think Alabama is the right side here.
Yeah, I've already bet it. I took Alabama, laid the 1.5. I think they're going to win this thing probably by 3 to 5 going away when it's all said and done. And I also have a ticket for Alabama to win a national title, which I fired off a couple of days ago at plus 900 there at BetMGM. Here's the advanced numeric scouting report I put together. Auburn is number 3 overall in Bar Terrific the last 30 days. However, they've been terrific defensively at number 4 in EFGD, but just number 184 in EFG offense. And that's still with the greatness of Janiah Broome, who's got 13 double-doubles this season. They're not shooting the leather off the ball. But they are excellent defensively and a team that really applies a lot of pressure defensively. And that could be the difference in this game if they're going to steal the victory on the road, because Alabama has had a propensity for some loosey-goosey handles. They have got to keep themselves in check. I think they got to keep the number south of 13 turnovers in this game if they want to win. But man, they can make it up with the great equalizers, can't they? 47% of the shots they have hoisted this season have come from along the arc. Over the last 30 days, they're shooting 39.7% from way downtown. Number 6 overall in EFG offense, 41 EFG defense, excellent rebounding team. And even with Broome manning the paint, Auburn is number 319 in defensive rebounding percentage the last 30 days. So if Alabama gets those second chance opportunities, they're making at least 35% from 3, and they clean up their act when they have the ball in their hand and really don't let the turnovers pile up, they can actually win in convincing fashion, quite frankly. So I love Alabama. Minus 1.5. I will lay it. I think it will be nip and tuck, and I kind of like the over a little bit at 171.5. All right, let's move on to a behemoth match of the Big 12. Houston traveling to Tucson to take on the Arizona Wildcats. We got open in line. Houston laying a 1.5 with an over-under of 136.5. So, Jared, knowing those numbers, what's your initial call here on Houston and Arizona?
Yeah, I think the over is interesting. I mean, obviously Arizona's an offensive team. Houston, we think is a defensive team, but I think their offense has been better this year. They're shooting it much better this year. Last year, their EFG percentage was outside the top 190. This year, inside the top 90. So moved up over 100 spots with their just overall shooting. And they're a top 10 3-point shooting team in the country this year. So I think the vibe you think of Houston, grinder defense, and they do have those things. I think they're a little bit better offensively this year, and obviously an offense like Arizona could spread them out a little bit. Zona's coming off a terrible loss. I mean, they just could not hit the broadside of a barn against K-State. Caleb Love had 6 points. They still almost won the game, though, despite the fact that they were 2 for 22 from deep. So we expect Arizona to shoot it better at home in this spot. Zona had a weird year, right? 6-5 in the non-con, lost by 14 at home to Duke, blew a big lead to UCLA, lost at Wisconsin, a lot, 103 points in that game. Lost to West Virginia in overtime. That was when they had Tucker DeVries. But then in the Big 12, they've been fantastic. 11-2. Only losses at Texas Tech, and in the most recent one we mentioned at Kansas State, which snapped that 6-game winning streak. You've got the two alphas, Love and Bradley. Love is fearless. I mean, I love Love. I mean, he's 28% usage rate, one of the highest in the country. Bradley is an elite perimeter defender on the outside. So I think they have the tools to hang with this Houston team. But I like what I heard from Kelvin Sampson in the press conference coming into this week. They have been stressing turnovers, which is key on the road in a frenzied environment like Tucson. And I think the fact that this is an earlier start time might actually favor Houston because you won't have that crazy environment. I mean, it'll still be crazy there at the Lute Olson Dome, but maybe not as crazy if it was a night game. So I think Houston here, the fact that they're favored on the road, the fact that they've been a little bit more consistent in conference play, and I think this is a Houston team that's getting right at the right time. So I'll lean towards the Cougs. Obviously don't love laying points on the road, but I do think they're the better team in this matchup.
They are the better team. I think Arizona's going to win, though. And the reason being is this. I think it's all about rebounding. And Arizona actually has size. And if they can box out, they can limit those second, third, fourth opportunities, which Houston really feeds off of. They have to because they're not particularly efficient offensively. I think Arizona can frustrate the Cougs. And I think the three-point shot's a great equalizer, right? If Caleb Love, and I know it's a giant if Caleb Love can actually show some consistency, not like start the game 0 for 8 from distance, get a couple of buckets to fall, get in a groove, he could be a difference maker, the supreme X factor in this game. My gut says Arizona shows up and shows out and wins by 3 going away. So I'm going to swing a little action on Zona on the money line as they're catching 1.5 with Houston there on the road. Let's go to Kentucky and Texas. Texas, one of my last 4 teams in the bracket big board projection. So desperate team back against the wall. They're laying 8.5 against Big Blue Nation with a total of 157.5. Initial thoughts on Kentucky, Texas. Again, Horns favored by 1.5.
Kentucky's a really tough team to get a read on. I think, and I love Mark Pope as a coach. I mean, I was listening to his press conference yesterday. I mean, he's so well spoken. He understands the game, the analytics, everything. I mean, he is the perfect coach for this Kentucky team, but they're dealing with some injuries. And I think Texas, you mentioned it. I mean, their backs are against the wall. They've lost 3 in a row, firmly on the bubble. They do have the SEC's leading scorer. He's been fantastic this year. Trey Johnson, 19 points per game, aggressive, skilled, fully engaged, can get to the basket, has the ability to make the bad shot, and through the roof usage rate, 31%, which is top 50 nationally. I do think this Texas team is equipped to handle some of the athleticism that Kentucky has. Shedrick, the big man, he is a real threat around the rim. He can also step out and make a shot. I love the 4-man, Kaluma, the transfer from Kansas State, went to the Elite Eight with Creighton as well, has a ton of experience. Versatile 4-man, very aggressive guy at that power forward spot. And also the wingman, Pope. I mean, he's another physical scorer, over 50% from the floor, 85% from the line. So I think, and this was all the scout that Mark Pope was giving us on Texas. So this is a very dangerous team, the Longhorns. And I think when your backs are against the wall, and you're at home, it just feels like it's Texas or pass for me. But I'm really having trouble getting a grip on what this Kentucky team is this year, especially with the injuries that they've had. Butler, of course, the 5th-year transfer from San Diego State's been in and out of the lineup into the Final Four. And Williams, the elite rim protector, he's going to have to play really big in this game to battle a very good Texas front court.
Yeah, it's Kentucky. We got to be down to the 4-string point guard like they were in the last game. That's the question, right? We really don't know. And Texas is a desperate team, and I love betting on desperate teams this time of year, especially at home. The advanced metrics are hideous for Hook'em Horns. 301 EFG offense, 214 EFG defense last month. But Kentucky has not defended it all season. Pound the post, Horns, and I think you're going to win this game. If I had a lean here, I haven't bet on this yet, it would be on Hook'em Horns minus the 1.5. Let's go to Wisconsin, Purdue. Purdue laying 5.5 inside one of the greatest places to see a basketball game, Mackey Arena. 147.5 on that total. I already know where you're going. You're going with the over, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the pick and roll with Smith and TKR. I mean, that's going to be the game for Purdue. Wisconsin's a good shooting team, too. Over 36% from deep. And they're the number 1 free throw shooting team in the country. So when you get to the line, I can't tell you how many times I'm watching games. I'm like, oh, we're on pace here. Get to the line. Stop the clock. Brick, free throws, brick. Missing free throws is like kicking field goals for NFL totals. That's how you get to the over. Or if you can make your free throws in the game, that is a ticket to cashing it over. And I love this guard for Wisconsin, this senior, this Tanjay kid, a first team all Big Ten kind of kid. He can score on all 3 levels. He can get to the line. But here's the one thing about Wisconsin. For Tanjay, he's the guy that they're going to rely on a lot for offense. It's his first trip to Mackey. How's he going to handle that environment, right? And I know he played at Mizzou, played at Colorado State. There's some tough environments, I'm sure, that he's dealt with, and he's an experienced kid. But Mackey is a different animal on the road in one of these frenzied spots. So I would lean Purdue to win the game. But I think the 5.5, we mentioned this. I think if you can get 6, that's great. But 5.5, it feels like nip and tuck. It feels like, 77, 73 is what the KenPom score says. I feel like that's probably the right number. And so I'd say over, and I'd say slight lean to Wisconsin plus 5.5, but the over 147.5. That is a stone cold wager for me.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be in the over 147.5. I may same game parlay this and take the total down slightly, like 142.5, and then add some points to the spread. Get Wisconsin up to like plus 9.5, and play that and get it like a low plus odds. As a result, that's a great way to play it. Strategically, I do that all the time in basketball. Purdue 231 EMGD. That's all the evidence that I need. And of course, that measures with the eye test that I've watched a lot of these games. Why I believe Wisconsin's going to hang tough. Blackwell's been amazing. Tanjay has been a baller, as you already mentioned. They have size as well. We just need a Klesmit to show up and hit some of those equalizers to keep within striking distance. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM. Tonight, no, it's You Better You Bet. That's number 2 for me. Coming up next, our bracket big board snapshot. We're going to talk number 5 seeds. St. John's, Ole Miss, Marquette, more. Stick around. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Jared Smith in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the show. You want to talk to us? Easy way to contact us. You pick up the phone and you dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number 1 seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Is it Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or you really want to get crazy with a cheese whiz, Purdue at plus 2,000. Over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Got any comments? Fire those off and keep the votes coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. Selection Sunday, by the way, 1 month from tomorrow, believe it or not. It's on March 16th. So March is certainly in the air. It's right around the corner. And the madness is going to begin in full swing. And I can't wait. It is singularly the greatest time of the year, in my opinion. Jared has seen me in the wild in those situations with drinks flowing in Vegas. And the one bet I cannot resist, I talked about it yesterday on You Better You Bet. I love race to 15s. I'm a degenerate. It's a complete crapshoot. I love betting the underdog every single time, just a little sprinkle. And if I win, I go and buy a fancy glass of tequila at the bar. It's just, it's one of the greatest joys, sweating out race to 15s, an entire room of strangers because everybody's on plus money.
I love it. I think I keep getting flashbacks. It was 2 years ago that you guys were in Vegas, and I think those experience. I think the March Madness vibes. Like, I know the NFL and college football, maybe the bowl season, like that peak bowl season might compare to it a little bit, but because of the condensed nature of just the amount of games in such a short period of time, I don't think there's anything that compares to that first week. And really, the conference tournaments as well. I put the conference tournament weeks, and I went back yesterday or earlier this week, and I tallied up how I've been doing record-wise conference tournaments compared to NCAA tournaments. I crush the conference tournaments. I'm like 500 in the NCAA tournament, but I think the conference tournaments is really the time to push the envelope, because you just have so many unique bracket formats and so many unique venues and matchups and neutral sites and third matchups for teams that have already played each other twice. You have all these data points to digest. I think conference tournament week is probably and I know March Madness the first week, nothing's like it, but conference tournament week in terms of making money, I think might be second to none of any week in the entire year.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that viewpoint at all. I usually give a few units back during the NCAA tournament, but championship week is where you can really make your money if you know what you're doing. By the way, we got some more content coming up this weekend here on BetMGM Network. This weekend is a return of Sunday's bets from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m., PJ Glasser and Denton Day take you inside the betting lines, keeping you ahead of the live action as the games unfold. And then it's Bet Nation live from Dallas from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern with Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. So make sure you're listening all weekend long to the BetMGM Network. Going to have you covered wall to wall with all of the various sports betting angles. Right now, we're going to dive in on another bracket big board snapshot. We're going to talk at the projected number 5 seeds. For those of you that may or may not know, I've been a bracketologist. This is my 17th year doing it. And yes, I have crushed Joe Lunardi. Yes, I have owned Jerry Palm as well. And I'm not just making that up, toot my own horn. And you go check it out, the bracketmatrix.com. They do an excellent job of dragging like the 150 bracketologists that do this every single year, and they have a giant aggregate that gives you a real snapshot, an indicator of where your team lies right now with some of the projections that are out there. So check them out, thebracketmatrix.com, and you can check my bracket big board out for free at my site, thegamingjuice.com. And that's where I pulled these from. So these are number 5 seeds entering a busy weekend in college basketball. Let's start with the top number 5 seed, a team that may outright win the Big East Conference in the regular season, maybe get the auto berth as well. That's the St. John's Red Storm. Rick Pitino has done a marvelous job with this team. What are your thoughts on St. John's? I know they just fell short earlier this weekend, Villanova there on the road. Maybe a little bit of a reset, but man, do they play some D.
Yeah, top 5 pretty much across the board. Not a great shooting team, and I think that's something that might do them in come March, because when you get to the tournament, I think it's all about defense and all about shooting. And if you can limit your turnovers, which St. John's does do a good job at, and you can knock down a few threes, I mean, you can beat anybody on any given night. And I think that's what makes this tournament so beautiful. I would put St. John's on the back end of the offensive side. They're going to have to win grinders. They're going to have to win low-scoring games. Now, they've been doing a good job of that throughout the course of the Big East. I mean, listen, going into that game against Nova on the road, and that was obviously a tough spot, nice win for Nova at home. But, you know, they were 12-1 in the Big East. I mean, anytime you can make it through that conference unscathed, that's a conference that is now very wide-ranging in terms of geography. And obviously, it's a very difficult conference to navigate. One of the best in the country. So you give Rick Pitino a ton of credit. Very experienced team. I love Kadary Richmond. We've seen what he can do with Seton Hall. He's been to the tournament, has been able to kind of get over the hump. I think that's the offensive guy that they're going to be relying on. I love Luis up front as well. He's a top 10 player in the country. But I think of all the teams that you mentioned during this big board segment, St. John's is the one that is one of the ones I'm scared with offensively. So I'm not as bullish on them unless they can figure out a way to knock down some shots down the stretch. But we know you get hot from 3, Brad, and all of a sudden this entire landscape changes because they've got the defense that can carry them from round to round and play multiple styles of defense. Obviously very well coached, of course, with
I think they're going to win a couple of games. They may be a second weekend team, and that's it. Like they'll lose in the round of 16 because they just don't have the offensive chops to hang. You look at the nitty gritty right now. Number 22 in the net, 68 in terms of overall strength of schedule, 5-2 straight up on the road this season. Impressive there. 3-4 in quarter-1 games over the last 30 days. Number 19 at Torvik. You mentioned the offensive struggles. Well, here's the data backing up. 321 nationally in AFG offense over the last 30 days, but 16 in AFG defense. They finished with Creighton at home, at DePaul, UConn at home, at Butler, Seton Hall at home, and then at Marquette. They could land as high as maybe a 4 seed, as low as a 6 seed, but I don't think they're going to fall victim in a 12-5 matchup. I think they will win a game or two, but again, that'll be all she wrote for St. John's this season. Let's go to another team. Chris Beard's Ole Miss Rebels. And Chris Beard, by the way, that's a viable candidate that Indiana should hire right now, who I think would take that gig in a heartbeat. A guy can flat out coach his tail off, coaches excellent defense. What's your take on Ole Miss? As you mentioned, the SEC is an absolute gauntlet, and it just speaks to Ole Miss. A lot of people aren't talking about them, and they're damn good.
I agree with that assessment 100%. I think if there are teams that are off the beaten path in these high major conferences, SEC being one of them, if you can find the right team that's not the top team, that's not, the elites, that is going to make a run, that's where you find the most value in March, right? And you get these cool markets in March, like to advance to the Sweet 16 or over-under wins for certain teams. I think those are markets that you look to, and I think Ole Miss they've got the chops, right? Again, they're a good offensive team, top 30 in adjusted offense per Ken Pom, number 1 in turnover percentage, number 1 in non-steal turnover percentage. What is non-steal turnover percentage? It's unforced errors. When you step on the end line, when you traveling violations, double dribbles, mental mistakes. They are very good at limiting those mistakes. And when you get to those high-profile, high-intensity games in March, that's where the non-steal turnovers, seem to rear their ugly head. And Chris Beard's a hell of a coach. I mean, they've got all the talent in the world. I don't need to go through all the players. I mean, if they get to this point, obviously they have the talent. The losses, not that bad, right? I mean, they haven't lost to a team outside the top 40 really all year. Memphis was their worst loss of the year in terms of rating, but at Mississippi State, that's a good team. Texas A&M, that's a top 20 team. At Missouri, top 20 team. They lost to Auburn at home. No shame there. Lost to Purdue by a bucket on a neutral. I mean, this is a team that does not have a lot of blemishes on their resume this year. They are going to be a very tough out in March.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Here's a nitty-gritty on Ole Miss. Number 21 the net, 17th in terms of strength of schedule, 5-3 on the road this season, 5-6 in quarter ones. They're 24 in Torvik the last 30 days. Only 2 away in EFG offense, 192 in EFG defense during that span. Here's what they finished with. Mississippi State at home, so battle of the Delta State there. That'll be a big one this weekend. At Vandy, and then at Auburn, Oklahoma, Tennessee, at Florida. It's going to be very telling how they, wrap up the year and where they're really at this juncture on the college basketball calendar. But Ole Miss, not a team you really should sleep on. I think they're going to be probably in that 5 to 7 seed range when it's all said and done. Entirely capable. They have a good draw when winning a couple of games. Go to Marquette, a team that was really on the struggle bus. I had them as high as the number 2 seed just a couple of weeks ago. And they have really fallen and tumbled down the mountainside. Again, I have projected right now as the 3rd highest number 5 seed. Your thoughts on Shaka Smart's Golden Eagles, one of the best point guards in the game, and Cam Jones?
Yeah, very well-coached team. Again, they don't make mistakes. Top 5 turnover percentage. They're top 10 in forcing turnovers. Again, top 5 non-steal turnover percentage. Those are metrics that are very important to me come March. Can you limit giving teams extra possessions? And do you force extra possessions on your end? I think that is a huge advantage for Marquette. Here's the issue I see, and you mentioned it. They've kind of hit a wall, right? The Big East is tough. Yep. They lost 3 in a row. They bounced back. They beat DePaul, who's not very good at home, so you don't want to, look too much into that matchup. But they don't get a ton from their bench. They're outside the top 300 in bench minutes this year. So when the starters go cold, they don't have a changeup. And God forbid Cam Jones gets into foul trouble. God forbid one of the bigs in March gets into foul trouble. They just don't have a very deep bench. And that's what scares me. As good of a coach as Shaka Smart is, they kind of could be one of those 5-12 upset candidates. Because if they have just one guy get into foul trouble, or if they have just one guy play a below average game, they don't have that microwave off the bench to kind of make up those minutes. So Marquette, while they're a very well-coached team, a very balanced team on both ends, they don't do one thing really well, and they don't have a very deep bench. So I love them, or I like them, but I don't love them, Brad.
They're extremely vulnerable, and I totally agree. They could be susceptible to an early round knockout. The nitty-gritty with them, 23 in the net, 36 strength of schedule, 11 non-conference strength of schedule, outstanding. 6-4 on the road this season, pretty good there. 5-4 in quarter ones, but it's the last 30 days. Number 59 in Torvik over that span, 297 EFG offense, 219 in EFG defense. They finished with Seton Hall at Villanova. That Villanova game could be a trap. Then Providence at home, at Georgetown, at UConn, and then St. John's. It's a rough 3-game stretch to wrap things up. I think Marquette's going to come in the tournament limping. I loved them about 2 months ago. Don't love them so much anymore just because they are playing unfurled, unspooled, unbalanced basketball at the current moment in time. Again, I think they could lose in a 12-5. In round 1. All right, last team on the 5 line. Oh, who is this? ILL! Yeah, the orange and blue. And they can obviously move up. A team that's playing much better basketball the last couple of games. We'll get the true litmus test tomorrow against Michigan State in the Terrence Shannon retirement night. So that crowd is going to be lubricated and juiced, to say the least. So your thoughts on my orange and blue?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you get one of those, interesting type of retirement or ceremonial games, it always jacks up the crowds for those games. So it should be a really good environment there in Champaign. I don't love this Illini team in terms of the way that they play. They take a lot of threes, but they're not making a lot of threes. Now, maybe that changes down the stretch. But when you're shooting 31% from 3 and almost 50% of your shots are coming from 3, it just doesn't lead to a very efficient offense. Now, that being said, they're still a top 15 Ken Palm offense this year because I do think they get a lot of second chance points, top 15 in offensive rebound percentage. They're a tough team. They've got size. But you got to make shots in March. And I don't know if this team has like a Terrence Shannon last year, like an elite shot maker to really just, hey, we need a bucket, go get it. That's what I think this Illini team is lacking, and I think that's why they're maybe at best a second weekend team, but I would not be shocked if they did not make it past the first weekend in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, number 13, the net, 18 SOS, 4-4 on the road, 7-7 in quad ones. And they played excellent defense, and you're right. They're just so wildly inconsistent. They have got to attack downhill, but Casper Shakachonis has got the stroke back. He can be that assassin from outside, a guy that's predicted to be a lottery pick in the NBA draft. The range outcomes for Illinois, national title or lose in round one. I'm not exaggerating. It's that crazy. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on the You Better You Bet show. When we come back, caught myself there, almost said it again. We're going to discuss some hoop scoops. We're looking at some of the futures that are out there. Could be NBA related, the All-Star weekend market, maybe some more college basketball. Whatever pick is our pleasure. We'll discuss it here. Coming up next on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans here with you. Jared Smith in the house. We're going to do another rousing edition of Hoop Scoops here momentarily. Going to go back and forth with some of our favorite bets. Maybe the NBA market ahead of All-Star Weekend. Maybe some more college basketball. Could be single games. Could be futures. Whatever pick is your poison, dealer's choice. That's how I love designing these segments. And we love talking to you as well. Easy way to contact us here on You Better You Bet. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number one seed in this year's NCAA tournament? It's pulled, of course, from BetMGM. Is it Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or you really want to get lost in the sauce? How about Purdue at plus 2,000? That's right. We got over 130 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Got any comments for us? Fire those off and keep the votes coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. All right, let's go and get after right now with another edition of Hoop Scoops. And here's how we're going to do this. A ping pong style segment. I'm going to have Jared Bat lead off. He's going to go whatever market he chooses in the basketball world. Could be the NBA. Could be in college basketball. Hell, if he wants to go overseas, he finds something like the Chinese league. I'm totally down for it. I don't care. Just give me something basketball that I can bet on. He's going to hand it off to me. I'm going to do the same. We're going to go back and forth, and we're going to call it a segment. Jared, you ready?
Let's get hot from the arc, huh?
Oh,
let's just go right into it. The three-point shootout. I mean, we've talked so much about the NBA so far in this show. So we got our splits from John Ewing, our friend over at BetMGM, this morning. I got an updated split. And there is one player that nobody is betting on to win the three-point shootout, and that is Norman Powell. He has the lowest amount of tickets and the lowest amount of handle. Then when I actually dived into the numbers a little bit, I mean, he's pretty much a microwave. He's shooting 43% from deep this year, but here is why I think he has a little bit more added motivation. Again, these markets are crapshoots. It's a three-point shootout. Anyone could get hot. But Norman Powell was an all-star snub. Again, he's having a career year, shooting over 40% from three. Didn't make the all-star game, but got invited to the three-point shootout. Nothing says I'm upset that I didn't make the all-star game more than going absolutely bananas in the three-point shootout. So I'll start it off. Norman Powell, 6-1. To win the three-point shootout. Not a bad wager. Again, nobody's betting on this, according to our splits from our friends at BetMGM, but I think he's got just a little bit of added motivation to show off and show out on All-Star Saturday.
And so does my guy, to be honest with you. I'm going to go with Buddy Hield to win that same competition at 5-1 odds. I'll ask you what the splits are here in a minute because I haven't seen him yet there at BetMGM. But he's got the home court advantage, right? This being played in his venue there. He's a member of the Golden State Warriors, so he knows the rims. Now, he has not shot the ball well from three at home this season, right around 31%. That's god-awful. But Buddy Hield has won this competition before. He knows what goes into it. He's a bunny hopper, and I like bunny hoppers in the three-point shootout because they have more endurance than those high leapers that are out there that takes a little bit more energy, a little bit more physicality to hoist those shots. It usually catches up to you because it can't be grueling in this competition when you're jacking so many from way downtown. Hield won in 1920. That event was in Chicago. He had 67.5% of his attempts. He had 17 threes in the final round to add the trophy to the case. And again, I think that that home court advantage will speak volumes to him. He's shooting over 36% from distance on the season. So gut feeling, it's a crapshoot. This is my favorite event, by the way, of any of the events in the NBA All-Star Weekend. I know a lot of people love the dunk competition skill, but it's still the Mac McClung Invitational. Now, I did a hit earlier today with my buddy Michelle Beadle and Cody Decker on their show on Mad Dog Sports Radio. And Michelle chimed in. She goes, wait a second. You're calling the Mac Mung Invitational? I said, yeah. Well, Michelle, he's like favored. It's like minus 200 at BetMGM for him to win the dunk competition. She goes, what about Castle? And I'm like, well, if you want a value, Savon Castle's plus 650. I think he's the only one realistically that could unseat Mac McClung on that throne because the guy's just so dynamic as a dunker. I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to just be entertained by it. With a 3-point shootout, I always fire off a ticket. And this year for me, it's Buddy Hield at plus 500. Did you find those splits at BetMGM, Jared? Do you have those in front of you? What's it on Hield?
Hield's about 11%, about middle of the pack. Damian Lillard obviously is the breadwinner. Almost 25% of the ticket count and 36% of the handle. And then you've got Tyler Hero as kind of the number 2 guy there. And then there's a pretty big drop off between Lillard and Hero and then the rest of the market. Hield is kind of, I would say, hovering between 3rd and 4th. Again, the ticket percentage and the handle kind of fluctuates depending on if they're bigger bets or smaller bets. But to your point on the dunk contest, Mac McClung's minus 200. He's only getting 11% of the tickets. So he's probably going to win it, but no one's betting on him because, that's a really tough event to bet on these days because the judges have gone completely off the rails. I mean, we were texting last night. I remember when I bet Nate Robinson to win a dunk contest like 10 years ago, and he went very different dunk contest today than it was in years past. I think it's really hard to predict. And then you get a minus 200 in there, which is not really giving you any incentive to bet.
Yeah, I totally agree. All right, let's go back to college. You got another hoop scoop. What is it?
Yeah, I'll go back to what our friend Mike LaTulip said earlier. Florida at 20-1 to win the SEC seems like a number that's going to come down significantly over the next couple of weeks. Why? Well, you get Auburn and Alabama playing each other tomorrow night, so one of those teams is going to pick up their second conference loss. Now, the other team that wins is going to be 11-1 in conference play, and Florida has 3 losses, so there is still some ground to make up. However, the schedule is really what we like here. And Florida already has a win over Auburn under their belt. They will play Alabama the second to last game of the year. But other than that, South Carolina, Oklahoma, LSU, Georgia, that's the next 4 games for the Gators. All of those teams outside the top 35 in Ken Palm's ratings. LSU and South Carolina outside the top 75. So you would assume heading into that game on March 1st against Texas A&M, Florida will be 12-3 in the league and presumably 1, maybe 2, but probably 1 game back of first place because let's say Alabama wins tomorrow night at home. Then they got to go play Missouri, Kentucky, Mississippi State, then Tennessee on the road, and then that game against Florida in about 3 weeks. So I think the road for Alabama and Auburn is really difficult, whereas the road for Florida, more sunshine and rainbows. And at 20-1, we think that number is going to come down significantly over the next few weeks until that game between the Crimson Tide and the Gators on March 5th.
Yeah, excellent call. Let's say stick with the same number, but in a different market. Purdue to be a number 1 seed. You can bet on this right now at BetMGM. It's plus 2,000. And I think there is some value there on the board. Do they have more than a puncher's chance? I believe they do. A lot of people believe it's going to be the Florida Gators on that 4th number 1 line. Right now I have Houston there, and Houston's like minus 125 BetMGM to earn that 4th number 1 seed. And there's some others in the conversation, as we've already stated, Tennessee, Iowa State. Though I think Purdue is got a great chance to get there. You look at the nitty gritty right now. Number 9 in the net, number 7th in terms of strength of schedule. They play the 8th hardest non-conference strength of schedule. Is going to speak volumes in the selection committee room. They're 5-3 in road games, 7-6 in quadrant ones. Number 13 of Bart Turwick over last month. They're not playing a whole lot of defense, but they're just outgunning, outshooting everybody. And here's who they finished with. They get Wisconsin this weekend. That actually could be a quadrant 1 game at home. Then at Michigan State, that's a quadrant 1 opponent. At Indiana, that's going to be kind of borderline quadrant 1. UCLA at home could be a borderline quadrant 1 game in the end. Rutgers at home will not be quadrant 1. And then at Illinois, which will be a quadrant 1 opportunity. Let's say they lose 1 game or they even win out. I think that's very much on the table in the Big Ten regular season. Maybe they secure the Big Ten regular season title, which you can bet on as well, plus 155. I think that's worth firing a ticket off on. And they make a deep run in the Big Ten tournament. All they got to do is get to the final because that's the last game before the Selection Sunday show. And the committee has already done all their work. So that game is relatively meaningless except for adding a trophy to the case. I think Purdue has got a great shot. They'll need some help of some of the teams around them, but they're better than plus 2,000 to earn that fourth number 1 seed this year. What else you like in Hoop Scoops, my man?
Great Big East game tomorrow, and just a perfect situational spot to fade Villanova after a really impressive win over St. John's in their last matchup. They are on the road at Providence. It looks like a 2.5-point road favorite. I would not be shocked if that got to 3, especially considering Providence is just bare bones right now. I mean, they've lost 4 in a row, backs against the wall. I don't think Providence is a tournament team. I think maybe if they're fortunate, they win 1 game in the Big East tournament. But they're at home, and this is, again, one of those spots where the market just flies in the other direction. Villanova's played some really good basketball lately, but that's usually the time when the market gets a little too high. And on the other side, the market, I would say, very low on Providence after losing 4 in a row. These two teams played each other about a month ago in Nova, and it was a really close game. It was a 2-point game, nip and tuck throughout. So if I'm going to get 3, that's great, but I would say just take the money line with Providence plus 130. My guess is you'll get a better price tomorrow because I do think Nova's going to catch some of the handle, but I think it's a situational spot, a letdown for the Wildcats, and I would say the Friars are going to get my money tomorrow afternoon.
All right, last one for me. I say Arkansas makes the NCAA tournament. Plus 105 for them to get that at-large berth. They're 41 the net, 28 strength of schedule, 3-3 on the road, 3-7 in quarter ones. The bubble stinks. There's some really disgusting, puke-inducing resumes, and theirs ain't that shabby. I know they're only 44 in total the last 30 days. They got back-to-back just brutal matchups at A&M tomorrow, at Auburn after that. But if they can beat Missouri and Texas at home, beat South Carolina on the road, and then split between Vandy and Mississippi State to close out the season, I think Arkansas and probably is going dancing in the heat subsides off of Coach Cal. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. We come back, Saturday slate numero dos. More games, more bets. Don't go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Relive the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you, and also Jared Smith in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday edition of the show. We're breaking down all kinds of college basketball. It's a sport that I love betting on more than life itself. You might say, what, Evans? What about the NFL? What about college football? Look, I love betting on the NFL, especially the player props market. It's kind of my jam. I bet a lot of same-game parlays, get kind of crazy with the cheese whiz and some of the alt lines and all that stuff. Occasionally, we'll dabble in college football as well, though not as ardent of a bettor in that sport compared to some of the other ones. But there's nothing better in college basketball. There's honestly no better swing of emotions is probably the best way to describe it. In the last minute of a college basketball game, could be a spread of like 3.5, and your kid's got to go to the line, and he's got to determine the outcome of your bet. And then you get a possession on the other end, and maybe it's a BS3 at the buzzer, and either sinks or wins your bet. I've been on the wrong side of so many half-court shots in the world. I will never forever get over Anthony Bennett hit one in a game. I don't even remember who they were playing. It was like Kentucky or Kansas, and I was on the wrong side. I was on the other team, and Bennett comes down when he scores for UNLV, and he just hits a meaningless half quarter at the end of the game, and it swung the entire spread. And that just sticks with you. It really does. I was a black eye, but it does.
No
and I'm
lead
like,
is safe, Brad.
No
leads
lead
are
is
safe in college basketball.
Dims the brakes in the world of betting, and especially when you're betting on college basketball. But I love it. I really do, which means we got to get to more of those bets. We're going to do so on a monster Saturday slate. Quick reminder, you want to talk college basketball with us? Pick up the phone and dial us, 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number one seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds pulled from BetMGM is at Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or Purdue at plus 2,000. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Fire off any comments and keep those votes coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. All right, let's get back to more games on the Saturday slate. Sun up to sundown. We got basketball wall to wall, which means I'm going to have at least 50 tickets open tomorrow. And one, I'm probably going to have to make the drive over to Indiana, get my Beef House rolls. Which are fantastic yeast rolls, by the way. Oh, so good. If you're ever in Covington, Indiana, I don't know why you would be. Make sure you stop at Beef House. It is a legendary place, and the rolls are to die for. But I have to drive over there to make my bets on Illinois basketball. Illinois taking on Michigan State tomorrow night. Again, Terrence Shannon Jr. is going to be in the house. His jersey retirement night. Illinois laying 6.5. Over under 155.5. What say you? You backing my orange and blue?
Yeah, I mean, I think the market says they're going to win this game because Ken Palm's got it as a 4-point margin, but we're seeing 5.5, 6.5 for the number. So again, maybe overpricing that Terrence Shannon, night. Maybe the home court a little bit heavy for the Illini. Michigan State isn't a bounce back spot after that loss to Indiana. That was a terrible loss, their worst of the year, as an 11.5 point home favorite. And again, Michigan State's been great this year. That was only their 5th loss. The prior 4 losses, 2 of them were on the West Coast, and that USC-UCLA trip is really tough for those Big Ten teams making that first trip in conference play out west. They also lost to Memphis on a neutral as a slight favorite and Kansas on a neutral as about a 5-6 point dog. So Michigan State, which started 18-2, has kind of hit that wall lost 3 of their last 4. Things are tightening up in the Big Ten. I do think Michigan and Purdue certainly ahead of Michigan State in terms of where I view Big Ten teams. I think I'd put Illinois in front of them too. Illinois is a really good defensive team, second best rim and 3 rate. They force a lot of bad shots. We talked about their a little bit wildness on offense, and I think that's where if Illinois wins, they have the potential to win big. But 6.5, again, we'll see if that's really the number when MGM opens a little bit later tonight. But that's some of the early returns we're seeing. That feels a little heavy for me with the Illini, Brad. I would say I'd lean Michigan State if that's the number. But if we get under 5, I think 5 is kind of that dividing line. Again, that's a key number in college basketball. So I think anything north of 5, I would lean to the dog. Anything south of 5, I think the Illini probably get the win at home.
You know what I'm going to do? Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. I am sledgehammering Illinois. They're going to smoke them. And it's not my orange and blue bias bleeding through it all. This is me speaking as objectively as I humanly can. I watch a lot of Big Ten basketball, endless amounts of just basketball, period, this time of year. I scout a lot of teams, not only numerically, but with the eye test and watching and consuming so much basketball wall to wall every single night. Michigan State's in struggle mode right now. They really are. And I saw this correction coming because the data was only pointing me in that direction. Eventually, the walls would start to crack. The walls would start to crumble, and we're seeing it. You saw it against Indiana. That shocked all of us, me included, in that game because Indiana had been so woeful. But Michigan State, man, the party's over. The cops are showing up. The keg has run dry. The music has stopped playing. You're grinding on the couch instead of the girl you were with. Come on, man. Michigan State's just not playing great basketball because they can't shoot. They're only shooting 28.4% from 3 over the last month. I know Illinois has struggled from outside, but Yakachonis and Will Riley are really stroking it from deep. Tomislav Ivicic is a supreme rim protector. Go out and knock down some threes as well. They can attack it downhill. Terrence Shannon's going to be in the house. Illinois win by 10+. Mark it down right now. I'm going to lay the chalk. 6.5, 5.5 doesn't matter. Though I'd kind of like the under on the 155.5. That number seems a little bit high to me. All right, let's go to Athens, Georgia. Missouri and Georgia. Georgia opened as a 1.5-point favorite in this game. One of my last 4 teams in right now on the bracket big board are the Bulldogs. We got an over-under 143.5. What are your thoughts on UGA and Mizzou?
If Mizzou makes their open threes, and they've been doing a good job of it this year, they're actually top 25 in the country in open 3 rate. I think that's the key for Mizzou in this game because Georgia gives up a lot of open threes outside the top 350 in that category. And again, 3-point is the great equalizer in this game. So if you can find a decisive edge on the 3-point line where one team gives up a lot of threes and the other team takes a lot of threes, I think that's where you could see an explosive performance here for Missouri. I don't love this Missouri team top to bottom, but again, I do think the 3-point shot being the great equalizer, that is where I see a big edge in this game. Georgia's been okay this year. I mean, they're 16-9 in the very tough SEC. Yeah. They've got some decent wins in their back pocket, but they've struggled lately. And that's where I think, again, Missouri, if they can blitz them from the 3-point line, I think that's where the Tigers have an edge in this game. So even though right now it's looking like a pretty tight margin per KenPom, I think Missouri's got a chance to put some distance between themselves and the Dogs so they can knock down some of those outside shots.
10,000% agree with you on this one. Look, the numbers nerd in me says just side with the advanced data. Missouri has been a statistical juggernaut, Jared, over the last month. They're number 2 overall in Bart Torvik the last 30 days. Wow. Number 2. Number 1 is Houston. That's how good they've been, statistically speaking. Georgia's number 51 in Torvik during that stretch. Georgia, very good defensive team, though they've been subpar, 141 AFGD the last 30. They can't score. And that's been a terrible consistency for them as they've just been laying bricks. 313 EFG offense the last 30 days. You mentioned Missouri shooting lights out from outside, 37.6% in their last 8 games. Decent defensively as well, actually better than Georgia. At number 72 in EFGD, I will take the chalk all day. Give me Mizzou plus a 1.5. I am with you there. Let's go to the battle down in the Delta State, Mississippi State, and Ole Miss. This one being played in Oxford. Ole Miss laying 4.5 over under a 145.5. You side with the fighting Chris Beards?
Yeah, I think under 5, again, that being a key number in basketball, I think you got to like the home team here. Is this rivalry week? Just like in college football, we get the Iron Bowl, we get the
Big
Egg
one.
Bowl. It should be a really exciting matchup. These two teams played a really exciting game about a month ago in Starkville. Overtime game, high-scoring game. Ole Miss won 84-81. They were able to knock down their threes in that game. They made 13 of them. And again, defensively, we know Ole Miss is good. They're a disciplined team. And I think if you're if you're able to get under that 5-point number, 4.5, I feel like that's a bet for Ole Miss.
Yeah, I got to lean here for Ole Miss. I think Mississippi State's been a bit smoke and mirrors at times. They're only 54 in Torvik the last 30 days. That's painfully mediocre. 290 EFG offense, 315 in EFG defense. So that really is all the evidence that you need. Ole Miss, not exactly burning that answer. 208 in EFG offense, but 24 overall in Torvik, 108 in EFG defense. Ole Miss a better team, in my estimation. They really get after you at times defensively when they're bringing their A game. Mississippi State is kind of going through the motions right now. So I'm going to side with a better team. I will lay the home chalk with the Rebels minus 4.5. Let's go to Boise State and San Diego State. Meaningful matchup in the Mountain West of one of my favorite leagues to bet on. And you and I already know where this is going. Very much in line on who.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Boise State here as a dog. They played San Diego State tough at home. But by the way, road revenge spots are a thing in college basketball this time of year because you're probably getting a favorable dog number and you already have a data point to go off of. And I do think sometimes the market over-adjusts to what we saw in that first matchup, which was, again, over a month ago, where San Diego State, I think, played an okay game. They made 41% from deep. They're not a great three-point shooting team historically. I think they're a little bit better offensively this year than they've been maybe in prior years, but I don't think they're as elite because they've lost a lot from those Final Four teams. In fact, their EFG rate actually is a tick below what it was last year. So they've actually taken a step back offensively. But Boise State to me is a team that does all the little things well. And that's why I would, especially if you can get 3. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get 3 here in this spot. Looks like 2.5 seems to be the number. And I'm seeing a little juice on Boise State. But Boise's been good on the road, right? One at UNLV, one at Wyoming, one at San Jose State, who's been a freaking cover machine this year. And Boise has some rest advantage to their advantage. 8 days off. They haven't played in over a week. So you get that road revenge spot and you get rested legs. Aztecs have already lost at home to UNLV this year, so they've certainly given some things back down there in San Diego. So I would say you're getting points with Boise. That is the way to go here, my man.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. So Boise State plus the 2.5. Leon Rice, a very good coach, and Deegan Hart is a mauler. He really is on the interior for this Broncos team. You look at the advanced data. Boise decent number 32 in Bar Torvik over the last month. You know where San Diego State is in Torvik the last month? Number 96. I mean, They have just played painfully average basketball. Now, some of the advanced data says otherwise. 27 EMG offense over that stretch, 72 in EMG defense. And that's the thing. It's like that's normally a calling card for the Aztecs is, they're out there wielding a sharpened sword defensively. They're not doing it this year. They've been a little bit more loosey-goosey in that capacity. Boise is 38 in EFG offense the last 30 days, 37 in EFG defense. They're only giving up 28.6% along the arc. They're the better team. They're playing at a higher level right now. You mentioned how they played undeterred, unfazed on the road this season, and they're getting points. The plus 2.5, I'm in. Give me the Broncos. Saddle them up. I think they're going to win either way. Possibly to a victory. I'll take them even on the money line at a plus 115 right now there at BetMGM. Let's go to Arkansas and Texas A&M. As I mentioned, Arkansas has got back-to-back brutal games. This is one of them. And then they followed with at Auburn. A&M's laid 8.5 with a total of 138.5. Your thoughts on Razorbacks and Aggies?
Yeah, this is a tough matchup, I think, for Arkansas because their offense has kind of been hot and cold. I mean, they've had some really good games this year. Calipari, of course, goes into Lexington, gets that nice win. They followed up with a nice win at Texas. But Buzz Williams, I mean, they're one of the best defensive teams in the country, and they kind of play right into what Arkansas does well, which is defend the perimeter and get a lot of offensive rebounds. So I think that's what the struggle is here in this game. That's why you're seeing a relatively big number. Again, Arkansas is a good team, but they're catching 8.5 points here. So I think the points, you're just like, oh, that's a lot of points. But A&M has the ability to grind you down defensively. And I think Arkansas might struggle to score in this game unless they can get some second chance points. But they're outside the top 250 in offensive rebound percentage this year. And A&M is a beast on the glass. So I think this could be a really tough matchup for Arkansas and Coach Cal.
I love the under on 138.5. Both these teams outside the top 250 in EFG offense the last 30 days. So that would be my play in Arkansas and A&M. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, another bracket big board snapshot. We're going to talk number 6 seeds and their potential in this year's NCAA tournament. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is You Better You Bet on the brand spanking new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Back to You Better You Bet, Brad. The Big Noise Evans in the house. Jared Smith along for the ride here on this Freaky Fast Friday. We're going to be breaking down more bracket big board talk with an emphasis on the projected number 6 seeds here momentarily. But hey, you want to talk some college basketball? Sure you do, because we got a ridiculous slate of games going down. Actually, really starting tonight with UCLA, Indiana, all the way through the weekend. We got to prepare your mind. We got to prepare your wallet for the madness. It's right around the corner. So if you want to talk some college hoops, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day posted there right now. And it's asking you this: what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number 1 seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds, of course, poll from BetMGM is at Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or let's go down the ladder with Purdue at plus 2,000. Over 135 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. If you got any comments for us, fire those off and keep the votes coming on X at You Better You Bet. On X at You Better You Bet. Coming up in the next segment, I can't wait to talk to this man. Wonderful Boston accent he has, and he knows the SEC like the back of his hand. Pat Bradley from the SEC Network is going to be joining us. We might be talking about a certain game going down in Tuscaloosa between Alabama and Auburn. Get his thoughts on that, some of the other marquee matchups in that conference over the weekend, and we'll get his opinion on who he feels in a legendary league this year. It's historically good. Who has a shot to run deepest in the NCAA tournament this year and maybe win the whole shebang. So you don't want to miss that interview with Pat Bradley coming up here in the next segment. You also should not miss any of the content we have going down this weekend on the BetMGM Network. Let me tell you about it. This weekend, it's a return of Sunday's bets from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with WFAN's Pat Boyle and Sean Marash. Then from noon to 4 p.m., we got PJ Glasser and Den Day as they take you inside the betting lines, keep you ahead of the live action as the games unfold. And finally, it's Bet Nation Live from Dallas from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern with Erica Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. So you like betting? You like betting live events? Don't you turn that dial. Tune in to the BetMGM Network throughout the entire weekend, and we're going to have you covered across all of the bases. All right, we talked 5 seeds earlier on. These are real, folks. It might be some disagreement, but I'm a bracketologist this time of year. I've been doing it for 17 years. I did it for Yahoo Sports back in the day. I invented this design called the Bracket Big Board. With Michael Lazarus, my engineer and product guy at Yahoo. It really took off. I think I'm the only one that's still doing it that way. It's a true power ranking. So I don't really care about, filling out an entire bracket as you normally see it when you're printing it off and getting ready for your pool on Selection Sunday. I'm all about instead power rating the teams because honestly, that's what the selection committee does before they set and vet the actual field. They power rank it. They got their laptops open in front of them. These team sheets come scrolling across. They have arguments about where a team should be placed on the 3 line, on the 5 line as a 1 seed. One of the last teams in. Who's going to Dayton? Who's going to be out of the NCAA tournament heading to the NIT? So I try to get inside the mind of those committee members. That is the process of me churning out the bracket big board, which I'm updating every single damn day right now, all the way through Selection Sunday, which is exactly a month from tomorrow. So check it out at my site. It's free. thegamingjuice.com, and the bracket big board. So let's talk 6 seeds, Jared. And let's start off with the first 6 seed I have projected there on the bracket big board, and it's Chris Janz's Mississippi State Bulldogs. I got a big one this week on the road tomorrow in Oxford against their intrastate rival in Ole Miss. What are your thoughts on this Mississippi State team? Is that a squad you think that could disrupt a bracket or maybe fall victim to 11 seed in the first round?
Love a good egg bowl, poached egg bowl, scrambled egg bowl, maybe fried eggs, however you take your eggs. We are excited for this. And let me just piggyback off of what you said on your bracket big board. This time of year, your site is bookmarked along with other bracket, matrix bracket type sites. And this is coming from someone who has been following you since I was a fantasy football little neophyte back in my teenage days. You are one of the best, if not the best, at doing this, and your work ethic is unmatched. So, if again, I know we work for the same network, so you would expect that endorsement. But coming from an unbiased observer of your work for 2 decades, nobody does this better than you. Chris Jan's a great coach. I take nothing away from what Mississippi State was able to accomplish last year. Kind of got knocked around in the first round of the NCAA tournament by Michigan State, but they made a nice little run in the SEC tournament, beat Tennessee by a wide margin, and played Auburn pretty tight in the semi. So again, I think this is a talented Mississippi State team. Hubbard, the freshman last year, now he's a sophomore. They certainly have the pieces. But when I look at some of the numbers and I see what they do shooting it and allowing the three is where I really struggle. This is a team that doesn't make a ton of threes. They do take a lot of them, but they don't make a lot of threes, and they're not great at the line either. And those are things that are really red flags for me come March. And then you look at their schedule. Every time they've managed up in the SEC this year, they've gotten knocked back pretty hard. Lost by 20-plus to Auburn, lost by double digits to Tennessee, lost by almost 30 to Mizzou at home, and then coming off a double-digit loss to Florida. So when they manage up, and don't get me wrong, Mississippi's one of those teams that is a top-tier team in the SEC. They have struggled this year. So I think that is where I struggle with putting them, a second weekend kind of team, because when they do play those upper echelon opponents, they just haven't quite met their match this year.
Yeah, I think they're susceptible to an early round knockout. Let me give the nitty gritty on the Bulldogs, and I really shouldn't talk down to Mississippi State. I have a college degree from an institution that I never use because it's in meteorology and geoscience. I have a master's degree. So I get to geek out weather-wise a couple of times a year during the NFL, and that's the extent of it. But anyway, Mississippi State number 30 in the net overall, 16 in terms of strength of schedule, 117, kind of mediocre non-con strength of schedule, 5-2 in true road games this year, though they are 5-6 in quarter ones. And the issue with them is they kind of played down to the level of competition here of late. Only 54 in Torvik the last month, 290 EFG offense, 315 in the EFG defense during that span. They finish, of course, tomorrow at Ole Miss, Texas A&M at home. Ooh, good luck there. At Oklahoma, that could be a trap game. At Alabama, that's a rough 4-game stretch for them. Then LSU and Texas back-to-back at home, and at Arkansas. And we'll have to see where Arkansas stands at that game as exclamation point on the regular season. I mean, that could be them playing themselves in or out of the at-large discussion. I'm down to Mississippi State. I think they're going to lose to 11 seed. I don't care what the draw is. They've really been disappointing over the last 30 days, and I think that's going to carry over into the NCAA tournament. Let's move on. Go with another M team, and this one being Mizzou. We talked about Mizzou. We love them against Georgia tomorrow on the road. What are your general thoughts on this Tigers team that certainly overachieved? Dennis Gates has done a tremendous job.
Unbelievable. I mean, they were 8-5 last year, and then they lost their last almost 20 games. They went 19 straight to close the year. They finished 8-24 from 8-5 to 8-24 last season, and now they are likely a 20-win team, maybe north of 20 wins this season. Just an incredible turnaround. Again, one of those teams that, and this is the way the SEC is, like, it's just there's so many good teams that you can tell a lot when they manage up. Now, Missouri, unlike Mississippi State, has actually played okay when they've managed up in class this year. They beat Florida, they beat Ole Miss, they went on the road, they beat Mississippi State handily a couple of weeks ago. Their schedule down the stretch is pretty manageable, Brad, right? Like, they play Georgia this week. Then the Alabama game's obviously tough, but it is in Columbia. then Arkansas, South Carolina, Vandy, Oklahoma, and then they close at home against Kentucky. So I think this is a Missouri team. If they can continue to play hot, and they've been hot lately, this feels like a team that maybe is cooking with gas. Now, once they get into the tournament, inexperience might catch up to them. But again, this is a team that kind of scares you a little bit from off the beaten path. Didn't do a whole lot last year, but they're a whole different animal this year.
Yeah, look, their ability to shoot the three, it's a great equalizer as a nickname, and for good reason. They could win a couple of games. That's not crazy to think at all. They could, win that 6-11, knock off a 3 seed the next round. Don't sleep too hard on Mizzou. And this is coming from an Illinois guy. I'm supposed to hate everything Missouri, but I show signs of respect where it's deserved. I mean, they're a good team. Number 19 overall in the net. 35 in terms of strength of schedule, only 192 in non-con strength of schedule. That's a bit of a drag. 2-4 on the road this season, not great. 4-6 in quarter ones, not bad. But I mentioned this before earlier in the show. Number 2 in Torvik over last month. They are peaking at the right time. Why? Because they can shoot lights out from 3, and they're also playing excellent defense, 72 in EFGD. So they finish again at Georgia. You and I both like Missouri. To maybe win that game tomorrow. Then Alabama in Columbia. That's a big one. Then at Arkansas, another big one really for both those teams. South Carolina, at Vandy, at Oklahoma, Kentucky. If they are on the 6 seed line, I may have them tasting sweetness in my bracket this year. That's how high I am on Missouri, because they can stroke the rock from outside. Let's talk about another team that can stroke the rock from outside. That's UCLA. Mick Cronin, if you want your kids to be educated in 4-letter words, just listen to him on the sidelines for a game for like 5 minutes, and they will have their indoctrination and 2 lovely words and vocabulary, to say the least. That guy is certainly fiery. What are your thoughts on the Bruins in action tonight in Bloomington against Indiana? Again, I like them quite a bit. I laid the 1.5. But what are their long-term prospects this season in Westwood?
Yeah, I think they check a lot of boxes, as long as they're not playing in the Eastern or Central time zone, where they're 0 for this year. When they're in the Pacific or Mountain time zone, they're just fine. And again, that Big Ten travel schedule, I think, is going to show some weird results in the conference play, where I think UCLA is probably better than their performance at Rutgers last month, where they could barely get to 70, where struggled defensively against Illinois. I think they'll bounce back tonight, as we mentioned, against Indiana. Down the stretch, they don't have to go. Actually, no, excuse me. They do go to the Central time zone one more time this year. Tough trip, end of the month at Purdue and then at Northwestern. So, again, we'll get a much better sense of them after that game at Purdue. But this feels like a UCLA team that, again, checks a lot of boxes. They're good defensively. They can shoot the 3. They're good on the inside, defending the interior. They're top 10 or top 15 in block percentage, top 25 in steal percentage. So they certainly have the intangibles to make a run. I think the offense is where I get it can get a little inconsistent sometimes, but I do think as long as they're kind of in their element, this is a UCLA team that certainly can beat anyone on any given night. They've got the talent. They've got the defense.
Nitty-gritty on them. 25 in net, 31 strength of schedule, 95 in non-con SOS, 3-4 on the road, 6-7 in quarter ones. They're number 5 in Torvik over last month, and a lot of that has to do with Mora. They're 7'3" big man, the Spaniard there in the middle. He's come on strong, adding that balance offensively with Bilodeau from outside, and they got some gunners. Guy Clark's played really well this year. I like this UCLA team. I think they're a team similar to Missouri, capable of winning a couple of games in the NCAA tournament. So it'll be all about draw. We'll see what the road is, but don't sleep too hard on them. Let's finally go to Creighton, a team that fell short against UConn as Danny Hurley got his first victory ever in Omaha. What are your thoughts on Greg McDermott's squad? They got a lot of experience, and they got that big who's outstanding on both ends, and Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is a team last year that I don't want to say underachieved in the NCAA tournament, made it to the Sweet 16, got to a second weekend, but then fell short to Tennessee. I'm worried about the consistency and the rebounding. I think those are the two things. A lot of turnovers. They struggle on the offensive glass, but they make a lot of shots. They're very efficient on offense. They're a top 30 defense, and they're also a top 20 EFG defense. So I think they're a balanced team, well-coached team. I just don't know if they do one thing particularly well. However, in March, sometimes just steady Eddie is the way to get to the second weekend.
Yeah, Kalkbrenner's a matchup nightmare. Beat you inside, beat you out. He's a launch rink at 7+ feet. I think really the key to this team is Steven Ashworth, who's their point guard. When the threes are falling for him and he's making like 3 or 4 a game, it really spreads out opposing defenses, and they can really take advantage of the inside-outside game there because of Kalkbrenner and his abilities. They've been outstanding in the last month. They are top 20 EFG offense and EFG defense. They're playing excellent basketball despite the hiccup against UConn. I like the long-term prospects of Creighton quite a bit. Again, I like all the 6 seeds with the exception of Mississippi State. All of them could certainly make some noise if it does shake out that way come Selection Sunday. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, all the joys of talking to one Pat Bradley. I'm telling you, it's going to be a fantastic interview. We're talking SEC next here on the network. Don't you go anywhere. This is You Better You Bet on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Filling in for Nick and Femi, here's Brad Evans and Jared Smith.
Welcome back to You Better You Bet. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Also, Jared Smith in the house along for the ride. And we're talking all college basketball all the time as we are barreling. We are hurtling towards Election Sunday, exactly 1 month away from tomorrow on March 16th, believe it or not. Hey, if you want to talk some college basketball with us, all you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at You Better You Bet, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: so what team at plus money is the best bet to earn a number 1 seed in this year's NCAA tournament? Odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Is it Florida at plus 150, Tennessee at plus 450, Iowa State at plus 450, or a dark horse, and Purdue at plus 2,000? Nearly 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. You want to offer up a comment? Fire those off at You Better You Bet on X, and keep the votes coming as well on X at You Better You Bet. Right now, we're going to talk to Pat Bradley from the SEC Network, a man that knows a little bit about Arkansas basketball, a man that knows a little bit about the best conference in the land. It's not even debatable, folks. The SEC is a slaughterhouse every single night, and he absolutely crushes it with my guy Peter Burns often there on the SEC Network. Pat, it's been a minute. It's great to have you back on air with me, and welcome to You Better You Bet. First question out of the gate. Let's go ahead and just cut to the damn chase already. We got a battle between number 1 and number 2, the 23rd time since 1951, the top 2 teams ranked are going to go toe-to-toe in the first time in SEC history as Alabama welcomes the Auburn Tigers to Coleman Coliseum. Right now at BetMGM, Alabama is laying a 1.5, and the over-under is at 171.5. Break this game down for us and tell me who wins in the bitter end.
Well, good to be back with you. Home court advantage in the SEC and throw college basketball is pretty impressive. So I always start with that, right? Home court advantage, especially when you look at how Alabama and their pace of play. I think that's something that Coach Pearl and the Auburn Tigers are going to want to have to – that's a concern. As Alabama can get up and down. We know how well they score, but they're the number 2 tempo team in the country. So I do see it as being a one-possession game. The question is, what possession will decide it? Is it going to be, as we've seen throughout conference play, that defensive stop at the end, the bucket to win it? So, if you're looking at, because of the home court advantage, that's where I start. Now, all things being equal, you have both teams are good rebounding teams. Auburn is a more consistent defensive team. So I think for Alabama, your concern is our consistency, because I've seen Alabama get beat on the glass by LSU. Ole Miss turned over Alabama, I think, 21 times. So I think that consistency is what Coach Oates is going to want to preach to these guys. And, the depth, both teams have great depth. The best player in the game, Janai Broome. And so it's tough to go against him. But again, that home court's an animal. That one's a beast right there.
Yep.
Yeah, Pat, I think the home court for sure in this next game might be a factor, because when you look at Texas's record this year, hadn't really done a whole lot. 4-8 in conference play. They've lost 3 in a row. They're getting blown out in games left and right. Just got blasted by 23 at home to Bama recently. And you get this Kentucky team that's dealing with some injuries. But I do think Texas has what I would say is the best player on the floor, maybe in Trey Johnson, who's the leading scorer in the SEC. whereas Kentucky maybe without a couple of their key players battling some injuries. I'm not shocked that Texas is a home favorite, but maybe a little bit surprised based on their record this year. Where do you see this Kentucky-Texas matchup going tomorrow night?
Well, you're right about the injuries, and I would say the most important player for Kentucky is their point guard, Lamont Butler. And because he's the head of their defense, he can get in the lane. And, when you go on the road, sometimes that jump shot doesn't follow you. And that's, I'm guessing why, Texas has that, is favored in that, just because of the high volume of Kentucky from the 3-point line. The other thing, Kentucky has been a little up and down defensively. And I think, if you go on the road, you've got to be able to be physical, defensive, and sort of battle through those moments where your jump shot isn't falling. But the thing with Texas, Texas is talented. You mentioned Trey Johnson, who's top 15 NBA pick. Who knows how it's going to shake out? But you've got two other guys in Arthur Kaluma and Tremont Mark. These two guys are good size, 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". Tremont Mark shoots it a little bit. Heck, he was Arkansas's leading scorer last year. They can both get in the lane, create problems. So to me, Texas, those two guys are their X factor because they're so, they can both go off for 25, 30. If it isn't Trey Johnson's night, which there hasn't been many when it isn't his night. So I don't expect that, but you got two other studs right there that can pick it up.
Ole Miss, it seems like is hitting some peak stride right now. They've won 3 in a row. They get Mississippi State rivalry game tomorrow in the Egg Bowl. Mississippi State seems like they're heading in the opposite direction. Losers of 3 of their last 4. Is that the vibe for you with Ole Miss and Mississippi State? It's just Chris Beard's team's kind of figuring things out down the stretch. Very well coached team. Whereas the Bulldogs just don't quite have, the strength to maybe make it through what has been a gauntlet schedule for them.
Yeah, and Mississippi State sort of changed a little bit what they were. Last year, they threw it in the post. They had 2 big guys that were really good. Didn't play extremely fast basketball. This year, they bring in a couple more shooters. You still got your absolute stud, Josh Hubbard, who's played a little bit more point guard this year. But I think there have been at times Mississippi State's defense, which is Coach Chris Jans, that's his calling card. Their defense wasn't as dominant in a way that's been in the last couple seasons, and I think that's hurt them. And when teams are able to really affect and make things difficult for Josh Hubbard, who's an absolute, he's the first all SEC kind of guy. There's that. Who's the next couple guys that are going to step up? I don't need somebody to give me 25. Can I get a couple of guys that just give me 8 to 10, or get 12? And they were struggling in that area. As far as Ole Miss goes, they've got a really veteran backcourt. That's why they have a chance in every game. They've got 3 guards, Padula, Murray, and Morrell. Played a lot of college basketball, capable of hitting very difficult shots. And they get a kid in Malik Dia who's an absolute mismatch. So, yeah, I think as far as where Ole Miss and how they're trending, the one thing I'll say is they're figuring out how to win games at the end. And in a very tight game, that could be the difference. Now, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, I've been in a couple of those games. It is absolutely wild. Oh, man, is it crazy over there. But
yeah,
fun.
It should be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one to say the least here, Pat. There's no question about that. We got to talk about your alma mater and the Arkansas Razorbacks. They were left for dead like a couple of weeks ago. And you know me, I'm a bracketologist this time of year. I have Arkansas as my very last team in right now on the bracket big board. They're plus 105 to make the dance, according to BetMGM. What does Arkansas got to do? What is the magic number of wins on the remaining schedule they got to have to go dancing, in your opinion, this year?
So I think, if they can get to 7 wins, right? I think they got 3 home games left. You steal 1 on the road. I mean, there's a couple on the road that are winnable, but I think 7. Think about this. Last year, Mississippi State was 8-10 in league play, got in the tournament. Year before that, Mississippi State 8-10, get in the tournament. This year, it's an even tougher league. So, you think 7 could get you in. I mean, some have maybe stretched it to 6, but then you kind of got to say, all right, well, which game, you got to win the right games. You can't lose the wrong games. But I think with the Hogs, they finally found an identity, and they have to win ugly. I mean, it just has to be. I had an old coach used to say, I'd rather a raggedy ride than a smooth walk. It's much better to win ugly than lose pretty. So, I mean, and they found a way to get their 7'2", 3-point shooting, Ivasic, Big Z as they call him. They get him involved, man, and he's dynamic because at 7'2", he can put you on his hip and he's got a nice little hook shot. But he can also shoot the 3, so the defense has to respect that. So his rise, and I think the Hogs' understanding of how they have to win, defense, rebound, and things like that, that's been the recipe for him.
Yeah, great stuff, Pat. We appreciate the time, my man. We're kind of up against it. Make sure you follow his excellent work, Pat Bradley, on the SEC Network, and a man who knows all about Bud Walton and Fayetteville, a former Arkansas player back in the day. Pat, we appreciate the time, my man. Enjoy the weekend. It's going to be killer, baby.
Appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Thanks.
There he goes, Pat Bradley. It is going to be killer. I just can't wait for Alabama and Auburn. I'm not going to lie. And it's like, we talk about all these games are meaningful. All of them are impactful.
Awesome.
The Bracket Big Board is going to be off the hook. I'm going to be updating that sucker probably minimum 15 times tomorrow. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on You Better You Bet. When we come back, we're going to talk some more Saturday games, so don't you go anywhere, fools. This is You Better Your Bets on the brand new BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.